Reborn in the year 2017, the protagonist acquires a cutting-edge technological system. He embarks on a journey beginning in the renewable energy sector, subsequently venturing into industries such as smartphones, drones, rockets, and photolithography machines, among others. Once the opportune moment arrives, he advances into quantum technology, ion propulsion systems, life support systems, controllable nuclear fusion technology, cosmic navigation technology, and more, commencing his expedition beyond the confines of Earth. Numerous netizens ponder, would the current technological advancements in society exist without the contributions of Zhou Mo? He is the beacon of humanity, the greatest individual in the world. Ma Kaiyuan states, only Zhou Mo can lead humanity to Mars. In his presence, I feel like a mere novice. A Nobel Prize judge retorts, the Nobel Prize is unworthy of Zhou Mo. Bestowing it upon him would be an affront. The leadership at Dongda University remarks, as long as Zhou Mo is willing to serve the people, I shall continue to support him. Chapter 1. On the brink of bankruptcy, deep in despair. This year, the company's financial situation is rather dire. Losses are substantial, and there is scant liquidity remaining. Last week, President Zhao from the construction bank called, inquiring about our impending loan due. It seems he's caught wind of some rumors. Several minor shareholders in the company have also asked me to convey their desire to withdraw their investments immediately, demanding a prompt return of the capital they initially contributed. President Zhou, the situation this year is as such, and the outlook is grim. What are your thoughts on the several plans I previously proposed? If we do not devise a solution soon, we will have no choice but to witness the company's collapse. Collapse. The term struck Zhou Mo like a biting cold wind, abruptly steering his chaotic thoughts back to reality. He lifted his gaze, finally focusing on the middle-aged man before him, whose face was etched with worry. He recalled that this man was Sun Jian, the company's vice president and sales director. In his 40s, he wore black-framed glasses, exuding an air of maturity and competence, firmly in the prime of his life. However, he had unwittingly allowed the passage of time to sprinkle gray upon his temples, and the wrinkles on his face appeared as if meticulously carved by the hands of time, deep and pronounced. At this moment, he was frowning deeply, passionately reporting to Zhou Mo. Uncle Sun, may I have a moment alone to reflect quietly? Zhou Mo interjected, interrupting Sun Jian's report. Sun Jian paused, gazing at Zhou Mo for a moment. Seeing Zhou Mo's somewhat dazed expression, he assumed the pressures of recent events had taken their toll. He thought it best not to overwhelm him with too much information today. Zhou Mo, I have watched you grow since childhood, and I understand the significance and importance of this company to you. Yet, many matters cannot be resolved simply through desire. You must come to terms with this. He then retrieved a contract from his folder and placed it before Zhou Mo on the desk. Sighing, he advised, Zhou Mo, heed your uncle's counsel. If it truly comes to it, consider selling the company. This is the acquisition proposal from Yuelong Group. Take a look and contemplate it thoroughly. The company's situation is as it stands. Ponder this for now. I shall take my leave. With that, Sun Jian stepped out of the office. Zhou Mo noticed Sun Jian's posture appeared slightly hunched. At this moment, he was left alone in the office, leaning back in his chair and rubbing his temples, beginning to process the information swirling in his mind. Having just traversed from Earth, he recalled that Sun Jian had been detailing the company's status to him. His confusion stemmed from this very circumstance. As he organized the memories of this body, Zhou Mo unearthed some useful information. In his recollections, this planet resembled his previous Earth remarkably. Yet, in his former life, Zhou Mo had been a member of the Lying Flat cohort, a common individual devoid of aspirations. To his astonishment, upon crossing over to this realm, he had become a negative second generation. Indeed, a negative second generation. Here, Zhou Mo's father had been managing an automotive parts company. This company had transitioned from a small machinery factory to a private enterprise during earlier reforms. Over the span of over a decade, it had captured a portion of the automotive parts market. Zhou Mo's father was unwilling to remain a mere supplier of automotive components. Prior to the car accident, he had invested most of the funds into research and development, proclaiming that renewable energy was the future and that electric vehicles were the way forward. However, the funds were spent without yielding results. His father had perished in a car accident 6 months prior, leaving Zhou Mo to navigate life with his mother having passed away during his early childhood. Thus, half a year later, the company teetered on the brink of bankruptcy. Following his father's accident, old Sun, or Sun Jian, had managed the company. He was a veteran, having served as his father's right-hand man for over a decade. Especially in the past 6 months, he had single-handedly upheld the entire company. The company had a few minor shareholders, collectively possessing less than 20 of the shares. These were elderly individuals who had invested a portion of capital in the early stages. Sun Jian himself did not hold any shares, Zhou Weekend's father had once offered him a portion, but he had outright declined. His reasoning was that accepting shares would alter the dynamics of their relationship. Unable to persuade him otherwise, Zhou Weekend's father had acquiesced. Understanding the intricacies of the situation, Zhou Weekend resolved to first address the immediate issues at hand. Other matters could be addressed later. The foremost dilemma lay in the funds that had been funneled into research and development, resulting in a ruptured financial chain. Zhou Weekend could not fathom why his father would have made such a decision, leaving him with such a daunting predicament. Fortunately, Sun Jian had left him the acquisition proposal earlier. Lacking interest and emotional ties to the company, coupled with significant conflicts with several minor shareholders, he reasoned it would be wiser to sell and enjoy life with the proceeds. This was Zhou Weekend's reluctant choice. After all, if new funds were injected or research results emerged, they could aid the company in escaping its dire straits. Securing new funding was the simplest solution, yet currently, no one was willing to take such a significant risk. If research outcomes were produced, they could potentially be used as collateral for a loan. However, at present, there was virtually nothing. With this thought, Zhou Weekend opened the acquisition proposal on his desk, meticulously perusing its contents. His future happiness hinged upon this acquisition proposal. Mr. Wu, who had battled with Zhou Weekend's father for over a decade, would not have anticipated that their conflict would culminate in such a resolution. Zhou Weekend nonchalantly shook his head. This matter was of no concern to him any longer. After thoroughly reviewing the acquisition proposal, he found it to be quite reasonable. The price was commendable, devoid of opportunistic exploitation, and the conditions offered were exceedingly favorable. Thus, he could secure a substantial sum, safeguard the livelihoods of the loyal employees, and exit gracefully. With clarity of thought, Zhou Weekend reached for the phone on his desk. Ding! System detection in progress. What? A system? Chapter 2. The emergence of the system, igniting hope. Ding! System in the process of detection. Company on the brink of bankruptcy, conditions met. Both parents deceased, conditions met. Host detected to meet all criteria, system binding in progress. Binding successful, the advanced technology system has been activated. A mechanical voice resonated within Zhou Mo's mind, leaving him momentarily astonished. Am I truly encountering a system? He mused, for he was well acquainted with the concept of systems, despite never having experienced one firsthand. His eyes sparkled with newfound hope, and he promptly adjusted his demeanor to access the system interface. Before him appeared a colossal wheel, segmented into numerous sections, each corresponding to a different technological innovation. However, the technologies listed were rather rudimentary, lacking the advanced concepts such as controllable nuclear fusion or warp engines, which Zhou Mo had yearned for. Ding! First-time activation of the system detected. Please claim your newbie gift package. A newbie gift package? Zhou Mo pondered, curious about its contents. He glanced at the system's description. Due to the host currently possessing 0 points, a single newbie startup package is being granted. Points? It was at this moment that Zhou Mo noticed additional information displayed beneath the panel, which he had previously overlooked in his excitement. Level: LV1. Host: Zhou Mo points, 0. At this juncture, the advanced technology system was still at its initial level. Uncertain of the conditions or changes required for upgrades, the system offered no clarifications. Zhou Mo speculated that the technologies acquired upon leveling up would be of greater sophistication. The description indicated that the more individuals utilized the technological products produced by the company, the more points could be accrued. Points could then be used for a lottery, represented by the aforementioned wheel. Eagerly, Zhou Mo opened the newbie gift package. Congratulations. Host has received 10 points and 1 directed lottery opportunity. Directed lottery? This meant he could specify the technology he wished to draw. What a stroke of luck. It felt as though fortune had smiled upon him. Lottery. I choose the new energy electric vehicle technology. Without hesitation, Zhou Mo designated his lottery choice. In an instant, his 10 points were expended. Ding! Technical documentation has been generated. Please check your records. Check my records? How does one do that? Surely this technical documentation must contain a wealth of information. Zhou Mo noticed several technical documentation file packages had appeared at the bottom of the system interface. Arranged like files on a computer desktop, they included battery technology, motor technology, charging technology, electronic and electrical architecture technology, and chassis technology. He extended his hand and clicked on the battery technology. The interface flickered, opening the folder like a computer file. Dozens of technical documentation packages emerged, encompassing battery material research, battery management systems, BMS, battery manufacturing processes, and battery thermal management technologies. Zhou Mo gasped in awe. Is it really this straightforward? He then proceeded to click on the battery management system, BMS technology, revealing several documentation packages, including battery status monitoring technology, battery state estimation technology, battery safety protection technology, and energy balancing technology. A chill ran down his spine. Haha, I'm going to get rich. With this system at his disposal. What did he have to fear from the company's impending collapse? However, a sudden thought struck him. How would he extract this information? If he simply presented it to the company's R&D staff, wouldn't they raise suspicions? Even if they did not, what would happen if they left for other firms? The host can designate certain individuals to transmit technical documentation into their minds. Recipients of this transmitted information will not disclose any details and will remain loyal to the host. The system's voice provided him with reassurance, alleviating his concerns entirely. Henceforth, the company's research personnel would serve as his staunchest allies. At this moment, he realized other potential uses for this functionality. If he could directly transmit information to others, would that not imply that he would be venerated by all? Why bother maintaining a company at all? He could simply disseminate knowledge to the entire world. Please do not harbor unrealistic expectations. This function will have restrictions based on level and is only effective within the company. Upon hearing the system's response, Zhou Mo's expression fell. It appeared he could not exploit any loopholes after all. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that one should not be overly greedy. Possessing this system was already a significant advantage. Upon reviewing his current level, he discovered he could transmit information to only 10 individuals. Yet, for the company's present circumstances, that was more than sufficient. However, after much contemplation, Zhou Mo resolved to sell the company. Wouldn't it be better to start anew with the proceeds, rather than struggle in this situation? The new energy sector had yet to attract many competitors. Merely entering the field would allow him to manufacture vehicles. It was not the era when automotive qualifications were a prerequisite. Zhou Mo had ample time to rebuild. If he did not sell the company, he would be embroiled in endless conflicts with the shareholders. Currently, he lacked the funds to reacquire the shares of those minor shareholders. With clarity on his desires, Zhou Mo promptly dialed Sun Jian's number. Hello, Uncle Sun. I've made up my mind to sell the company. However, I do have one condition. After negotiating with Sun Jian, Zhou Mo awaited his uncle's discussions with the representatives from Yuelong Group. If they agreed to his terms, he could seamlessly proceed with the sale of the company. Chapter 3. Selling the company, setting sail anew. Haha, this kid Zhou Mo has finally come to his senses, exclaimed one shareholder. Indeed, this stubborn child was previously intent on dragging this out with us. What caused the sudden change? Surely it was the price offered by General Wu that swayed him. Indeed, he always claimed he wouldn't sell, and now he is ready to part with it. Of course, it's all about the money. I thought he was more principled than that. General Wu's offer was anything but trivial. We were set to make a handsome profit. It seems fortune smiled upon us. I heard Yuelong Group recently faced some negative press. Perhaps they aim to acquire our company to divert attention and boost their stock prices. Regardless, it's good news. We can finally rid ourselves of this failing enterprise. Zhou Mo and Sun Jian stood just outside the conference room, overhearing their conversation. Anger surged within Zhou Mo as he listened to the three minor shareholders, Old Lu, Old Wang, and Old Chun, who had joined the company in its early days. Although they had invested little over the years, they had already profited several times over from dividends. Yet, even this was not enough. They often meddled in the company's operations and facilitated connections for favored individuals to dine without charge. His father, being a man of integrity, had never turned them away due to their long-standing relationships. But Zhou Mo could no longer tolerate their behavior, just as he contemplated how to deal with them. They had the audacity to speak ill of him behind his back. Gentlemen, it is rather unbecoming to speak ill of others in their absence, don't you think? On the weekend, the door was abruptly pushed open, with Old Sun trailing closely behind. The few individuals who had been speaking ill of Weekend were startled by the unexpected intrusion. They exchanged glances, shifting in their seats to mask their discomfort. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, the portly Old Lu, a quintessential representative of the three high-risk demographic, broke the silence. Ahem, Weekend, you've arrived. Please don't take it to heart. After all, we have shares in the company, and it's only natural for us to be concerned. Old Wang, catching on, cast a sidelong glance at Old Lu and chimed in. Indeed, we too hope for the company to fetch a good price. We would want you to suffer any losses. If the sale goes well, wouldn't you be set for life? According to their assertions, it seemed that, in the end, the fault lay with Weekend. Weekend took a seat at the head of the table, with Sun Jian settling beside him. Having overheard their conversation, Weekend felt rather disheartened. Sun Jian, noticing Weekend's demeanor, remarked, since everyone shares the same sentiment. That is splendid. Our common goal is to secure a lucrative sale for the company. Upon hearing this, the others nodded enthusiastically, agreeing with Old Sun's rationale. They were all motivated by financial gain. Having the shared objective was sufficient. Old Chin reclined in his chair, nodding vigorously. Observing the consensus, Sun Jian continued. Thus, during the upcoming negotiations with Long Leap Group, we will need everyone's cooperation. Absolutely, absolutely, they echoed. By the way, when is Long Leap Group expected to arrive? Yes. Old Sun, did they mention a time? Old Lu and the others were already growing impatient, eager to receive their money and leave. Sun Jian glanced at the clock. It was almost 10 o'clock, nearing the time they had arranged with Long Leap Group. They should be arriving soon. Indeed, as Sun Jian finished his sentence, the conference room door swung open. 3 individuals entered, with the leader being Mr. Wu from Long Leap Group. The 2 accompanying him were presumably lawyers. Upon Mr. Wu's entrance, Old Lu and the others hastily stood up to greet him. Mr. Wu, it's been a while. Today, once the transaction is completed, we shall be friends. After all, Long Leap Group was a publicly listed company in their city, significantly more powerful than their own. Sun Jian, sensing the situation, pulled Weekend aside, concerned that Weekend's discomfort might adversely affect the negotiations and cause him to suffer losses. However, Weekend had already risen to his feet. Uncle Wu, it's been ages. He smiled, extending his hand to shake Mr. Wu's. Mr. Wu had conflicts with the original owner, Weekend's father. Yet he bore no animosity toward Weekend himself. Securing a favorable outcome could benefit Weekend's future endeavors. Mr. Wu was momentarily taken aback, as were the others. Previously, Weekend had exuded a certain pride, never yielding to anyone, especially not toward Wu, with whom his father had long-standing grievances. What had prompted this sudden change? If one were to inquire about the cause, it would undoubtedly be the allure of monetary gain. After a brief pause, Mr. Wu burst into hearty laughter, patting Weekend on the shoulder. I've long told your father that merging our companies would be mutually beneficial, yet he was unwilling. With his current predicament, I must admit, I feel quite disheartened. Mr. Wu was in high spirits, having spent a lifetime in rivalry without much success. He never anticipated that after the death of his opponent, the opponent's son would soften. Whatever conditions you have, I can essentially agree to them, Mr. Wu stated, readily accepting Weekend's terms from the previous day. He mused that Weekend still intended to follow in his father's footsteps with the proceeds from the sale of the company. Serves him right if he suffers. Weekend's stipulation was that the research and development department be retained for him following the sale of the company. Establishing a new company and rebuilding the RD team would take considerable time, and keeping the department would save him a significant amount of it. Subsequently, the group convened to negotiate the acquisition price. Although Mr. Wu had already proposed a buyout plan, the final agreement still required negotiation. After several rounds of spirited discourse, the outcome was settled. Long Leap Group would fully acquire Weekend's company for $1.5 billion. The original RD department would remain with Weekend, but all research outcomes would belong to Long Leap Group. Despite the substantial financial investment made by Weekend's father during his lifetime, no products had emerged thus far. Nonetheless, some assets remained following such expenditure. The others had no objections, particularly the minor shareholders who had little interest in the RD department. Soon after, they signed a contract on site. Following the acquisition, the RD department would be entrusted to Weekend, with his share of the funds being directly deposited into the department's account as investment capital. This arrangement would exempt Weekend from paying hefty corporate taxes. The funds garnered from the sale would be entirely converted into capital for the new company, a legitimate tax avoidance strategy he could not overlook. Had they sold the company for $1.5 billion, Weekend would have been liable for at least $40 million in taxes. While the minor shareholders were indifferent due to their limited stakes, Weekend, who was in dire need of funds, could not afford to be unconcerned. Chapter 4. Rebuilding the company. Preparing for launch. Having completed the transaction, Weekend departed the company with Sun Jian, severing all ties to the business. They were headed to a new location, the original RD department, which was situated in a nearby building. They would oversee the handover of the RD outcomes previously developed, while those willing to remain would become employees of Weekend's new company. In the conference room where the contract had been signed, although Weekend and Sun Jian left, the others remained. Mr. Wu, you so readily relinquished the RD department to that boy? Old Lu inquired, leaning closer to Mr. Wu in an obsequious manner. Mr. Wu shot Old Lu a glance, fully aware of the nature of these individuals. Despite having pressured Weekend during the acquisition, he held disdain for these blood-sucking leeches. Mr. Wu replied nonchalantly, what else should I do? Do you want that RD department? No, Mr. Wu, you've misunderstood. I certainly don't have the funds for RD. Old Liu hastily shook his head. Investing all available capital in RD would be tantamount to courting disaster. He was not foolish enough to emulate Weekend and his father. Then that's for the best. There's nothing more to discuss. You may all leave, Mr. Wu stated decisively, dismissing them. He understood their intentions, but had no desire to entangle himself with such individuals. Old Liu and his companions exchanged glances, then looked at Mr. Wu. Recognizing his unwavering stance, they refrained from further discussion and promptly exited. Uncle Sun, the formation of the new company will rely heavily on you from here on. Sun Jian remarked, pleased that he didn't part ways with Weekend after the sale of the company. Sighing, he advised, Zhou Mo, I know I can't dissuade you. Pursue your aspirations. I shall take charge of establishing the company, yet I implore you to exercise prudence and know when to cut your losses. This enterprise has been meticulously cultivated by Mr. Zhou over the span of more than a decade to reach its current stature. I, too, have devoted many years to this organization. To part with it abruptly would be disingenuous to claim it evokes no emotion. My sole wish is for your well-being. For in doing so, I honor Mr. Zhou's legacy. As the weekend approached, I attentively listened. He harbors no sentimental attachment to this company. Upon arriving here and unexpectedly encountering someone who genuinely cares, I felt a stir within. Sun Jian's words are undoubtedly advantageous to him, and he has no reason to disregard them. Due to certain circumstances, he finds it challenging to articulate his thoughts directly. For him, maximizing benefit is paramount. Hence the necessity of the current course of action. Should opportunities arise in the future, and should finances no longer be a constraint, acquiring the company back remains entirely feasible. A confident smile graced my lips. Uncle Sun, if the opportunity arises, we shall reclaim the company. My gaze locked with Sun Jian's, resolute and unwavering. Sun Jian shot me a surprised glance, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Very well, your words suffice. Now, go forth and pursue your passions. We made our way to the research and development department, where many individuals sat idly, engrossed in their mobile devices. I felt a surge of frustration. Having invested so much into RD, only to see the funding chain severed without yielding results, was disheartening. However, I quickly reminded myself that investment does not guarantee success, and my anger dissipated. Everyone, gather around. I have an announcement to make. I stepped forward and clapped my hands. The gathering of dozens of researchers immediately stood at attention. Despite my youthful appearance, the presence of the chairman instilled a sense of reverence among them. I have just signed a contract with General Manager Wu of Yuelong Group, selling the entire company to him. The moment my words left my lips, a wave of murmurs erupted. What? The company has been acquired? So soon? I had heard whispers of the company's financial struggles. This is fantastic. I want to be facing unemployment. Indeed, we've accomplished nothing here. And there's no funding for RD. It was the most judicious decision made since Mr. Zhou took the helm. Sun Jian stood by, frowning as he listened to the researchers praise my declaration. He hadn't yet prepared to speak when I continued, this time with greater emphasis. You may be disappointed. The RD department remains under my purview, but the previous achievements will be handed over to Yuelong Group. Thus, I present you with an opportunity. Depart now, as Yuelong Group will welcome you. Otherwise, you may find yourselves with no further chances. At this juncture, I did not require a multitude of RD personnel. The system could only accommodate 10 individuals, so retaining that number would suffice. They remained oblivious to the implications of my last statement. That startled me. I thought I was still working under Mr. Zhou. Of course, Mr. Zhou's resources are certainly not on par with Yuelong Group's. Naturally, I shall join Yuelong Group. Is there even a choice? Anyone with sense would choose Yuelong Group. How splendid. My benefits there should greatly improve. Upon hearing my words, Sun Jian opened his mouth to respond. Hadn't I just mentioned the intention to re-establish the company? If everyone departed, recruiting anew would be a time-consuming endeavor. Yet, as I turned to him, I subtly shook my head. Sun Jian exhaled and sealed his lips. For now, it was best to follow my lead. Before long, a throng of individuals gathered their belongings and departed. Perhaps out of embarrassment or the presumption that they would not meet again, they averted their gazes from me. The assembly of researchers dwindled to fewer than 10. Among those remaining were several seasoned veterans who had joined the company long ago. While age can confer advantages in research, it also bears disadvantages. Logically, these individuals should have been among the first to be optimized out, yet they had been retained by my father, a man of great kindness who hesitated to dismiss anyone who had not erred. This was why our small company boasted a sizable RD team. I nodded in satisfaction. This number was just right. Thank you all for staying. Regardless of your reasons, I assure you that I will not neglect your contributions moving forward. My words were met with enthusiastic applause, as if rallying my own spirits. Chairman, we trust in Mr. Zhou, and we trust in you. Indeed, once we overcome this hurdle, we're certain to thrive. Absolutely. We are deeply grateful that Mr. Zhou did not dismiss us. I reflected on the true nature of camaraderie revealed in adversity. This old man had indeed done a good deed. Though he left behind a significant challenge, he also provided me with the means to ascend. Sun Jian nodded slightly in approval. My approach was indeed sound. Zhou Mo, what shall we name the new company? After a moment of contemplation, I resolved that, given the existence of a system, my ambitions should soar higher. Let us call it Shanghai Technology, symbolizing the stars and the vast sea. Chapter 5, Data Transmission, Astonishing Results. Subsequently, I facilitated the handover of the company and its RD patents to Yuelong Group. This intricate process spanned several days. Upon completion, Yuelong Group transferred over 1.2 billion yuan into the account of Shanghai Technology. This was my capital for a resurgence. Sun Jian commenced the recruitment of new talent to form the new company. Seated in my office, gazing at the substantial funds now at my disposal, I felt a sense of tranquility. With the money secured, I can now embark on the RD endeavors. By the time Uncle Sun finalizes the company S formation, the results should be forthcoming. System. I called forth in my mind. The system interface materialized before me. Commence the transmission of new energy electric vehicle technology data. Please select the personnel for data transmission. Currently, the RD department comprised 8 individuals plus Sun Jian, totaling 9. I intended to transmit data to all 9, allocating more information to the 8 researchers while providing only a cursory overview to Sun Jian. According to the system, post-transmission, they would remain loyal to me. I had been closely observing Sun Jian's behavior, yet I desired to mitigate any potential risks. Moreover, after the data transmission, they would not face any detrimental repercussions. Initiate transmission. I commanded decisively. Data transmission in progress. Beep. Transmission complete. Is that all? Was the speed truly this swift? I had anticipated a lengthier process. Yet the completion was astonishingly rapid. I felt no indication that anything had transpired. That evening, Sun Jian returned home. His wife was in the kitchen preparing dinner. You're back early today, she called out, peering from the kitchen. I felt particularly fatigued today and decided to come home early. He placed his belongings on the counter. Noticing only his wife cooking, but not their daughter, his wife stepped out and remarked, have you been overworking yourself lately? Perhaps you should rest for a while. Dinner will take some time to prepare. Sun Jian nodded thoughtfully. All right, when dinner is ready, remember to call me. He had been preoccupied with establishing his company lately, and that was likely the reason for his distraction. With that, Sun Jian retreated into the bedroom. His wife sighed, fully aware of the burdens he had been shouldering recently. Yet she refrained from voicing her concerns. Meanwhile, in the home of a researcher at Shanghai Technology, a weary Lu Su, having finished his dinner, stood up and shook his head, feeling the weight of fatigue. Lu Su, one of the researchers retained by Shanghai Technology, felt an overwhelming desire to indulge in a restful slumber. His wife, busy clearing the table, noticed his exhaustion and offered him comfort. You've certainly been working hard lately. Go rest. I'll take care of the children. Her concern was palpable as she continued tidying up. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded in other homes. The following day, early on the weekend, Sun Jian arrived at the company, heading straight to the office. Zhou Mo, I feel as though my mind has expanded with new ideas. Weren't you preparing to restart the research and development of new energy vehicles? I believe I could offer some assistance, he remarked, his smile radiating confidence. Uncle Sun, I believe it's more prudent for you to focus on managing the company right now. Your leadership is essential for our establishment. As for the RD, I have some new ideas I would like to explore myself, Zhou Mo replied, discreetly declining Sun Jian's offer. He felt that the information he had transmitted was merely superficial, lacking significant substance. Relying on his team of 8 researchers, he was confident they could bring his vision to fruition. Sun Jian contemplated Zhou Mo's words for a moment, recognizing their validity. Very well. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Subsequently, Zhou Mo gathered the research staff for a brief meeting. Upon entering the conference room, he found them animatedly discussing matters pertaining to new energy vehicle technology. As soon as they noticed Zhou Mo, they promptly took their seats, their chatter ceasing as they turned to him with eager anticipation. Pleased with their demeanor, Zhou Mo smiled and nodded, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Clearly, the system's assertions were accurate. This group exhibited a heightened level of loyalty. It appeared that the volume of transmitted information had a significant impact on their fidelity. Given their current trust in him, Zhou Mo decided to be forthright and instructed them to commence the research and development of new energy vehicles. Our company will continue its focus on the development of new energy vehicles, as Mr. Sun is in the process of restructuring the company. I hope that we can produce the first test vehicle before that is complete. Rest assured, we will accomplish our task. The researchers responded enthusiastically. I feel particularly inspired right now. To delay our research would be a waste of time. I have clarity of thought and direction. Among the researchers, Liu Su, the most senior and capable, was tasked with coordinating the R&D efforts. If you require anything, feel free to reach out to me, Zhou Mo instructed. Liu Su, filled with excitement, looked up at Zhou Mo. You can count on me, Mr. Zhou. I will not let you down. Liu Su, kneading feet, had dedicated many years to the company, and his gratitude for not having been dismissed due to his age was profound. Eager to contribute to the company's success, he was motivated. Consequently, Shanghai Technology accelerated its recruitment efforts while simultaneously hastening the R&D of new energy vehicles. Due to the company's limited resources, Zhou Mo opted to focus on developing a Lao Tu Lu, a vehicle not yet seen in this world. The production of such a vehicle by Shanghai Technology would undoubtedly lead to significant sales. Furthermore, the manufacturing process was simpler than that of traditional vehicles, allowing for quicker production, perfectly suited for the company at this stage. The Lao Tu Lu would be affordable, requiring neither a driver's license nor registration, thus simplifying sales. With its substantial market potential and user-friendly design, it was a fitting venture for Shanghai Technology, which had only $1.2 billion in capital. After the system transmitted the necessary technology data, the researchers promptly immersed themselves in the development process. Rising to the occasion, they soon produced the first test version of the Lao Tu Lu. Chapter 6, the first live stream and endurance test. Mr. Zhou, this is our developed Lao Tu Lu. We await your naming, Liu Su announced, guiding Zhou Mo and Sun Jian through a tour of the latest creation. Zhou Mo surveyed the compact, square vehicle before him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It resembled the Lao Tu Lu he had seen in his previous life. The vehicle measured approximately 3 meters in length, 1.5 meters in width, and 1.7 meters in height, featuring 4 seats and a maximum speed of 60 km/h. This configuration was among the best for a Lao Tu Lu. Powered by Shanghai Technology's latest lithium battery, it boasted a maximum electric range of 200 kilometers. Even accounting for potential limitations, this range was more than adequate for the average person's daily commuting needs. It looks promising. Let's conduct a road test to evaluate its performance. As for the name, let me ponder that. Zhou Mo instructed as Liu Su and the team prepared the vehicle. As they set up for the road test, Zhou Mo discussed additional matters with Sun Jian. Uncle Sun, let's live stream the road test. This vehicle currently lacks recognition, and our company doesn't have established sales channels, making initial sales challenging. A live stream could serve to promote the Lao Tu Lu while showcasing its performance to the audience. Zhou Mo shared his thoughts with Sun Jian. This decision stemmed from Zhou Mo's recent in-depth study of the internet, where he discovered that no company had yet utilized live streaming to sell vehicles. The electric vehicle sector had advanced at a pace comparable to that of his previous life, yet the short video industry had surged ahead, presenting a unique opportunity for him. With no competitors or benchmarks in sight, this was the perfect moment for Zhou Mo to seize the opportunity. Zhou Mo, is that truly feasible? Setting aside the viewer count, what if issues arise during the live stream? Sun Jian expressed his concerns, despite his unfamiliarity with the concept of live streaming. He understood that tests often encounter problems, with all flaws laid bare for consumers to scrutinize. Viewers might scrutinize the vehicle as if engaged in a game of spot the difference. Zhou Mo shook his head and patiently explained. Our vehicle is affordably priced. Anyone in urban areas seeking transportation can likely afford it. With no direct competitors and our Lao Tu Lu exhibiting exceptional quality, we have no reason to fear scrutiny. Drawing from his experiences in the world of the internet, Zhou Mo understood that even negative attention could be beneficial. A vehicle that faced criticism was far better than one that went unnoticed. The more vehement the criticism, the greater the sales figures. Sun Jian, observing Zhou Mo's unwavering stance, refrained from further opposition. Zhou Mo, let's proceed as you suggested. We should prepare in advance to avert any complications later on. Zhou Mo had no objections, as he too hoped for the success of this live broadcast. Subsequently, Zhou Mo and Sun Jian conducted a comprehensive inspection of the Old Man Lu test vehicle. They meticulously followed up on the installation and adjustment of various equipment, ensuring that both the testing apparatus and the devices necessary for the live broadcast were in optimal condition. Their goal was to eliminate any potential issues during the live stream while achieving the best possible broadcast quality. After considerable effort, they finally completed the installation and adjustments. Zhou Mo then activated his phone to stream via the official Shanghai Technology account, testing the broadcast's effectiveness. The image was remarkably clear, with the livestream interface split into 3 sections, allowing viewers to observe the status and data of the old man distinctly. Below the livestream, it read, "Challenge. Electric vehicle range exceeds 2,000 kilometers without charging. It's ready now, Uncle Sun. You can take the wheel, and Lu Su can sit in the back," Zhou Mo declared as he hopped into the vehicle. Lu Su glanced at Sun Jian, silently inquiring if he was capable of driving. Sun Jian shot him a sidelong glance and nodded slightly. Driving the old man Lu was quite straightforward and posed no challenge for Sun Jian. Zhou Mo settled into the passenger seat. Accommodating 3 individuals in the old man Lu was commendable. Any additional occupants would detrimentally impact the vehicle's range. Lu Su, once the livestream commences, intermittently send a few gifts and distribute some red envelopes to boost the livestream's engagement, Zhou Mo reminded him, concerned that Lu Su might be unsure of how to operate the features. Lu Su, after a brief tutorial, successfully initiated the livestream, sending several gifts while also distributing red envelopes, encouraging viewers to follow their official Shanghai Technology account for a chance to claim them. At that moment, the official Shanghai Technology account had fewer than 10 followers, all of whom were company personnel, perhaps due to the allure of gifts and red envelopes. Several users promptly entered the livestream. Sun Jian drove steadily along the road, planning to navigate through the city. Livestream host, are you broadcasting from a car? What are you doing? Zhou Mo noticed viewers entering the livestream with inquiries, and his role as the co-host became crucial. Clearing his throat, he greeted, "Good afternoon, everyone. We are from Shanghai Technology. This vehicle is our latest development, currently undergoing range testing." Sun Jian maintained a leisurely pace, focused on driving. "What kind of company is Shanghai Technology? I've never heard of it. This is my first time hearing about it. A car manufacturer? Can any company make cars nowadays?" Zhou Mo's remarks prompted a flurry of sarcastic comments in the livestream, which Sun Jian, engrossed in driving, remained oblivious to. However, Lu Su, seated in the back, wore a troubled expression upon witnessing the exchanges. Undeterred, Zhou Mo continued to address the livestream camera, patiently elaborating, "Please, let us not be overly agitated. Allow me to present the various specifications of this vehicle." Intent on sidestepping the more contentious topics, Zhou Mo confidently stated, "First and foremost, this vehicle can travel 200 kilometers without the need for refueling." Laughter erupted in the comments. "Host, how can a vehicle operate without fuel? Are you joking? Wait, I have heard of electric vehicles that don't require fuel. Is this vehicle an electric one?" Though skepticism lingered, some viewers were already familiar with electric cars. Zhu Montauk nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this vehicle is electric, requiring only 15 yuan to fully charge, which allows for a range of 200 kilometers, ideal for daily commutes. It's perfect for errands like grocery shopping or picking up children. The vehicle also offers ample space, comfortably seating 4 individuals without feeling cramped." As Zhou Mo spoke, the number of viewers in the live stream steadily increased, many of whom were witnessing such a broadcast for the first time. Without Zhou Mo needing to explain, others in the comments began to provide context. Is the range truly that high? The cost seems remarkably low. It's far more economical than refueling. If it's genuine, I'd love to purchase one. Really? Host, surely this vehicle isn't cheap? What is the price of this vehicle? As Zhou Mo concluded his introduction, a flurry of comments from eager potential buyers erupted. However, Zhou Mo had no intention of disclosing the price just yet. He preferred to keep them in suspense. As more viewers flocked to the live stream, the audience swelled from a mere handful to over 1,000. Chapter 7. The Livestream Test. Unbelievable. Zhou Mo, with a resigned gesture, remarked, "The pricing of the vehicle is yet to be determined by the company. I'm unaware at this moment. Nevertheless, as I previously mentioned, the price will certainly be quite reasonable." Host, you wouldn't deceive us, would you? Is it really capable of 200 kilometers? While some viewers were captivated by Zhou Mo's presentation, the majority remained rational, understanding that no vehicle is inexpensive by any means. A segment of the audience was particularly focused on the vehicle's range. If the claim of 200 kilometers was accurate, it would suffice for regular commuting. Zhou Mo, aware of their thoughts, responded, "After all, this is a test. Today, we will drive this vehicle until it runs out of power. At that point, you will naturally discern its performance." Zhou Mo aimed to keep viewers engaged in the live stream, fostering excitement and drawing in more participants. Lu Su, seated in the back, intermittently sent gifts and red envelopes to maintain viewer interest. With the influx of gifts combined with Zhou Mo's commentary, the livestream audience rapidly surged to over 10,000. The number of viewers has surpassed 10,000. Let us celebrate by sending out a 10,000 yuan red envelope. Zhou Mo exclaimed jubilantly, conveying the news to both the viewers and Lu Su in the back. Upon receiving the cue, Lu Su immediately dispatched a 10,000 yuan red envelope. The host is generous. I support the host. I'm here not just for the red envelope. I genuinely want to see if this vehicle can truly achieve such an impressive range. Zhou Mo chuckled at the comments, finding this group of netizens rather amusing. Time flew by as Sun Jian remained focused on driving, having already been on the road for nearly 2 hours. Zhou Mo pointed at the screen, announcing, "Take a look here. This screen displays the vehicle's performance over the past 2 hours. We have traveled for nearly 2 hours at an average speed of 52 km/h, covering a total distance of 100 kilometers. The battery still shows a charge of 43%. Let us see how far we can go from here. According to your claims, this vehicle can't possibly reach 200 kilometers. Exactly. Aren't you just misleading the honest people? I told you this vehicle was inadequate. I don't understand why so many people are watching." Zhou Mo's declaration prompted skepticism from those unfamiliar with electric vehicles. This was to be expected. Generally speaking, electric cars experience additional energy loss, and the stated range is typically under ideal conditions. Not only does Zhou Mo introduce himself, but the audience in the live stream also assists him in disseminating knowledge. The host is correct. The actual range of electric vehicles typically only reaches about 75 to 85 of the advertised range. Indeed, this vehicle accommodates 3 passengers, and given its current range, it is quite commendable. As it stands, the host's vehicle demonstrates exceptional endurance. Even if it doesn't quite reach 200 kilometers, it is still quite close. Among the tens of thousands of viewers, some are indeed aware of the specifics. Host, your car's battery must be impressive as well. Which company manufactures it? Indeed, have battery performances reached such extraordinary heights? I had not heard of this before. I am certain that no battery currently available on the market can match the prowess of this particular company. Zhou Mo smiled faintly, a hint of pride in his demeanor. The battery for this car was developed by our company, and furthermore, all the technology within this vehicle is proprietary to us. If anyone wishes to learn about our company's history, please follow this account, as we will produce a video detailing it in the future. Although the company has been sold, the research and development department has been retained. Establishing a reputation as a company willing to invest in R&D is undeniably essential. After hearing Zhou Mo's words, the follower count for the video account skyrocketed, swiftly surpassing 100,000. Gaining such traction in just 3 hours is indeed remarkable. Who would have thought that Shanghai technology possessed such strength? Host, I apologize for raising my voice a bit. Amidst the fervent discussions, the final journey concluded rather quickly. Sun Jian parked the car by the roadside, and Zhou Mo began his summary. As you can see, the car currently has just 1 battery remaining. The screen indicates we have traveled a total of 185 kilometers at an average speed of 51 kilometers per hour. I wonder how satisfied everyone is with this range test. Extremely satisfied. I never expected this car to have such an impressive range. Indeed, with a range of 180 kilometers, commuting to and from work is utterly feasible. This car is truly remarkable. I roughly calculated that owning this vehicle for a year could save me over 10,000. If this car hits the market, I will be the first to purchase one for commuting. Host, I hope this model can be released soon, if the price is right. I intend to buy one for my father and another for my wife. I will keep a close eye on your updates, hoping for an early launch. Thank you all for your support. Please follow this account, and we will promptly inform you of any new developments. With that, Zhou Mo ended the live stream. In the final moments, he noticed that the viewership had reached 200,000. Zhou Mo, I never anticipated this live stream would yield such remarkable results. After parking the car, Sun Jian was also aware of the situation in the live stream. He had been keeping an eye on the viewing statistics. Uncle Sun, we should utilize this live stream model for selling cars more often. It can effectively drive sales. Moving forward, we must commence mass production of the vehicle to seize market opportunities. Zhou Mo is not keen on allowing other companies to exploit any gaps. Lu Su, what is the cost of this car? Zhou Mo suddenly recalled that someone had inquired about the vehicle's price during the live stream. Mr. Zhou, this car's battery is of the highest quality, hence its relatively higher price. The cost price is approximately 8,000 yuan. Lu Su responded cautiously, wondering if this cost was indeed reasonable. What? 8,000? Is it really that inexpensive? Zhou Mo was astonished, and Lu Su was equally taken aback by Zhou Mo's surprise. Indeed, the structure of this vehicle is quite simple. It consists of 4 wheels, a chassis, a seat, along with the shell and battery. Once sales pick up, we can further reduce the production cost. Upon hearing Lu Su's words, Zhou Mo suddenly had an idea. No wonder so many companies in the past pursued the old man's joy model. It is incredibly lucrative. It seems necessary to meticulously plan for this vehicle. After Zhou Mo concluded the live stream, he remained unaware that the video featuring the range test had gone viral online. With a range of 200 kilometers, a suitable size, and merely requiring charging to operate, this vehicle gained immense popularity on the internet. Chapter 8. Sustaining the Momentum. Live streaming to give away cars. Following the completion of the test, Zhou Mo devised new strategies for the company's future development. He named this vehicle the 2 Lu generation electric car, abbreviated as 21 Sierra Leone. He refrained from publicly referring to it as Old Man's Joy. Zhou Mo aspired for this car to become a national model, free from the constraints of its name. The designation Old Man's Joy is rather unappealing and could potentially impact the vehicle's market positioning. Simultaneously, in order to cater to a broader audience, the range of the 21 Sierra Leone was redefined into 3 categories: 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, and 300 kilometers. The 21 Sierra Leone with a 100-kilometer range is priced at 12,999 yuan, yielding a profit margin of nearly 6,000 yuan per vehicle based on current costs. The 200-kilometer variant, equipped with slightly higher specifications, is priced at 19,999 yuan, providing a pure profit of 12,000 yuan per vehicle. Lastly, the 300-kilometer version is offered at 29,999 yuan, with a pure profit of 20,000 yuan. Given that the entire vehicle is manufactured by Shanghai Technology itself, with minimal investment in R&D, the production costs are significantly lower. Moving forward, Shanghai Technology needs to establish production lines for these 3 configurations. Once the first complete vehicle rolls off the assembly line, it will signify that the 21 Sierra Leone can commence large-scale sales. During the construction of the production line, Zhou Mo remained industrious. He prioritized fulfilling his commitment from the live stream to create promotional videos. Zhou Mo promptly arranged for the filming of a promotional video for Shanghai Technology, aimed at showcasing the company's evolution. The video's focus was to highlight that Shanghai Technology is a firm that values research and development to the extent of facing bankruptcy in pursuit of innovation. These facts require no embellishment from Zhou Mo. They are part of the company's genuine history. Upon its release, the video garnered sympathy and approval from netizens. I had no idea such companies existed in our country, willing to go bankrupt for the sake of R&D. It was evident that the former chairman possessed great foresight. Otherwise, Shanghai Technology would not have achieved such rapid advancements in vehicle development. I do not share that perspective. I believe the previous company hindered the R&D department. Otherwise, why was the development completed so swiftly after the company was sold? At all times, there will be both affirmation and skepticism. In fact, I have studied this vehicle closely, and its technological complexity is rather low. Only the battery technology is somewhat advanced. I think the original owner of the company was rather foolish. Even when the company was struggling, they invested all their resources into R&D. Was that not a foolish endeavor? It's just an electric vehicle. It's similar to the 4-wheel drive cars I played with as a child. What is the difference? Ha ha ha. That's a vivid description. There is hardly any technological sophistication. Zhou Mo paid little attention to the discussions in the comment section. The more heated the debates among netizens, the more the 2 Lu One's recognition would grow. To maintain the momentum, Zhou Mo released several videos regarding the 21 Sierra Leone every other day. Sometimes, these videos showcased the car's exterior, performance, and specifications. Other times, he revealed the pricing. When Zhou Mo disclosed the vehicle's prices, it sparked a considerable uproar. No way. It's that affordable? The cheapest is only 12,999, and the most expensive is just 29,999? This can't be real, can it? Is the quality of the car guaranteed? At a staggering price of 12,999, what more could one possibly desire? Should this vehicle meet its untimely demise, I would still proclaim its worth. Most importantly, this car fulfills my desire to drive without a license, without registration, and without insurance. I yearn for the most premium model available. When will this magnificent vehicle be released? I find myself on the edge of anticipation. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I sense that the nightmare for fuel vehicles is upon us. After a period of operation, the follower count on the Shanghai Technology account has soared to over 1 million. Seizing the opportune moment over the weekend, I made an appearance in the latest video. Standing in the center of a grand hall, a first-generation patrol parked behind me. I greeted the audience with a casual wave. Hello, everyone. I'm Zhou Mo, the CEO of Shanghai Technology. I sincerely appreciate your support over this time. After introducing myself, I bowed to the screen. Today, we have joyously surpassed 1 million followers. As a token of gratitude, I have decided to give away 21st generation patrols through a lottery in this live stream, exclusively for our supportive fans. From this moment onward, for every additional million followers we gain, I shall give away an extra 10 patrols, and this promise remains valid until my next live session. I welcome all interested friends to participate. I will be sharing daily videos to update you on our car manufacturing progress. Finally, thank you all for your unwavering support. Zhou Mo spoke with genuine sincerity, and his attractive appearance lent him an air of persuasion and relatability. Upon the release of this video, it ignited a wildfire of excitement across short video platforms. Wow, is this really happening? I've never heard of a company giving away cars during a live stream. Is it genuine or merely a hoax? With a price tag like that, there would be no need for deception. Otherwise, the internet would surely condemn them. The vehicle itself may not be exorbitantly priced, but it is undoubtedly impressive. What more could one desire when it's free? Mr. Zhou, I follow you not for the cars, but for your looks. Mr. Zhou, I wish you a happy new year in advance. But there are still 6 months until the new year. Isn't that a bit premature? As others say, I wish Mr. Zhou a happy new year in advance. Attracted by looks, captivated by talent, loyal to character. Mr. Zhou, I stand by you. Since Zhou Mo's live stream some time ago, Sun Jian has dedicated himself to studying the short video and live streaming industry. Now, whenever he finds a moment, he scrolls through videos on his phone. Naturally, most of his viewing occurs in the comment section of Shanghai Technology's official account. With excitement, Sun Jian dashed to Zhou Mo's office, praising, Zhou Mo, your strategy is truly remarkable. Our follower count is skyrocketing, and the patrol is gaining fame in an instant. Ha! Uncle Sun, this is just the beginning. In due time, our follower count will be even more spectacular. Zhou Mo replied, though the current follower count had only just reached 6 million. Even if he were to give away 70 cars, that would merely amount to 1 million, still far from his foundational goal of 10 million followers. Upon hearing Zhou Mo's ambitions, Sun Jian sighed in resignation, pondering whether it was Zhou Mo's lofty aspirations or his own inability to keep pace with the times. Uncle Sun, you must have other matters to discuss today. Indeed, many dealers have recently reached out, expressing their desire to assist us in selling the first-generation patrol. I came to inquire about your thoughts. Sun Jian's expression shifted as he began to address the matter at hand. Zhou Mo tilted his head, instantly surmising that these dealers had seen the company's released short videos. However, this could prove beneficial, as it would alleviate their burdens. Uncle Sun, please engage in discussions with them. If the pricing is agreeable, we can entrust a portion of our first-generation patrols to them. Zhou Mo intended to primarily utilize online channels for sales. With only 3 models of the first-generation patrol, differentiated chiefly by their range, the similar appearance would allow dealers to quickly seize market share. Upon the dealer's realization of Shanghai Technology's potential, other companies also began to take note of the first-generation patrol. Chapter 9, Production Line Established, Official Production Begins. In a downtown office building in Jiangcheng, Old Lu sat in his office, scrolling through videos on his phone. In a world without you. Oh, I hear the fleeting years carried away by the wind. The inventor of short videos is truly a genius. The young women featured in the videos were not only beautiful, but alluring, far surpassing the appearance of his own spouse. Typically, he refrained from openly watching short videos at home, as his viewing habits would lead to a barrage of dancing videos featuring attractive women. Each time his wife discovered him, he would face her scorn, leaving him with little choice but to indulge during his idle moments at work. Zhou Mo? Old Lu suddenly stumbled upon a video featuring Zhou Mo, instantly straightening in his seat. The first-generation patrol has a maximum range of 300 kilometers, and it doesn't even require refueling? Could it be that he has indeed succeeded in developing a new energy-electric vehicle? After absorbing the video's content, Old Lu found himself puzzled. A glance at the likes, comments, and shares revealed a staggering count of several million. He then clicked on the Shanghai Technology account icon to check the follower count. Goodness, over 10 million followers? When did Shanghai Technology become such a sensation on short video platforms? Was this company just recently established? After conducting some research, Old Lu unraveled the entire situation. Clenching his fists, he reflected, Zhou Mo is riding a wave of fortune. This is the rhythm of striking it rich. No way. If Zhou Mo is getting rich, I must have my share. I will reclaim what is rightfully mine. Upon further reflection, he recalled that Shanghai Technology was formed from the former research and development department. Therefore, he believed he deserved a stake, or at the very least, to acquire shares. Hello, Old Wang. Here, the situation. Old Chen, great news. We have the opportunity to profit once more. After coordinating with Old Wang and Old Chen, Old Lu hung up the phone. He placed his device on the desk, letting out a scoff. Humph. That little brat. Making money without even informing us. If there's no share for us, he can forget about making it peacefully. Zhou Mo. The three former shareholders have arrived and are causing a commotion at the company. Sun Jian informed Zhou Mo as he entered the office. A commotion? What do they mean by that? Zhou Montak inquired, placing the documents aside and looking at Sun Jian with curiosity. They believe they have a claim to a portion of Shanghai Technology, and they are demanding their shares. Upon Sun Jian's explanation, Zhou Mo understood. It turned out they regretted their earlier decision not to pursue the research department and had returned to renegotiate. We had a prior agreement, and I specifically required them to sign a contract to prevent such situations from arising. We should expel them. We operate according to the contract, and we must uphold our contractual spirit. Sun Jian nodded with a smile and proceeded to handle the matter. Descending to the ground floor, Sun Jian found Old Sun, Old Wang, and Old Chen still waiting at the reception. Upon finally seeing him, they quickly approached. Old Lu was the first to speak, attempting to appeal to emotions. Old Sun, is this how you treat us? After all, we were once part of the same company. Old Chen chimed in from behind. Indeed, it's not just a matter of Buddhist compassion, but also of human sentiment. After all, we've worked together for so many years. How could there be no affection at all? Sun Jian, however, did not deign to glance at them, his eyes betraying a scornful glint as he listened to their words. Yet he remained silent. Noticing Sun Jian's reticence, Old Wang could no longer contain himself. This company has always belonged to a part of us. We are merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to us. Indeed, General Wu did grant us the research and development department, and not just for the weekend. Old Chen echoed his sentiment. Sun Jian gazed at the three individuals before him, their shamelessness eliciting a bemused laughter. Do not engage in such absurdity. We are law-abiding citizens, and everything must adhere to the law. If you're dissatisfied, you are welcome to sue us. Security, please escort these individuals out. Without further ado, Sun Jian directed several security personnel to remove Old Lu and his companions from the company premises. President Zhou has decreed that these individuals are not to set foot inside the company again. He prefers tranquility. As Old Lu and his companions were ushered out, Sun Jian reiterated his point. The security guards exchanged glances. Rest assured, Mr. Sun, we will ensure that these individuals do not pass through the company gates again. Old Wang erupted in anger. Old Sun, you scoundrel, how could you turn your back on us like this? We have never wronged you, have we? How did it come to this? Old Lu, bewildered, asked, what should we do now? Old Chen sighed, acknowledging the difficulty of reclaiming their funds, then turned to Old Lu. They were acutely aware that the contract they had signed bore legal weight. Their visit was merely an attempt at fortune. The tactics that had previously proven effective were now futile. A glimmer of inspiration flickered in Old Lu's eyes as he devised a plan. Since you refuse to share the money with me, I shall ensure you do not find peace either. Come, let's go somewhere. Old Lu declared, striding purposefully outside. Old Wang and Old Chen exchanged puzzled glances before casting a final look at the Starseed Technology building. Let us go. Let us see what Old Lu has in mind. Just as Sun Jian departed, Lu Su excitedly sought out Zhou Mo. President Zhou. Our production line for the Tulu has been successfully established. The first Tulu electric vehicle is about to roll off the assembly line. We hope you can witness this moment. Zhou Mo, brimming with excitement, rose from his seat, having awaited this day for an extended period. The production line was finally ready. That is splendid. Let us head over right now. Oh, and don't forget to bring Sun Jian along with us, Zhou Mo added, recalling something. As Zhou Mo briskly exited the office, Lu Su felt elated and hurried to follow him. On the way, Lu Su also notified Sun Jian, ensuring that by the time Sun Jian arrived at the factory, everything would be nearly prepared. Zhou Mo nodded at Sun Jian and turned to Lu Su. Lu Su, please introduce us to the setup. Certainly, President Zhou. This is the complete production line for the first generation of Tulu. Lu Su began to elucidate the composition of the assembly line, which consisted of 5 primary components: stamping, welding, painting, assembly, and inspection. He then guided Zhou Mo and Sun Jian to the stamping section. This area houses the stamping production line, equipped with punch presses, shears, and CNC bending machines. Here, we cut the procured steel plates and other metal materials to appropriate dimensions using the shears. The punch presses then form the various components of the vehicle's body, such as the outer shell and chassis parts. The CNC bending machine precisely bends components that require curvature. Lu Su provided a meticulous explanation, ensuring clarity on every aspect. Although Zhou Mo had some prior knowledge of the industry, this was his first experience observing the process up close. Chapter 10. The Birth of a Marvelous Vehicle, Astonishing All. Following this, Lu Su explained the 4 remaining sections: welding, painting, assembly, and inspection, granting Zhou Mo a comprehensive understanding of the production process for the first generation of Tulu. Observing the brand-new production line before him, Zhou Mo felt immense satisfaction. Once these lines commenced operation, they would generate a continuous stream of revenue. The mere thought of it filled him with excitement. Akin to having a money-printing machine, sleep eluded him. Let us commence production immediately. Upon hearing Zhou Mo's command, Lu Su promptly directed the initiation of the production line. Thanks to prior preparations, all materials and components were ready, and the first vehicle was completed in under 5 hours, officially rolling off the assembly line. During this time, Zhou Mo arranged for the short video operations department to document the entire process. Indeed, this short video operations department was a newly established division under Zhou Mo, dedicated solely to managing content on short video platforms. The completion of the Tulu production line and the official launch of the first vehicle marked a momentous occasion worthy of short video. Zhou Mo observed the first generation of Tulu before him. It looked markedly more appealing than the initial test vehicle. Who wishes to be the first to try this car? Its inaugural drive belongs to him, Zhou Mo proclaimed, prompting laughter from the assembly. President Zhou, I would like to give it a try. Lu Su eagerly raised his hand. Having overseen the Tulu project from the beginning, his contributions were well recognized by everyone present. Zhou Mo surveyed the other attendees, who expressed no objections. Very well, Lu Su. You may test it. Gao Yi, ensure the camera follows. Zhou Mo readily acquiesced, addressing Gao Yi, the head of the short video operations department. With palpable excitement, Lu Su settled into the driver's seat. Gao Yi coordinated to have someone sit alongside him, preparing the camera to capture footage for future content. Before long, Lu Su returned after taking the car for a spin. President Zhou, this vehicle is easy to drive and quite enjoyable. It feels reminiscent of a childhood toy car. Lu Su parked the car, exited, and enthusiastically recounted his experience. Ha ha ha, toy car? That is a first for me. Zhou Mo found it amusing and joined in the laughter. The others present were eager to try as well, having never driven an electric vehicle before. Moreover, the compact size of the car sparked their curiosity about what it felt like to drive. After all, they were all technically inclined individuals who had played with toy cars in their youth. Hearing Lu Su liken the small car to a toy only intensified their interest. Everyone who wished to test the car took their turn, and the poor Tulu faced relentless scrutiny from dozens of grown men. After a round of testing, they collectively recognized that this vehicle was indeed unlike ordinary gasoline cars. Although it was priced at a mere 15,000 yuan, its acceleration on the road was impressively swift, offering a delightful pushback sensation. They were left pondering how Zhou Mo had conceived such a brilliant design. A true genius. All right, it's getting late. Let us all head home and rest. Gao Yi, remember to finalize the video. Zhou Mo glanced at the time. It was nearly 8 o'clock, prompting him to send everyone home early. Rest assured, tonight I will complete the video, Gao Yi vowed, seemingly determined to finish the editing before taking a break. Zhou Mo waved dismissively. No need to rush. Take a good rest tonight. We have several important live broadcasts coming up, so ensure you recharge well. Ultimately, during the weekend, I found myself unable to resist Gao Yi's insistence and could only advise him to finish his work promptly and then take a rest, treating this period of work as overtime eligible for compensation. The following day, early in the morning, the video that Gao Yi had edited the previous day was uploaded to the short video platform, Doushou. I had previewed the video over the weekend, and it appeared to be largely without flaws. Once the video was released, it immediately attracted a multitude of netizens who flocked to the comment section. The car has finally entered mass production. I want to know where to place an order. Many were eagerly anticipating the mass production of the first generation Tulu, and now it had finally come to fruition. Zhou, you truly did not deceive us. You report on the car's status daily. Zhou's generosity was lauded, with wishes for him to earn 1 million annually. Zhou, when will you host a live stream to give away cars? I can hardly wait. Zhou's fan count had surged past 15 million. Did this mean he was to give away 160 cars? According to Zhou's previous statements, it indeed appeared to be the case. It was evident that most were drawn to the prospect of Zhou's free cars and had no intention of spending money. Of course, There was also a faction that merely spoke of participating without any real intention of entering the draw. Isn't that a bit excessive? Would this mean Zhou is incurring substantial losses? What losses? Gaining so many followers is already a significant profit. I now questioned whether he would actually give away the cars. Was it necessary to doubt Zhou? After all, 160 cars amount to merely 8 million, which is hardly a dent in Zhou's pocket change. One ought not to speak too soon. These wealthy individuals have myriad reasons for not giving away cars. Debates erupted online about whether Zhou would indeed distribute cars. Meanwhile, Zhou was diligently preparing for the upcoming live broadcast. Now that his follower count had soared to 15 million, failing to fulfill his promise would render him a pariah. A mere word from the crowd could bring him down. Zhou certainly did not wish for his name to be inscribed upon the pillar of shame. He could still afford the millions at stake. While Zhou was occupied, Lao Lu and his companions arrived at the Yulong Group. Mr. Wu, look. This Shanghai Technology is the company Zhou re-established. Lao Lu extended his phone towards Wu Long, but Wu Long did not take it, leaving Lao Lu feeling somewhat awkward. At a subtle nod from Wu Long, the secretary stepped forward to retrieve the phone from Lao Lu. The phone screen displayed a video regarding Shanghai Technology. Wu Long viewed the video while Lao Lu and his companions stood quietly by, waiting. Previously, they had approached Zhou's company hoping to employ some unscrupulous tactics to secure a stake, but Zhou was not easily swayed, leading them to seek out the Yulong Group instead. He distinctly remembered that Shanghai Technology was established based on the original company's research and development department. The former R&D department lacked significant technological prowess. Any research achievements had been transferred to the Yulong Group. Yet, the current strength of Shanghai Technology certainly raised suspicions. It was highly probable that Shanghai Technology had developed something noteworthy without reporting it to the Yulong Group, or perhaps their latest products utilized Yulong Group's patented technologies. The more Lao Lu pondered, the more convinced he became of this theory. Otherwise, how could one explain Shanghai Technology's current accomplishments? If Zhou did not allow them to profit, they would undoubtedly ensure Zhou's discomfort in return. Thus, he hurried to the Yulong Group to find Wu Long. Lao Lu noticed Wu Long frowning deeply after viewing the video, leading him to believe that there was indeed potential in this matter. Chapter 11. The Livestream Car Giveaway. A phenomenal buzz. After finishing the videos, Wu Long raised his gaze to Lao Lu and his companions. However, he did not immediately speak. Instead, he remained in thought. The videos clearly indicated that Shanghai Technology possessed a certain level of capability, not to mention the electric vehicle named Tulu. Even the battery utilized in the car was not something an ordinary company could possess. Although Yulong Group had always been a supplier of automotive parts, they were generally well informed about the various circumstances within the automotive industry. Recently, he had heard of several startups preparing to venture into the new energy vehicle sector, and even some established automobile companies were contemplating entry into this industry. To his knowledge, the most critical components of electric vehicles were the three electric systems: the battery, motor, and electronic control. He recognized the market potential and saw that Yulong Group was also preparing to enter this arena. It was not necessarily about manufacturing cars. Merely entering one of these three sectors would suffice for Yulong Group to remain competitive and not fall behind in future developments. This was precisely why he sought to acquire Zhou's company. Zhou's previous company had invested early in research and development, yielding certain results that indeed placed them ahead of Yulong Group. However, since the acquisition, Yulong Group had yet to release any significant products, let alone tap into the more technologically advanced lithium battery industry. Yet, how could Shanghai Technology possess such remarkable lithium battery technology? Was it merely a stroke of luck or a sudden epiphany? Or had Zhou deliberately withheld some technology during the previous handover, failing to transfer it to their group? Wu Long was uncertain and felt the need for thorough investigation. After contemplating all of this, Wu Long inquired, "Thank you very much for the information you provided. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Lao Lu and his companions straightened up slightly, surprised by Wu Long's sudden politeness. "Mr. Wu, Shanghai Technology must have pilfered Yulong Group's research achievements. Otherwise, how could they possess such formidable strength?" "Indeed, Mr. Wu, Shanghai Technology was only established less than a month ago. It is impossible for them to be this robust." Before Lao Lu could voice his opinion, Lao Wang and Lao Chun hastily attempted to tarnish Zhou's reputation. The last time they visited Shanghai Technology, Zhou had not even emerged to greet them. Regardless, they were of the same generation as Zhou's father and were, in essence, Zhou's elders. Zhou, however, showed them no respect, allowing them to suffer embarrassment at Shanghai Technology. They were bound to retaliate. Lao Lu watched as the two eagerly attempted to smear Zhou's name, covering his face with his hands. Wu Long was no fool. He would not be swayed by their antics. Their actions were far too blatant. Shanghai Technology stood to gain nothing from them. They were merely trying to sell the information to Yulong Group, hoping to create difficulties for Shanghai Technology while also seeking some benefits for themselves. Otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. It was unexpected that these two could not see through this. Had he known, he would not have brought them along. Ha ha ha, Mr. Wu. I find the source of Shanghai Technology's technology to be somewhat dubious. Therefore, we promptly brought this information to you. Wulong shot a glance at Lao Lu. Promptly find me? I suspect it should have been promptly approached Shanghai Technology for benefits. Yes, they were all crafty old foxes, who could not read one another. Nevertheless, the information they brought was indeed valuable, so he deemed it inappropriate to dismiss them outright. Thank you very much for bringing such crucial information. I appreciate it. Wulong initially expressed gratitude towards the trio, then continued to deliberate. How about this? If your company requires any business assistance in the future, as long as it relates to our group, you may reach out to Secretary Liu. He will provide you with assistance. Secretary Liu was the individual who had just taken Lao Lu's phone. Lao Lu felt elated. This was precisely the assurance he sought. Yulong Group was a substantial enterprise. Even a trivial favor from them would suffice to sustain them. Thank you, Mr. Wu. This is all we ought to do. In the future, I shall rely on Secretary Liu. Old Liu promptly expressed his gratitude, smiling at Secretary Liu, his face a tapestry of wrinkles. Secretary Liu displayed a professional smile, nodding slightly. Subsequently, Old Liu and his companions departed from the Yulong Group. Wulong commanded, "First, ensure this matter is thoroughly investigated. You know how to proceed." Upon hearing the directive, Secretary Liu exited without delay. Wulong rose, gazing at the river outside, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, at Shanghai Technology, preparations for the weekend had reached completion. The live stream for the car giveaway was scheduled for 7 p.m. At this hour, most individuals would have finished their workday, resulting in heightened engagement. Several hundred vehicles were set to be distributed, promising to extend for a considerable duration. The live stream commenced at 7 p.m., allowing for an early conclusion in the evening. Upon Shanghai Technology's announcement of this event on Doushou, it swiftly captivated the entire internet. Many who had been previously unaware received notifications from the Doushou platform, indicating its intention to amplify the car giveaway. At this juncture, the number of followers for Shanghai Technology surged dramatically, surpassing 29 million and swiftly approaching the 30 million mark. Excitement bubbled as individuals anticipated receiving a complimentary vehicle. Is someone upstairs dreaming? Who's causing a ruckus? Waking him up? Those with diabetes should stay away. We can't let them taste the sweetness. As the clock approached 7 p.m., impatience grew among viewers awaiting the live stream as commencement, despite still having 20 minutes to go. I trust President Zhou. With his striking looks, he surely wouldn't deceive us. While netizens eagerly awaited in the live stream room, tensions brewed elsewhere. Within the Yulong Group, Wulong sat at his desk, a mobile phone resting on a stand before him. His expression was grave as he scrutinized the comment section of Shanghai Technology, evidently awaiting the commencement of the live stream. Naturally, other automotive companies were also monitoring the situation. The buzz surrounding the car giveaway was not only reaching netizens, but also captivating automotive corporations unwilling to miss the spectacle. With Shanghai Technology poised to gain nearly 30 million followers at a mere cost of under 10 million renminbi, others would undoubtedly wish to replicate such a marketing strategy. They also noted the cutting-edge lithium batteries utilized in the Lu generation, renowned for their remarkable endurance and minimal battery degradation. Though Shanghai Technology was still nascent and lacked the capacity to manufacture sedans or SUVs immediately, they were confident that a successful launch of the Lu generation would pave their entry into these markets. As the adage goes, know thyself and thy enemy, and you shall win every battle. They too recognized the necessity of early preparation. After a brief wait, the clock finally struck 7 p.m. Zhou Mo appeared on screen as the live stream commenced punctually. Chapter 12. The car giveaway live stream, a phenomenal surge too. Hello everyone, I'm Zhou Mo. Welcome to today's live stream giveaway event. Zhou Mo greeted the audience with a smile, waving at the camera as he introduced himself. In that moment, a flood of viewers rushed into the live stream room. The sudden influx resulted in many experiencing lag on their devices. At Shanghai Technology, Gao Yi attentively monitored the rising viewer count. Before Zhou Mo could complete his opening statement, over 1 million viewers had already joined the live stream. In the blink of an eye, the concurrent viewer count skyrocketed to 2 million, continuing to escalate rapidly. Gao Yi marveled at the figures before him, exclaiming, "Goodness, this is astonishing." He then gave Zhou Mo a thumbs up from his position in front of the camera. Acknowledging Gao Yi's gesture, Zhou Mo nodded slightly, recognizing that the live stream metrics were promising. He continued, "As of now, this account has amassed a follower count of 76 million. To express my gratitude, I will be giving away cars based on our follower count reaching 35 million. Therefore, today, I will be distributing a total of 362 Lu generation vehicles." President Zhou is remarkably generous. It's my first time witnessing such a magnanimous boss. Zhou Mo's actions garnered widespread admiration, though a faction of viewers grew impatient. "President Zhou, when will the cars be given away? Yes, do hurry up. We can hardly contain our excitement." Noticing the barrage of comments, Zhou Mo chose to forego further discussion. "It seems everyone is eager, so let's get started. We will first give away 62 Lu generation vehicles. Those who follow our account can directly claim a fortune bag beneath their avatars. Winners will be contacted by our team." He emphasized to clarify, "You will receive the cars without any payment required. Do not fall for any scams." 3, 2, 1, let the fortune bags go. At Zhou Mo's command, a fortune bag appeared beneath the avatars, containing 62 Lu generation vehicles. The fortune bag would be active for 10 minutes, allowing viewers to participate by commenting. As Zhou Mo released the fortune bag, an increasing number of viewers flooded into the live stream to take part in the giveaway. The concurrent viewer count surged past 4 million. And this was merely the first round, with 5 more rounds to follow. During this 10-minute interval, Zhou Mo remained engaged. While we await the results of the draw, let me introduce you to our production line. After saying this, Zhou Mo approached the 2 Lu generation assembly line, with the camera following closely. Isn't the production line a closely guarded secret? Can it be displayed so openly? Isn't there a risk of other companies gaining insight? What are you worried about? If President Zhou says it's fine to showcase, then surely the technology must be outdated. What a jest. This is currently the most advanced technology available. Automotive companies were glued to their screens, utterly astonished by Zhou Mo's audacity. Inside one company, several individuals engaged in discussion. "Boss, Zhou Mo has truly revealed their production line. There are currently hundreds of thousands watching, and soon billions will tune in. Is he out his mind, or merely foolish? Who knows what he's thinking? Unless he's lost his wits. Forget that. Let us focus and learn from this. Our company may also launch a similar vehicle soon." The boss remained composed, unapologetically appropriating insights. Others exchanged knowing glances, nodding in agreement. After all, it was worth observing. They fixated on the live stream, fearful of missing any detail. Zhou Mo was unperturbed by the prospect of others learning from him. The production line was straightforward, with minimal secrets. The crucial components were all complete products, such as the power batteries sourced from other factories. Zhou Mo, following Lu Su's earlier guidance, provided a brief overview of the 5 main segments: stamping, welding, painting, assembly, and inspection. President Zhou is remarkably astute. He knows the entire production line so intimately. Isn't it normal for a company president to be well-informed? As a boss, he oversees numerous responsibilities. He shouldn't be expected to know every detail. Zhou Mo's presentation instilled even greater confidence in the 2 Lu generation among the viewers. Daring to showcase the production line is the hallmark of a trustworthy enterprise. Should luck not favor me, I would readily purchase a vehicle outright. 10 fleeting minutes passed, and the first batch of 60 first-generation Nissan Patrols was successfully drawn. Observing the lottery results over the weekend, I remarked, "Congratulations to the 60 fortunate winners." To those who were not selected, despair not. The second round of the draw is about to commence. Alas, why was I not among the chosen? Do not lament, for I too entered the live stream first, yet did not win. Have you seen the online count? Just moments ago, there were millions participating simultaneously. Do not lose hope. There are still 300 vehicles remaining. Perhaps fortune will smile upon us. May the heavens bless us with boundless wealth. As the first round concluded, the online viewership surged to 6 million. Gao Yi gazed at the figures on his computer screen, his delight growing with each passing moment. Remarkably, the number of fans had increased by over 1 million in just those 10 minutes. This influx of individuals appeared to have been drawn in after the weekend broadcast commenced. They likely had not encountered weekend videos previously. Many were eager to try their luck, reasoning that following the stream cost them nothing. If fortune favored them with a vehicle, what joy that would bring. Swiftly, the second round of the draw commenced, mirroring the first with 60 available slots. Mine, Almina. I beseech you, grant me a win this time. The barrage of comments flooded in, a cacophony of hopes and desires for victory. During this weekend stream, viewers engaged in lively banter amidst the rapid-fire comments. Among those who had won in the first round, one individual shared their victory news in the group chat. Such fortunate souls, having won a car, would surely revel in their triumph. Ha ha ha, I am feeling exceptionally lucky today. I won a little electric car. Image of the prize. Congratulations. Is this for real? How much does that car cost? Where did you win it? Envy consumed many as they expressed their astonishment. Why does luck elude me? Numerous congratulations poured forth, and a crowd clamored to know where the lottery was being conducted. It's South taking place in the Shanghai Technology livestream. They're still drawing. Just search for Shanghai Technology on Dousho to find it. The second round is underway, with 60 cars up for grabs. The fortunate viewer generously divulged the drawing's location. Upon receiving this news, everyone hurriedly opened Dousho, eager to try their fortune. In Chapter 13, the live stream giveaway garnered astonishing popularity. At that moment, a man hastily retrieved his phone and dialed his wife's number. Hello, dear. Quickly search for Shanghai Technology on Dousho. What is going on? Has something happened? Shanghai Technology is live streaming a lottery. Do you know what they are giving away? A car. The woman, somewhat skeptical, pondered if her husband had fallen prey to a scam. Surely not. How could anyone just give away a car? It's true. I saw someone win in the group. I participated too, but the results aren't out yet. You should try as well. There's less than 5 minutes left. He urged, believing their chances of winning would double if they both entered. If either of them won, he would have the opportunity to boast about it. After hanging up, the woman frowned at the now silent phone. Fine, I'll check it out. Reluctantly, she followed her husband's suggestion, albeit with some doubt, and opened Dousho, searching for Shanghai Technology. The first live stream she encountered was indeed from the weekend. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The stream was genuinely giving away cars. However, the number of viewers was staggering. She attempted to join several times, only to be met with network errors, unable to access the live stream. At that moment, she began to believe that the car giveaway might indeed be authentic. Ultimately, through her persistent efforts and repeated screen taps, she managed to enter the live stream. Glancing at the upper left corner, she noticed the lucky bag would conclude in 3 minutes. After several network errors, she finally caught the tail end of the lucky bag draw. Shortly after she participated, the results were announced. The screen flashed with a notification. Congratulations on winning the lucky bag. Below was an image of a first-generation Nissan Patrol electric vehicle. The woman inhaled deeply, astonished at how easily she had won. When did my luck become so fortuitous? To ensure she had not misread, she scrutinized the screen once more. Indeed, she had won. Hello, dear. Oh, please don't call me right now. I didn't win the last round. The new lottery is about to begin. Her husband replied impatiently. No, I've won. I just won. What? You won? Her husband's astonished voice reverberated through the phone, nearly deafening her. It's true. I'll send you proof. All right, send me the screenshot. At that moment, at Dousho's headquarters, the head of the operations department, Shi Jianshu, approached Chairman Zhang Lidong. Chairman, do we need to assist Weekend in driving traffic? The viewership has surpassed 7 million. We are on the verge of breaking records. Shi Jianshu pondered aloud, unable to grasp the situation. Their operations department was the most lucrative within Dousho. Everyone seeking to gain traction on Dousho had to invest in traffic, with each view commanding a price. He felt a tinge of unfairness. Why should others thrive by spending money on traffic while Weekend achieves success without expenditure? Moreover, Weekend had created such a significant stir without prior notice to their platform, showing them no consideration whatsoever. Thankfully, their chairman was magnanimous, refraining from holding grudges against individuals like Weekend. Had it been him, he would have promptly shut down Weekend's live stream. Indeed, Weekend had not spent a single cent during this period. The most he had done was offer a few red envelopes during the stream to attract some traffic. The surge in followers for Shanghai Technology was partially due to Dousho's back-end support. Weekend was expected to invest a portion of money to buy traffic, as he intended to sell products, albeit electric vehicles. However, Weekend had painted a grand picture that enticed many, resulting in minimal expenditure on his part, while Dousho's back-end actively assisted him. Ultimately, both parties benefited from this arrangement, a win-win scenario. Weekend gained followers, while Dousho enjoyed increased engagement and popularity. Upon hearing Shi Jianshu's grievances, Zhang Lidong looked up and clarified, Weekend's marketing strategy is mutually advantageous. You need not feel any resentment. After explaining, he returned to his work. Noticing that Shi Jianshu had not yet left, he sighed. The young man before him was not yet 30. His rise to the head of Dousho's operations department was not due to his capabilities, but rather his unique connections. Dousho comprised 3 primary departments: the technology department, the operations department, and the content review department. As the name suggests, the technology department required formidable technical prowess, which Shi Jianshu lacked. He had originally intended to place him in the content review department. However, following a recent controversy that had thrust Dousho into the spotlight, The review department had tightened its protocols. Ultimately, there was no alternative but to assign him to the operations department. This department held greater significance within the company, and any minor disruptions would likely remain internal affairs, causing little concern. Zhang Lidong fixed his gaze upon Shi Jianshu, his tone grave as he inquired, "What do you intend to do? Although I am the chairman of Doshou, I am still under the overarching authority of the entire group. Doshou represents but one facet of their conglomerate, albeit the most successful, yet it remains subject to the oversight of others." Shi Jianshu was not a fool. He understood that Zhang Lidong was leveraging the group's influence to caution him against pursuing any other course of action. "It's nothing. I shall comply with the company's directives and assist Zhou Mo in executing this live broadcast effectively." With no other recourse, Shi Jianshu could only yield. Observing Shi Jianshu's concession, Zhang Lidong's expression softened into a smile. "Very well, you may leave now. I have work to attend to." Shi Jianshu cast a glance at Zhang Lidong, who was engrossed in his paperwork, before stepping out of the office. After Shi Jianshu departed, Zhang Lidong raised his head to glance at his retreating figure, shaking his head in resigned amusement. He simply wished to be a congenial figure, avoiding offense at all costs. Once outside, Shi Jianshu returned to the operations department and resumed his work as usual, though the thoughts swirling in his mind remained his secret. Time sped by swiftly. At Zhou Mo's end, the lottery had reached its final round. A total of 300 first-generation Tulu electric vehicles had already been distributed, leaving just 60 remaining. Once today's broadcast concluded, the event could be wrapped up. At this moment, the last lucky bag was set to expire in under 3 minutes. Zhou Mo glanced at the screen and announced, "There are less than 3 minutes left for the lucky bag. For those who haven't participated yet, hurry up. This is the final opportunity. Let's win something. My car. Will I miss out this time? I've waited so long without winning even once. Please, grant me one last chance." The countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Let us see who has won the lucky bag. Winners will be contacted by dedicated staff, and all we require is a delivery address. The entire process is free of charge, so please do not fall victim to scams. For those who do not win, fret not. Our Tulu electric vehicles are now in mass production. Click the little fan icon below or visit our official website to place your order anytime. We guarantee free shipping to your doorstep. While waiting for the lucky bag results, Zhou Mo seized the moment to promote an advertisement. The viewer count peaked at this time, yielding unexpectedly impressive results. Chapter 14. Astonishing data, tremendous impact. After the lottery concluded, the number of viewers in the live stream plummeted. Most individuals following the Shanghai Technology account were there solely for the lottery, and with the event over, lingering held little purpose. Noticing this, Zhou Mo stepped away from the camera and exited the live streaming room. The broadcast had commenced at 7 p.m., and the time now read 9:38 p.m. The entire session lasted 2.5 hours, exceeding Zhou Mo's expectations. Throughout this duration, Zhou Mo had been the sole host, though others had remained nearby in support. Zhou Mo first sought out Gao Yi, asking, "How did the live stream perform tonight? It should have yielded favorable results, correct?" Gao Yi's face flushed with excitement, his enthusiasm palpable. "Mr. Zhou, to say it performed well would be an understatement. The impact of this live stream has been phenomenal. Please, take a look at tonight's data." Gao Yi turned his laptop screen towards Zhou Mo. At that moment, Sun Jian and Lu Su joined them, gathering behind Zhou Mo to observe the live stream statistics. Gao Yi elaborated, the peak simultaneous viewership reached a staggering 14 million, with an average of over 8 million viewers. More than 5 billion individuals entered Mr. Zhou's live stream to partake in the lucky bag lottery. All three of these metrics have shattered Doshou's previous records. Zhou Mo nodded inwardly. As long as everything ran smoothly, he was satisfied, indifferent to the notion of breaking records. Lu Su interjected, "Mr. Zhou, the success of this live stream is largely attributed to your efforts. Ha! It is a collective achievement. Thank you all for your hard work tonight. It's getting late, so please tidy up and rest. Additionally, for those present tonight, I will authorize an extra 2-month salary. Others in the company will receive an additional month." Zhou Mo was elated. This would ensure the company's continued growth without immediate financial concerns. Suddenly recalling the team's recent hard work, Zhou Mo contemplated rewarding them. The most fitting gesture, of course, was to distribute bonuses. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. You are truly wise." A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted in the room. Their recent efforts had borne fruit. Not only had the live stream been a resounding success, but they were also rewarded with bonuses. Subsequently, Gao Yi compiled the live stream data and, upon receiving Zhou Mo's approval, posted it directly on Shanghai Technology's account. The team at Shanghai Technology organized their belongings and departed the company to rest. Unbeknownst to them, today's live stream had caused a significant stir across the internet. In the comment section of the published live stream data, many individuals engaged in discussion. It's hard to believe that so many people watched Mr. Zhou's live stream. Did anyone actually win a Tulu electric vehicle? I do like to inquire. Many participants did not win. So is there really anyone who did? I won. Image. You're so lucky, but the number of Tulu electric vehicles is quite limited. I feel like tens of millions participated. The odds of winning are even lower than a lottery. The car isn't expensive. Why not give away more? It's not about the quantity being too low. It's about your greed. Exactly. Not winning just means you were unlucky. Mr. Zhou doesn't owe you anything. If it's not expensive, why not just buy one directly? It's roughly the price of a phone. Exactly. Those who didn't win can easily purchase one, and shipping is free. The individual who had spoken earlier was left speechless by the rebuttal. Yet, discussions in the comments continued unabated. At the Wulong group, Wulong had just finished watching Zhou Mo's entire live stream. How was the investigation progressing? Wulong rubbed his temples, glancing at Secretary Liu. It's been thoroughly investigated. The technology Shanghai Technology is currently employing is indeed what we recently developed. Secretary Liu replied, having consulted both the original R&D team members and personnel from within Shanghai Technology. Wulong frowned, despite being somewhat prepared for this revelation. He still found it hard to accept. He had painstakingly acquired Zhou Mo's father's company, only to have another Zhou Mo emerge unexpectedly. He was quite envious of Shanghai Technology's power battery technology. Do you have any good plans? Secretary Liu organized his thoughts before responding. Shanghai Technology has already commenced taking pre-orders. We could purchase one to dismantle and examine. Upon hearing this, Wulong waved his hand dismissively. Pre-ordering is already too late. Contact those who won. We'll pay extra to buy a vehicle from them. They're likely to receive their electric vehicles first. Secretary Liu nodded and then remarked, I believe we can attempt to engage with Zhou Mo over the weekend regarding the acquisition of his Shanghai Technology and see if he is amenable to the idea. Should he decline, we might resort to leveraging public opinion online to coerce him into submission. How do we manipulate public opinion? Wulong's eyes brightened, suddenly intrigued. This time, Zhou Mo has indeed utilized the internet to catapult Shanghai Technology into the limelight. We could orchestrate a campaign to disseminate information online, alleging that Shanghai Technology has illicitly appropriated our technology. Given the company's relatively short establishment period, how could they possibly achieve research results so swiftly? Why in the past were there no outcomes, yet now there are? Conspiracy theories often possess an air of plausibility, yet many are fervently drawn to such narratives. Although Zhou Mo generously distributed 360 electric vehicles, the majority were left without. Those who missed out are likely to harbor resentment, which we could exploit. Secretary Liu elaborated on his thoughts. Clap, clap, clap. Wulong applauded, exclaiming, this is splendid. I am quite eager to observe how Zhou Mo intends to resolve this matter. It is a prudent strategy. Let us afford him an opportunity first. Please inquire about Zhou Mo's sentiments tomorrow and whether he is inclined to sell Shanghai Technology. Secretary Li bowed in response. Understood, General Manager Wu. At Dapeng Automobile Company, the executives had just finished watching Zhou Mo's live stream. Now that the live stream for Shanghai Technology has concluded, I trust everyone has seen the viewer statistics. What are your thoughts? Su Dapeng in Guit, addressing the executives seated around the conference table. Dapeng Automobile, established only a few years prior, focuses on the new energy market. After several years of effort, they had introduced multiple concept vehicles and were now nearing the final stages of production, preparing to launch their first mass-produced model. Recently, they had observed Shanghai Technology making waves online with the Tuyo electric vehicle, garnering unprecedented attention. Su Dapeng recognized an opportunity to promote Dapeng Automobile by emulating Shanghai Technology's approach to internet marketing. With the live stream concluded, he sought to ascertain whether the executives had any innovative ideas. Chapter 15. Commencement of reservations. Orders surge. Mr. Su. I find Zhou Mo's strategy of gifting cars during the live stream rather ingenious. Once our vehicles are in mass production, might we adopt a similar promotional approach? Zhao Lin, the head of Dapeng Automobile's marketing department, was the first to respond. It was evident to all that Shanghai Technology's live stream had been a resounding success, transforming the once obscure company into a household name. Dapeng Automobile was envious. If they were to replicate Shanghai Technology's marketing strategy, even if the results were not as stellar as the original, they would undoubtedly be satisfactory. allowing Dapeng Automobile to achieve a measure of fame. Zhao, you must be dreaming. How much is a Tuyo electric vehicle worth? And what is the value of our Dapeng automobiles? Can we afford to give them away so casually? Zhang Yifan, the head of the production department, interjected bluntly. The cost of a Dapeng automobile was several $100,000, and he found it preposterous to consider giving them away before they had even sold a single unit. Zhang, please remain calm, Zhao Lin replied, remaining patient as he attempted to explain. Zhang Yifan shot him a glance, eager to hear his reasoning. As the saying goes, one must spend to gain. If we do not invest in promotion, how will customers learn about our company? It is often said that even the finest wine fears a deep alley. We must adopt a long-term perspective. He envisioned Dapeng Company executing a marketing campaign to give away cars during a live stream, placing the responsibility on the marketing department. The resulting success would undoubtedly be credited to him. Zhang Yifan, while recognizing the merit in Zhao Lin's argument, still felt that the vehicles were too costly. He opened his mouth, ready to voice his concerns, but Su Dapeng interjected first. Ahem, we certainly need to engage in promotion. But the method is something you can deliberate on further. Time is not of the essence. We still have a while before Dapeng Automobile officially enters mass production. Su Dapeng had already discerned their thoughts, and, witnessing Zhang Yifan's intent to speak, interrupted him with a cough. Su Dapeng contemplated their discussion, acknowledging that promotion was indeed necessary. Yet the vehicles were prohibitively expensive to simply give away. Zhao Lin appeared somewhat disappointed, while Zhang Yifan seemed marginally appeased. This was only natural, as they were still in the entrepreneurial phase and needed to be judicious with expenditures. The following morning at Shanghai Technology Company, Zhou Mo arrived at the office. No sooner had he seated himself than Sun Jian and Gao Yi approached him eagerly. Zhou, our live stream yesterday was an astounding success. News of our vehicle giveaway is all over the internet. Gao Yi began, providing an overview of the aftermath of the live stream. He even presented his phone, showcasing articles from various platforms covering the event. Exhausted from the previous night's live stream, Zhou Mo had returned home, taken a shower, and promptly fallen asleep, leaving him unaware of the developments online. He had anticipated a successful outcome, but the magnitude of the response exceeded his expectations. Nodding, he handed his phone to Gao Yi and turned to the now-flushed Sun Jian. Ah, splendid. Son uncle, your arrival must pertain to this matter as well. Sun Jian, who had previously been burdened with worries for the company, now bore a cheerful countenance, reflecting the company's growth. He was responsible for the company's operations, and his presence alongside Gao Yi certainly indicated good news. Indeed, remember the dealers who reached out to us? Since the live stream, we've been inundated with inquiries. This morning, upon arriving at the office, I discovered that orders for our first-generation Tuyo electric vehicle have surpassed 200,000. Moreover, the order volume continues to escalate at an alarming rate. Sun Jian's excitement was palpable, his lips quivering with enthusiasm. It was impossible not to feel exhilarated. The sheer volume of orders was astounding. 200,000? Zhou Mo leapt from his seat. That is an incredible number. Son uncle, now is not the time for jesting. Indeed, it is truly 200,000. I have had the backend recheck the numbers at least 10 times to ensure accuracy, Sun Jian confirmed fervently. Had he not been standing before Zhou Mo, Zhou might have suspected it was an April Fool's joke. However, upon reflection, it became clear that the cars were simply too affordable. Zhou Mo recalled how, in his past life, the old man's joy had been immensely popular, selling millions each year. With Blue Star lacking a comparable vehicle, he had indeed chosen the right path. Is this information known to anyone else? Zhou Montauk inquired seriously. Sun Jian, perplexed, shook his head in response. No. Zhou Weekend sighed in relief, grateful that they were not a publicly traded company. If they were, they would be obligated to disclose such information. Now was indeed an opportune moment to amass wealth in silence. Disclosing the data would be a foolish endeavor. It was imperative that this information remain confidential, even among those within the company. Upon hearing Zhou Weekend's words, Sun Jian quickly grasped the situation. No problem. But the pressing issue now is that we have an overwhelming number of orders, and we are unable to produce them all in a short time frame. Sun Jian raised another concern, one that required immediate attention. Prolonged delays could lead customers to believe that there were issues within the company. Uncle Sun, do you have any effective solutions? Zhou Weekend turned to Sun Jian, confident that he would have a plan. Sun Jian spoke with conviction, indicating that he had already contemplated the matter. The simplest solution to the production capacity issue is to establish a new production line. However, constructing a new line is a lengthy process, and we certainly won't be producing this type of vehicle indefinitely, making the establishment of multiple lines economically unfeasible. Zhou Mo nodded slightly, as he had previously advised Sun Jian against constructing too many production lines. Sun Jian continued, therefore, my suggestion is to partner with a company for contract manufacturing. This way, we would only need to relinquish a small portion of our profits while alleviating a great deal of hassle. Indeed, their first-generation Tulu vehicle yielded substantial profits, and conceding a fraction was entirely manageable. Zhou Mo pondered for a moment before posing a question. Contract manufacturing is feasible, but how can we ensure quality? We are producing vehicles, not just ordinary goods. Sun Jian was prepared for this inquiry. We can engage traditional automotive manufacturers for the contract work. Their extensive experience in vehicle production will guarantee quality. Moreover, the production of our first-generation Tulu is quite straightforward, allowing us to maintain control during the final inspection phase. The most critical component, the power battery, will still be supplied by us, ensuring that the Tulu's quality remains uncompromised. Sun Jian's suggestion of contract manufacturing was indeed a prudent approach. Many fledgling enterprises had initially sought contract manufacturers due to limited funds. If they could manage more complex electric vehicles, surely a simpler Tulu would pose no issues. Uncle Sun, let us proceed as you suggest. We shall find the most cost-effective automotive manufacturer for contract production, prioritizing the assurance of Tulu's quality. Chapter 16. Commencing negotiations, the dragon ascends. With Sun Jian's agreement, Zhou Mo promptly set the wheels in motion. In addition to seeking contract manufacturers, it was vital to ramp up production of power batteries. If the battery supply did not keep pace with vehicle production, resulting in completed vehicles devoid of batteries, it would be a ludicrous situation. Sun Jian directly approached Lu Su, and together they prepared to tackle the task at hand. Lu Su would oversee the power battery production line, while Sun Jian would focus on identifying suitable contract manufacturers and negotiating sales with distributors. President Sun, our company must be the most sincere, right? If you can agree to grant me the exclusive rights to the first-generation Tulu electric vehicle, I can offer you the lowest price proposed Dingfeng, the chairman of Wanbang Group. Wanbang Group, a recently established conglomerate encompassing various business models, such as automotive leasing and sales, was among the first to approach Shanghai Technology about becoming a distributor for the first-generation Tulu electric vehicle. Chairman Ding, there's no need to elaborate. You should understand that this is simply not feasible. Sun Jian waved his hand, unhesitatingly rejecting Dingfeng's proposal. He could not entrust the sales rights to a single company. Beyond concerns of being hampered by these sales companies, relying on one entity to capture the market would be painfully slow. Time is money, and speed is life. Seizing a market promptly was of utmost importance. Moreover, even if they granted exclusive sales rights to another company, they would still offer a low price. Sun Jian spoke the truth. What Dingfeng proposed was not what he truly needed. Dingfeng bowed his head, furrowing his brow, as he recognized that Sun Jian was indeed speaking honestly. However, as their company had only recently been established, their sales network was far less developed than that of other companies, leaving them unable to make substantial commitments. Any discerning observer could see that the Tulu electric vehicle was bound to be a tremendous success. Although priced attractively, the volume of sales would still yield significant profits. As an industry insider, he had a general grasp of Tulu's production costs, and his company had even conducted estimates, concluding that the profits would be exceedingly substantial, potentially exceeding those of higher-priced vehicles by tens of thousands or even over 100,000 yuan. It was precisely this speculation that had led him to approach Shanghai Technology first. Chairman Ding, do not be disheartened. Let us discuss the sales prices. There will still be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Sun Jian painted a promising picture for Dingfeng. Simultaneously, he aimed to expedite the process, as there were more distributors to engage beyond just Dingfeng. Recognizing Sun Jian's intent, Dingfeng understood that he need not engage in futile efforts. To demonstrate his sincerity to Shanghai Technology, it seemed he would have to rely on future collaborations. The sales contract Sun Jian prepared was standardized. The prices for the first-generation Tulu were pre-established at 12,999, 19,999, and 29,999 yuan. All distributors were required to adhere to these prices during sales. The contract stipulated that for every vehicle sold at 12,999 yuan, the sales company would earn 1,000 yuan. For a vehicle priced at 19,999 yuan, the profit would be 2,000 yuan, and for a vehicle at 29,999 yuan, the profit would be 3,000 yuan. Sun Jian designed the structure to encourage sales companies to promote the highest-priced Tulu electric vehicle, as it was also the most profitable for Shanghai Technology. Conversely, the 12,999 yuan Tulu electric vehicle would yield minimal profits, potentially less than 3,000 yuan after deducting contract manufacturing fees and distributor commissions. Upon reviewing the contents of Sun Jian's contract, Ding Feng was both astonished and relieved. As he had anticipated, the profits from the Tulu were astonishingly high. A vehicle priced at 29,999 yuan could directly grant these distributors a profit of 3,000 yuan, illustrating the immense profit margins involved. Ding Feng had no objections to the contract presented by Sun Jian. After a thorough review by his legal team, he promptly signed it. Ding Feng's swift decision left Sun Jian quite impressed. Chairman Ding, may our future collaborations be fruitful. Indeed, President Sun, to fruitful partnerships. The two shook hands, sharing smiles. Subsequently, Sun Jian commenced negotiations with other distributors. Following several rounds of similar discussions, he finally resolved the distributor issues. Initially, some distributors hesitated to sign contracts and contemplated haggling, particularly those seeking exclusive sales rights. Additionally, some expressed concerns about the perceived low profits. In response to these distributors, Sun Jian chose not to engage in negotiations. The profit per vehicle was already firmly established. Shanghai Technology was not particularly domineering. Each sale would still ensure a reasonable profit for the distributors. Given that the first-generation Tulu electric vehicle was not lacking in buyers, Sun Jian deemed it unnecessary to squander time entangled with these distributors. Fortunately, the majority of distributors recognized the prevailing circumstances and readily agreed to the terms. As for those unwilling to sign the contract, let them await their regret. After resolving the issues with the distributors, Sun Jian hastily reached out to various automobile companies. Selecting a car manufacturer for outsourcing requires a certain finesse. One cannot opt for excessively large automobile companies. Such firms tend to overlook these modest profits, and even if they could earn, they are often reluctant to establish dedicated production lines. Conversely, one must also avoid those obscure automobile companies, as the quality of vehicles produced by them cannot be adequately assured. And Shanghai Technology must remain accountable to the users who purchase these cars. Thus, Sun Jian found himself in a quandary. Unexpectedly, the very first step proved to be a stumbling block. Finding a suitable company was indeed a tedious task. With a resigned shake of his head, he resolved to persevere and identify an appropriate automobile company. During the weekend, an unexpected visitor arrived. "Secretary Liu, what brings you here? Please have a seat." The ever-reliable Secretary Liu, the right hand of Wu Long from the Yuelong Group, paid a visit to the weekend office. Sun Jian had dealings with Secretary Liu in the past and retained some recollection of him. "It seems President Wu noticed your adept management of Shanghai Technology and sent me to check in on you. Should you encounter any difficulties, do let me know. We ought to support one another in Jiangxing." Sporting silver-framed glasses, Secretary Liu wore a benign smile, projecting an image of harmlessness. However, Sun Jian was aware that such individuals often excel in the art of concealment. The term cultured scoundrel aptly describes them. Given his many years as Wu Long's secretary, Liu undoubtedly possessed exceptional capabilities. "Thank you for President Wu's concern, but I assure you, I am not facing any troubles at the moment." Sun Jian, uncertain of Secretary Liu's true intentions, declined without hesitation, though he refrained from being overly curt. After all, it was Wu Long who had acquired his father's company, thus providing the necessary funds for Shanghai Technology's development. "Netizens, that's splendid. I am here hoping you could assist President Wu with a favor." Secretary Liu's demeanor shifted, revealing his true intentions, prompting Sun Jian to scrutinize him intently. "What favor does President Wu require of me?" Chapter 17. The arrival of Yuelong and direct threats. "What favor does President Wu need from me? Whatever it may be, I shall assist, even if it means traversing perilous paths." Sun Jian's voice brimmed with enthusiasm, as if he were genuinely devoted to President Wu. Secretary Liu nodded slightly, mistakenly believing Sun Jian grasped his implication and thought highly of Sun Jian's perceptiveness, which explained why the latter had so readily sold his father's company previously. "President Wu requires your assistance, but do not worry about traversing perilous paths. The request is quite simple." Sun Jian tilted his head, his eyes narrowing as he leaned forward slightly. Secretary Liu mirrored his motion, continuing, "You see, President Wu is preparing to venture into the new energy sector and has set his sights on Shanghai Technology's power battery business. Thus, he hopes you will consider selling this division to Yuelong Group, just as before, with the assurance that you will not be at a loss." Secretary Liu's words were delivered with grandiosity, as though Sun Jian stood to gain immensely. Sun Jian inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. "Selling the power battery business now? Who do you think you are to demand such a thing?" Nevertheless, considering Yuelong Group's considerable strength, while Shanghai Technology does not fear them, Any underhanded tactics could certainly hinder our progress. Therefore, Sun Jian resolved to stall, intending to sell the cars first, and once the profits were secured, there would be little to worry about. Ha ha ha, Secretary Liu, this matter is quite significant for the company and requires discussion before any decision can be made. How about we reconvene after some time to reach a conclusion? Upon hearing this, Secretary Liu chuckled lightly. Isn't the company yours? Selling off a portion of the business shouldn't necessitate a lengthy discussion. A seasoned fox, Secretary Liu immediately recognized Sun Jian's attempt to buy time. Undeterred by being called out, Sun Jian maintained his composure. This is indeed a substantial matter, and it will undoubtedly require some time. Furthermore, my father's company underwent several negotiations before finalizing any agreements. Great undertakings necessitate patience. Waiting is an art in itself. This was the first time Secretary Liu had encountered Sun Jian's eloquence, which even bordered on lecturing him. Very well. I shall grant you some time, but do not keep me waiting too long. Otherwise, President Wu may take actions that could adversely affect Shanghai technology. With that, Secretary Liu left Sun Jian's office, leaving behind a veiled threat. How dare you threaten me? Once my company flourishes, I shall ensure you regret it. Sun Jian muttered in frustration within his office. His restraint was not born out of fear of Yuelong Group. Rather, they had been entrenched in the automotive parts industry for over a decade and maintained connections with numerous domestic car companies and distributors. Currently, the Tuoyuo generation electric vehicle required these distributors' cooperation to capture market share. Should Wulong issue a warning in advance, it was likely some distributors would choose not to sell the Tuoyuo electric vehicle, while others might continue to do so. Any disruption could significantly impact the Tuoyuo's swift market penetration. Only after these distributors had successfully sold electric vehicles and reaped profits would the situation improve. After all, their relationships were merely professional, and no one would jeopardize their financial interests. By then, even if Wulong intervened, those distributors would likely persist in selling the Tuoyuo electric vehicle. Upon returning to Yuelong Group, Secretary Liu relayed the entirety of his conversation with Sun Jian to Wulong. I never anticipated that Sun Jian possessed some wit. He so readily sold his father's company last time without a flicker of hesitation. I had assumed he was merely a spoiled, rich kid. Wulong shook his head, realizing he had underestimated Sun Jian. The ease with which he divested his father's company in exchange for capital was surely a strategic move to advance Shanghai technology. Age may be on his side, but he is far from naive. He presents himself well. Had I not been vigilant, I might have been deceived as well. Secretary Liu recalled Sun Jian's youthful visage, reminiscent of a typical college student. While other students bore innocent and simplistic gazes, who else possessed such cunning? President Wu, what should our next steps be? Wulong pondered for a moment, pacing within his office before suddenly inquiring, their Tuoyuo electric vehicle has indeed entered mass production, yet have they commenced sales? Secretary Liu nodded, recalling, not yet. I remember Sun Jian mentioning that the Tuoyuo electric vehicle would primarily utilize online sales channels, directly delivering to customers' homes. While this is the case, offline sales will undoubtedly constitute a significant portion as well. Each channel possesses its own advantages. Beyond the public relations tactics you previously suggested, what else can we do? Please reach out to those distributors offline and urge them to refrain from selling the Tulu electric vehicle. By executing a dual strategy, both online and offline, we can collectively target Shanghai technology. What do you think? Secretary Liu expressed skepticism. While it may be feasible, those distributors are unlikely to deliberately forfeit profits. Are they? It will be foolish to pass up on earnings. Given the current popularity of the Tulu electric vehicle, any savvy distributor would recognize the profit potential. Thus, our primary goal should be to tarnish the reputation of the Tulu electric vehicle online. This way, the distributors will become hesitant. Allowing them some time to wait is not an issue. What if they take the vehicles back and are unable to sell them, ultimately incurring losses? As Secretary Liu listened, he nodded in realization. Ah, so that's the plan? This is indeed a viable approach. No problem, Mr. Wu. I will take action immediately to ensure Tulu's reputation is swiftly sullied online. Secretary Li made a promise and commenced the task. Meanwhile, Shanghai Technology was unaware that the Yuelong Group had initiated their strategy over the weekend. He thought he could afford to delay, but Secretary Liu had indeed given him a window of opportunity to develop. In the following days, Shanghai Technology actively recruited personnel while ramping up production of the Tulu electric vehicle. They possessed 3 production lines capable of simultaneously manufacturing 3 different models of the Tulu electric vehicle. The 360 units with a range of 300 kilometers that were previously raffled off had all been produced. Shanghai Technology was now preparing to ship these vehicles to the lucky customers. Additionally, they were gearing up for a substantial order of 200,000 units. The volume of this order was substantial, and although they contemplated outsourcing some production, producing a few extra units could certainly enhance their profits. Among all the orders, the most popular was the Tulu electric vehicle priced at 19,999 yuan. This price point was quite appropriate, offering a higher range that alleviated any concerns about mileage for daily commuting. Next was the Tulu electric vehicle priced at 29,999 yuan, which also boasted a range of 300 kilometers. It was suitable not only for commuting, but also for short-distance travel. Conversely, the least popular was the Tulu electric vehicle priced at 12,999 yuan, which only offered a range of 100 kilometers. This was rather concerning. Many would prefer to spend a few extra thousand for a 200 kilometers range. Chapter 18, Tulu Shipment, a New Era of Outsourcing. Greetings, I am Zhou Mo. I have been absent from the spotlight recently, as I have been urging the company to expedite the production of the Tulu electric vehicle. As you can see behind me, these 360 electric vehicles are the ones we're giving away in the raffle. As Zhou's words concluded, the video shifted focus to the neatly arranged rows of Tulu electric vehicles. A bird's-eye view shot captured the impressive sight of 360 vehicles lined up together. Today, we will commence shipping. The 360 fortunate winners will receive their vehicles within the next 5 days at the latest. For those who did not win, we welcome any interested customers to place orders directly, and we will expedite shipping. Zhou Mo concluded the video by promoting the Tulu electric vehicle and concluded with a brief advertisement. Despite now being in debt for a multitude of vehicles, he remained enthusiastic about the promotion. This instilled a sense of urgency in Sun Jian, who was observing Zhou recording the video. Sun Jian thought to himself, "It seems I must hasten my search for a manufacturing partner." The moment Shanghai Technology's video was released, it swiftly ascended the trending charts on Douyin. How wonderful! My little car is almost in my hands. I am so excited. Why are you so lucky? I will compete with you fortunate individuals. Is it really being shipped? It hasn't even been a few days, has it? I thought it was a scam. They are already delivering to others. Mr. Zhou is indeed the most handsome. I would like to inquire if there will be another event like this. Looking forward to the next car giveaway. Mr. Zhou, when will my ordered vehicle be shipped? Oh, I ordered one too, and I'm quite anxious. Ship, ship, ship. Initially, the video was intended to inform the lucky winners that their vehicles would soon arrive. Unexpectedly, the subsequent comments turned into a barrage of shipping inquiries. Zhou Mo felt a touch of exasperation. There was no need to rush, and he could only respond in the comments that production was being expedited. Sun Jian also received Zhou Mo's message, urging him to quickly secure a manufacturing partner. Finally, perseverance paid off. Sun Jian found a suitable automotive company among numerous manufacturers, Jiangxuan Automotive Group. This automotive group is located in the city of Ba, Anhui Province. Founded in 1964 and established as a corporation in 1997, it went public in 2001 in Shanghai, making it a well-established car manufacturer. Although this company has been around for quite some time, its recent development has been lackluster. In fact, many might not have even heard of it. Currently, the company is facing developmental challenges, yet its inherent strength remains robust, aligning perfectly with Sun Jian's requirements. He believed that, by relinquishing a portion of profits, they would certainly reach an agreement. With the company confirmed, Sun Jian scheduled a meeting with Jiangxuan Automotive, preparing to negotiate directly. Are you certain this approach is viable? We must combat Shanghai Technology without allowing them to discover our tactics. Secretary Liu reiterated with concern. Rest assured, Secretary Liu, we are the most legitimate online operatives. You provide the funds, and we will execute the task. No one will know it was you behind it. The man before them, smiling, was the leader of the operation. Known online as the Rat, he managed 50 QQ groups, each containing over 1,000 members. Once the payment was secured, he could mobilize these individuals to flood others' comment sections. With a little guidance, they could naturally lead unsuspecting netizens astray. He considered himself fortunate to have secured such a significant contract from Secretary Liu. A 5 million contract was rather rare. He encountered such opportunities only a handful of times a year. Moreover, if the job was executed flawlessly, there would be additional rewards. With this thought, he felt invigorated. You had better be telling the truth. If anything goes awry, I will not forgive you. However, if you accomplish the task, you will certainly receive your due rewards. Secretary Liu offered a carrot after a stick, as he still required the man's assistance. Although he was spending money to hire these operatives to deliberately annoy Shanghai Technology, he held a deep-seated disdain for them. The Rat was not offended. Their dealings were indeed underhanded, akin to those of Secretary Liu's group. Nevertheless, as long as there was money to be made, They would treat him as a valued client. After finalizing their plans, Secretary Liu made a phone call. "Hello, Mr. Wu. We have made contact with the individuals. However, their asking price is somewhat steep. Wu Long, how much are they asking? Do not hesitate to invest. Spending a bit more is worthwhile." They are requesting 50 million as compensation. They claim that Shanghai technology is quite formidable and the risks are too high, hence the increased fee. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and Secretary Liu's heart began to race. "Fine, just pay the amount directly. And remember to keep things discreet." Upon hearing Wu Long's words, Secretary Liu finally felt a sense of relief. 5 million will be deposited into your account by tomorrow at the latest. I shall take my leave now. With a buoyant mood, Secretary Liu bid farewell to the rat before departing. He had also overheard the contents of the phone call earlier. 50 million? What did I request that? Wasn't it supposed to be 5 million? This is an exorbitant profit for the intermediary. Nevertheless, the rat had no intention of exposing Secretary Liu. Who could say if the other party had some significant backing? Shaking his head, the rat concluded that 5 million was more than sufficient. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary complications than to wade through murky waters. He turned back to his own affairs. Sun Jian successfully contacted Jiangxuan Automobile, setting a time to meet, and soon arrived in Anhui Province. Upon reaching the headquarters of Jiangxuan Automobile Group, he met with Chairman Xiang Xianchu. "Mr. Sun, I have long admired your reputation." Xiang Xianchu extended a warm handshake, to which Sun Jian responded with a smile. "Haha, I am unworthy of such praise. It is you, Chairman, who truly commands respect for running such a large enterprise." Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sun Jian was led to the office by Xiang Xianchu. Knowing that negotiations required a formal setting, Sun Jian wasted no time in revealing his intentions. "Chairman, I shall not keep you in suspense. I am here to seek your company's assistance in manufacturing the Tulu electric vehicle." Sun Jian spoke plainly, laying his cards on the table. Had he not articulated his purpose, Xiang Xianchu would have been perplexed. Indeed, upon hearing Sun Jian's revelation, Xiang Xianchu and his executives fell silent, exchanging incredulous glances. Manufacturing? Can automobiles even be outsourced? This was a remarkable notion. If it weren't for the financial strains faced by those new energy forces, automobile outsourcing would likely not exist. Yet, on the other hand, this could pave the way for a new commercial frontier. Chapter 19. The Outsourcing Agreement and the Onslaught of Public Opinion. Xiang Xianchu inquired, "Mr. Sun, you are not jesting with us, are you? Outsourcing the production of electric vehicles? We have yet to hear of such a business model." "Ha ha ha, Chairman. I assure you I am not jesting. Here, I have brought the contracts," Sun Jian said, producing several documents to hand to Xiang Xianchu and his executives. Observing Sun Jian's demeanor, it was clear he was serious. Xiang Xianchu, albeit hesitantly, opened the contracts and began to peruse them. While the contracts appeared standard, the subsequent content left him and his executives gasping. A contract for the outsourcing of 300,000 Tulu electric vehicles? Xiang Xianchu's breath quickened. This was indeed a substantial deal. Estimating the figures, he calculated that for each Tulu electric vehicle produced, their company would stand to earn nearly 500 yuan, even after accounting for costs. A profit of at least 300 yuan per vehicle was assured. Considering the scale of 300,000 vehicles, this amounted to a staggering profit of 90 million. One must not underestimate this amount. For Jiangxuan Automobile, it represented a significant sum. According to publicly available data, the company reported a net profit of 14.3 billion in 2020, 2 billion in 2021, and 15.2 billion in 2023. This illustrates that companies like theirs were essentially earning their keep through arduous labor. Securing this order would not only substantially increase the company's profits this year, but would also undoubtedly cause their stock prices to soar. At this moment, Xiang Xianchu felt a dryness in his throat and swallowed hard. "Mr. Sun, is everything stated in this contract true?" It dawned on him that if Shanghai Technology was requesting them to manufacture 300,000 Tulu electric vehicles, it implied that the current orders for the Tulu electric vehicle were indeed comparable to this figure. Sun Jian feigned ignorance. "Are you referring to a specific order, or all of them?" Seeing Sun Jian's pretentious demeanor, Xiang Xianchu felt an urge to deliver a punch. With a wry smile, he replied, "Mr. Sun, let us dispense with the jesting. Everything written in the contract is accurate. As for the order of 300,000 Tulu electric vehicles, you need not worry. We would not write it down if we were not confident. Recently, the order quantity for Tulu has surged from 200,000 to 300,000. This was precisely what bolstered Sun Jian's confidence. Receiving Sun Jian's affirmation, Xiang Xianchu nodded emphatically. "Mr. Sun, we have no objections here. We can sign a contract immediately. He exchanged glances with the other executives, all of whom nodded in agreement, signaling their approval. This was a lucrative opportunity presented by Shanghai Technology. They had no reason to decline. Let us hope that what we discuss today remains confidential, lest you find yourselves in breach of contract. Sun Jian suddenly recalled the need for confidentiality regarding the Tulu order quantities and emphasized it. Regardless, it was outlined in the contract. Unless Jiangzuan Automobile had no intention of profiting, they surely would not speak out of turn. Rest assured, Mr. Sun, this matter will remain strictly confidential. Indeed, you can trust us, Mr. Sun. We certainly will not dig our own graves. Following Xiang Xinchu's assurance, the other executives echoed their agreement. Sun Jian glanced at them, recognizing that since they were now aware, further discussion would be redundant. Very well, Chairman. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. I hope you can expedite the establishment of the production line. To a successful partnership. Mr. Sun, our company possesses extensive experience in vehicle manufacturing. We can swiftly bring the Tulu electric vehicle to mass production. After finalizing the contract with Xiang Xianchu, Sun Jian prepared to return to Jiangxing. While resting in the car, he took out his phone to browse short videos on Douyin. Habitually, he glanced at the latest video released by Shanghai Technology. Suddenly, he noticed the comment section was inundated with various unfounded claims. Shanghai Technology must have plagiarized their technology. How did Shanghai Technology suddenly rise to prominence? I had never heard of them before. Their lithium battery technology is not something an ordinary company could possess. I do not believe they achieve it on their own. It is evident that Shanghai Technology has secretly utilized patents from other companies. Otherwise, how could they have developed their power batteries so swiftly? The live car giveaway by Shanghai Technology is a complete farce. To this day, I have not seen anyone around me driving a Tulu electric vehicle. Shanghai Technology has gained nearly 40 million followers while only distributing 360 low-price vehicles. Whether these vehicles were genuinely given to real people remains uncertain. I suspect it is a self-directed charade by Shanghai Technology. Sun Jian felt a surge of anger at the slander directed at Shanghai Technology. All their innovations were the result of the company's investment in human and financial resources. When had they become accused of theft? After scrolling through the comments for a while, Sun Jian felt a sense of relief. He was gratified to see that some rational netizens were defending Shanghai Technology in the comment section. Do you not understand the concept of cumulative progress? The technology of power batteries is not entirely new. It has existed for decades. Is it wrong for Shanghai Technology to discover the critical points and launch a high-performing power battery? Many breakthroughs in key technologies are often serendipitous, and there is no issue with Starseed Technology in this regard. It is truly laughable. Given the technical prowess of Starseed Technology, whom could they possibly emulate? Does the top scorer merely copy the second-place contender? Starseed Technology's vehicles are still on the roads, yet to be officially marketed. What do you mean by the so-called Toluo electric vehicle? By your reasoning, I could assert that I have never seen you around. Thus you do not exist. Immediately, this assertion was met with a direct rebuttal. You are merely quibbling, manipulating probabilities. If Starseed Technology is indeed innocent, they ought to present evidence to substantiate their claims of purity. Indeed, thus far, Starseed Technology has remained as reticent as a turtle retreating into its shell, clearly revealing a guilty conscience. Subsequently, the comment section erupted into a cacophony of chaos. Observing this, Sun Jian joined the fray to clarify matters, attempting to persuade those who were being unreasonable. However, he was unaware that these individuals were merely trolls, deliberately stirring the pot, and would not heed his explanations. The more Sun Jian elucidated, the more fervent their responses became. Meanwhile, at the Yuelong group, Wu Long and Secretary Liu were intently monitoring the information circulating online. General Wu, the effect this time appears quite satisfactory, does it not? The investment of 50 million surely seems worthwhile? Wu Long, glancing at the comments, nodded with a smile. Indeed. While the price is somewhat steep, it is undeniably worth it. We must first tarnish the reputation of Starseed Technology. Only then can we compel them to capitulate by the weekend. Suddenly, Wu Long recalled something and inquired, by the way, have we procured the Toluo electric vehicles? Not yet. The Toluo electric vehicles have only just been dispatched and will require a few more days, Secretary Liu replied. However, we have already identified several likely winners online and made prior arrangements to contact them. Secretary Liu had organized matters exceptionally well, which pleased Wu Long immensely. Be sure to keep a close watch on the movements of Starseed Technology and report any developments to me promptly. Hey, Secretary Liu, I believe I have executed this task commendably. Regarding the reward you mentioned last time, just as Secretary Liu exited Wulong's office. A call from Haozi came through. You indeed performed well. You will not be deprived of the benefits this time. I will transfer the funds to you shortly. Secretary Liu, being generous, acknowledged Haozi's commendable efforts, and Wulong was pleased. Surely, he too would reap rewards, would he not? All right, thank you, Secretary Liu. Haozi expressed his gratitude before hanging up. Initially, the 5 million fee would yield him little profit, but the real incentive lay in the forthcoming rewards. He remembered Secretary Liu's mention of 50 million in funding. He was not greedy. After all, the reward should at least compensate him for his labors, should it not? Soon, Haozi received a text message. Industrial Bank. A transfer of 100,000 yuan has been made to your account, ending in XXXX on X month X day at X hour X minute. Remaining balance, 432 yuan. 1 million? This time, I've struck it rich. Haozi's eyes widened as he gazed at the text message, pondering how commendable Secretary Liu was. Ultimately, it was Secretary Liu who secured the lion's share. Should the amount offered be too meager, he feared that Haozi might spread rumors. And thus it was also a means to silence him. Having struck gold, he resolved to enjoy a lavish meal that evening. Hey buddy, let's go out for dinner. Don't worry, it's on me. Tonight, we'll indulge in hot pot. Why hasn't Steadily Technology issued a response yet, given the considerable time that has passed? Indeed, while I also believe Steadily Technology is innocent, do they lack the courage to respond? I am beginning to doubt the authenticity of those statements. I find it strange that I did not win any of the 360 electric vehicles. Could there truly be foul play? At Steadily Technology, in the office of Zhou, Gao Yi wore a troubled expression. Mr. Zhou, shall we continue to remain silent? The current online commentary is decidedly unfavorable to us. Respond to what? Assert that we are innocent? Will that convince them? Zhou shook his head, fully aware that someone was deliberately instigating trouble. It would be wisest to refrain from responding for now. Otherwise, we risk falling into a trap of self-incrimination. The best strategy is to allow the dust to settle until the Toluo electric vehicles reach the fortunate recipients, at which point we can deliver a resounding rebuttal. Gao Yi grasped Zhou's reasoning, yet the situation remained dire and could significantly impact the company. Noting Zhou's calm demeanor, Gao Yi inquired, Mr. Zhou, do you happen to know who is behind this? Gao Yi was no fool. The sudden influx of comments was undoubtedly organized and premeditated. There were leads, yet no conclusive evidence at present. Zhou's instincts hinted that Yuelong Group was likely the culprit. He recalled the aggressive demeanor Secretary Liu had displayed previously. However, hadn't Secretary Liu promised him time to consider? Since their last meeting, there had been no follow-up calls from Secretary Liu. It seemed that his previous assurances had not deceived Secretary Liu. While Zhou and Gao Yi were deep in discussion, Sun Jian returned from Anhui Province. Upon arriving at the company, he headed straight for Zhou's office. Mr. Zhou, you must be aware of the online situation by now. Sun Jian seated himself in the chair before Zhou's desk. Uncle Sun, I am indeed aware. You have come with other matters, I presume? Zhou noted the intensity in Sun Jian's expression. If it were merely a matter of public opinion, he would not appear so perturbed. Upon noticing the online discourse, I immediately began to pay attention. During my return journey, I received several calls from our distributors. Distributors? What do they say? Are they planning to cancel their contracts? Zhou had no intention of concealing anything from the distributors, especially given the magnitude of the online discourse. Concealing it would be futile. Indeed, a portion of them is considering terminating their collaboration with us. Others are demanding an increase in their profit share if they are to continue our partnership. Gao Yi interjected with irritation. These distributors lack any sense of shame. Sun Jian was equally incensed. This was clearly exploiting a crisis. They had presented a very sincere collaboration proposal, allowing ample profit margins. Who could have anticipated their insatiable greed? Are all the distributors behaving in this manner? Well, one company, Wanbang Group, has not canceled their collaboration. In fact, they reached out to confirm their willingness to continue working with us, stating that they were not influenced by the online discourse. However, this company has limited capabilities. Upon hearing this, Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. It was reassuring that at least one company remained principled. Zhou pondered for a moment, contemplating strategies. While the Toluo electric vehicles were primarily intended for online channels, offline sales also warranted attention. Uncle Sun, here is what we shall do. We will maintain the existing cooperation model with Wanbang Group and increase their supply quantity. As for the other distributors, they may choose to re-sign their contracts. In the new agreements, we will guarantee that any unsold vehicles can be returned to us in full. However, we must also implement new conditions, specifically reducing their profit share. Zhou's approach ensured the distributor's interests were safeguarded while preserving a portion of Starcy Technologies' profits. Are you not concerned that the Toluo electric vehicles may not sell? Fear not. Any that do not sell can be returned to us. However, we have provided you with such substantial assurances that the profits from selling vehicles will inevitably diminish. Regardless of the circumstances, each vehicle will likely yield at least half the profit it once did. Should these dealers be willing to accept this condition, the weekend poses no obstacles. Everyone can re-sign contracts. Zhou Weekend is quite confident in the future of the Tulu. The current challenges are merely transient. Upon hearing Zhou Weekend's words, Sun Jian finally broke into a smile. What a clever strategy. Sun Jian remarked with a meaningful tone, Mr. Zhou, this approach is commendable. I believe these dealers will make the right choice. Uncle Sun, let us not concern ourselves with public opinion for now. Our foremost task is to ensure the successful handling of the Tulu production. As you have observed, despite the fierce online discourse, our Tulu orders are steadily increasing. Those who genuinely require the Tulu electric vehicle will not be swayed by online comments. You need not worry. Zhou Weekend first reassured Sun Jian and Gao Yi, encouraging them to relax. As for the matter of online opinion, I have my methods to address it, and I have already devised a plan. Witnessing Zhou Weekend's confidence, Sun Jian and Gao Yi's smiles deepened. Since the establishment of Shanghai Technology, Zhou Weekend has never disappointed them, and this occasion would be no different. Chapter 21. The Arrival of the Tulu. Mr. Zhou, there is another piece of good news. I have finalized arrangements with Jiangxuan Automobile Company to assist us in the production of the Tulu electric vehicle. At last, a good piece of news. Fortunately, the online discourse will not affect Jiangxuan Automobile Company's cooperation with us. Zhou Weekend jested, that is splendid. We have quite a backlog of vehicles to deliver. If we could not find a production partner, I would have begun to feel anxious. Mr. Zhou, with so many automobile companies in the country, how can we not find a single partner? Gao Yi chimed in, Teasingli. Zhou Weekend shook his head at Gao Yi's remark. As the one responsible for publicity, there was no need to elaborate further. On Saturday morning, a rare moment of respite found Chao Wenrui and his wife, Zhang Li, lounging on the living room sofa, scrolling through short videos. Darling, when will our car arrive? Do you remember? Zhang Li suddenly exclaimed, having stumbled upon a video about the Tulu electric vehicle. Turning to Chao Wenrui for an answer. Previously, Chao Wenrui had encouraged his wife to participate in the Tulu lottery. To their surprise, Zhang Li won almost instantly. Chao Wenrui pondered for a moment before responding. I believe it's today. They mentioned that they would call us when the car was delivered. Just as they were conversing, Zhang Li's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and noticed an unfamiliar number. Chao Wenrui speculated that it might be Shanghai Technology. Sitting up straight, Zhang Li answered the call and switched to speaker mode. A voice on the other end inquired, Hello, may I speak with Ms. Zhang Li? That's me. Zhang Li Raplia. I am a representative from Shanghai Technology. The Tulu electric vehicle you won in the lottery has been delivered. We are currently downstairs. May I ask if you are available to come down? Zhang Li was thrilled and whispered to Chao Wenrui, Darling, it's really the Tulu electric vehicle. With a beaming smile, Chao Wenrui felt lucky that his wife had won. Now that the Tulu had arrived, his happiness was palpable. Hello, Miss Zhang. Can you hear me? The representative called out again upon noticing Zhang Li's silence. I can hear you. I'll be right down with my husband. Zhang Li replied before hanging up. Let's hurry down. I can't wait to drive my little car. All right, your car is about to be in your hands. Chao Wenrui said as they both quickly dressed and headed downstairs. They previously owned a gasoline vehicle, which Chao Wenrui usually drove. Zhang Li had always relied on him for her daily commute. Now that the Tulu electric vehicle had arrived, she could finally drive herself to work. Following the address provided by the Shanghai Technology representative, they exited their residential complex and easily spotted a large vehicle alongside a smaller one parked outside. Zhang Li's eyes immediately lit up at the sight of the small car, her long-desired Tulu electric vehicle. The car appeared slightly larger than she had seen online. It was not excessively so. Its design was utterly charming, quite kawaii. Zhang Li approached the car eagerly, with Chao Wenrui trailing behind. The staff member nearby noticed the couple and, upon Zhang Li's approach, tentatively asked, Hello, you must be Miss Zhang Li? Zhang Li excitedly nodded. Her eyes fixated on the vehicle. Indeed, the car has been delivered. You may inspect it, and if everything is satisfactory, please sign this receipt. The representative indicated towards the Tulu electric vehicle, producing a pen and a receipt. Zhang Li signed her name, officially acknowledging receipt of the vehicle she had won. This was a necessary step to avoid any disputes in the future. As Zhongli was not particularly knowledgeable about cars, she sought guidance from Chao Wenrui. He circled the vehicle several times, checking thoroughly, even crouching to inspect underneath. The exterior was flawless, without any damage. He opened several doors to examine the interior, including the seats and steering wheel, and found no issues. Chao Wenrui nodded at Zhongli. Seeing this, Zhongli swiftly signed her name. Just as she was about to dash toward her new vehicle, the staff member continued, "We sincerely appreciate your support, Miss Zhang. We have one more request." The representative began to collect the PIN and receipt. Zhongli frowned, wondering if there was more to this than she anticipated. Chao Wenrui approached as well. The staff member, sensing their misunderstanding, clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. The situation is as follows. Due to recent online discourse, we would appreciate it if you could film a short video confirming that you have received the Lu electric vehicle. We do not require you to post the footage. Just share your Douyin account with us, and we can mutually promote each other. What do you think? Of course, you will not be doing this for free. If you post the video on Douyin, we will provide you with a reward of 2,000 yuan." After a lengthy explanation, Zhongli and Chao Wenrui finally grasped the situation. They had been following Xinghai Technology's short video content and were certainly aware of the comments made by online users. They believed in Xinghai Technology and had even debated with several individuals, ultimately facing numerous counterarguments. "No problem. However, we don't need the money. You can take it back." Zhongli replied readily, declining the offered reward. The staff member, looking somewhat distressed, quickly shook his head. "Miss Zhang, that won't do. Mr. Zhou insisted that this money must be given. Otherwise, I risk being dismissed. Please do not feel burdened, Mr. Zhou mentioned that you can simply create more short videos about the Lu electric vehicle in the future." Zhongli glanced at Chao Wenrui beside her. He responded, "Since they are asking, you should accept it." Zhongli nodded. "All right, I will ensure the video is well made. Do not worry, miss. I have brought professional equipment to guarantee a quality production." The staff member replied with a smile as he retrieved the equipment from his vehicle. Subsequently, Zhongli and Chao Wenrui collaborated with the staff to film a video. The process was uncomplicated and concluded swiftly. The staff exchanged Douyin accounts with Zhongli, who promptly uploaded the freshly produced video to her account, where it smoothly passed the review. The staff member then presented Zhongli with a long-prepared sum of 2,000 yuan, departing with a sense of satisfaction. The staff member reflected, "At last, a task accomplished." This assignment was rather straightforward, aimed at providing optimal service to these fortunate viewers, persuading them to agree to participate in video shoots. A mere agreement to film guaranteed a reward of 2,000 yuan. Meanwhile, the staff would receive a generous 20,000 yuan for merely recording and posting the short videos on Douyin. Earning 20,000 yuan with such ease felt quite rewarding. Simultaneously, similar events unfolded across various regions of the nation. Chapter 22, Surpassing in 3 years. "Thank you for your hard work, farewell." The man waved his hand, watching as Xinghai Technology moved away, before turning to his Yuelong electric vehicle. He glanced at the 2,000 yuan in his hand. Just as he was about to drive the car back, he recalled that someone had contacted him online, offering a high price for his Yuelong electric vehicle. After rummaging through his phone, he found the number and dialed it directly. The call connected swiftly, and without hesitation, the man inquired, "Hello? I have received the Yuelong electric vehicle. Is the price you mentioned previously still valid?" "Great, that's wonderful. No problem, my address is..." He concluded the call, elated by the unexpected buyer for his vehicle. The Yuelong electric vehicle was not particularly suitable for him. He had merely entered a lottery and unexpectedly won. Subsequently, he shared several images of his win in the comment section, which led to numerous inquiries. Many claimed that a deposit was required before delivery, revealing them to be fraudsters. However, one individual expressed interest in purchasing his vehicle, insisting on an in-person transaction. He readily agreed, as he lived in the city and daytime transactions posed no issue. The prospect of selling at a high price elevated his spirits further. Thus, with a few exchanges, he could effortlessly earn several tens of thousands. "I have received the goods." Image: "I received mine too." The delivery was swift, and the staff were quite courteous. "Really? The car looks quite appealing from the outside." "Of course it is. Didn't you see I even included pictures?" "What about those saying it was a scam? Were they?" Xinghai Technology is such a large company. They have no need to resort to trickery for such a small amount. "I haven't received mine yet. Will I have to wait a few more days?" "That seems likely, but shouldn't be much longer." The delivery times from Xinghai Technology are not entirely uniform, but typically vary by only a few days. "Zhou, there are already reports from staff indicating that the goods have been delivered." Sun Jian informed Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo nodded. I saw in the comments that several individuals who received their vehicles have begun to boast about it. Goi. Remember to contact those who receive their goods to film a video. We need to post it on Douyin. Zhou Mo reminded, emphasizing its critical importance. Understood, Zhou. Gao Yi recognized this as Shanghai Technology's preparation for a counterattack. Additionally, have we prepared our other patent materials? Zhu Montak in Kviat. Sun Jian nodded. They are ready. Once this is dispatched, it will undoubtedly leave those netizens speechless. Good. Then proceed with your preparations. Once all vehicles are in their hands, we will commence our actions. Mr. Wu, these few are the first batch of Yuelong electric vehicles. Secretary Liu led Wu Long to a room at the Yuelong Group headquarters. Several Yuelong electric vehicles were already displayed within. These vehicles had been procured by Secretary Liu after prior communication with the winners. Wu Long nodded, observing that there was nothing unusual in their appearance, before turning to ask, what is the performance of the electric vehicles? Have you conducted tests? We have tested them, and their performance aligns closely with that advertised by Shanghai Technology. Here are the data from several tests we conducted, Secretary Liu replied, handing Wu Long a report. As Wu Long perused the document, he noted the comprehensive testing results across various speeds. The findings suggested that Shanghai Technology possessed formidable technical prowess, particularly in battery technology, where they were clearly in a league of their own. The more he examined, the more covetous Wu Long became. Should he successfully acquire Shanghai Technology, his company would undoubtedly secure a significant position in the forthcoming new energy market. However, Zhou Mo had yet to agree to this, leaving him distressed. They had no choice but to continue their own research while seeking alternative strategies. How long will it take for our battery technology to reach this level? Wu Long inquired, referring to the performance of the battery in the Yuelong electric vehicle. At least 3 years, Secretary Liu replied, not entirely truthful. He felt that even 3 years would be a challenge to achieve the standards of Shanghai Technology. However, he feared discouraging Wu Long, so he intentionally provided a more optimistic time frame. After all, technological advancements occur rapidly. It was conceivable that they might reach that level sooner. 3 years? That duration is excessively long. It seems we must intensify our research efforts. Meanwhile, exert some pressure on Zhou Mo and create more buzz online. After issuing his directives, Wu Long departed, leaving only Secretary Liu and the staff behind. Disassemble these vehicles, particularly the batteries. We must meticulously study them, Secretary Liu sighed after Wu Long's departure. He glanced at the Yuelong electric vehicles, then turned to the staff beside him regarding the 3-year time frame mentioned by Mr. Wu. Before the staff could finish, Secretary Liu interrupted, focus on your tasks and do not concern yourselves with that. Does he think technology will magically appear? We can only take it one step at a time. At Shanghai Technology, in Sun Jian's office, he was engaged in negotiations with a dealer. Sun Jian presented a new cooperation proposal to General Zhao before him. General Zhao, here is our company's latest cooperation proposal. Please take a look. Following Zhou Mo's instructions, Sun Jian revised the cooperation plan and reached out to previous dealers. Did they not find the risks too great before? Now, Shanghai Technology would bear the risks. Yet the profits would undoubtedly be less than before. This arrangement thus appeared fair to all parties involved. General Zhao pondered if Shanghai Technology had compromised so swiftly. They had not responded online, which suggested legitimacy. As he reviewed the proposal, he noticed the critical profit section. What? Why has the profit been reduced to only half of what it was before? He scrutinized the document again, stunned by the revelation. Shanghai Technology was willing to assume all the risks. Was this madness, or did they possess unwavering confidence in the Yuelong electric vehicle? General Zhao lifted his gaze to meet Sun Jian's, who was smiling amiably at him. Are you dissatisfied with this proposal, General Zhao? General Zhao quickly shook his head. No, not all. I am thoroughly satisfied with this proposal. Since your esteemed Shanghai Technology is willing to bear all the risks, I am naturally inclined to accept. However, might I inquire whether the profits are somewhat diminished? During the process of selling the Tulu vehicle, we also need to generate revenue. General Zhao jested, stating that if you prefer to adhere to the original contract, the profits will indeed be more substantial. Yet under the new agreement, it is unreasonable to expect both zero risk for you and significant profits for us. Isn't it? Sun Jian, unreservedly candid, made a light-hearted remark, causing General Zhao to display a hint of awkwardness on his countenance. Without further hesitation, General Zhao acquiesced. Very well, we shall proceed according to the latest contract. Witnessing Zhao's consent, Sun Jian smiled with a knowing glint. Subsequently, with remarkable efficiency, Sun Jian renegotiated contracts with the other distributors. Given the exceptionally favorable conditions, they had no reason to decline. Meanwhile, all Tulu electric vehicles were delivered to the winners. Chapter 23. Unraveling Challenges, Turning the Tide. Gao Yi and Sun Jian arrived at the weekend office to report the latest developments. Gao Yi began, Mr. Zhou. All Tulu electric vehicles have been successfully delivered to the winners. The 360 fortunate recipients have mostly documented their experiences on video, and we have meticulously recorded them. Sun Jian added, I have also finalized the new contracts with the distributors, with the exception of Wanbang Group. All others have signed the new agreements. As for the Tulu electric vehicles, we are fully prepared. Shanghai Technology operates 3 production lines, capable of manufacturing a vehicle in approximately 2 minutes. During this period, all 3 lines have been operational, and our warehouse now accommodates nearly 20,000 vehicles. Excellent. Since you are ready, it is time for us to launch our counteroffensive. We cannot allow those who have placed their trust in us to be swayed by the negative online discourse. With a decisive gesture, Zhou commanded Sun Jian, Gao Yi, and the entire Shanghai Technology team to spring into action. Gao Yi was tasked with disseminating new videos online. In the latest video, Shanghai Technology addressed the recent public sentiment, affirming that all 360 winners have received their Tulu electric vehicles. The company also expressed particular attention to these individuals, with the winners posting videos that featured Shanghai Technology's account. Viewers could directly access the winners' videos through Shanghai Technology's video channel. Concurrently, Shanghai Technology announced the latest application numbers for relevant patents and their corresponding details. These details can be easily found by searching the official website of the Intellectual Property Office. When Shanghai Technology initially developed its products, Zhou had instructed them to apply for patents, anticipating potential future needs. Securing patents is indeed essential. While it constitutes a form of semi-disclosure, failing to apply would render Shanghai Technology vulnerable to imitation, followed by patent claims from others. Despite Zhou's confidence in the intellectual prowess of researchers like Lu Su, preemptively securing patents alleviates numerous potential complications. Additionally, the video indicated that Tulu electric vehicles would officially commence shipping from the following day, with Shanghai Technology having prepared 20,000 units to fully meet user demand. The company had never publicly disclosed its data, leaving them unaware of how many had reserved Tulu electric vehicles. Nonetheless, for a typical automotive company, the figure of 20,000 is indeed a remarkable achievement. Once released, Shanghai Technology's video surged into the top 10 trending topics, bolstered by its staggering 40 million followers, yielding an impressive outreach effect. I told you Shanghai Technology wasn't deceiving us. How could you still doubt it? The speed at which they're distributing prizes is astonishing. They produced and dispatched the vehicles in less than a week, right? I watched the videos posted by the winners. They are undeniably authentic. The videos are genuine, as one of the winners lives in my neighborhood. Have you seen the patents filed by Shanghai Technology? I did not expect them to have applied for so many advanced technologies recently. It appears that Shanghai Technology has been silently accumulating strength, suddenly experiencing a breakthrough. I never anticipated that this company, despite its relatively recent establishment, possesses such formidable research capabilities and innovative potential. I hope Shanghai Technology ventures into more fields and develops various new products. Patent technology seems so sophisticated and distant from us ordinary folks. I am far more concerned about the Tulu electric vehicles beginning their shipments. Indeed, I was surprised by how quickly they shipped after the reservation. In the past, ordering a vehicle typically meant waiting several months. This time, the wait was the shortest, and the experience was unparalleled. Online discourse overwhelmingly praised Shanghai Technology. Occasionally, a few unfavorable comments would arise, but they were swiftly silenced by fellow netizens. You blindly trust whatever Shanghai Technology claims? I suspect they might have hired people to create these videos. Are you out of your mind? Haven't you noticed that each winner has a different IP address? Is it really necessary for Shanghai Technology to go to such lengths for a few electric vehicles? Wouldn't that be more labor-intensive? You should think twice before trying to steer the narrative. What you're saying is utterly unreasonable. How much do you pay per comment? Can you hook me up? I'm running low on living expenses. Yuelong Group. What's going on? Where are the trolls you hired? Why is there no impact online? Wu Long bellowed at his secretary, Lu. Mr. Wu, I am at a loss. This time, Shanghai Technology's response to the previous public sentiment is impeccable. Many netizens are not gullible. With the evidence Shanghai Technology has provided, continuing to sway the narrative would be glaringly obvious. Lu had already reached out to their influencer, who had informed him that this time, there was indeed no feasible solution, though they had a few individuals. Their numbers paled in comparison to Shanghai Technology's 40 million followers. Any dissenting comment they threw into the mix either vanished into obscurity or was met with a barrage of insults from netizens. The pressure within his group had become unbearable, with many wanting to resign. So, we've wasted 50 million? Wu Long gritted his teeth, voicing his frustration. Money does not grow on trees. And that 50 million is no trivial sum. Mr. Wu, that's just how the internet works. Often, money thrown in yields no visible results. Furthermore, we did see some effects recently, but Shanghai technology is simply too cunning. At this moment, Liu could not admit to the lack of effectiveness, or explaining that 50 million would become exceedingly difficult. Wu Long shot a glance at Liu, causing him to promptly lower his head. They had only observed a slight effect previously, and then it dissipated. He had foolishly believed that spending 50 million would allow them to crush Shanghai technology entirely. Wanbang Group. Ding Feng remained vigilant, closely monitoring developments pertaining to Shanghai technology. Mr. Ding, your foresight is commendable. You didn't pressure Shanghai technology to amend the contract like other distributors. Ding chuckled. I am well aware of Shanghai technology's capabilities. During my last visit, Sun Jian graciously showed me around the company, and I discerned that it certainly does not align with the negative portrayals online. Ding Feng felt a sense of elation, acknowledging that there was indeed an element of risk in this venture. Yet, it was Shanghai technology's strength that instilled confidence within him. The thought that those distributors would have to sign new contracts, resulting in a halving of their profits, brought him great joy. Dapeng Automobile Company. Su Dapeng in Guit. Has the disassembly of the Tulu electric vehicle been completed? What are the results? The technical director responded, Mr. Su, we have indeed disassembled the vehicle. We discovered that the power batteries from Shanghai technology are extraordinarily robust, arguably the finest on the market. However, other aspects are rather mediocre, lacking even our technical prowess. The Tulu electric vehicle essentially belongs to the old man's joy category. Aside from the battery, there is little to commend. Oh, might we procure the power batteries from Shanghai technology? Su Dapeng contemplated a direction. Mr. Su, that is utterly out of the question. We have already signed a contract with Ning's Era Company. Breaching it would be untenable for our company. The technical director interjected hastily. He too desired to utilize the batteries from Shanghai technology, but the company was truly unable to do so at present. Su Dapeng sighed, deciding not to dwell on the matter. The survival of the company was paramount. It appeared that the opportunity to employ the power batteries from Shanghai technology would have to wait until next time. Chapter 24. Arrival of the Tulu 2. Mr. Zhou, the results this time are exceedingly favorable. They have completely reversed our previously adverse situation. Indeed, the online reviews are now overwhelmingly in our favor. It is hard to believe how swiftly public sentiment on the internet can shift. In just a few days, the transformation has been monumental. Sun Jian, Gao Yi, and Lu Su were animatedly discussing the rapid changes in the office over the weekend. Weekend reclined in his office chair, arms crossed. Such is the allure of the internet. The company should brace itself for many more occurrences like this. You must adapt quickly. Weekend recognized that the aspirations of the Welong Group were far from extinguished. Secretary Liu had already attempted to contact him several times, yet he had chosen not to respond. The situation was now quite clear. Weekend understood the underlying issues and saw no reason to extend courtesy. He was also contemplating strategies to counter the Welong Group, yet no viable methods had surfaced. The Welong Group dealt in automotive parts, a realm entirely distinct from Shanghai technology. Although Weekend possessed a system that could directly acquire automotive-related technologies, thereby seizing market share from Welong Group, such an approach seemed to him a misallocation of resources and profitable in the grand scheme. Weekend had no intention of entering the automotive market. Once solid-state batteries emerged, traditional vehicles would surely retreat. He mused that patience was essential, awaiting the moment when the Welong Group revealed its vulnerabilities for a decisive strike. Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, we have learned from this experience. However, the presence of online trolls is pervasive. Will the relevant authorities not take action? Gao Yi had recently become aware of the existence of such trolls, but questioned their legality. Weekend shook his head in exasperation. He sensed that Gao Yi's naivety was showing, perhaps a consequence of his recent graduation. The relevant authorities were notoriously elusive, often appearing only when convenient. Could one expect them to be found easily? Weekend replied, this is beyond our control. We must focus on our own responsibilities. It was imperative to train company employees to be mindful of their words and refrain from expressing opinions online indiscriminately. Employees of Shanghai Technology not only represented themselves, but also the company. Should any slip-up occur and it be revealed that they were affiliated with Shanghai Technology, the backlash would undoubtedly flood into the company's review section. Lu Su, How is the construction of the power battery factory progressing? Weekend turned to Liu Su. Liu Su deeply. The production line has been established. We can commence production shortly. Once these lines are operational, we will not face a shortage of batteries for the foreseeable future. Weekend nodded, confirming that meeting production capacity was essential. Sun Jian added, Jiangxin Automobile Company is also hastening the establishment of their production lines. They should soon commence mass production. Weekend felt a wave of relief wash over him. The technological sophistication of the Tulu electric vehicle was still quite low. Liu Su, we must accelerate the research and development of our own new energy electric vehicle. As previously mentioned, the Tulu electric vehicle is merely an old man's joy with limited technological merit. The only aspect that showcases the prowess of Xinghai technology is indeed the power battery. Selling all 40,000 Tulu electric vehicles will net us at least 2 billion. This will enable Xinghai technology to finally produce genuine electric vehicles, and achieving mass production will pose no challenge. Mr. Zhou, is the company truly poised to enter the next phase so swiftly? Liu Su Ingui, the Tulu electric vehicle has only just begun production. Is such haste necessary? Time waits for no one. Given our superior technological capabilities, we must seize the market early. Other new energy companies are already gearing up, and I do not intend to grant them an opportunity. Moreover, the system's lottery required points, and his current reserves were scant. The more points, the better. Sun Jian and Liu Su were elated, astonished that the company was advancing to the next stage of development so rapidly. How long had it been since Xinghai Technology's establishment? At this pace, they could scarcely fathom what the company would resemble in a few years. Hello, sir. Your Tulu electric vehicle, which you ordered online some time ago, has arrived. Really? Excellent. I shall come down immediately. This delivery was markedly different from the previous winner's free vehicles. This time, the customer had purchased it. Thus, with each sale of a Tulu electric vehicle, Xinghai Technology stood to gain a profit. Upon descending, the man easily spotted individuals clad in Xinghai Technology uniforms. He recognized the sky blue attire adorned with stars from the Douyin videos he had seen. You must be Mr. Zhang. Here is your Tulu electric vehicle. You have purchased a version with a 200 kilometers range. This is the user manual. Feel free to inspect the vehicle. The staff member presented the prepared items as Mr. Zhang approached. After briefly perusing the manual, which detailed the vehicle specifications, he was far more concerned with the car's condition. He meticulously inspected it for some time, finding no issues. Mr. Zhang, if you have any concerns, we can take a drive around now. Noticing Mr. Zhang's thoroughness, the staff member suggested. Mr. Zhang agreed. After all, his wife had yet to return, and he could test it on her behalf. Taking the driver's seat, he received a brief tutorial from the staff member in the passenger seat. After a simple learning session, Mr. Zhang found it remarkably easy to operate the vehicle. Elated, he felt confident in his purchase, believing it to be perfectly suited for his wife. The operation of the electric vehicle was inherently simpler, with only brakes and an accelerator, lacking the multitude of gears of a traditional fuel vehicle. The staff member explained, to which Mr. Zhang nodded in understanding. After mastering the controls, he drove a few laps around the neighborhood. Although its top speed was not particularly fast, its acceleration was commendable. The power was ample, and the vehicle did not feel underwhelming due to its affordability. The interior was quiet. For a vehicle priced at 10,000 yuan, it was already impressive. Mr. Zhang mused that these were likely the advantages of electric vehicles. He was thoroughly enjoying himself, completely forgetting that he was only there to test the car. Mr. Zhang, how does it feel? Quite enjoyable, isn't it? The staff member kindly reminded him that he had other matters to attend to and could not afford to delay any longer. Zhang Sheng, coming to his senses, casually inquired, "Oh, this is quite splendid. How do we charge this vehicle?" "We provide a standard charger, which allows you to charge it conveniently at home. The charging cable is quite long," the staff replied. "I have no further questions. Do you have anything else to attend to?" "Here, I need you to sign this document to acknowledge receipt of the vehicle," the staff member said, producing the receipt and handing it to Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng swiftly signed his name and returned the document. Satisfied that everything was in order, the staff member drove away. Zhang Sheng gazed at the vehicle beside him and took out his phone to call his wife. Chapter 25. Preparations for Mass Production. Zhang Sheng dialed, asking, "Darling, have you finished work? Where are you right now?" "Honey, I'm still on the bus. It's so crowded today," his wife replied. The noise from the bus was palpable even through the phone, and Zhang Sheng could sense the bustling crowd. Glancing at the vehicle, he suggested, "I'll come pick you up at the nearest bus stop." "All right, I'm almost there anyway, so just come over," she agreed without hesitation. Zhang Sheng drove towards the closest bus stop, which was merely about a kilometer from their home. Soon, he arrived and parked by the roadside. then walked to the platform where his wife would typically catch her bus each morning and return in the afternoon. After a brief wait, the 114 bus pulled up to the stop. Zhang Sheng approached, knowing it was the bus his wife usually took. As he drew near, he spotted her disembarking. He waved and called out, "Honey, over here." She noticed him, and her previously sour mood evaporated instantly. "What brings you here to pick me up? Were you bored at home?" Zhang Sheng, a journalist often preoccupied with work, had taken the day off to prepare a surprise for her birthday. "Indeed. Otherwise I wouldn't have come," he replied, choosing to keep the surprise under wraps for a moment longer. "Let's head home. I'll make you something delicious," she exclaimed. "I'm exhausted from work today. Our boss is unbearable." As Zhang Sheng walked ahead, his wife trailed behind, venting about her job. "Why are you heading this way?" she asked, noticing he was veering off course. Her eyes then fell upon the charming Thule electric vehicle. "Isn't that the Thule electric car that's been all the rage online lately? It looks rather appealing," she remarked. "This is your gift. It just arrived this afternoon," Zhang Sheng revealed without any preamble. "You bought this for me? But we still have our mortgage to pay, and we need to save money too. Are we not planning on having children anymore?" They were an ordinary couple who had purchased a home in the city, yet they grappled with the burden of monthly mortgage payments. Though she worked, her salary barely amounted to 2,000 yuan a month, while Zhang Sheng's income was slightly higher, allowing them to save little. Despite being married for 3 years, they had yet to start a family, fully aware that raising a child would be a significant financial strain. Thus, they had resolved to save more before considering parenthood. Zhang Sheng, scratching his head, explained, "This car is quite affordable. It won't cost us much. Besides, we can always have children later. Delaying a bit allows us to relish our time as a couple. And today is your birthday, so consider a birthday gift, especially since I see you struggle with the bus daily. You're the best, darling. But for future expensive purchases, please consult me first," she said, touched by the gesture. Zhang Sheng opened the car door, encouraging her, "No problem. Come on in and give it a try. It's south quite easy to drive." "All right." His wife eagerly took the driver's seat. At Shanghai Technology Company, Sun Jian was busy managing the sales of the Thule. The vehicle was selling remarkably well, and the returns were coming in quickly. However, the production speed was sluggish. Shanghai Technology had manufactured 20,000 Thule electric cars, which had recently been dispatched. The production line was operating around the clock, yet producing over 2,000 vehicles daily still felt inadequate to Sun Jian. Indeed, it was somewhat slow, and the order volume for Thule continued to rise steadily. Suddenly, Sun Jian's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Xiang Xianchu. Upon answering, he heard Xiang Xianchu's voice, "President Sun, our production line is set up. When can you come to inspect it?" Overjoyed, Sun Jian sprang from his chair. "That is fantastic. Jiangzuan Automobile's production line can now manufacture the Thule electric vehicle." "Really?" "President Xiang, I'll be over tomorrow morning," Sun Jian replied, deciding to handle some company matters first. After all, Jiangxing and Wansha were not far apart. Xiang Xianchu's cheerful voice resonated. President Sun, why would I deceive you? I will eagerly await your arrival at the company tomorrow." They chatted a bit longer before Sun Jian hung up, contemplating that he should inform Zhou Mo and discuss it with Lu Su. Jiangzuan Automobile was now capable of producing electric vehicles, and it was imperative to deliver the batteries promptly. Next, Sun Jian headed straight to Zhou Mo's office. Upon entering, he fortuitously found Lu Su present. "Uncle Sun, is there something you need?" Zhou Mo inquired upon seeing Sun Jian. "Indeed, a very important matter. President Xiang from Jiangzuan Automobile called to inform me that their production line is ready, so I need to visit their company tomorrow morning." Sun Jian took a seat next to Lu Su. "Wonderful. We've produced too many batteries lately. The warehouse is nearly overflowing." Lu Su exclaimed excitedly before Zhou Mo could speak. Zhou Mo nodded in agreement. "Uncle Sun, this is indeed great news. Lu Su was just discussing whether we should slow down the production of power batteries due to the excess." After some contemplation, Sun Jian suggested, "How about Lu Su accompanies me to Jiangzuan Automobile tomorrow? We could transport more power batteries then." "No problem. We need to bring a batch of inspectors along as well, so we can take them together," Lu Su agreed, considering that Wansha was not far from Jiangxing and Wunti significantly hindered the company's research progress. Zhou Mo proposed, "Let us bring a few trustworthy researchers along. It will give us peace of mind during the inspections. As the saying goes, one should harbor no malice, yet remain vigilant." The Thule electric vehicles produced by their company could guarantee quality. However, it was different for the contract manufacturing, which required meticulous inspection. If the inspectors were ordinary individuals, they might be tempted to alter the results for a bribe. Thus, bringing loyal researchers was undoubtedly the best course of action. Lu Su also understood this principle. Currently, the company has a total of 9 key researchers, including himself. Bringing 2 along would be more than sufficient, as the remaining 7 would not significantly impact the research and development progress. After a brief discussion among a few colleagues, they commenced their plan. Chapter 26. Commencement of Mass Production and Preparation for Shipment. The following day at noon, Sun Jian and Lu Su arrived at Jiangxuan Automobile Company. Mr. Xiang, allow me to introduce our chief researcher from Shanghai Technology, Lu Su, Sun Jian stated. The other 2 are also researchers from our company, all of whom were involved in the comprehensive research and development of the Tulu electric vehicle. Sun Jian, concerned that Lu Su and his team might not receive the attention they deserved from Mr. Xiang, provided a gentle reminder. Indeed, upon hearing this, a tempest of surprise surged within Xiang Xianchu. He turned his gaze towards Lu Su and the others standing beside Sun Jian. This seemingly ordinary man in his 40s was, in fact, the developer of Tulu. This implied that the power battery utilized in Tulu was also a product of their research, showcasing their remarkable talent. Speculation had abounded online regarding the origins of the power battery. How had the academic community remained unaware of such an individual until now? As he observed Lu Su, Xiang Xianchu felt that had he not been informed of the man's identity in advance, he would not have noticed him amidst the crowd. Perhaps Lu Su's modesty was the reason for his obscurity? Mr. Lu, it is truly an honor to finally meet you, Xiang Xianchu exclaimed, extending his hand with enthusiasm. He was not exaggerating. Numerous companies were now eager to recruit talent from Shanghai Technology. By enticing Shanghai's researchers, they could replicate the performance of the power battery themselves. Lu Su waved his hand dismissively, replying modestly, "Haha, Mr. Xiang, you flatter us. We are hardly notable figures in the scientific community. We have merely been fortunate to receive Mr. Zhou's support recently." With a glance at his 2 companions, who nodded in agreement, Xiang Xianchu momentarily lost his train of thought. This was Jiangxuan Automobile Company, not Shanghai Technology. Was it necessary to extol Mr. Zhou's virtues? Lu Su and his colleagues were acutely aware of the reasons behind Shanghai Technology's rapid development. Their loyalty to Zhou Mo prevented them from disclosing too much. Observing the sincerity in Lu Su's demeanor, Xiang Xianchu could tell they were not merely engaging in flattery. Their expressions conveyed genuine appreciation. Suddenly intrigued by Zhou Mo, Xiang Xianchu surmised that anyone capable of earning the admiration of such skilled researchers must be extraordinary, prompting him to consider arranging a meeting in the future. Mr. Sun, Mr. Lu, let us not linger here. Let us proceed to the production line, Xiang Xianchu declared. Both Sun Jian and Lu Su nodded in agreement, recognizing the urgency of commencing production for the Tulu electric vehicle. Under Xiang Xianchu's guidance, the group arrived at the Tulu production workshop, where all equipment was primed and ready. They could commence production immediately upon the arrival of the power batteries. While Xiang Xianchu and Sun Jian engaged in conversation, Lu Su and his colleagues inspected the production line. It was evident that the line had been constructed according to their specifications, with no corners cut. This ensured the quality of the Tulu electric vehicle. Turning to Xiang Xianchu, Lu Su informed him, the power batteries are en route and will arrive by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. They're being transported via freight, arranged specifically by Shanghai Technology. 2 days for delivery was indeed quite prompt. Xiang Xianchu had intended to inquire about the battery status, but Lu Su preempted him, which delighted Xiang Xianchu, as this meant their company could begin generating profits. This could yield nearly 100 million in profit, and if they performed well, Shanghai Technology would undoubtedly continue to engage them for future production. Then we will need to ask Mr. Sun and your team to wait an additional day, Xiang Xianchu suggested. Not all, Sun Jian replied, shaking his head. We are eager to observe the proceedings closely. Following this, Xiang Xianchu led Sun Jian and Lu Su on a tour of other areas within the company. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was nearly evening. Mr. Sun, Mr. Lu, I have made arrangements for dinner. Let us proceed, Lu Su remarked, feeling a rumble in his stomach. Very well, let's go. The next day, upon the arrival of the power batteries at Jiangxuan Automobile Company, the production line officially commenced operations. Lu Su observed from the sidelines while the other 2 researchers monitored the surroundings. Once the first batch of Tulu electric vehicles was produced, they conducted a thorough inspection. Lu Su then took a test drive and found everything to be satisfactory. Mr. Xiang, the vehicle is performing well. We will return today. However, we must leave one person here for quality checks. Is that acceptable? Initially, Lu Su intended to leave 2 individuals behind, but given the successful inspection, he deemed one sufficient. Of course, with your company's professionals assisting, I am confident in the vehicle's quality, Xiang Xianchu responded readily, feeling at ease. Subsequently, Sun Jian and Lu Su hurried back to report the situation at Jiangxuan Automobile Company to Zhou Mo Wanbang Group. Mr. Ding, Shanghai Technology just contacted us to confirm that the Tulu electric vehicles are ready for shipment. The secretary burst into Ding Feng's office, excitement evident in her voice. Is that so? At last, the moment has arrived. Ding Feng exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Currently, there were no vehicles on the market comparable to the Tulu electric vehicle. It was the hottest product available, and sales would undoubtedly be lucrative. Let us prepare everything in advance. Once Shanghai Technology delivers the vehicles, we will launch a vigorous promotional campaign. Ding Feng instructed decisively, and the secretary promptly set to work. After the secretary left, Ding Feng picked up the phone and called Sun Jian. Haha, Mr. Ding, no need for formality. Rest assured, we will ensure the first batch reaches you without delay. Excellent. Goodbye for now. We shall converse again soon. Sun Jian hung up with a smile. Ding Feng of Wanbang Group had previously been the only one to adhere strictly to principles without requesting amendments to the collaboration plan. Zhou Mo had also insisted that, when appropriate, certain conveniences could be afforded. Reflecting on those opportunistic dealers, Sun Jian felt a surge of frustration. Sending the shipment to Ding Feng sooner would allow him to seize a larger share of the market. As long as his actions weren't too overt, it would pose no issue. After all, the Tulu electric vehicle was not in short supply. Noticing the time, Sun Jian tidied his desk, shut down his computer, and prepared to head home. Pressing the elevator button, he waited patiently as the doors opened. Shally, why are you working so late today? Mr. Sun. The research and development tasks have been quite demanding lately. We are all eager to expedite the electric vehicle project as Mr. Zhou requested. The young man referred to as Xiao Li was Li Tang, the youngest member of the research department at Shanghai Technology and one of the initial 8 researchers who remained. He had joined the company right after graduation, with Lu Su as his mentor. When Zhou Mo offered the option to leave, he had chosen to stay without hesitation. Following Zhou Mo's transmission of materials via the system, he had developed into a highly capable researcher. Chapter 27. The Dragon Leaps, Digging Beneath the Surface. Splendid. Always learn from your mentor, Sun Jian remarked, pleased. With talents like Li Tang around, Shanghai Technology was destined for success. After a brief exchange, the elevator reached the ground floor. Mr. Sun, I've arrived. Please drive slowly. Li Tang noticed that Sun Jian pressed the button for the first basement level, indicating he was likely heading home. Sun Jian warmly extended an invitation. Shall I give you a lift? Where do you reside? Perhaps it's on my way. Taken aback, Li Tang quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Sun, but I live quite close by. Just a short walk and I'll be home. Sun Jian nodded. All right, but do take care. He didn't insist. After all, a young person might feel quite uncomfortable sharing a ride with him. Li Tang bid farewell to Sun Jian and walked out the company gates alone. As he strolled along the road, having barely stepped outside, Li Tang was suddenly stopped by 2 individuals. Excuse me, are you Mr. Li Tang? The 2 men obstructed his path. Li Tang was startled by their sudden appearance. Was this a robbery or an attempt to engage him in something unsavory? A robbery? He didn't have much money. As for anything more sinister, he felt powerless. The 2 men, noticing Li Tang's lowered head in silence, were uncertain about the situation. May I ask, are you Mr. Li Tang? We have someone who wishes to invite you for a chat over tea. Li Tang hesitated. I am, but you're not here to rob me, are you? The 2 men exchanged glances and took in the dark surroundings, which indeed bore a resemblance to a robbery scenario. Ahem, Mr. Li, please don't misunderstand. We have been waiting for you for some time. However, you left work quite late today. Upon hearing their explanation, Li Tang understood that they had deliberately been waiting for him. Could he refuse? Although he grasped their intent, unease lingered within him. Mr. Li Tang, I believe it's preferable to resolve matters sooner rather than later. Should you choose not to attend today, we will remain here, and it may become troublesome for both parties. Li Tang pondered this notion and recognized its validity. After all, there was no pressing matter awaiting him at home. Perhaps it would be wise to go. In this day and age, with surveillance cameras everywhere, safety should be assured. Moreover, he was a grown man. Shouldn't he be unperturbed by such things? Where's the location? Just ahead. You, Li Tang. I am Lu Ji from Yuelong Group. Others prefer to call me Secretary Lu. Upon entering the room, Li Tang encountered a tall, slender, middle-aged man seated there. As Li Tang entered, the man rose to introduce himself. Yuelong Group? ISNT, that the company that acquired ours some time ago? What business do you have with me? Li Tang recalled the acquisition, but had little impression of Yuelong Group, having joined the company shortly before it was taken over. Indeed, I am aware that you are one of the principal research and development personnel at Shanghai Technology. I seek your assistance with a matter, and, of course, there will be rewards for your efforts, 10 million. If you could provide me with the technology behind Shanghai Technology's power batteries, I will personally offer you 10 million. Secretary Liu made no attempt to be subtle, raising a finger as if proclaiming an astronomical figure. He was aware that there were only 8 initial researchers at Shanghai Technology, and among them, Li Tang was the youngest. He assumed that this fledgling would undoubtedly be awed by such a generous offer. But Li Tang's response was contrary to his expectations. Upon hearing this, Li Tang felt indignant. He was fiercely loyal to the company. With a light chuckle, he shook his head. Are you jesting? You think 10 million could buy me? I would never betray Shanghai Technology. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Li Tang turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Secretary Liu stood dumbfounded. Was 10 million not a considerable sum? Could such a vast amount fail to sway him? Or did he simply lack any comprehension of its worth? Secretary Liu believed Li Tang was merely attempting to negotiate, engaging in a game of cat and mouse, and quickly called out to him. 10 million is no small amount. You may never earn such a sum in your lifetime. Yet, Li Tang left without a second thought, seemingly unperturbed. Secretary Liu, what should we do now? Li Tang has truly walked away. One of the men who had been blocking Li Tang's path inquired, astonished by Li Tang's audacity. To disregard 10 million was indeed remarkable. Although he was employed by Yuelong Group, he felt a genuine admiration for such a person. It appeared that the offer was insufficient. Perhaps tomorrow, they should return to him with an increased sum. At that moment, Secretary Liu could hardly believe it. Was it possible that someone viewed money with such disdain? After leaving, Li Tang promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Lu Su. Hello, Master. Here's the situation. Understood. Please head to Mr. Zhou's office tomorrow. The next day, upon arriving at the office, Li Tang made his way directly to Zhou Mo's office. Li Tang, you're here. Please have a seat. At that moment, Lu Su was also present in Zhou Mo's office. Li Tang approached and sat beside Lu Su. I've heard about the events of yesterday from your master. Well done. Zhou Mo expressed his satisfaction, grateful for the system that ensured loyalty from those who transmitted information. Had it been an ordinary person, the temptation of 10 million might have led to betrayal. Li Tang, feeling slightly embarrassed by the praise, rubbed the back of his head. I just believe in our company. There's a voice within me guiding me on the right course. Enough with the modesty. Ever since you chose to stay behind last time, I've recognized your character, Lu Su teased with a smile. He had a child around Li Tang's age and treated him as he would his own. I called you both here for a particular reason. Zhou Mo had long desired to counter Yuelong Group, and now the opportunity had presented itself. Lu Su, curious, asked Mr. Zhou, may I inquire what you need from us? He had only been notified by Zhou Mo to come to the office and was unaware of the specifics. He initially thought it was to discuss Li Tang's matter from the previous day. Zhou Mo stated, I wish to know if you can produce a power battery technology in a short time frame. This technology would be akin to a delectable cake, visually appealing but impractical. Chapter 28. Offline Sales, an encounter with a beauty. Lu Su grasped Zhou Mo's metaphor and retorted, so, you mean it looks great but lacks practicality, correct? Zhu Montauk nodded. Precisely. Yuelong Group seeks to acquire technical data from Li Tang. What I desire is for you to produce a document regarding power batteries. This document should compel Yuelong Group to invest heavily in research and development, ultimately leading to their financial ruin. Both Lu Su and Li Tang gasped in shock. Zhou Mo was intent on obliterating Yuelong Group. However, they had no intentions of questioning his strategy. They would follow his directives. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Su responded, Mr. Zhou, no problem. We can produce such documentation. We merely need to design the theoretical endurance of the power batteries to be exceedingly high. Once Yuelong Group obtains it, their R&D department will surely find no flaws. In truth, the data is flawed, as there exists a particular point that is challenging to meet the requirements. To achieve the performance outlined in the theory, they must invest substantial funds in research and development. Li Tang nodded in agreement, indicating that he had also formulated some ideas. Zhou Mo, feeling delighted, replied, All right, please bring out the data as soon as possible. Li Tang, I'll need you to hold on for a bit. He was confident that the Yuelong Group would seek his assistance again. Once Lu Su and Li Tang departed, Zhou Mo, lost in thought, began to chuckle. Dad, driving that three-wheeled vehicle is far too perilous for you. How about I buy you a four-wheeler? A four-wheeler? Those aren't cheap. Do you truly intend to buy one for me? Father, what are you saying? Would I really hesitate to buy something for you? Well, I cannot afford an ordinary car. Have you heard about the new electric vehicles? They are quite impressive and similar in size to your three-wheeler. Very well, I'll accompany you to take a look. However, if it isn't as good as you claim, you must repurchase my three-wheeler. The two conversing were a young man named Zhang Wei and his father. Zhang Wei's father enjoyed driving his three-wheeled vehicle, but its instability posed significant risks. Despite Zhang Wei's repeated warnings, his father remained unyielding. Last time, Zhang Wei had secretly sold his father's three-wheeler, and his father was still upset with him. Zhang Wei brought his father to the nearest 4S dealership, which belonged to the Wanbang Group and was now selling the Tulu electric vehicles. Initially, Zhang Wei had intended to make an online purchase, but he happened to see the dealership promoting the vehicles on his way home from work. He decided it would be better to buy in person, as the prices were comparable. "Welcome, sir. How may I assist you today?" Upon entering the dealership, a beautiful saleswoman approached, her long legs clad in black stockings accentuated by high heels. Zhang Wei swallowed hard. In this sweltering heat, her enticing uniform made him feel equally heated. However, considering that this was not the time for distractions, he focused on the matter at hand. He naturally raised his gaze from her legs to her face, which she seemed not to notice. "I brought my father to check out the Tulu electric vehicle. Could you please provide us with some information?" The saleswoman, wearing a professional smile, replied, "Certainly, please follow me." During this period, many customers had come to inquire about the Tulu electric vehicles, and she had grown accustomed to it. Although the commission from each sale was modest, the sheer volume of sales made it a significant source of income for the sales team. Zhang Wei and his father followed her. Zhang Wei's father whispered, "Isn't she lovely? If you like her, go pursue her. I'm eagerly awaiting a grandchild." He had noticed a shift in Zhang Wei's attention. After all, could his son deceive others while failing to fool his own father? Zhang Wei shook his head. "I have no interest in women and certainly do not wish to marry at this early stage." This batch features the latest Tulu electric vehicles, with ranges of 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, and 300 kilometers, priced accordingly. The saleswoman, regardless of whether they were familiar with the Tulu electric vehicle, thoroughly described the cars. Zhang Wei remained silent, aware of the details, but his father was not privy to this information. His father exclaimed in astonishment, "This vehicle can travel such distances on just a charge, and it doesn't consume gasoline?" "Rest assured, sir, it absolutely does not use gasoline. You can charge it at home without any issues. Moreover, it is user-friendly, requiring neither a license plate nor a driver's license." Zhang Wei inquired, "Can we take it for a test drive? I would like my father to experience it." Noting his father's eagerness, he asked aloud, "Certainly, we have designated vehicles for test drives." The saleswoman then led Zhang Wei and his father to the vehicles available for testing. Coincidentally, there was no one else there to test drive, so Zhang Wei's father hopped into the driver's seat. Zhang Wei took a seat in the back, while the saleswoman occupied the passenger seat. Before long, Zhang Wei's father had mastered the controls and returned after a short circuit. "Ha ha! This car is amusing and quite simple to operate. But I must ask, it can't be inexpensive, can it?" After disembarking, he inquired. "Not at all. The least expensive model is just 12,999 yuan, and the most expensive is only 29,999 yuan. If you buy one, it's a great bargain." The saleswoman immediately began her sales pitch, sensing that this customer was likely to make a purchase. Zhang Wei responded, "Let's go for the one priced at 19,999 yuan. 300 kilometers of range seems excessive for practical use." Zhang Wei's father, who did not fully grasp the nuances, simply found the vehicle enjoyable. "All right then, let's opt for the 19,999 model." In truth, the highest range was the most economical choice, but if the weather were to turn cold, the range would diminish, making the benefits of the 300 kilometers range evident. The saleswoman passionately promoted the 29,999 model, as selling high-range vehicles earned her a larger commission. Ultimately, through persistent persuasion, Zhang Wei decided to purchase the 29,999 yuan Tulu electric vehicle outright. Although his family wasn't particularly affluent, they were comfortable enough to afford the purchase with ease. Zhang Wei's father had done nothing but gaze at the Tulu electric vehicle before them. In the end, Zhang Wei successfully acquired the saleswoman's contact information. What would transpire thereafter remained uncertain. "You claim to have no interest in women, yet you still sought her contact information?" On the way home, Zhang Wei drove while his father sat in the passenger seat. "Isn't it you who mentioned wanting to be a grandfather soon?" "I'm merely making an effort," Zhang Wei replied, engrossed in a conversation on his phone while responding to his father's remarks. Chapter 29, Record Sales, Regret Abounds. "Xiao Su, who was that handsome young man earlier? He seemed quite charming. If you're interested, I suggest you seize the opportunity." The saleswoman who had assisted Zhang Wei and his father was named Su Ru. Shortly after their departure, a fellow saleswoman approached, having observed the interaction for some time and gossiping. "Oh, Zhang Jia, what are you talking about? We just met today. Suru blushed at Zhang Jie's comment. I'm not joking. I'm being sincere. From my years of experience, that young man certainly showed interest in you. And now is the best time for you to act. Zhang Jie, nearing 40, offered this advice, aware of the complexities of the sales industry. You've been with the company for a while and should be aware of the precarious nature of sales. I advise you to seek a more stable position as soon as possible. Suru silently listened, her head bowed in contemplation. She was well aware of the truths in Zhang Jie's words, having faced several instances of harassment recently. Zhang Jie, I will consider your advice. Once I earn some money, I will reflect carefully on my future. Zhang Jie nodded slightly, hoping that Suru would make the right choice. During this period, the Tulu electric vehicle has been selling remarkably well, promising a substantial profit. Just then, several individuals entered the premises, with Sister Zhang and Suru making their way forward. As this group stepped inside, one of them exclaimed, "We are here to inquire about the Tulu electric vehicle. Could you kindly provide us with some insights?" At Wanbang Group, the secretary was briefing Ding Feng in his office about the recent performance of the company. "Mr. Ding, the group's profits have seen a notable increase recently. The primary factor is the excellent sales of the Tulu electric vehicle. Practically everyone who visits the showroom ends up making a purchase. However, the inventory of Tulu electric vehicles is depleting rapidly. The rise is indeed significant. It seems our strategic move was indeed a wise one. Please contact Shanghai Technology immediately and inform them that we wish to procure another batch of vehicles." Just as Ding Feng finished speaking, he reconsidered and called his secretary back, stating, "Forget it. I shall personally reach out to General Sun. Securing a supply of Tulu electric vehicles from Shanghai Technology is undoubtedly lucrative." He was confident that he was not the only one eager to acquire the goods swiftly. It would be more effective to make the call himself. Ding Feng picked up his phone and located Sun Jian's number. "Hello, General Sun. What have you been busy with lately? Have you had your meal? The matter is as follows. All right, Mr. Ding. We will expedite the delivery. It will not impede your company's sales," Sun Jian replied, hanging up with a sigh. Since they commenced deliveries to various dealers, the Tulu electric vehicles have been flying off the shelves, with many companies urging Shanghai Technology for prompt shipments. Shanghai Technology's production capacity was primarily focused on online sales, making it impossible to fulfill such requests. Meanwhile, Jiangxuan Automobile Company's output was gradually improving, but significant increases in production were not feasible overnight. At that moment, his phone rang again. Sun Jian glanced at the screen. It was Zhao, a dealer with whom he had negotiated multiple times. "Haha, General Sun, what are you up to? Have you eaten? Do you have time to join me for a meal? I've already reserved a table." As soon as he held the phone to his ear, Zhao's hearty laughter resonated. Sun Jian immediately recalled Zhao's rotund figure. "Zhao, I've been quite busy lately. I truly have no time," he flatly refused. Unfazed, Zhao pressed on, attempting to invite Sun Jian to dine with him. Sun Jian, growing impatient with Zhao's relentless persistence, adopted a more serious tone. "Is there something specific you wish to discuss? If not, I shall hang up." Wait, General Sun. I wanted to inquire whether we could still finalize the original cooperation agreement. In the past, I was misguided, but I hope you can overlook my previous missteps." Before Zhao could finish, Sun Jian interrupted. "Zhao, the contract was always at your discretion. I did not coerce you. Is it not too late to bring this up now? Where were you earlier?" Sun Jian dismissed him with disdain, criticizing him for wishing to reap profits without bearing risks. "If you desire high returns without risk, perhaps you should consider picking up money from the ground." Zhao persisted. "General Sun, I can offer you a rebate. This matter will be known only to us, without any third party's awareness." "Stop right there. I believe you are overestimating the situation. I'm not that kind of person. If there is nothing else, I shall terminate this call." Sun Jian was both amused and exasperated by Zhao's unscrupulousness, pondering the necessity of reevaluating their business relationship. On the other end, Zhao, realizing he could not sway Sun Jian, did not push further. "General Sun, could you perhaps expedite the delivery for our company? The more you send us, the more profit you will also make." This revelation was Zhao's true intention. He began with challenging requests, intending to conclude with an easily achievable one, thus increasing his chances of success. However, Sun Jian had already developed a strong aversion to Zhao and was unwilling to allow him any advantage. "Zhao, we operate strictly according to the contract. You shall receive what is rightfully yours and nothing more. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up." With that, Sun Jian ended the call. Zhao, left in silence, stared at the phone screen, realizing the call had been disconnected. "Damn it. You are merely the vice president of Shanghai Technology. The company does not belong to you. Why act so superior in front of me?" Zhao slammed his fist on the table in frustration. He had intended to invite Sun Jian for a meal to foster goodwill, but Sun Jian had offered him no opportunity, leaving him feeling humiliated, an affront he had never before endured. "Oof, you better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, you shall pay dearly." Meanwhile, after hanging up, Sun Jian approached Zhou Mo to report on the company's recent sales performance. "Mr. Zhou, the Tulu electric vehicle has been selling exceptionally well. Both online and offline sales are flourishing. Online, we have sold over 120,000 units, generating a revenue of 27.6 billion. Simultaneously, we have dispatched over 100,000 units to dealers. Although the sales are commendable, our company still has a substantial number of orders pending, so you must strive to enhance your efforts," Zhou Mo advised earnestly, not joking in the least. Recently, online orders for the Tulu electric vehicle had surged to 500,000. Currently, we have only fulfilled 220,000, which is less than half of the online order volume. Sun Jian agreed wholeheartedly. The task was indeed formidable. As Chapter 30 unfolded, preparations were underway to finalize the transaction. Just as Zhou Mo and Sun Jian were engaged in conversation, there was a knock at the office door. Zhou Mo looked up, and Sun Jian turned his head as Lu Su and Li Tang entered. "You two have arrived as well. Has the company made significant advancements in research and development that require reporting?" Zhou Mo inquired with anticipation, noting their simultaneous arrival. Lu Su shook his head and replied, "Mr. Zhou, while the R&D progress has indeed accelerated, we have not come to discuss that matter." "Oh." Zhou Mo's eyes glimmered with curiosity as he noticed the smiles on their faces. Suddenly, he recalled something. "Could it be that you have made progress on the matter discussed previously?" Zhou Mo offered a mysterious smile, his intentions not entirely pure. "Ha. It seems we cannot hide anything from you, Mr. Zhou. Following your guidance, we have indeed developed a suitable technical document for the power battery." As he spoke, Lu Su handed the technical document to Zhou Mo, who began to peruse its contents. Sun Jian, listening from the side, was perplexed and inquired, "What are you all discussing?" "I have not been informed." Lu Su exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Jian, and Zhou Mo also turned to smile at him. They proceeded to explain the situation. That Yulong Group is indeed incorrigible. Not only did they attempt to acquire our company previously, but now they're also scheming to pilfer our technical documents. Sun Jian gritted his teeth, exhaling deeply. Previously, the chairman of their company was Zhou Mo's father. At that time, Yulong Group had consistently opposed them, frequently employing underhanded tactics. Fortunately, both Zhou Mo's father and Sun Jian had remained steadfast. However, after Zhou Mo's father suffered a tragic accident, the company rapidly declined, ultimately leading Zhou Mo to agree to sell it. What he did not anticipate was that Yulong Group would once again set its sights on their technology, resorting to unscrupulous methods once more. "Mr. Zhou, I believe you're absolutely right. The company's previous excessive investment in research and development has led to a rupture in the financial chain, and now it is time for the Yulong Group to taste the bitterness," Sun Jian declared fiercely, clearly indicating that he was genuinely enraged this time. "Rest assured, Uncle Sunday, we have already instructed Li Tang to keep the Yulong Group in suspense. This time, they will undoubtedly suffer the consequences." After Zhou Mo spoke, Lu Su and Li Tang nodded in agreement. Their loyalty to Zhou Mo was unwavering, and they were determined to execute this plan with utmost seriousness. "This information is excellent. Should we develop the corresponding power battery as outlined, the prospects are indeed quite tantalizing. I am confident that the Yulong Group will find it irresistible." After finishing the document, Zhou Mo comprehended everything thoroughly. However, should the Yulong Group truly proceed with the development as suggested, they would find themselves ensnared in an abyss. Lu Su proudly stated, "Mr. Zhou, this is the result of meticulous design from our entire R&D department. The 7 members of their R&D team had devoted considerable time to this endeavor. The reason it was 7 was that one was still absent, working at Jiangxin Automobile Company. Given this, Li Tang, please reach out to Secretary Lu. Remember to perform exceptionally well. We cannot afford to let the Yulong Group discover any flaws." Li Tang assured confidently, "Mr. Zhou, through our recent interactions, I have discerned that Secretary Lu is exceedingly avaricious. Such a person is unlikely to notice any discrepancies." With that, Li Tang departed with the prepared technical documents. At the Yulong Group, Wu Long, seated on the sofa with his eyes closed, inquired, "Has Li Tang been in contact with you recently?" "He reached out yesterday, informing me that actions have commenced, and I believe results will be forthcoming shortly," Secretary Lu responded with confidence, convinced that a young man like Li Tang would be unable to resist the allure of wealth. "You better be right. Is it truly worth spending 100 million for this technology?" Wu Long had initially acted on a whim, driven by envy for the power battery technology from Shanghai Technology, prompting Secretary Liu to exhaust all means to acquire it. Mr. Wu, what we seek is Shanghai Technology's latest power battery technology. Acquiring already patented technology is certainly not cost-effective. Li Tang has informed me that Shanghai Technology is on the verge of developing a new type of power battery, boasting energy density several times greater than their current offerings. If this is indeed true, investing 100 million to procure the technical documents would undoubtedly be worthwhile. Secretary Liu's words were indeed enticing, but they were based on what Li Tang had conveyed. As expected, Wulong felt considerably more energized upon hearing this, his earlier impatience dissipating. After all, the money had already been spent. It was too late to say anything, and it would be wiser to await developments quietly. Just then, Secretary Liu's phone rang. Mr. Wu, it's Li Tang calling. There must be good news. Secretary Liu gestured toward the phone screen. Wulong nodded, signaling him to answer. Secretary Liu connected the call and activated the speakerphone. Hello, Secretary Liu, this is Li Tang, came Li Tang's voice. Young Li, what is the purpose of your call? How is the matter progressing? Secretary Liu inquired softly. The items have been secured, and as for what you promised me, Li Tang began. Cough, cough, rest assured. Your share will certainly not be lacking, Secretary Liu interjected, hastily interrupting Li Tang. Wulong, observing from the side, felt a tinge of discomfort, recognizing the unseemly nature of the conversation. Well, since Secretary Liu assures me, I feel at ease. Let us meet at our previously agreed location. I shall await your arrival. Li Tang concluded before hanging up. After the call ended, Secretary Liu presented the phone screen to Wulong for a glimpse. Hurry and bring back the materials. I too am eager to see what this $100 million document entails. Wulong, unable to contain his excitement, urged Secretary Liu onward. Following Wulong's directive, Secretary Liu promptly drove to the location of their initial meeting. Have you brought the items? Secretary Liu eagerly inquired upon their meeting. Have you brought the money? Li Tang raturta. In Secretary Liu's eyes, Li Tang was merely a young man with a greedy demeanor, and this meeting was an opportunity to maintain that facade. With a smile, Secretary Liu shook his head, realizing that they were on the same page. First, hand over the documents, and I will instruct the bank to transfer your payment immediately. A mere 30 million, I would not dare to renege. Indeed, Secretary Liu had taken a slight advantage in this transaction. Originally, a budget of 100 million had been reduced to a mere 30 million for Li Tang. That won't do. If I hand over the documents, what guarantees do I have that you will pay? Moreover, do you even comprehend the contents? I am selling out Shanghai Technology, yet you hold leverage against me. Surely, you should pay first. Are you afraid I will flee? Li Tang employed a provocation strategy to slightly rouse Secretary Liu. As expected, Secretary Liu scoffed. Our company fears you fleeing? I shall have the bank transfer the money directly. He deemed Li Tang's argument valid. Being in a position of weakness, there was no need to fear him. Secretary Liu stepped aside to call the bank. Moments later, Li Tang received a text notification confirming the funds had been deposited. A greedy expression crossed Li Tang's face, though internally, he remained unperturbed. Coincidentally, Secretary Liu noticed this and shook his head inwardly, thinking, what an unsophisticated individual. Is 30 million truly worth such excitement? Chapter 31. The deal is sealed. Profits exceed 100 billion. Upon seeing the funds were transferred, Li Tang wasted no time and directly handed over the documents to Secretary Liu. Overjoyed at acquiring the materials, Secretary Liu was, however, just as Li Tang had indicated, he could not comprehend the contents, so he hurried back to the Wulong group. Mr. Wu, I have returned with the documents. Let us have the research personnel verify their authenticity immediately. Secretary Liu rushed into Wulong's office, bursting with excitement. Wulong sprang to his feet, elated, wonderful. They are already waiting in the adjacent conference room. Subsequently, after thorough verification by the group's researchers, it was confirmed that the documents Secretary Liu had brought back were indeed genuine. Wulong felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Since they were authentic, it meant that the 100 million spent was justified. Secretary Liu too sighed in relief, grateful that the documents were valid. This eliminated any potential issues. Wulong praised, haha. Xiao Liu, you did exceptionally well. Secretary Liu humbly replied, it was my duty. I owe much to your guidance, Mr. Wu. The group would prioritize the development of the power battery technology outlined in these documents. The group would allocate substantial resources to support this project, with hopes that the team would not disappoint his expectations. With the documents now in hand, Wulong was determined not to delay further and immediately instructed the research personnel to commence work. This time, He was resolute in completing the power battery development ahead of Shanghai Technology, ensuring they would be left in the dust. Ha ha ha, Li Tang, splendid work. Not only did you deceive the Welong Group, but you also brought back such a substantial profit. Zhou Mo was in high spirits, already envisioning Secretary Lu's expression upon receiving the documents. If the Welong Group were to discover that the materials were flawed, one could only imagine their reaction. Mr. Zhou, how shall we handle the 30 million? Lu Su, aware that Li Tang would hesitate to ask, was the first to speak. Zhu Montauk pondered briefly. It was certainly not feasible to grant the entirety to Li Tang alone. Thus, this document was the result of your 7-member team's efforts. Each of you, aside from yourself, shall receive 2 million. As for the remaining amount, you will receive 8 million, while the rest will be allocated to the company. What do you think? It's not that the weekend lacks this sum, but rather for better distribution. Mr. Zhou, 8 million seems excessive, doesn't it? Li Dam Azikta. As it was his first time receiving such a substantial amount. Not all. By the way, the company hasn't awarded you bonuses until now. Consider this as the bonus from the previous period. Zhou Weekend waved his hand in explanation. Mr. Zhou is giving it to you, so accept it. This sum is insignificant to the company, Lu Su interjected kindly. Suddenly, Li Tang recalled something and continued. Mr. Zhou, we have a colleague at Jiangxin Automobile Company. I'll take 200,000 from this to give to him, as I don't spend this much on myself. All right, since you are embodying the spirit of selflessness, I want to stand in your way, Zhou Weekend replied, saying no more. Distributing bonuses to the research and development personnel without costing the company a dime. The Welong Group truly proved to be a financial benefactor. However, one wonders if Zhou Weekend would seek to reclaim the funds that had originally amounted to 100 million, part of which was garnered by Secretary Lu. Uncle Son, let the remaining 10 million be distributed as bonuses to the company's employees. If that's insufficient, we could draw more from the company's finances. Zhou Weekend was determined not to show favoritism, since the research staff had been rewarded. The regular employees deserved bonuses as well. After leaving Zhou Weekend's office, Sun Jian and his team commenced the distribution of bonuses. Soon, the bonuses were dispersed. In the R&D department of Shanghai Technology, the employees were elated with the announcement of bonuses, an astounding 2 million each. The company certainly displayed remarkable generosity. It seems we must double our efforts to complete the tasks assigned by Mr. Zhou promptly. With this newfound wealth, how do you plan to spend it? I'll first pay off my mortgage. I want to buy a car. I currently don't own one. A car? Aren't you considering buying a house? I don't even have a girlfriend right now. I'll wait until I do. How about I introduce you to someone? My neighbor, Old Wang. Meanwhile, in other departments of Shanghai Technology, employees were equally thrilled about their bonuses. I received 3 months' salary as a bonus. How much did you get? I received 25 months' worth. What is the occasion for such a sudden bonus? Isn't it a good thing? That has several tens of thousands. Why not take it? It's free money. What is that compared to the rumor I heard? The R&D department reportedly received 2 million each. What? 2 million? That is quite a sum. What is the big deal? The Tulu electric vehicle was developed by them. Haven't you seen how popular it is now? They deserve this money. Comparing ourselves to others is disheartening. I'll just take a moment to reflect. The disparity led many to feel discontent. Indeed, without comparison, one would not perceive the gap. During this time, Shanghai Technology had successfully sold several Tulu electric vehicles, and Zhou Weekend noticed that the system points were once again available for a lottery draw. With an exhilarated heart, he began to draw. The subsequent 4 months passed swiftly. The production capacity for Tulu electric vehicles at Shanghai Technology saw limited growth. However, the output from Jiangxin Automobile Company far surpassed that of Shanghai Technology, leading to an increase in offline sales of Tulu electric vehicles. During these 4 months, all online orders were fulfilled, with over 600,000 Tulu electric vehicles delivered to customers. Of course, fulfilling these 600,000 orders solely through Shanghai Technology's production would have taken at least 6 months. The rapid resolution of online orders was greatly aided by the significant increase in production from Jiangxin Automobile Company. This alone generated a staggering sales revenue of 13.8 billion for Shanghai Technology, with profits reaching an astonishing 8.4 billion. During this period, offline sales through distributors of Tulu electric vehicles also reached 550,000 units. Although this segment yielded slightly lesser profits, it still surpassed 5 billion. In total, over 4 months, 115,000 Tulu electric vehicles were sold, bringing Shanghai Technology's profits to a remarkable 13.4 billion. When the financial report was released, Zhou Weekend found it hard to believe. He even sought out the head of the finance department to verify the figures, only to discover that they were, indeed, accurate. Moreover, even if the data were misleading, the cold hard cash of 13 billion in the bank would not lie. The transformation that had taken place in just 4 short months since the establishment of Shanghai Technology was nothing short of miraculous. Zhou Weekend sat in his office, gazing at the financial statements, feeling a surge of accomplishment and reassurance. Just as he contemplated the next steps for the company's development, Sun Jian knocked on the door and entered. Chapter 32. Responding to the wind. RD faces obstacles. Xiao Montak. I've received news that several companies are preparing to enter the Tulu market, Sun Jian stated. When it was just the two of them, Sun Jian always referred to him as Zhou Mo, creating a sense of intimacy. However, in the presence of others, he would address him as Mr. Zhou. Zhou Weekend had mentioned this several times, but Sun Jian remained resolute. Zhou Weekend stood up and replied, "This is an inevitable occurrence. The company has made significant strides in seizing opportunities over the past few months. We should be grateful. The profits that Shanghai Technology had garnered during this time were already substantial. The domestic market is plagued by intense competition. Companies recognizing the tremendous opportunity presented by Tulu will undoubtedly enter this arena." This was something Zhou Weekend had anticipated long ago. As many players crowd into the market, profits will inevitably be driven down. Sun Jian nodded in agreement. It certainly was the case. The prolonged duration was largely due to the effective confidentiality measures implemented initially, which kept the data under wraps. Even so, over time, other companies could still estimate the figures with reasonable accuracy. Moving forward, Shanghai Technology was poised to formally enter the next phase of its development. Zhou Weekend gazed ahead with determination. The next stage that Zhou Weekend referred to had been in preparation for the past few months. In this phase, the company would no longer rely solely on its temporal advantage, but would leverage the genuine technological prowess of Shanghai Technology. Observing Zhou Weekend's fervor, Sun Jian felt a sense of satisfaction. At Luling Automobile Company, the head of the R&D department knocked on the chairman's door, holding a dossier. "Guomin," a resonant voice called from within. "Chairman Chun, the vehicle has been developed. Based on our market research, I believe the name Lao Tu Lu is more fitting," the head said, handing over the documents. Chairman Chun, originally named Chen Hong, was the chairman of Luling Automobile Company. He glanced at the materials. "Lao Tu Lu?" He pondered the name, finding it quite intriguing. Chen Hong laid down the documents and inquired curiously, "It's quite catchy. How did you come up with this name?" "Our investigation revealed that the Tulu has been selling exceptionally well lately. However, due to its lack of branding, many citizens have expressed grievances. Coupled with the fact that many elderly individuals are driving it, it has humorously been dubbed Lao Tu Lu." Chen Hong laughed heartily. "Ha ha, interesting. Let us go with Lao Tu Lu." Luling Company is situated in the south, where acceptance of electric vehicles is relatively high. Recently, he had noticed numerous Tulu electric vehicles on the roads, realizing that Tulu had become ubiquitous. As a professional in the automotive industry, he swiftly identified a remarkable business opportunity thanks to his keen commercial acumen. Upon returning to the company, he promptly instructed his team to conduct market research and gather insights for various dealers. The findings revealed an astonishing statistic. The offline sales of the Tulu electric vehicle alone had surpassed several 100,000 units. This revelation validated Chen Hong's hypothesis, igniting a fervor within him. With over several tens of thousands sold in just 4 months, the annual sales could reach approximately 1 million units. If Shanghai Technology were to be included in the domestic automotive sales rankings, securing a spot in the top 10 would be a mere formality. This was the truly formidable aspect that Chen Hong had uncovered. Consequently, upon his return to the company, he immediately arranged for the procurement of several Tulu electric vehicles. Upon disassembly, they discovered that, aside from the advanced battery technology, the rest could be easily replicated by their own company. Their estimates indicated that substantial profits could be garnered from each vehicle sold, although the specifics remained elusive due to the intricacies of power battery technology. It was evident that Shanghai Technology was undoubtedly raking in significant profits. Recognizing the immense potential for profit, Chen Hong swiftly mobilized his team to take action, as this was undoubtedly the opportune moment for financial gain. While the vehicles produced by their company, dubbed Old Man Lu, might possess inferior battery performance and other shortcomings, their lower price point would serve as a compelling advantage. A competitive price would undoubtedly be the most effective weapon in the market. Thus, although their profits may not match those of Shanghai Technology, it would undoubtedly provide a substantial source of revenue. With development already underway, it was imperative to expedite mass production and initiate sales through their network of dealers. Given their prior collaborations with numerous dealers, finding partners should prove relatively straightforward. Chen Hong convened the other members of the management team to outline the company's forthcoming actions. Upon receiving Chen Hong's directives, they swiftly set the plan in motion. At Yuelong Group, Wu Long was seething in his office. Secretary Liu and the research personnel stood by in silence, too intimidated to speak. Liu felt guilty, while the researchers were disheartened by their lack of progress after such an extensive period of study. Wu Long extended his arm, pointing a finger at the researchers as he vociferously reprimanded them. What use is it to have you all if I'm financing your existence? For months have elapsed, and despite the considerable investment in research and development, there's been no tangible outcome. As the saying goes, even throwing money into water should yield some sound. Shouldn't it? The group has poured in billions, and yet there is not a single result to show for it. Wu Long continued to vent his frustrations until his throat grew parched. Glancing at the standing figures, he finally paused, returned to his chair, and took a sip from the teacup on his desk. After his lengthy tirade, he felt somewhat fatigued. Seated in his office chair, Wu Long fell silent, contemplating the next course of action for the company. The others, observing his silence, dared not utter a word, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. It had been a long time since they had witnessed Wu Long so enraged. What do you think we should do? Should we continue the development of the power battery? Suddenly, Wu Long broke the silence. The researchers exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Noting their hesitation, Wu Long turned to Secretary Liu. This report was his to present. Surely an explanation was warranted? Secretary Liu swallowed hard before speaking. President Wu, we must continue with this project. Otherwise, our initial investments will be in vain. Moreover, research and development are inherently fraught with uncertainties. They cannot bear the brunt of all the blame. Indeed, President Wu, grant us another opportunity. We sense we are on the cusp of breakthrough. President Wu, as long as we are allocated the necessary funds for research, we firmly believe success will come in due time. After Secretary Liu spoke, the researchers chimed in, eager to express their desire to pursue the advanced power battery technology of Shanghai Technology. If they succeeded in developing such a powerful battery, they would secure a significant place in history within the battery sector. Having finally gained the group's willingness to invest, they were determined not to let this chance slip away. Wu Long looked up, assessing the resolve in their expressions. Very well, I shall grant you another chance. However, should you fail, you will all be dismissed. Wu Long could not resist the allure of the gamble. It was akin to betting. Perhaps they would indeed achieve a breakthrough. Chapter 33. The launch of Mango Automobile and on-site testing. Shanghai Technology. Mr. Zhou, these two vehicles before you are our latest developments. During a weekend visit to the company's newest electric vehicle models, Lu Su provided an introduction. This series, aptly named Mango Automobile, bore the English title Mango. The two models were designated Mango S7 and Mango S3, both classified as sedans. Mr. Zhou's attention was captivated by the sleek design of the two vehicles. The fluid lines delineated a low-slung, wedge-shaped body, reminiscent of a poised cheetah, ready to sprint at any moment on a racetrack. The dynamic waistline elegantly traversed from the front wheel to the rear, taut like a bowstring, poised for action. Lu Su continued his exposition, detailing the specifications of the two cars. The first model, the Mango S7, featured a more substantial form, representing a full electric, mid to large luxury sedan. It boasted a remarkable acceleration time from 0 to 100 km/h in 3 seconds, a top speed of 300 km/h, and an impressive range of up to 1,100 kilometers. The second model, Mango S3, slightly more compact, was an all-electric mid-size sedan. While it shared design elements with the S7, it offered enhanced driving stability and a comfortable passenger environment. It achieved acceleration from 0 to 100 km/h in 6 seconds, a peak speed of 200 km/h, and a pure electric range of 700 kilometers. Both vehicles housed their battery packs beneath the chassis, resulting in a lower center of gravity and improved stability. Complemented by a panoramic sunroof, outstanding acceleration performance, and extended range capabilities. What are the prices of these two vehicles? Mr. Zhou inquired, hitting upon the crucial point. The Mango S7 commanded a higher price, ranging from 689, 800 to 819, 800 yuan, while the Mango S3 was more economically priced, falling between 259, 800 and 359, 800 yuan. Upon hearing these figures, Mr. Zhou deemed the pricing quite reasonable. The Mango automobiles undoubtedly stood at the forefront of the market. The S3's more accessible price point would enable a broader audience to experience the green travel philosophy embodied by Mango. The S3 was poised to be the volume seller for Shanghai Technology, serving as the primary source of profitability. In the current market, those purchasing electric vehicles typically possessed ample financial resources, making this price range appealing for many looking to indulge. What about the autonomous driving capabilities? Let's conduct a live test. I'm eager to see, he remarked. The autonomous driving technology was a recent acquisition from the Toulouse sales, garnered through a lottery system that Mr. Zhou had utilized. In order to align with the Mango automobile, he had expended nearly all his points to secure this coveted technology. It was only after this experience that he comprehended the extraordinary power of the first targeted lottery system. Although Toulouse had sold a portion since then, their current points remained insufficient for the next round of the lottery. The S3's autonomous driving technology had reached level 2, while the more expensive Mango S7 boasted an advanced level 4 capability. In truth, Shanghai Technology aspired to implement level 5 autonomous driving technology directly. However, other technical constraints, such as advancements in chip technology and material science, still needed to be addressed to achieve seamless integration. Ultimately, they had no choice but to settle for a compromise, equipping the Mango S7 with level 4 autonomous driving technology. Although the Mango S3 is only outfitted with level 2 intelligent driving, this tier remains among the leading in the current market. Autonomous driving is generally classified into 6 levels according to the standards set by the Society of Automotive Engineers. Level 2 denotes partial automation, wherein the vehicle can simultaneously control lateral and longitudinal movements, such as adaptive cruise control, lane centering, and automatic lane changing. Yet the driver must maintain vigilance and be prepared to take over the vehicle at any moment. Level 3 indicates conditional automation, allowing the vehicle to drive entirely autonomously under specific conditions, permitting the driver to divert their attention from the driving task, although they must still be ready to assume control when prompted by the system. Level 4 represents high automation, wherein the vehicle can independently perform all driving tasks within designated areas and environments without driver intervention. Even in the event of system malfunctions or other exceptional circumstances, the vehicle can safely halt or take alternative measures. Level 5 denotes full automation, with the vehicle capable of complete autonomous driving under any conditions and environments, entirely replacing human drivers. Not a problem, Mr. Zhou. We have prepared everything in advance. Let us proceed to the testing ground. Upon the mention of autonomous driving, Lu Su became quite enthusiastic. Over the past 4 months, he and his team had devoted the majority of their time to developing autonomous driving technology. Producing electric vehicles in and of itself posed no challenge for them. Lu Su was aware that Mr. Zhou would undoubtedly come to inspect the autonomous driving technology of Mango Motors over the weekend, so he had already prepared the venue beforehand. During the weekend, they accompanied Lu Su to the testing facility, which was specifically constructed by Shanghai Technology for vehicle testing, designed according to the highest testing standards. Upon its initial completion, Mr. Zhou was quite satisfied. Upon entering the testing area, he immediately noticed several vehicles parked there. Furthermore, Sun Jian and Gao Yi were also present at the scene. Gao Yi was accompanied by the publicity department, along with a team of photographers who were preparing their cameras nearby. Numerous cameras have been set up throughout the testing area to document the entire process and outcomes of the tests. The initial test consisted of basic functions such as automatic parking, obstacle detection, lane and traffic signal recognition, and adaptive cruise control. Each Mango vehicle was equipped with 1 LiDAR, 3 millimeter wave radars, and 12 ultrasonic radars, as well as 11 high-definition cameras, including front, rear, side, and surround view parking cameras. These tests posed little difficulty for Mango Motors, and Lu Su and his team were filled with confidence. The vehicles commenced their testing. Observing the commencement of the tests, Gao Yi promptly directed his team to record the proceedings. The first test was automatic parking. The driver positioned the vehicle outside the parking space in various orientations, with several obstructing vehicles placed around to accurately simulate real-world parking conditions. Mr. Sun, do you think the car will park successfully? Gao Yi quietly inquired of Sun Jian. I believe it should be no problem. Otherwise, Lu Su would not exude such confidence, Sun Jian replied, glancing at Lu Su, who wore a beaming smile filled with assurance. Gao Yi also took note of this, eager to witness the capabilities of Mango Motors' intelligent driving technology. Meanwhile, inside the driver's seat, the operator began the process. The driver's actions were transmitted to an external screen, allowing Mr. Zhou to observe clearly. With a press of the one-button parking button, the steering wheel of the Mango vehicle began to rotate, and the car started moving. After a series of adjustments, it effortlessly parked itself in the designated space. Several Mango vehicles successfully parked in their assigned positions. The parking process was executed with remarkable speed, surpassing the proficiency of most human drivers. Witnessing this, Gao Yi exclaimed, "Impressive. If one were to purchase this vehicle, parking would no longer be a concern." Sun Jian smiled, knowing that Mango Motors was poised to astonish everyone. Subsequently, Mango Motors proceeded with additional tests, all of which were completed swiftly and without a hitch. Mr. Zhou observed from the sidelines, feeling quite satisfied. Indeed, Mango Motors was indisputably ahead of the competition. Chapter 34. Testing concludes. Dapeng embarks on contract manufacturing. Mr. Zhou expressed his satisfaction, stating, "I am very pleased with this testing. You all have worked hard during this period. Mr. Zhou, these two models are ready for mass production. Once the assembly line is set up, we can officially commence production, which is expected to take about a week," Lu Su reported, having prepared thoroughly before approaching Mr. Zhou with updates on Mango Motors. "With that, I can rest easy, Mr." Zhou nodded, turning to Sun Jian and adding, "Uncle Sun, I will need you to oversee the setup for the press conference." "Understood, Mr. Zhou. I will arrange everything as swiftly as possible. However, do you have any specific requirements for this press conference?" Sun Jian inquired, hoping to gauge Mr. Zhou's expectations while also seeking to discern if he had any innovative ideas. Reflecting on automotive press conferences from his previous life, Mr. Zhou felt there were many points to draw from. "Let us conduct a live broadcast on Dousho to promote effectively. Gao Yi, you must coordinate this well. Additionally, invite more media and journalists. We should not hesitate to invest in this area, as quality publicity is essential. Lastly, we might consider inviting representatives from other automotive companies. If they decline, it is of no consequence. Currently, Shanghai Technology is merely looking to establish a foothold in the market, which, in the eyes of most major automotive companies, is not yet significant. Thus, their absence would not be regrettable." Upon hearing this, Gao Yi exchanged glances with Sun Jian, realizing that cooperation between the two would be necessary. Dapeng Automotive Company. "Mr. Su, our Dapeng G3 vehicle has been completed. When do you think would be an appropriate time for the press conference?" Having previously secured funding multiple times, Dapeng Automotive had only introduced conceptual models until now. After extensive research and development, they finally had a model ready for mass production. Su Dapeng felt a surge of excitement. After such a long wait, the moment had finally arrived. "Have we secured a contract manufacturing company?" he inquired. From the outset, he had been troubled by financial constraints. Manufacturing vehicles was exorbitantly costly, but establishing an assembly line proved even more so. Most of their initial funding had already been expended, leaving little to invest in building an assembly line. Without an assembly line, how could they produce vehicles? As financing became increasingly challenging, it was imperative to bring the Dapeng G3 to market swiftly, demonstrating to investors that hope remained for continued investment. Fortunately, recent communications from several automotive companies indicated that Shanghai Technology's Tuli electric vehicles were primarily being produced by other automotive firms under contract. Many were initially skeptical upon hearing this news. While it might be feasible for mobile phones to be manufactured this way, how could automobiles possibly be contracted out? Such a precedent had never been set in history, and if it had been, it would be deemed fanciful. However, Su Dapeng believed it wholeheartedly, and it sparked an idea. He promptly arranged for communication with other automotive companies to explore the possibility of them assisting in the production of the Dapeng G3. The collaboration has been finalized with Nanheim Matsi Automobile Company, and we have duly signed the cooperation contract. The speaker mused internally. Had it not been for this partnership, would I have sought you out? Upon hearing this news, Su Dapeng felt a twinge of surprise. He had initially anticipated a more arduous process. Unexpectedly, the collaboration was established with such ease. "Very well, we should make arrangements promptly. We are among the earliest players in the domestic new energy market and must seize the opportunity to capture the market swiftly." At this moment, Su Dapeng brimmed with confidence, harboring great optimism for the future development of the company. At Nanheim Matsi Automobile Company, Chairman Jing Zhu inquired, "Are we truly to agree to collaborate with Dapeng Automobile to assist them in producing new energy electric vehicles?" Despite the partnership already being formalized, skepticism lingered among some. "Automobile outsourcing? Is that not a jest within the automotive realm?" Chairman Jing, also known as Jing Zhu, responded, "While automobile outsourcing may sound like a farce, what if it proves to be lucrative?" "Lucrative? Really, Chairman Jing?" came the incredulous reply. "What grounds do we have for doubt? Rest assured, my assertions stem from reliable sources." Jing Zhu feigned an air of mystery. The attendees, well-informed individuals, immediately pressed on. "Chairman Jing, is it true that Shanghai Technology is seeking other automotive companies for outsourcing the production of the Tulu electric vehicle?" "What? Other companies are indeed outsourcing production?" The room buzzed with animated discussions. "Chairman Jing, which company is providing the outsourcing for Shanghai Technology?" As this question was posed, All eyes turned to Jing Zhu. He shook his head. Some matters are best left unasked. However, outsourcing is indeed profitable, and coupled with our contract with Dapeng Automobile, it is quite improbable that we would incur losses. Upon hearing this, a wave of disappointment washed over the crowd. Indeed, gossip mongers abound in every corner. With the contract already signed and Jing Zhu's evident confidence, they ceased their inquiries. Observing their reactions, Jing Zhu felt a surge of pride, thinking to himself, I know, yet I shall not divulge anything. When he first learned of the substantial profits garnered by Jiangxuan Automobile Company from such ventures, envy and resentment swelled within him. Nanheim Motzi Automobile Company had not fared better than Jiangxuan. Why had they not been afforded such a fortuitous opportunity? Had Shanghai Technology approached them for outsourcing, perhaps he could have ascended the ranks, transitioning from the business sphere to the political arena. Being the chairman of a company is not without its merits. Yet the political realm offers boundless horizons. Alas, such an opportunity eluded him. Fortunately, Dapeng Automobile reached out, and he promptly acquiesced. Now nearing 60, he contemplated retirement and realized that if he did not exert himself now, the chance would slip away. Thus, both Shanghai Technology and Dapeng Automobile diligently prepared for the forthcoming automotive launch event, eager to introduce their new energy electric vehicles to the market. A week swiftly passed. Dapeng Automobile was the first to announce the time of their launch event online. Shanghai Technology, requiring more comprehensive preparations, scheduled theirs a day later. Zhou, Dapeng Automobile has announced their launch event. Should we reschedule to precede them? Sun Jian and Gao Yi approached Zhou at the office. Let Dapeng Automobile go first. If we intentionally set our event a day earlier, it may reflect poorly on us. Zhou pondered briefly before dismissing the idea. Originally, their company planned to announce later, as Dapeng Automobile was a new force and a startup. Given Shanghai Technology's current capabilities, if they were to seize the opportunity, it would likely lead to unwarranted speculation and a sense of intimidation, a situation best avoided. Let us schedule for the day after. This way, you can also observe how Dapeng Automobile conducts their launch, Zhou decisively concluded. Chapter 35, Dapeng Automobile Launch Event. On December 13th, Dapeng Automobile officially hosted its launch event. Su Dapeng drew from the experiences of Shanghai Technology's previous promotion of the Tulu electric vehicle. Not only did he secure an offline venue for the event, but he also took it online, broadcasting live on Douyin. As the event approached, with merely an hour to go, Su Dapeng greeted several key guests attending the launch. Chairman Jing, your support is greatly appreciated. I'm truly delighted that you could attend today. Without your backing, this event might have been indefinitely postponed. Su Dapeng warmly shook Jing Zhu's hand, expressing his gratitude. Su, you flatter me. We are in this for mutual benefit. Besides, I'm merely an employee, not on par with you esteemed entrepreneurs. Jing Zhu replied, his demeanor cheerful, even jesting. He had not anticipated that, just after signing the outsourcing cooperation with Dapeng Automobile, the vehicles would be produced so swiftly. With both parties collaborating to mass-produce the cars, Nanheim Motzi would soon be raking in profits akin to Jiangxuan Automobile. How could he not be elated? Chairman Jing, you jest. I am but a fledgling entrepreneur. Our roles merely differ. We are all here to serve the people. Su Dapeng concluded, eliciting hearty laughter from those present. After conversing with Jing Zhu for a while, Su Dapeng sought out Ali, the principal investment institution of their company. Mr. Hu, your presence here today truly enhances our event. Su Dapeng greeted Hu Xiao, the head of the strategic investment department at Ali Group. Having known Hu Xiao since the inception of his venture, Su Dapeng had leveraged Hu Xiao's connections to persuade the higher-ups at Ali Group to invest in Dapeng Automobile. Currently, Ali Group stands as the largest shareholder after Su Dapeng himself. You're too kind, Su. I am here to introduce you to someone. Hu Xiao replied with a broad smile, clearly pleased by Su Dapeng's words. Su Dapeng noticed a young foreign gentleman accompanying Hu Xiao, with a prominent nose and striking blue eyes, dressed in a bespoke suit that exuded elegance. He caught Su Dapeng's attention, though he remained unfamiliar with him. Now, seeing Hu Xiao personally introduce him, it was evident that this individual held significant stature. This is Jack Thompson from Hongshan Capital. Despite his youth at merely 30, he has already overseen several major projects, representing a beacon of promise. Hu Xiao succinctly introduced Thompson. Su Dapeng felt a flicker of astonishment. He was well aware of Hongshan Capital's esteemed reputation, one that all burgeoning companies had heard of. Initially, he had contemplated seeking their investment, yet the lack of connections had thwarted those efforts. Hu Xiao meaningfully remarked, "Isn't Dapeng Automobile aspiring to go public in the United States? With the assistance of Hongshan Capital and Mr. Thompson, I believe these hurdles are mere trifles. Su Dapeng nodded. This was indeed a significant investor, and he knew he must cultivate this relationship carefully. Greetings, Mr. Su Dapeng. My name is Thompson. Before Su Dapeng could utter a word, Thompson spoke first, albeit with a somewhat clumsy command of Mandarin. Mr. Thompson's Mandarin is quite commendable. I am Su Dapeng, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Su Dapeng extended his hand for a brief handshake with Thompson, feeling elated at the prospect that Thompson seemed amiable and approachable. After engaging in conversation with Thompson for a while, Hu Xiao pulled Su Dapeng aside and whispered, "Did you not mention that the company is in need of funds? I have specifically brought you a new investment company. Thompson is currently responsible for investing in promising domestic firms, and he is here to invest in the new energy sector. You must seize this opportunity. Hu Ge, I sincerely appreciate your assistance." "Rest assured, this press conference will be a success," Su Dapeng replied, deeply moved, as he recalled how many investors he had previously recruited with Hu Xiao's help when the company faced financial difficulties. Hu Xiao smiled, but remained silent, harboring great confidence in Su Dapeng. His support stemmed not only from friendship, but also from self-interest. He had previously aided Su Dapeng in persuading the Ali Group to invest when the potential of the new energy sector was still ambiguous, taking substantial risks. Now that the sector's potential has become evident, he certainly did not wish for Dapeng Motors to falter just before a major victory. If he could assist Dapeng Motors in attracting additional investors, they could collectively expand the pie, thereby reducing the number of competitors. Su Dapeng subsequently met with several individuals, all of whom were either personal investors or investment institutions affiliated with their company, individuals of considerable financial means that required careful handling. An hour swiftly passed, and the press conference was about to commence. After ensuring everyone was seated, Su Dapeng bid farewell to the group and retreated backstage for final preparations. At Shanghai Technology, they were online over the weekend, watching the live stream of Dapeng Motors. Su Dapeng stepped onto the center stage. Finally, the event is commencing. Why is it taking so long for Dapeng Motors to hold this press conference? Gao Yi commented in Yist. Sun Jian glanced at Lu Su beside him, sharing a smile, but remaining silent. Pay close attention. There might be aspects we can learn from, Weekend remarked, prompting Gao Yi to fall silent. The group focused intently on the presentation. Hello everyone, and welcome to our company's press conference. As you all know, in recent years, the concept of environmental protection has taken root in our society, and the consensus is gradually forming that electric vehicles are the future. Today, we officially launch 3 models of the Dapeng G3. Su Dapeng stood on stage, exuding confidence as he delivered his speech. 3 5-door, 5-seat compact SUVs rolled out from the side, taking center stage. Su Dapeng proceeded to introduce these vehicles. These 3 models offer varying ranges of 365 kilometers, 401 kilometers, and 520 kilometers. The 0 to 100 kilometers H acceleration time is 8.6 seconds, with a measured acceleration time of 7.57 seconds for 100 kilometers H, and a top speed of 170 kilometers H. Mr. Zhou, these 3 vehicles from Dapeng Motors seem rather ordinary, don't you think? Gao Yi remarked after listening to Su Dapeng's presentation, feeling they paled in comparison to their Mango motors. Both Sun Jian and Lu Su nodded in agreement, also perceiving them as rather unremarkable. The Dapeng G3 appeared to be just another standard electric vehicle, lacking even an L1 level intelligent driving system. With a maximum range of merely 520 kilometers, who would dare to purchase such a vehicle, constantly searching for charging stations? The acceleration time was also sluggish, and the top speed left much to be desired. While the Dapeng G3 is an SUV, our Mango Motors is a sedan, making them incomparable. Weekend defended Dapeng Motors, acknowledging that this vehicle represented some of the best technology currently available on the market. If not for Weekend's system, even the Dapeng G3 could not have been produced. Hence, there was no need for excessive pride. In Chapter 36, the Mango Motors press conference was officially announced. During the live broadcast, Su Dapeng began to disclose the prices of the 3 Dapeng G3 models. I believe everyone is eagerly anticipating the prices of these vehicles, so I shall no longer keep you in suspense. Please refer to the big screen for the prices. The Joy version, 278 million yuan. The Intelligence version, 418 million yuan. The Prestige version, 578 million yuan. Upon seeing the prices, attendees felt they were indeed somewhat steep. However, the available subsidies for purchasing new energy vehicles alleviated some of the financial burden. To express gratitude for everyone's support, we shall draw 5 lucky audience members at the venue and online, each receiving a 5-year usage right for a top-tier Dapeng G3 vehicle. The online draw will be conducted through a lucky bag, while the on-site draw will utilize the seat numbers beneath everyone's chairs. Gao inquired again, Mr. Zhou. Is this lottery by Dapeng Motors inspired by ours? It seems rather stingy. In Gao Yi's view, offering 10 vehicles equating to just over 2 million yuan, and merely usage rights at that, was a modest gesture. Dapeng Motors, being a startup, surely had limited funds. The fact that they could offer 10 vehicles was already a testament to their tight budget. Moreover, any vehicle won through a lottery at Dongda that exceeded a value of 50,000 yuan would incur a 20 income tax. Weekend was acutely aware of the financial struggles faced by these emerging automotive forces. Coupled with various regulations, Dapeng Motors' choices were somewhat constrained. However, it was worth noting that Su Dapeng was not short on funds. He could easily sponsor this promotional endeavor himself, as 2 million yuan was a trifling sum for him. Mr. Zhou, are we giving away vehicles this time? Sun Jian asked. Previously, they had offered 360 Tulu electric vehicles, and this time, given Mango Motors' pricing, they surely would not be able to provide such a generous number. Yes, we will certainly give them away, just as before, directly to the winners. Weekend replied with a smile, his tone resolute. You should prepare as well. This press conference is crucial for us. Upon hearing Weekend's directive, Gao Yi sprang to his feet with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Mr. Zhou, our press conference will undoubtedly outshine that of Dapeng Motors and astonish everyone. Lu Su, overhearing this, patted Gao Yi on the shoulder and teased, Gao Yi, why do you seem more confident than I, who have been involved in the development of Mango Motors throughout? Gao Yi sheepishly replied, that is certainly because our Mango Motors boast superior performance. All thanks to you, Lu Ge. The group chuckled at Gao Yi's modesty. Meanwhile, after the on-site lottery concluded, the entire press conference drew to a close. Su Dapeng made his way backstage, where, aside from the departing media, some acquaintances approached him to extend their congratulations. Mr. Su, this press conference was a resounding success. Mr. Su, when will the electric vehicles go into mass production? You must reserve one for me. Mr. Su, let us grab a meal together sometime. Haha, thank you all for your support. Su Dapeng felt a swell of happiness seeing so many people optimistic about his company and offering their well wishes. At that moment, Hu Xiao approached with Thompson. Mr. Su, shall we discuss the investment matters? Hu Xiao suggested, subtly signaling Su Dapeng. Understanding the implication, Su Dapeng immediately agreed. Fantastic. If we secure this funding, the company will have the financial support necessary for the mass production of the Dapeng G3. The group entered a quiet conference room to engage in discussions primarily focused on whether to seek financing and, if so, how much. In the course of their conversation, Su Dapeng learned that Thompson's visit was not solely focused on identifying promising new energy companies, but also aimed at making investments across the entire new energy sector. What does investing in the new energy sector entail? It means that investments will be spread across multiple new energy companies rather than concentrating on a single entity. The advantage of this approach is that regardless of which company eventually thrives, Hongshan Capital is poised to reap substantial profits. However, this strategy does come with its drawbacks, particularly the significant investment required. While such investments may seem considerable for ordinary companies, for a powerhouse like Hongshan Capital, they are merely trifles. Nonetheless, none of the emerging forces in the domestic market have ever received investment from Hongshan Capital, a stark contrast to their aggressive maneuvers in the internet domain. Thompson elucidated some of the reasons for this during their discussion. Initially, Global Capital was rather skeptical about this sector. However, following the meteoric rise in stock prices attributed to Tesla, the market was brought to light. With the establishment of a new fund, Hongshan Capital was well positioned to invest in this sector at Dongda. Su Dapeng listened intently as Thompson addressed many of his uncertainties. As the dialogue became increasingly amicable, they proceeded to formal discussions regarding financing. Simultaneously, the news of Dapeng Automobile's giveaway event surged to the top of the trending charts on Dousho. Did anyone win a prize? 5 Dapeng G3 vehicles, each worth over 200,000. Is that true? My goodness, I was away from Dousho for just a moment. What did I miss? Just a chance to win 5 cars. It's not a big deal. People like me take it in stride. However, does anyone know which building is taller? The brother upstairs should take it easier. Even if you watch the launch event, your chances of winning a prize are slim. The odds are exceedingly low, only 5 cars, which is even less likely than winning the lottery. You are mistaken, good sir. While it may seem that winning a car has low odds, in reality, the probability is higher than that of winning a lottery. Dapeng Automobile is rather stingy, isn't it? When Shanghai Technology gave away 360 electric vehicles, have you not realized? What they offered was merely the right to use the vehicle. Who knows what will happen in 5 years? Indeed, 5 years down the line, Doping Automobile might claim the vehicles have issues, leaving you to cover repair costs. Really? But I genuinely want a prize. After hearing that, I hesitate to claim it now. You should maintain a positive mindset about winning, Doping. Perhaps in 5 years, Doping Automobile will no longer exist, and no one will be there to assist you. At that moment, someone suddenly posted a message in the comment section. Quick, look at the latest video released by Shanghai Technology. They're also hosting a car launch event. As soon as this news was shared, it was swiftly noticed by those perusing videos. Is that true? I must check it out. Perhaps Shanghai Technology will give away cars as well. Is Shanghai Technology really that formidable? The Thule electric vehicle was just launched less than half a year ago, and now there's a new model? I look forward to Shanghai Technology's new car. The Thule was too small and certainly not suitable for a man of my stature. Doping Automobiles sued Doping finally concluded financing discussions with Thompson. Thank you, Hugo. Your assistance has been invaluable to the company. During the negotiations, Hu Xiao contributed significantly to the conversation. It was nothing. Thompson was already inclined to invest in the new energy sector and among the domestic options. Your company is one of the few worth investing in. He simply aimed to negotiate a better price. Hu Xiao spoke the truth. Currently, Doping Automobile is indeed at the forefront among domestic new forces. After bidding farewell to Hu Xiao and Thompson, Su Doping prepared to return to the company. Just as Su Doping entered the car, his secretary hurried out from the meeting room. General Su, Shanghai Technology has just announced they will hold a car launch event, scheduled for tomorrow evening. What? Su Doping immediately opened the car door and leaped out, snatching the tablet from his secretary's hands. Chapter 37. Reacting to the news. Indeed, Shanghai Technology had issued announcements across various channels, particularly on Doushou, where they released a short video to inform users. The first thing Su Doping did was watch the short video on Doushou. He had genuinely not heard that Shanghai Technology was developing new energy vehicles. He recalled that they weren't among the emerging forces. He did not consider the previous Thule electric vehicle to be genuinely innovative. He deemed it lacking in technical merit and unworthy of his attention. Since the release of the Thule electric vehicle, it had been less than 6 months. Shanghai Technology must have been working on it in advance. Otherwise, they could not have produced a car so swiftly. Their company was established in 2014, and Doping G3 held its launch today, which is December 2017. From the company's inception to the launch of its first market-ready vehicle, they took approximately 4 years. Although the Doping G3 was unveiled today, actual deliveries might not occur until December this year. By this measure, the time taken to manufacture a vehicle would be even longer. How long has Shanghai Technology been established? Su Doping inquired of his secretary. I believe it was only established in the last 6 months, though its predecessor was involved in automotive parts, the secretary pondered before responding. Hearing this, Su Doping smirked slightly. Upon reflection, he felt utterly unconcerned. He believed that Shanghai Technology's vehicle would undoubtedly be rudimentary and inferior to the results of their years of meticulous research. If that is the case, then there is no issue. We need not pay too much attention. It is getting late now. You should head home directly. After Su Doping spoke, the driver started the engine and drove off. The secretary opened her mouth, intending to express that she still had more to say. Currently, there are some unfriendly comments about their company on the internet, which she had planned to discuss with Su Doping. Never mind. I'll inform him when we return to work tomorrow. After all, it's just a portion of the comments. Shanghai Technology, with its rapid development, has produced a new Thule in a mere 6 months. The previous Thule was still quite impressive. It hasn't even reached the end of its life cycle yet. So what new features could the new model possibly offer? Many netizens believe that Shanghai Technology's new vehicle should be similar to the Thule. However, some netizens held differing views. How can you be certain it is an electric vehicle? Why could it not be a sedan or an SUV? I feel that the only differences between Doping Automobile's G3 and the Thule lie in their range and size. It should be quite simple for Shanghai Technology to manufacture a sedan or SUV. I look forward to Shanghai Technology introducing a sedan this time. If the price is reasonable, I would definitely purchase one in support. Is Shanghai Technology planning to give away cars again? This time I won't miss out. I speculate it will be the new Thule. Those in support can queue up here. I believe it will be a sedan or SUV. Those in agreement can line up below. I suspect it is the Thule. If everyone likes this post, I will give away a Thule to each person who guesses correctly. Though it may not be much, it's still genuine. Liked it. 1-1. Shanghai Technology merely announced that a new vehicle will be revealed at the launch event, which will also be live-streamed online. As for other details, they remain confidential, adding an air of mystery to the event. Many individuals are exercising their imaginations, speculating about what vehicle Shanghai Technology is preparing to launch. The Yulong Group. including Wulong, is also closely monitoring Shanghai Technology. As Shanghai Technology readies itself to unveil a new product, Wulong is consumed by frustration, particularly as the company has yet to showcase any tangible results. Having recently chastised them, he is reluctant to press them too hard. The company's research and development hinges entirely on their efforts. Otherwise, the substantial investments made in the past would be in vain. General Wu, there is hardly anything noteworthy about Shanghai Technology. Their technology for the Tulu is rather mediocre, isn't it? We could easily replicate it, offered Secretary Liu, who was well aware of the situation and sought to reassure him. Replicate? It sounds simple, but we can't even produce batteries on par with those from Shanghai Technology. Moreover, what profit can we gain from using inferior batteries? I have no desire to follow in the footsteps of other companies that merely chase after money. Wulong retorted without hesitation, eliciting a subtle grimace from Secretary Liu, who felt somewhat awkward. He had previously suggested producing a version of the old man's joy, but that idea had been swiftly dismissed. Many companies have recently begun imitating Shanghai Technology's Tulu, attempting to create their own versions of the so-called old man's joy. Although their power batteries may not boast the same endurance as those from Shanghai, with careful cost management, these companies can still turn a profit. Given the vast domestic market, they need not worry about sales. However, Wulong holds them in contempt, believing that companies that exploit their workforce will not last long. Currently, Wulong remains perplexed by Shanghai Technology, yet he has yet to acknowledge its significance. In his view, as long as they can acquire Shanghai Technology's power battery technology, their Yuelong group could swiftly supplant Shanghai Technology. At that point, earning money would merely be a matter of words. With this in mind, Wulong instructed, we must intensify our efforts in the research and development of power batteries. It is imperative that we create the latest power battery. Upon hearing this, Secretary Liu promptly exited the office to check on the progress in the laboratory. Now, he regretted having provided Wulong with the idea of obtaining Shanghai Technology's battery technology. After investing so much capital, he was beginning to feel apprehensive. If they ultimately failed to develop it, he was at a loss for what to do. Well, we'll just take it one step at a time, he thought, resigned to praying for the lab to deliver results soon. At Jiangzuan Automobile Company, General Xiang was approached by executives with a pressing question. General Xiang, has Shanghai Technology not reached out to us regarding their new vehicle launch? Will they not require our assistance in manufacturing this time? Xiang glanced at the executives who posed the question and shook his head after a moment of contemplation. Shanghai Technology has its own production line. They handle manufacturing themselves. They may approach us post-launch, he replied. As of now, does anyone even know what tricks Shanghai Technology has up its sleeve? One executive interjected, General Xiang. Should we initiate contact with Shanghai Technology ahead of time? What if their new vehicle faces shortages due to lack of pre-production? This executive seemed unusually invested in Shanghai Technology. One might assume he was working for them. They all believed that Shanghai Technology's new vehicle was comparable to the Tulu. No need for that. Since Shanghai Technology has not informed anyone, it indicates their desire for secrecy. Thus, there is no necessity to inquire. General Xiang understood the rationale and promptly dismissed the suggestion. The executives exchanged glances and slowly returned to their seats, appearing somewhat deflated. I was invited to Shanghai Technology's launch event. I'll return afterward to gain clarity. General Xiang reassured them, recognizing the significance of their collaboration on the Tulu electric vehicle as a vital source of revenue for the company. Upon hearing Xiang's words, the executives' expressions brightened. They perceived this invitation as a precursor to potential business discussions post-launch, ensuring that future contracts will be directed toward them. Chapter 38, The Mango Automobile Launch Event. At Shanghai Technology, Sun Jian remarked, Director Zhou, our fans online are eagerly anticipating the launch of our Mango automobile. Gao, he chimed in, indeed, this is the advantage of having a substantial fan base. Even a simple video garners immense viewership. Shanghai Technology's social media following had surpassed 55 million, a significant figure within the Doushou platform. The more buzz they generated, the greater the viewership for the live stream, which would undoubtedly enhance the launch event's impact. Zhou Mo, observing this, wore a satisfied smile. Everyone, get some rest. We have a challenging battle ahead tomorrow. With preparations nearly complete, there remained ample time during the day to address any additional matters. After hearing this, Sun Jian and the others departed Zhou Mo's office and headed home. Zhou Mo gazed out at the dark night sky, lost in thought. Time flew, and soon the next day arrived. At 6:50 p.m., with less than 10 minutes until the launch event, Zhou Mo was backstage making final preparations. Just then, Sun Jian approached. Director Zhou, aside from General Xiang from Jiangzuan Automobile, no other companies are in attendance. However, a significant number of media reporters have arrived. Zhou Mo had anticipated this scenario. Jiangxuan was the only company with which they had a partnership. Many automobile companies viewed the Tulu electric vehicle as merely an old man's joy, lacking prestige. Yet Zhou Mo remained unfazed. Those who declined this invitation would miss out on future opportunities. As for the media reporters, they were undoubtedly there for the traffic. Their presence sufficed for publicity. It doesn't matter if they don't come. The launch is about to begin. I'll head on stage now, Zhou Mo declared, striding toward the platform. To be honest, Zhou Mo felt somewhat out of his element. Although he had faced larger crowds in previous live streams, those instances involved merely a camera. This was his first experience presenting to a live audience. However, he had rehearsed the event's proceedings multiple times in advance. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Mo stepped onto the stage. Look, Zhou Mo has appeared. Quick, capture some close-up shots. He must be featured in tomorrow's publication. The media reporters in attendance buzzed with excitement, wielding cameras, phones, and recording devices. Gazing at the sea of faces below, each person illuminated by their electronic devices. It resembled a starry night sky, twinkling with light. Zhou Mo understood that photographers were capturing the moment. Distinguished guests, greetings. I'm Zhou Mo. Welcome to the Shanghai Technology launch event. After introducing himself, Zhou Mo bowed to the audience. General Xiang had been seated in the front row, as arranged by Sun Jian. He watched intently, trying to discern the young man before him. His first impression was one of youth and charisma. As he surveyed Zhou Mo from head to toe, he concluded that he appeared to be an ordinary individual, devoid of any remarkable qualities. He found it perplexing how this young man could establish such a successful company as Shanghai Technology. While others might underestimate Shanghai Technology's profitability, Jiangxuan Automobile Company, as a manufacturer of Tulu vehicles, was acutely aware of its financial success. Not to mention the nearly 1 million Tulu electric vehicles they had produced. By conservative estimates, the sales revenue of Shanghai Technology exceeds 20 billion. As for profits, they're certainly not lacking either. To be frank, Xiang Xianchu and his associates are quite envious of the substantial profits amassed by Shanghai Technology through their collaboration as a subcontractor. They have garnered several hundred million in pure profits, an amount that surpasses their company's annual earnings, leaving them quite content. Following this press conference, he intends to have a conversation with Zhou Mo, primarily to inquire about future subcontracting arrangements while also seeking insights on the developmental trajectory of Jiangxuan Automotive Company. At this moment, Zhou Mo on stage speaks eloquently. I believe before we commence the press conference, many of you are curious about the product we, Shanghai Technology, will unveil tonight. A significant portion of the audience anticipates the launch of the second generation of the Tulu electric vehicle. After a deliberate pause, Zhou Mo, with a smile, addresses the audience. However, you are mistaken. The product we are unveiling this evening is a new energy sedan. This revelation sparks a buzz of incredulity among the audience, many expressing disbelief. All say done. I thought it was the Tulu electric vehicle. Some lament, feeling their trip was in vain. While Shanghai Technology possesses some capability, they find it hard to believe that a vehicle could be produced so swiftly. Having been established for less than half a year, they lack confidence in the feasibility of such a rapid production timeline. Many had hoped that Shanghai Technology would create a significant media stir, generating considerable attention, and had even sought permission from their superiors to attend the unveiling, only to feel disappointed. Do they not understand the risks of overextending themselves? It would be wiser to concentrate on refining the next generation of Tulu and accumulating experience. If Shanghai Technology's sedan can rival the Dapeng G3, I would gladly eat my words. The journalists present are more informed about Shanghai Technology's capabilities than the average person. They have closely followed Dapeng Automotive's journey from inception to the launch of their first mass-produced vehicle. Thus, they are aware of the challenges in vehicle manufacturing and harbor skepticism towards Shanghai Technology. Xiang Xianchu furrows his brow. Could it truly not be an electric vehicle from the Tulu series? Meanwhile, many from Shanghai Technology, including Sun Jian, Lu Su, Gao Yi, and Li Tang, are attentively listening to Zhou Mo's speech from the audience. Although Zhou Mo may not fully grasp the discussions taking place below, the attendees are acutely aware of the sentiments being expressed. Gao Yi, filled with indignation, remarks, "Mr. Sun, should we not quiet them down? Their comments are rather disruptive." To which Sun Jian responds, bemused yet critical, "What do you mean? This is a press conference. They can voice whatever they wish." Lu Su chimes in, advising Gao Yi to remain composed. "Do you lack confidence in our vehicle?" "Of course I have confidence. It's just that their remarks are rather unpleasant," Gao Yi retorts. Sun Jian shakes his head with a smile, recognizing Gao Yi's good intentions, but noting the inexperience of the recent graduate. Unperturbed by the audience's murmurs, Zhou Mo continues his presentation. Next, I would like to invite our Mango Automotive to take the stage. After his announcement, he steps aside. The lights dim, and the stage is enveloped in darkness. Music begins to play, and animations appear on the large screen behind the stage. The audience gazes upward, captivated as the animations, music, and lighting create a stunning spectacle. With the carefully prepared visuals, two Mango vehicles make a spectacular entrance on stage. The lights then illuminate, revealing the vehicles in all their glory to the audience below. Chapter 39, Intelligent Driving, Industry Quake. Wow, how cool is that? Not to mention, the aesthetic of these cars is truly impressive. The design sensibilities of domestic automotive companies are woefully inadequate. Otherwise, their sales wouldn't be so poor. If only they could learn from Shanghai technology. Aesthetics alone won't fuel your hunger. Performance remains paramount. Can ugly cars suffice? The audience, captivated by the dramatic unveiling and the striking appearance of the two Mango electric vehicles, draws the attention of media reporters who eagerly snap photographs. Both the attendees on site and those watching online are left in awe. It's the first time a domestic automotive company has produced such visually stunning and captivating vehicles. The sleek lines, avant-garde front, stylishly futuristic body design, striking logo, and exquisite paintwork all underscore the car's extraordinary nature. Zhou Mo continues. These two vehicles represent the latest achievements of Shanghai technology, named Mango Automotive, or Mango in English. Many might wonder how a company so newly established could produce such vehicles. I assure you, our capabilities are not to be underestimated. While others may falter, we have compressed our timeline to the utmost, allowing us to bring these cars to life in just over 4 months. Rest assured, the quality of our vehicles is impeccable. All tests have passed successfully, otherwise, these cars would not be here today. Having said that, allow me to pose a question. What do you envision an electric vehicle to be? Short range and unappealing design? Or perhaps inconvenient to use? Laughter erupts from the audience, as many hold such preconceived notions about electric vehicles. Zhou Mo counters. But what about the reality of electric vehicles? He confidently states, our Mango S7 boasts an impressive range of up to 1,100 kilometers, surpassing that of most gasoline vehicles on a full tank. 1,100 kilometri. If that is true, I must get one for myself. If it truly has 1,100 kilometers of range, everyday usage would be entirely feasible. The latest Dapeng G3's range is only half of that, right? Is the disparity really that significant? The audience, though initially skeptical, is increasingly astonished. They ponder how battery technology has advanced so dramatically. Is Zhou Mo truly a reincarnation of a deity governing battery technology? They all recognize that the most significant barrier to the widespread adoption of new energy vehicles has been the issue of range. If Shanghai Technology's Mango Automotive has resolved this challenge, it could indeed pave the way for electric vehicles to supplant fuel-powered cars. More importantly, it could revolutionize the global energy landscape. Zhou Mo, undeterred by the audience's astonishment, forges ahead with his presentation. Moreover, our Mango Automotive is equipped with the world's most advanced in-car assistance driving system, Mango. Each Mango vehicle incorporates 1 LiDAR, 3 millimeter wave radars, 12 ultrasonic radars, and 11 high-definition cameras. This configuration enables assisted driving, parking assistance, and, when necessary, automated driving. Wow, is this for real? The audience gasps in shock. Zhou Mo has dropped 2 bombshells without any preamble. If true, it would indeed be spectacular. Such an array of cameras and radars must come at a significant cost, right? I recall hearing about a domestic company working on autonomous driving technology. However, thus far, no tangible results have been reported. Instead, it is Shanghai Technology that has made significant advancements. Weekend, I deceive the investors. Are you one of them? It is widely acknowledged that autonomous driving is classified into 6 levels according to the standards set by the Society of Automotive Engineers. Our Mango S7's intelligent driving has already reached level 4, and I firmly believe that our autonomous driving technology is unparalleled globally. To bolster everyone's confidence, I have prepared a video to be displayed on the screen. I understand that many may be skeptical, so please direct your attention to the large screen. The audience present, along with those watching the live stream, widen their eyes, fixated on the screen. Autonomous driving, a technology they had only heard about previously, was now being unveiled. Could it be that Shanghai Technology has truly accomplished this? At that moment, Xiang Xinshu's expression turned grave. He sensed that Weekend's character would not lead him astray. Thus, Shanghai Technologies' autonomous driving technology might indeed be credible. Just moments ago, he was still processing the news of the 1,100 kilometers range electric vehicle when Weekend dropped another bombshell. This revelation was even more explosive. Xiang Xianchu gazed intently at the screen, anxious not to miss any detail. The video being showcased was specifically filmed by Gao Yi for this press conference, featuring footage from Weekend's visit as well as retakes that were deemed unsatisfactory. Gao Yi sought to ensure the best possible outcome for the event, putting forth his utmost effort. The video exhibited not only basic functionalities such as automatic parking, obstacle detection, lane marking, and traffic signal recognition, but also prominently showcased autonomous driving. The vehicle displayed in the video operated without the driver needing to control the steering wheel. Moreover, it was not navigating an empty, wide road, but skillfully maneuvering through urban streets. This was a stark contrast to the initial perceptions of the media present. Is this truly within the realm of current technological capabilities? Both the attendees and the online viewers pondered this question. The few minutes of video swiftly came to an end, yet the audience remained immersed in contemplation of what they had just witnessed. Once the video concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the room, with not a single sound to be heard. Weekend chuckled softly, observing their reactions with satisfaction, thinking to himself that they must be utterly astonished. Shortly thereafter, as the audience began to process their thoughts, a vigorous discussion erupted, the noise swelling to a cacophony akin to that of a bustling market. Wow, it's actually real. This car is so incredibly cool. I want one. The strength of Shanghai technology is undeniable, and Weekend's claim of an 1,100 kilometers range must also be true. How wonderful. Finally, a car that can park itself. I need to buy one to alleviate my parking woes. Wasn't autonomous driving even more impressive? I could relax on the highway now. Shanghai Technologies' autonomous driving technology is indeed far ahead. Many journalists engaged in animated discussions, momentarily forgetting their duties. A few more composed individuals hurriedly typed on their laptops, eager to disseminate this groundbreaking news. Attending Shanghai Technologies' press conference had proven to be a worthwhile endeavor, and they hoped for even more of the company's groundbreaking innovations. The world was on the verge of a seismic shift, as Shanghai Technologies' autonomous driving technology had remarkably reached level 4, heralding the rise of domestic technology. The fervent discussions among the audience starkly contrasted with their earlier skepticism. Gao Yi reveled in his triumph, exclaiming, "Ha! Let this group of naysayers be stunned now." Their previous disdain had transformed into sheer astonishment. Chapter 40. Unparalleled Performance, Exceptional Value. Next, Weekend unveiled the interior of the Mango electric vehicle. With no internal combustion engine, the Mango electric vehicle boasts a more spacious cabin and storage area despite maintaining the same dimensions as traditional vehicles, whether in the front or rear seats. The space is ample, allowing an average adult to sit comfortably without feeling cramped. In the front cabin, two 10-inch screens are present, an uncommon feature among many gasoline vehicles. The audience was captivated, experiencing a sense of novelty. Additionally, each front seat is equipped with two screens behind them. The car's interior exudes luxury, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship and significant value. The interior is stunning. I must buy one just for its aesthetics. With such generous space, it is a boon for those who prioritize roominess. The vehicle embodies a strong sense of technology. This is the electric car I envisioned. Weekend continued beyond the aforementioned range. Intelligent driving and spacious interior, the vehicle's power performance is also crucial. Could Shanghai Technology have more surprises in store? This thought crossed the minds of all present as they eagerly awaited Weekend's next revelation. Weekend confidently stated, regarding power performance, "Our Mango S7 accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.2 seconds, with a top speed of 300 km/h. Meanwhile, the Mango S3 achieves 0 to 100 km/h in only 6.1 seconds, with a maximum speed of 200 km/h, which will undoubtedly meet everyone's daily needs." Is this a sedan? It feels more like a sports car. The performance is astonishing. I think it might be time to replace my sports car. My Ferrari and Porsche are becoming outdated. Indeed, my Lamborghini needs an upgrade as well. I've decided the Mango car will be my dream vehicle. Is this the disparity between a functional phone and a smart one? My foremost concern now is the vehicle's price. It surely cannot be inexpensive. As the press conference approached its conclusion, it was time to introduce the pricing for the Mango vehicles. Weekend gazed meaningfully at the audience and loudly inquired, "What do you think is a fair price?" The media reporters exchanged glances, hesitant to voice their guesses regarding the Mango vehicle's price. Who could possibly predict that? There are so many advanced technologies in a Mango vehicle. The absence of comparable models made it even more challenging to estimate a price. At that moment, a voice rang out from the audience. 1999. The crowd momentarily froze, turning their attention toward the source of the voice, only to erupt into laughter. Ha ha ha. Weekend pointed at the individual on stage, jokingly scolding, "You must be here to cause trouble." The audience burst into another round of laughter upon hearing Weekend's humorous reprimand. Sun Jian and the others also joined in the mirth. Lu Su teased, "It's my first time hearing President Zhou curse. Forget about 1999. If such an electric vehicle existed, I would buy as many as I could." The audience chuckled along with Weekend's jest, fully aware that such a price was utterly implausible. As the audience gradually settled down, Weekend resumed his presentation. As I mentioned earlier, we're launching two models, the Mango S7 and the Mango S3, which you have seen on stage. Please refer to the screen for their pricing. Weekend turned, pointing at the screen behind him. The price range for the Mango S7 is between 689,000 to 819,000 yuan, while the Mango S3 ranges from 259,000 to 359,000 yuan. The final prices will be determined based on the orders placed. As Weekend concluded, applause erupted throughout the venue. Although the price of the Mango S7 is somewhat steep, the configuration and pricing of the Mango S3 remains quite reasonable. This price is simply unaffordable. With over 200,000, wouldn't it be wiser to purchase a Highlander instead? It seems the Weekend has driven some to madness over money. Why is the first model being sold at such a premium? Some journalists believe this price is excessive, opining that a figure beneath 100,000 would be most appropriate. Of course, ideally, it should be given away for free. That would be the best deal of all. But why should it be so? The specifications of this vehicle fully justify its price. Can its aesthetics and performance even be compared to those of mid-range cars? Do they not realize that electric vehicles save on fuel? The Mango car indeed offers substantial savings on fuel costs, savings that could be better spent on purchasing ribs. Those who own cars understand this. While many may afford to buy a car, not everyone can sustain its upkeep beyond the initial purchase price. Ongoing expenses for fuel and maintenance constitute a significant burden. Speaking solely of the Mango S3, its current pricing is undeniably on the lower side, given its specifications. If the technology of this vehicle was not obtained through a lucky draw, but rather through diligent investment over the weekend, selling it at this price initially amounts to a substantial loss per unit. In addition to the journalists present, numerous individuals also commented in the live stream. The Mango S7 is quite impressive, and the top-tier pricing seems reasonable. I want to buy one for fun. To the affluent individual upstairs, are you in need of accessories? The S7 is too expensive. The Mango S3's price is very suitable, and I'm just in the market for a car, so I will purchase this one. You all are indeed wealthy, deciding to buy on a whim? However, the Mango S3 only boasts a 700 kilometers range, which gives me pause. Then simply pay more for the S7. Its 1,100 kilometers range will certainly alleviate any travel concerns. Subsequently, the weekend announced exhilarating news that thrilled both the on-site audience and livestream viewers. Ultimately, we will draw 10 fortunate viewers in the livestream, each receiving a Mango S7. Wow! A chorus of awe erupted from the journalists present. Steadily Technology is giving away cars again, and it's the pricier Mango S7. However, I hope they won't be offering mere usage rights like Doping Motors did. As doubts lingered among the crowd, the weekend continued, assuring everyone, rest assured, we will not be offering mere usage rights. We are giving away the entire vehicle. Regarding the income tax issue, our company will cover the costs. For if we can afford to give away cars, surely we are not concerned about a mere tax. Wow, Steadily Technology is exceedingly generous. The total value of these 10 vehicles exceeds 10 million. This starkly contrasts with Doping Motors' stinginess. What good is a 5-year usage right? The weekend, unfazed by the crowd's reactions, continued. Everyone, please open Dojo and enter the Steadily Technology livestream to click on the lucky bag for the draw. We will distribute these 10 vehicles through 5 lucky bags, giving away 2 Mango S7s each time. Upon hearing this, the journalists quickly took out their phones to open Dojo, assuming the draw would occur on-site. The weekend opted against a live draw to ensure fairness. With only 10 cars available, if half were drawn on-site, there would be scam prizes left for online viewers, potentially inviting criticism. Meanwhile, those watching the Steadily Technology livestream hurriedly called friends to join the draw. Chapter 41. Another car giveaway, on-site lottery. By now, this automotive launch event was nearing its conclusion. The journalists were engaged in the lottery, and the weekend felt somewhat awkward standing alone on stage. Deciding to step down, He made his way towards Sun Jian and the others. Mr. Zhou. The launch was a resounding success, with excellent results, Sun Jian stated first. Lu Su remarked, indeed. Tonight must be the most shocking experience these journalists have ever had at a launch event. Mr. Zhou, their expressions were priceless, especially when they initially doubted it. Once you unveiled the real deal, they were left utterly speechless, Gao, animatedly described, clearly in high spirits. Just then, Xiang Xianchu approached from the front row. Sun Jian faced him directly, while the weekend, with his back turned, remained unaware, prompting Sun Jian to quietly inform him. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Xiang is coming over. The weekend raised an eyebrow. He was aware that Xiang Xianchu was the only chairman of Jiangzuan Automobile present at their launch event. Regardless of the reasons, Xiang Xianchu had shown them considerable respect this time. The weekend adjusted his expression and turned with a smile. Mr. Xiang, I'm immensely grateful for your attendance at this launch. Xiang Xianchu paused, glancing at Sun Jian behind the weekend, who nodded in affirmation, realizing it was Sun Jian's cue. Not at all. Truth be told, it is my honor to participate in this Mango automobile launch. Sun Jian was not merely being modest. He truly believed this. The launch event for Mango Automobile had profoundly impressed him, as steadily Technology had unveiled several world-leading technologies in one go. He felt that after tonight, steadily Technology would undoubtedly soar, leaving future weekends in the dust. Mr. Zhou, your quiet release of so many groundbreaking innovations will surely leave those absent from this event regretting their decision, Xiang Xianchu remarked. Thank you for your generous praise, Mr. Xiang. This is largely due to our research team's efforts. Without them, our company would not have achieved such technological milestones. Xiang Xianchu's words resonated deeply with the weekend, bringing him much joy. As the two conversed, the journalists remained active. Each draw took about 10 minutes, during which they took to the stage to admire the Mango automobiles. Only 2 vehicles were on display, both in black, exuding a cool allure. Customers could select their preferred colors when placing orders. Nevertheless, even with this limitation, the 2 Mango cars became the focal point of the event. Countless individuals snapped photos, having missed clearer shots from afar earlier. Simultaneously, they murmured in awe, so beautiful, truly stunning. It was only through close observation that one could truly appreciate the allure of the Mango automobiles. Some male journalists reached out to caress the car's body, as if entranced, while others looked on, immediately breaking out in goosebumps. A few impatient journalists, unable to wait for the draw, began placing orders directly on the steadily Technology official website. In a word, opulent. Fortunately, the weekend had opened the ordering channel before the launch commenced. A total of 5 rounds of draws would occur, with results announced approximately every 10 minutes. As each round concluded, the number of viewers in the live stream did not dwindle. Instead, it continued to grow. I won. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the stage. What? Someone actually won on site? Why wasn't it me? That's incredibly lucky. A stir of excitement erupted from that direction, drawing the weekend's attention. Sun Jian reminded him, Mr. Zhou, it seems someone has won over there. Won? What incredible luck. The weekend shook his head in disbelief. He had thought none of the journalists would win. To his surprise, someone had indeed struck it lucky. The weekend, accompanied by Sun Jian and the others, made their way over. Xiang Xianchu, who had been chatting with them, followed suit. Everyone, please make way. Mr. Zhou is coming through. A voice unexpectedly rang out, prompting the journalists to instinctively part ways and create a path. On one hand, they felt it was the domain of the weekend, keen to heed the directives from Shanghai Technology. On the other hand, they were eager to witness what the weekend had in store. The weekend glanced at the individuals before him, uncertain as to who among them was the fortunate winner, and inquired aloud, which gentleman has won? Please raise your hand. At that moment, a young man at the front of the crowd promptly raised his hand. He appeared to be in his 30s. May I ask your name? Hello, Mr. Zhou. My name is Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng was visibly elated, his face flushed with excitement. He never anticipated that he would win, let alone a prize valued at over 800,000 for a Mango S7. Could you please show me your winning information? Zhang Sheng extended his hand, presenting his phone to Zhou. The phone screen still displayed the live broadcast, showcasing his winning notification. Upon glancing at the screen, Zhou confirmed that Zhang Sheng was indeed a winner. He returned the phone to Zhang Sheng and remarked, Your luck is truly remarkable. Once the press conference concludes, you may drive the car home. However, the only available color at present is black. Would you prefer to choose black or wait for a while to select a color of your liking? The prospect of driving it home today was simply marvelous. Shanghai Technology was indeed serious about this. How astonishing. Zhang Sheng couldn't believe he could drive it away on the spot. Why wasn't I the one to win? He lamented. His fortune is simply extraordinary. Why hasn't luck graced me? The journalists present gritted their teeth, sighing in collective discontent. It was as if discovering Zhang Sheng's victory was akin to a personal loss for them. Zhang Sheng was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that he could drive the car away immediately. He had been so absorbed in the joy of winning that he hadn't considered the implications. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he mustered the courage to ask, "Mr. Zhou, would it be possible for me to exchange the car for cash?" "What?" The murmurs around him indicated his audacity. Indeed, to think of exchanging it for money, what a bold idea. Some speculated that Mr. Zhou would surely decline, as although the car's retail price was over 800,000, its actual value would certainly be less. The whispers reached Zhou's ears. Why would he not want the car? Without a valid rationale, Zhou was unlikely to acquiesce. Zhang Sheng scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. "Mr. Zhou, while electric vehicles are more economical than fuel ones, there are still considerable expenses to consider once I take it home. Maintenance costs, charging fees, insurance, parking. While these may seem trivial to others, they are burdensome for my family." He explained that he already owned a vehicle, a Tulu electric car he had purchased as a birthday gift for his wife, and that one car sufficed for their needs. The assembled crowd understood Zhang Sheng's sentiments, their gazes shifting to Zhou, eager to see how he would address the situation. Xiang Xianchu stood nearby, observing Zhou's response. Chapter 42. News spreads, industry shockwaves. Zhou was taken aback to discover that Zhang Sheng was not only a passionate individual, but also a customer of their company. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou articulated his thoughts. "I truly empathize with your situation. Your love story is quite touching. However, I must regretfully decline your request." Zhou's refusal was unequivocal. What? How could Zhou be so unfeeling? Indeed, given the circumstances, is this small request too much to ask? The atmosphere grew tense as the crowd reacted. When in agreement with them, they referred to him as Mr. Zhou, but when displeased, they reverted to calling him Zhou. Zhang Sheng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The matter had become complicated. Zhou continued, "You may still drive the car home, but it will be a Mango S3 instead. As for the price difference with the S7, I will compensate you. However, this does not comply with our regulations, so you'll need to cover the taxes yourself." How does that sound? Zhang Sheng thought he had misheard, and, upon receiving clarification from those around him, he began to calculate in his mind. The price difference between the S7 and S3 was approximately 460,000. After paying the 20 tax on that amount and the tax on the vehicle, he would still receive a Mango S3 along with nearly 300,000 in cash. Quite a substantial outcome. Realizing this, Zhang Sheng quickly expressed his gratitude. "No problem, Mr. Zhou. Thank you so much." "I knew it, Mr. Zhou is not an unkind person. Indeed, this amount is hardly significant to Mr. Zhou." Initially, it was Zhang Sheng who had breached the rules, and receiving a slight penalty seemed justifiable. Zhou, overhearing their remarks, could only shake his head in resignation, weary of the conversation. He recognized that he had indeed overlooked the possibility that a winner might not be able to afford the upkeep of the vehicle. Nevertheless, if a winner found themselves unable to maintain the car, discussions could be held at the time of redemption. Zhou instructed Sun Jian, who was nearby, to keep an eye on the winner's concerns. Time swiftly passed, and an hour later, all 10 Mango S7 vehicles had been distributed. During this period, apart from Zhang Sheng, no other journalists had won. This alleviated some of Zhou's concerns, as having a single winner among the journalists was already fortunate enough. If more had won, it would have certainly raised suspicions regarding the fairness of the lottery. After the lottery concluded, the press conference came to a close. All the journalists exited the venue, their spirits high, having gained significantly from the day's events. As for the fortunate winner Zhang Sheng, Gao Yi volunteered to handle the matter. Zhou did not decline, as both he and Sun Jian had other commitments, and Gao Yi had fewer tasks at hand. Gao Yi approached Zhang Sheng. "Mr. Zhang, I am Gao Yi from Shanghai Technology. Please follow me to claim your prize." Zhang Sheng quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Gao." After the press conference ended, discussions surrounding Mango vehicles began to gain momentum. Autonomous driving, 1,100 kilometers of range, exceptional aesthetics. These keywords surged to the top of various online platforms. Concurrently, news about Mango vehicles started to gain traction. Shanghai Technology launched television, online, and offline advertisements. Zhou was determined to ensure that Mango vehicles became a household name. Not only were netizens engaging in discussions online, but various media outlets, be they financial, automotive, or others, joined the conversation. Their headlines were equally captivating. Shock. Secrets behind the Shanghai Technology press conference revealed. Unimaginable. The performance of Mango vehicles exceeds expectations. Stunning. This car is worth $1 million. Astonishing. The secrets behind autonomous driving. Zhou uttered profanity at the press conference. Naturally, many reputable media outlets reported on the event as well, highlighting how Shanghai technology had achieved multiple world firsts and why Mango vehicles outperformed their competitors, with photos and videos captured by on-site journalists circulating on social media and subsequently shared across various forums, websites, Weibo, and short video platforms. Netizens eagerly awaited the unfolding news, their excitement palpable. Oh my, who would have imagined that automobiles could exude such an aura of coolness? This is no mere vehicle. It is nothing short of a masterpiece. The design prowess of Shanghai technology has truly moved me to tears. Alas, it seems another toy has been added to the collection of the affluent. Due to its overwhelming popularity, even internet celebrities like Zhou Mo have joined the fray, sharing screenshots of their successful orders for the Mango S7 from Shanghai Technology's official website on social media. Remarkably, Zhou Mo ordered not one, but 4 vehicles in a single breath. How utterly shocking. Has even Zhou Mo succumbed to the allure of Mango automobiles? Is this the life of the wealthy, where purchasing a Mango car is akin to buying a mango fruit for us? Some fortunate netizens who have even taken to the internet to flaunt their winning images, inciting envy and jealousy among those who are not so lucky. Jealousy has driven me to the brink of despair. With such wealth, why doesn't Shanghai Technology share a bit more? The previous figure of 360 was quite generous. After all, is it possible that even with a greater bounty, one might still remain empty-handed? I am determined to compete with you, fortunate souls. The Yulong Group has been closely monitoring the developments of Shanghai Technology in recent times. However, they did not tune in to the live-streamed press conference last night. To Wu Long and his associates, the capabilities of Shanghai Technology seemed rather modest, and they assumed the level of the automobile launch would be limited. Given a mere 4-month timeline, it was inconceivable that anything other than the second generation of the Tulu would be produced. Although they were somewhat perplexed as to why Shanghai Technology had released a second-generation product so swiftly, it was of little concern to them. Just as Wu Long settled into bed, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Secretary Liu. Why is he calling so late? Does he not understand the concept of decorum? Wu Long had grown increasingly dissatisfied with Secretary Liu's performance lately, as he hadn't accomplished anything noteworthy in quite some time, so he harbored some resentment. However, considering it was unusual for him to call at such an hour, he assumed it must be something significant and answered the phone. Hello, President Wu. Something terrible has happened. Shanghai Technology has launched a new energy vehicle. You must check the news immediately. What? Can you clarify a bit more? Secretary Liu spoke so rapidly that Wu Long barely grasped the information. President Wu. Here's the situation. After listening to Secretary Liu's explanation, Wu Long finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. A seismic shift had occurred in the automotive industry. When did Shanghai Technology become this formidable? Wu Long was at a loss. Yet, when he learned that the Mango automobile boasted a range of 1,100 kilometers, he involuntarily flinched. Only 1,100 kilometers? So, even Shanghai Technology had not achieved success? He recalled the information he had received from Shanghai Technology, which indicated that the power battery's range exceeded 2,000 kilometers. He was initially skeptical. Could there truly be a power battery with such an extensive range? In a moment of impulsiveness, coupled with the discussions he had overheard from Secretary Liu and the researchers, he decided to invest heavily in development. However, upon reflection, he realized that despite his doubts, halting progress was not an option, given the substantial initial investment. He had originally planned to abandon the project if no results materialized. Yet, upon learning of the 1,100 kilometers range of the Mango automobile, he reconsidered his stance. Wu Long resolved to increase development funding upon returning to the company the following day. He was prepared to commit himself fully to the pursuit of power batteries. For him, this night would undoubtedly be one of sleepless contemplation. Chapter 43. Tremendous Repercussions. Shocking both domestically and internationally. Hello, my dear. On his way to claim his prize with Gao Yi, Zhang Sheng received a phone call from his wife. Zhang Sheng surmised she had seen his winning announcement while browsing social media, prompting her to call for confirmation. As he had anticipated, his wife's voice echoed through the phone. Darling, I just watched a live stream where someone who resembles you won a prize. It couldn't possibly be you. Could it? Zhang Sheng could distinctly hear his wife's anxious breaths, indicating her nervousness. The reason for her call was evidently to ascertain the truth. Indeed, my love, the person who won is none other than myself. Zhang Sheng was taken aback by his wife's exclamation, instinctively pulling the phone away from his ear. Once the commotion subsided, he cautiously returned the phone to his ear and spoke patiently. My dear, please don't get too excited. I'm currently at the prize claim office. We can discuss everything once I return. All right, love you. Please be safe on your way back. Zhang Sheng shook his head in resignation as he glanced at the now disconnected call. Gao Yi, who had been beside him, had overheard Zhang Sheng's conversation with his wife. Mr. Zhang, it seems you and your wife must be newlyweds? Upon hearing Gao Yi's comment, Zhang Sheng looked up and replied, somewhat sheepishly, Mr. Gao, you flatter us. We have been married for several years now. Really? I wouldn't have guessed. I thought you were still in the honeymoon phase. Gao Yi, though confused, had heard that many things changed after marriage. Zhang Sheng smiled bashfully. Without further ado, Gao Yi proceeded to help Zhang Sheng with the necessary paperwork. The cash would be straightforward, deposited directly into Zhang Sheng's bank account. As for the car, it would depend on Zhang Sheng's preference. Mr. Zhang, we currently only have the Mango S3 series available in black, but all are top-tier models. If you desire a different color, you will need to wait a while. Gao Yi said, observing Zhang Sheng's choice. Without hesitation, Zhang Sheng opted for the black model. Shortly thereafter, Gao Yi completed all the requisite formalities, and Zhang Sheng drove off in his new vehicle, fully charged and ready for the journey home. Gao Yi watched as Zhang Sheng drove away, contemplating how this car, along with a cash prize of 300,000, would surely transform Zhang Sheng's family life. The following day, at Daping Automobile Company. What is going on here? Why am I only being informed of such a critical matter now? Su Daping glared at the assembled executives, his voice booming with frustration. This morning, upon waking, he had been inundated with news about the Mango automobile, whether regarding its autonomous driving capabilities or its 1,100 kilometers range. These advancements were far beyond what Daping Automobile could aspire to achieve. Fortunately, for the moment, only Shanghai Technology possessed such technical prowess. Although Daping Automobile was not the most advanced, it still ranked among the top tier. The executives present exchanged glances, rolling their eyes in resignation. What difference would it make to inform him now? Mr. Su, we were concerned it was too late and might disturb your rest, so we delayed informing you. One secretary explained, is this a trivial matter? This concerns the very survival of our company. Should you have reported it promptly? This time, the executives hung their heads in silence, and the secretary fell quiet as well. The gap between them and Shanghai Technology was insurmountable, and they feared they could not catch up in the short term. After a moment of silence, Su Daping composed himself. Anger was futile. The priority was to address the issue at hand. He sat down and inquired, what solutions do you propose? Mr. Su, I believe the best course of action is to lower our prices. Indeed, if we can reduce our prices somewhat, there is still a market to be had. The vehicles from Shanghai Technology are still somewhat pricey. The average consumer would not consider purchasing them. Su Daping frowned at the suggestion. Lower prices? It is easy to say, yet once prices are lowered, it becomes challenging to raise them again. Do you have any alternative strategies? The group of executives exchanged glances, realizing that they could not compete on technology, and thus had no choice but to resort to price reductions. Su Daping sighed and suggested, very well. Let us announce a modest price reduction on the official website. The government is providing subsidies, so we need not lower the prices excessively. Originally, after subsidies, the price was already below 200,000. If we reduce it too much, they would truly earn nothing. The executives present shared knowing looks, acknowledging that this was the only viable approach for now. By the way, we must intensify our research and development on autonomous driving technology. Moreover, we need to publicize this news to ensure everyone is aware. Although Daping Motors currently lags behind in technology, the tech industry operates such that once one company achieves a breakthrough, others can swiftly follow in its footsteps and catch up. While the final outcomes may still significantly differ from those of Shanghai Technology, at least we will have resolved the question of existence. Su, that is an excellent strategy. I am confident that all companies will soon invest in the development of autonomous driving technology. Some executives flattered Su Daping, and although they recognized the insincerity, it nonetheless pleased them. Inevitably, news of Shanghai Technology reached overseas. Many international netizens responded with disbelief. How can this be? How is it possible that a Dongda enterprise has taken the lead in breakthroughs within the electric vehicle sector? Autonomous driving, with a range of 1,100 kilometers. This must be the ultimate electric vehicle. This is the electric car of my dreams. Where can we place our orders? OMG. What kind of company is Shanghai Technology that I have never heard of before? Why has our America failed to achieve such breakthroughs? What are those politicians doing? We do not need 11 aircraft carriers. We only seek the dignity of the common citizen. Our nation should earnestly reflect on why we are lagging behind. Indeed, reflections are never scarce, no matter where one is. Information from foreign media also made its way back home, instantly inflating the pride of Dongda's citizens. Many netizens believed that in this new heavy industry of electric vehicles, Mango Motors had single-handedly carved out a new territory. With Shanghai Technologies' autonomous driving and advanced battery technology, Mango Motors appeared invincible, poised to reshape the global automotive landscape and genuinely surpass foreign automotive brands. Amidst the convergence of multiple factors, the popularity of Mango Motors continued to soar. An increasing number of individuals learned about Shanghai Technology and Mango Motors through the internet. Chapter 44. Pre-sales break records. Stirring the tycoons in Modu, the most economically powerful city in Dongda, Tang, the official, was engrossed in discussions regarding Tesla's plans to establish a factory in Modu. Since 2016, Ma Kaiyuan had been fervently engaging with Modu officials, hoping to invest in a domestic factory. However, after 2 years of negotiations, a critical issue remained unresolved. Dongda imposed restrictions on foreign investment in domestic automotive enterprises, limiting foreign ownership to no more than 50. Perhaps due to past experiences, Ma Kaiyuan was unwilling to relinquish control, leading both parties to a stalemate. Just as the situation seemed destined to collapse, the officials in Modu received news from the capital. In early 2018, Dongda would unveil policies aimed at further opening up, specifically lifting the restrictions on foreign ownership in automotive enterprises. Upon receiving this news, Modu officials immediately began preparations. Furthermore, following Dongda's introduction of new energy subsidies, many companies had exploited these incentives, prompting the capital to intervene. Consequently, Dongda devised a strategy to invite Tesla, the proverbial wolf, into their fold. The officials were now deliberating the necessary preparations for Tesla's entry into Dongda. Tang, who oversaw economic affairs in Modu, was a figure of considerable authority. He took the phone, examining the information presented to him. When had domestic technology companies become so formidable? Is this information credible? Tang's expression turned serious as he regarded his secretary. Understanding the strategic implications for Dongda, this was no trivial matter. The information is indeed accurate. There is no doubt, the secretary affirmed resolutely. Tang glanced at the ongoing discussions among his colleagues and interjected, "Let us cease our discussions. We have a new objective. Please take a look at this." He handed his phone to them, lowering his head to contemplate how to facilitate Shanghai Technology's investment in Modu. Since the launch event, the popularity of Mango Motors had remained exceedingly high. As public sentiment regarding Mango Motors spread, its sales figures continued to ascend. In just 4 minutes from the start of sales, the number of reservations surpassed 20,000. In 7 minutes, it exceeded 30,000, and within 27 minutes, it broke 80,000. By the evening of the following day, within a mere 24 hours, the pre-sales volume had officially surpassed 180,000, a truly remarkable figure. Such a statistic is impressive at any time. Most astonishingly, over 130,000 of those orders were for the Mango S7. Initially, Zhou, during the weekend, found this hard to believe, but upon further reflection, the reasoning became clear. Those purchasing electric vehicles typically owned gasoline cars, and such families were generally affluent, leading them to opt for high-end models. At the commencement of pre-sales, Zhou's target was merely to achieve 100,000 orders within 24 hours. He never anticipated such an overwhelming outcome, which brought him immense surprise and renewed confidence in Mango Motor sales for the year. Zhou, the pre-sales results are impressive. However, we currently face a significant shortage of vehicles. Our factory as production capacity is utterly insufficient, Sun Jian interjected. Shanghai Technology originally operated its own factory, but following the production of Mango Motors, the entire production line for the previous Tulu electric vehicles had been dismantled to accommodate the new Mango Motors line. Production of Tulu electric vehicles was entirely entrusted to Jiangxuan Automotive Company. Currently, their factory as production line could only manufacture 1 vehicle every 2 minutes at best, allowing for a total of 720 Mango Motors to be produced daily. To fulfill 180,000 orders would require at least 250 days, not accounting for any future orders. Zhou rubbed his forehead, acknowledging the predicament. Should we seek out sourcing? He pondered, shaking his head. No, Mango Motors and Tulu are not the same. We must construct our own factory. Besides, we are not short on funds and can certainly build our own facility. We can establish a factory within a year if we allocate additional resources. Sun Jian nodded in agreement, recognizing that their company could afford to manage slower delivery times for now. Once the factory was completed, they would be able to deliver en masse. As the two discussed potential factory locations, Gao Yi suddenly burst in. Zhou, we just received a call from Modu requesting to visit our company and meet with you. Zhou exchanged a glance with Sun Jian, his expression revealing a sense of confusion. Sun Jian shook his head. Did anyone mention who is coming? He inquired. They only mentioned a name, Tang Zheng. Tang Jian? Zhou Mo had not heard this name before. He couldn't recall any business owner by that name. Sun Jian suddenly realized, having heard of this individual before. Isn't he the governor from the Magic City? Zhou, I have indeed heard of him. He is quite significant. After Sun Jian's introduction, Zhou Mo nodded, now understanding the weight of Tang Zheng as presence. Did they mention when he would arrive at our company? Gao Yi blurted out. He'll be here tomorrow morning. They will arrive early. So soon, and so early. What could be the reason? Zhou Mo pondered, shaking his head. Well, whatever comes, we shall face it. It's nothing to fret about. The following morning, Zhou Mo, accompanied by Sun Jian and several senior executives, awaited at the entrance. As Shanghai technology expanded and matured, its staffing became increasingly refined and organized. Zhou Mo, as the chairman, was primarily responsible for devising the company's development strategies, while Sun Jian, as the general manager, handled daily operations. Additionally, several departments, finance, human resources, auditing, and research and development, were managed by their respective leaders, all of whom followed closely behind Sun Jian, particularly as the visitors were of high rank. They understood the importance of this being the first visit from such a notable leader to their company. Before long, they spotted a coaster arriving, flanked by several artists. Zhou Mo speculated that the individual aboard was none other than Governor Tang. The vehicles came to a halt at the company entrance, and as the coaster's door opened, several figures emerged. Zhou Mo immediately recognized Governor Tang. His dark hair, rosy complexion, and youthful appearance suggested he was in his 40s, evidently well-maintained. Sporting black-rimmed glasses and a warm smile, he exuded a benevolent aura that fostered an immediate sense of familiarity. With the internet's vast resources, Zhou Mo had done his research after Sun Jian's introduction, so he had a fleeting impression of him. As Tang Zheng approached, Zhou Mo stepped forward. Governor Tang, it's a pleasure to meet you, he said, maintaining a demeanor of respectful confidence. Welcome to our company. You must be Zhou Mo. You look remarkably youthful. Tang Zheng had already familiarized himself with the situation at Shanghai Technology, which included information about Zhou Mo. The adage of seeing is believing rang true. He had underestimated Zhou Mo's youthfulness. Coupled with Zhou Mo's poised and respectful demeanor, it embodied the essence of a new generation of talent. Zhou Mo perceived Tang Zheng's high status, but viewed everyone through the lens of equity. Thus, he had no intention of flattering him. However, given Shanghai Technology's current limitations, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary conflict. Subsequently, Zhou Mo and his team guided Tang Zheng and his entourage on a tour of the company and the Mango automobile production line. Zhou Mo, would you be interested in establishing a factory in the Magic City? Chapter 45. A distinguished visitor comes prepared. Zhou Mo, would you be interested in building a mango super factory in the Magic City? Tang Zheng suddenly remarked as they toured the production line. Zhou Mo paused momentarily, processing the implication. So, Tang Zheng's visit was specifically to propose the establishment of a super factory in the Magic City. Zhou Mo recalled that in his past life, the production line for Tate Kula was indeed set up in the Magic City. How had the circumstances changed this time? Was it influenced by his actions? Others had overheard Tang Zheng's words, and all eyes turned to Zhou Mo, awaiting his response. Sun Jian and the others felt elated. This was an invitation from the governor of the Magic City. Building a factory there was certainly feasible, given the area's robust infrastructure. Tang Zheng's associates also looked at Zhou Mo with anticipation. After their visit to Shanghai Technology, they had gained insight into the company. If they could facilitate the establishment of a factory, it would serve their purpose as well. Zhou Mo contemplated silently for a moment. He realized that remaining mute would not be advisable, yet he hesitated to give an immediate affirmation. Governor Tang, why don't we first explore the Mango automobile? How about experiencing the autonomous driving technology? What better way to exhibit one's capabilities than through technological prowess? Only by demonstrating strength could he persuade Tang Zheng and negotiate more effectively thereafter. Tang Zheng, smiling, nodded in agreement. That sounds excellent. I've only seen videos until now and have yet to experience autonomous driving in person. Tang Zheng appeared genuinely interested and readily assented. At the Jiang City Government Building, Zhong Jiangwo arrived at his office early. Just as he settled down to work, his secretary entered. Governor Zhong, we've just received word that Governor Tang Zheng from the Magic City is in Jiang City. As the governor of the Magic City, Tang Zhang's visit to another city surely warranted prior notification. Zhou Mo wondered what Tang Zhang was doing in Jiang City. Is there something significant happening here? He asked, glancing up at his secretary. Not that I'm aware of, the secretary replied, shaking his head. Suddenly recalling something, he added, if anything significant were to occur, it would likely be related to the Shanghai Technology press conference. This was something the secretary had previously mentioned, and Zhou Mo was aware of it. Zhou Mo nodded slightly, pondering what Tang Zhang could possibly want in Jiang City. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that Tang Zhang is here to poach Shanghai Technology? He mused. Otherwise, there would be little reason for him to make such a personal visit. You sly Tang Zhang, are you planning to steal a march? Zhou Mo sprang to his feet, declaring, prepare the vehicle, we're heading to Shanghai Technology. Without looking back, he exited the office, hoping time was still on his side. The secretary, bewildered, hurried to follow, simultaneously dialing the driver. Governor Tang, this vehicle before you is our Mango S7, boasting a range of 1,100 kilometers and equipped with an L4 level autonomous driving system. Zhou Mo and his team arrived at the testing grounds to personally introduce the vehicle to Tang Zhang. Tang Zhang gazed at the sleek Mango automobile, undeniably captivated. This model was indeed the same one he had seen in videos. Had he been younger, he surely would have fallen in love with it. May I take it for a spin? Tang Zhang inquired, his curiosity piqued to experience such advanced technology firsthand. Of course, the purpose is to showcase the allure of technology. It would be a shame if you didn't try it yourself. Tang Zhang confidently stated, I'll take the driver's seat, and you can sit in the passenger seat to guide me. Zhou Mo accepted without hesitation, opening the door for Tang Zhang. Once he was seated, Zhou Mo made his way to the passenger side and entered the vehicle. Tang Zhang's secretary climbed into the back seat, and Zhou Mo didn't object. After all, it was only natural for the secretary to accompany him. Electric vehicles differ from traditional fuel-powered ones, having only an accelerator and a brake pedal. Press here to start the vehicle, Zhou Mo indicated, pointing to a circular button. Tang Zhang followed the instruction and pressed it, causing the car to start and illuminating the screens ahead. Tang Zhang felt that the ignition method resembled that of a sports car. As he pressed down on the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward onto the road. Being an adept driver himself, he quickly mastered the nuances of the accelerator, stabilizing the car with ease. The vehicle possessed remarkable power, eliciting a cheerful laugh from Tang Zhang. The acceleration of electric vehicles surpasses that of traditional fuel-powered cars, which is one of their distinct advantages. Tang Zhang nodded in acknowledgement, realizing why so many individuals opt for electric vehicles. The driving experience was akin to that of a sports car, offering a delightful sensation and substantial power, all at a significantly lower price point. Once Tang Zhang felt sufficiently familiar with the vehicle, Zhou began to introduce the autonomous driving system. At the mention of this, Tang Zhang became intrigued, as his primary interest lay in experiencing this feature. Zhou, is the autonomous driving feature safe? Tang Zhang's secretary suddenly interjected from the back seat. Xiaoli, refrain from making baseless remarks. Tang Zhang reproached with a serious expression. No worries, since Secretary Li has asked, I shall clarify, Zhou replied. Level 4 autonomous driving is defined as highly automated. Under specific conditions, the vehicle can complete driving tasks entirely independently, without human intervention. In certain instances, it can even operate more scientifically and flawlessly than a human. The testing ground we are on is relatively straightforward, and there are no other vehicles to interfere, thus there should be no issues. After hearing this, Secretary Li fell silent. Zhou was also in the vehicle, so there shouldn't be any problems. Tang Zhang. On this screen, there's an autonomous driving button. Once clicked, the vehicle will navigate from the starting point to the destination as per the settings. Following Zhou's instructions, Tang Zhang began to operate the system, setting the starting and ending points before pressing the autonomous driving button. The Mango car indeed began to move, with the steering wheel requiring no input from Tang Zhang. Observing this scene, Tang Zhang found it both novel and exceedingly fascinating. Secretary Li leaned forward, craning his neck to glimpse the driving situation ahead. Zhou noted the expressions of the two and thought to himself, this is just the beginning. We are merely on a testing ground without any traffic, presenting no real challenges. The effect would be even more impressive on the road, with a stronger visual impact. Before long, the Mango car arrived at its destination as programmed. With the windows closed, onlookers outside remained unaware of the specific happenings inside the vehicle, leading others from the metropolis to believe that Tang Zhang was merely testing the car. Subsequently, Zhou had Tang Zhang experience the autonomous parking feature, which left him once again astounded. The vehicle was truly remarkable and exceedingly convenient. Through this test drive, he recognized that Shanghai Technology was a company of considerable strength, solidifying his determination to encourage the establishment of a factory in the metropolis. Chapter 46. The Arrival of Another Influential Figure. Zhou Weekend, your company's technological prowess is impressive. What are your thoughts on the proposal to build a factory in the metropolis? Please feel free to voice any requirements. Upon hearing Tang Zhang's words, Zhou Weekend felt a surge of delight, as this was precisely the statement he had been awaiting. However, before he could respond, a voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. Old Tang, it's quite a feat for you to visit. Why not drop by my office for a drink instead? This is rather inconsiderate. Zhou Weekend and the others turned to see the company receptionist leading two men into the room. One was older, appearing to be in his 50s, while the other was younger, likely in his 30s. It was evident that the elder man was the leader. Zhou Weekend was unfamiliar with the two arrivals. But given that the older man referred to Tang Zheng as Old Tang, he must also hold a significant position. As Tang Zheng noticed Zhong Jiangwo had arrived, he slightly restrained his smile, contemplating what brings him here. He must have come early to negotiate the agreement with Shanghai Technology. However, considering it was on another's turf, he had to be mindful of the implications. Thus, he approached Zhong Jiangwo warmly, extending his hand. Old Zhong, I had planned to visit your office shortly. What brings you here personally? Zhong Jiangwo inwardly scoffed. What brings me here? Shanghai Technology is in Jiangcheng. This is my territory. Of course, I can come. You, on the other hand, are the one making a surprise visit. If it weren't for your slightly higher rank, I would have berated you. Shanghai Technology is a key enterprise in our Jiangcheng. Naturally, I must accompany you during your visit from the metropolis. At this moment, Sun Jian approached Zhou Weekend, whispering, This is our Jiangcheng leader. He hasn't visited before, so I wonder what brings him this time. The receptionist had already briefed Sun Jian on the situation. Zhong Jiangwo had come to Shanghai Technology specifically to meet Zhou Weekend. Upon hearing Sun Jian's words, Zhou Weekend quickly grasped the situation. Initially, he had only intended to make a minor inquiry, but now he found himself facing a significant opportunity. He understood the adage when the clam and the heron fight. The fisherman benefits. Acknowledging the circumstances in Zhong Jiangwo's status, Zhou Weekend approached them. At that moment, Zhong Jiangwo and Tang Zheng were still engaged in conversation, with an unspoken tension evident in their dialogue. Commissioner Zhong, greetings. I am Zhou Weekend. Zhou Weekend, a true prodigy. To establish Shanghai Technology in such a short time is truly remarkable. Zhong Jiangwo acknowledged with a nod before praising Zhou Weekend. You flatter me, Commissioner Zhong. Perhaps we should find a conference room to discuss matters. This is not an appropriate venue for conversation. Both Tang Zheng and Zhong Jiangwo understood the nature of the impending discussions, and Zhou Weekend was aware as well. Very well. I approach this with great sincerity. Tang Zheng spoke first, his demeanor exuding determination. However, Zhong Jiangwo remained silent, still uncertain about Tang Zheng's intentions. At this point, he only had his subjective impressions. If Tang Zheng genuinely intended to relocate Shanghai Technology to the metropolis, he would undoubtedly oppose it. The group entered a conference room, with Tang Zheng and Zhong Jiangwo seated across from each other, while Zhou Weekend and the others occupied the middle seats. As soon as they were seated, Tang Zheng initiated the conversation. Zhou Weekend, as I mentioned earlier, feel free to state your conditions, as long as it facilitates the factory's establishment in the metropolis. We can discuss anything. Hearing this, Zhong Jiangwo finally realized that Tang Zheng was indeed advocating for the relocation of Shanghai Technology to the metropolis. However, with only a small factory currently in Jiangcheng, it was evident that any new establishment should be there, not in the metropolis. Ahem, Zhou Weekend. Since you're an enterprise in our Jiangcheng, we will certainly support you. Please state any requests you may have. Zhong Jiangwo deliberately cleared his throat to draw their attention before articulating his conditions. Zhou Weekend noticed that both men were awaiting his response. However, he hesitated to make direct demands. Allowing the two to compete against one another would be the ideal scenario. If he proposed a request too low, it would disadvantage him. If too high, it might offend. Commissioner Tang, Commissioner Zhong, I believe it would be more equitable for you to express the conditions you can offer. I will then select the more favorable option, Zhou Weekend stated clearly, establishing the criteria for judgment, indicating that he would choose the better offer. Of course, he remained neutral regarding whether the factory would be built in the metropolis or Jiangcheng. Establishing factories in either of these locations is entirely feasible. Both the vibrant metropolis and Jiangcheng possess solid foundations, with only minor disparities. Upon hearing Weekend's comments, Tang Zheng and Zhong Jiangwo mused that he was indeed a clever fox, attempting to appease both sides while seeking the most favorable conditions. This predicament began to trouble Zhong Jiangwo, as he had not prepared in advance. He had initially assumed that Tang Zheng was there to poach their company, leaving him no time to ready himself. Fortunately, Tang Zheng had come well prepared, having procured the prearranged terms directly from his secretary. These conditions were originally intended for Tang Ningla, but given the emergence of superior electric vehicle enterprises domestically, transferring these terms to Shanghai Technology seemed equally viable. Weekend, here are the terms we have for you. Take a look, Tang Zheng said, handing over the documents. Weekend accepted them with ease and began to peruse the contents. As he examined the materials, Sun Jian and the others gathered around. The conditions provided by Tang Zheng focused on four primary aspects: land, loans, taxes, and subsidies. Firstly, concerning land, Shanghai Technology could acquire 860,000 square meters for factory construction at a market price of merely 10, amounting to approximately 9.8 billion renminbi, with a usage term of 50 years. Secondly, regarding loans, a staggering total of 18.5 billion renminbi would be available, along with a secured loan agreement of up to 9 billion renminbi and an unsecured revolving loan agreement totaling 22.5 billion renminbi. As for taxes, from 2018 to 2023, the corporate income tax rate for the factory in the metropolis would be set at 15, reverting to 25 in 2024. Finally, in terms of subsidies, approximately 600 million renminbi would be allocated, encompassing both cash and other forms of assistance. While the terms offered to Shanghai Technology were exceedingly favorable, they came with stipulations. Primarily, the taxes generated by the metropolis factory must remain local. Beginning in 2023, Shanghai Technology's super factory would be required to pay no less than 22.3 billion renminbi in taxes annually to the metropolis. Failure to do so would necessitate returning the land or compensating the land price. Furthermore, within the next 5 years, a capital expenditure of 148 billion renminbi must be injected into the metropolis factory, with an additional 7 billion renminbi earmarked for constructing a super energy storage facility. Weekend's eyes widened as he scrutinized the conditions before him, feeling an unsettling familiarity. Were these not the very terms bestowed upon Tang Ningla in his previous life? Now, with Shanghai Technology's burgeoning strength, such terms were being offered to them. It appeared that he had preemptively snatched the initiative from Ma Kaiyuan. He wondered how Ma would react upon learning of this. As Sun Jian and the others observed the conditions provided by Tang Zheng, their delight grew, and smiles began to emerge on their faces. Tang Zheng noted their reactions, feeling a surge of pride and confidence. However, Zhong Jiangwo, witnessing this scene, became anxious. Clearly, Tang Zheng had come well prepared. Yet, time was of the essence, and he had no chance to ready himself. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhong Jiangwo. A way to buy some time. He interjected, Weekend, regardless of what the metropolis offers, we can provide equivalent terms. With that, he cast a challenging glance at Tang Zheng, indicating that they would match the conditions, eager to see how Weekend would decide. Weekend looked incredulously at Zhong Jiangwo. Really? If that is the case, what choice do I have left? Chapter 47. Only children make choices. Adults take everything. Minister Zhong, are you speaking the truth? Indeed, I am. Minister Tang is here to witness. I would not deceive you. Zhong Jiangwo replied, glancing at Tang Zheng. At that moment, Tang Zheng's expression soured. He hadn't anticipated Zhong Jiangwo employing such a tactic. Nevertheless, he cautioned, Old Zhong, will you really match my conditions? Zhong Jiangwo paused, taken aback by the implication of disdain. I need not even examine your conditions. I can simply propose what you have offered to Shanghai Technology, he declared, slamming his palm on the table. Tang Zheng contemplated for a moment, then nodded. You certainly can present them. Such conditions are easily attainable for any city with economic capability. Then that settles it. Zhong Jiangwo turned away. Weekend found their verbal sparring amusing, realizing that these two had likely crossed paths before. Minister Tang, can you offer even better conditions? Weekend asked with a serious demeanor, posing one final inquiry. These are the best terms we can present. If you choose Jiangcheng, I have no objections. However, I must reiterate that the advantages of the metropolis surpass those of Jiangcheng, Tang Zheng replied, evidently uncertain how Weekend would ultimately choose, concluding with a plea for Weekend to favor the metropolis. Weekend, remember that you grew up in Jiangcheng, Zhong Jiangwo added, invoking emotional ties. Weekend shook his head with a smile. Under ordinary circumstances, he would indeed be troubled. However, this time his ambition was considerable. As the saying goes, only children make choices. Adults desire it all. With that, Weekend glanced at both men, who were now fixated on him, seemingly attempting to will their desires into his decision. Although Tang Zheng maintained a calm facade, he felt a twinge of anxiety, having not experienced such a racing heartbeat in quite some time. He regretted not having finalized the terms with Weekend sooner. Zhou Mo held his breath, awaiting Weekend's announcement. Shanghai Technology had always been based in Jiangcheng, and he had previously overlooked its significance. This situation almost allowed Tang Zheng to seize the opportunity. It seemed he would need to engage more with Shanghai Technology henceforth. Sun Jian and the others also awaited Weekend's verdict. Curiosity piqued regarding which city he would ultimately favor, as they were unaware of his true inclinations. Weekend did not keep them waiting long, directly proclaiming his decision. I shall accept both your terms. I will establish a mango super factory in both the metropolis and Jiangcheng. This outcome was the result of Weekend's careful consideration. The mango super factory in Jiangcheng would target the domestic market, while the super factory in the metropolis would cater to international markets, aiming to propel mango automobiles beyond borders. Tang Zheng and Zhou Mo exchanged incredulous glances, both turning to Weekend in astonishment. They had never anticipated such a choice. Tang Zheng, regaining composure, said, Weekend, you need not feel pressured. Even if you do not choose Jiangcheng, I doubt Minister Zhong would be displeased. Zhou Mo, upon hearing this, thought to himself, what kind of statement is that? Just as he prepared to retort, Weekend continued, esteemed ministers, I am quite serious. I have immense faith in our mango automobiles, and I aspire for both super factories to achieve an annual production capacity of 1 million units each. Tang Zheng and Zhou Mo were taken aback. One super factory producing 1 million units? That would total 2 million. Would such a volume even sell? Certainly, the initial demand may not necessitate such quantities, but a capacity of 500,000 units is essential. To be candid with both leaders, we currently have nearly 200,000 orders for mango automobiles. 200,000? Weekend, you cannot be serious. Zhou Mo exclaimed. This is no jest. If it is indeed 200,000, combined with the pricing of mango automobiles, the sales revenue would be substantial. Tang was nodding in anticipation, his gaze fixed expectantly on Weekend. Weekend offered no further words, merely accepting the tablet handed over by Sun Jian, then placing it before the two officials. Zhou Mo reached for it directly, with Tang Zheng moving to stand beside him. The screen displayed the recent order data from Mango Motors, 198, 654. The glaring figure lay before them, continuously increasing, compelling both men to accept its reality. Tang Zheng returned to his seat, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. Zhou Mo sank heavily into his chair, suddenly recalling something. Old Tang, let me see the conditions you just proposed to Weekend, he said, extending his hand toward Tang Zheng. Reluctantly shaking his head, Tang Zheng nevertheless passed the document to him. After a thorough examination, Zhou Mo exclaimed, Old Tang, you are truly investing heavily. These conditions are exceptional. What, regretting it? It would be too late to reconsider having both mango super factories built in the Magic City. Tang Zheng tilted his head, teasingly replying, what nonsense? Regret? I have never regretted anything in my life. Zhou Mo scoffed lightly, turning his head away. Upon seeing Tang Zheng's terms, Zhou Mo felt a sudden tremor in his heart. Fortunately, he had just mentioned that the conditions he offered were identical to those Tang Zheng had provided, and Weekend had subsequently chosen to establish 2 super factories. Had they been required to revisit the conditions that could be offered to Shanghai Technology, the terms would undoubtedly have been far less favorable. Consequently, Jiangcheng might have missed out on Shanghai Technology, and he would have remained unaware of what a remarkable treasure it truly was. Zhou Mo looked at Weekend, who was young, handsome, successful, and exuded an air of calm confidence as he spoke eloquently in their presence. The more Zhou Mo observed him, the more he liked him, eventually inquiring, Ahem, Weekend, do you have a girlfriend? How about I introduce you to my granddaughter? Weekend's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? You want to introduce me to a girlfriend? Tang Zheng, observing the shamelessness beside him, interjected, Your granddaughter is only 13 this year. What are you thinking? Zhou Mo bristled at this. As the saying goes, height is not a barrier, and age is not an issue. Xiaoma is still quite young. It won't be long. Weekend, sensing the awkwardness, chuckled softly, Director Zhong. I already have a girlfriend. Of course, he didn't have one. It was merely an excuse. Just call me Uncle Zhong from now on. Uncle Zhong. Weekend replied with some reluctance. Having a girlfriend is no problem. You can still get to know each other. A girlfriend is not the same as a wife, right? Oh dear, old Zhong, let us not discuss such trivial matters. It's making Xiaoma uncomfortable. We should focus on the important issues. Tang Zheng interjected to ease the tension. Uncle Zhong, what Tang Uncle said is correct. let us discuss the super factory matters. Weekend smoothly continued the conversation. Tang Zheng, pleased by Weekend's respectful address, shot him an approving glance. You're quite astute. Subsequently, the group deliberated on the specific details. Chapter 48, Cooperation Achieved, Doubts Arise Online. Weekend's demands were straightforward. The super factory should be constructed as swiftly as possible. He recalled that the civil engineering sect had shone brightest during its time in Jiangxing. The establishment of the two divine mountains had taken merely 10 days, albeit at the cost of the sect's foundation. Weekend's expectations were not overly ambitious. The Mango Motors super factory would undoubtedly differ in complexity from the divine mountains. The previous super factory constructed in the Magic City had taken 11 months to complete. Weekend hoped for completion within 6 months. To this end, he renegotiated terms with Tang Zheng and Zhou Mo. Regarding loans, they could be reduced by half, as Shanghai Technology's account still held over 10 billion awaiting allocation. However, throughout the construction process, neither city could afford any setbacks. Funds, personnel, and procedures must all be expedited to ensure the factory was built with utmost efficiency and quality. Weekend was confident that with adequate funding and no deliberate disruptions, the factory could indeed be completed within 6 months. After Weekend made his concessions, Tang Zheng and Zhou Mo reciprocated. They assured him that the construction would be expedited, with swift processing and green lights being the bare minimum. Both cities would establish dedicated task forces to assist Shanghai Technology. As for the final timeline for the factory's completion, that was beyond their control. Once an agreement was reached, that afternoon, Shanghai Technology, along with the Magic City and Jiangxing, jointly announced the construction of 2 Mango super factories. A signing ceremony was held at Shanghai Technology's headquarters, with Weekend, Tang Zheng, and Zhou Mo all wearing broad smiles. Local media from Jiangxing were invited to report on the event. When this news hit the internet, it triggered a substantial uproar. Shanghai Technology is quite audacious, planning to build 2 super factories at once, with an annual output of 1 million vehicles. Can their production capacity handle it? Some expressed skepticism, fearing that such ambitious steps might lead to overreach. Oh dear, Weekend has gotten ahead of himself. In my opinion, building just 1 super factory would suffice. Shanghai Technology could very well stumble this time. Many netizens initially reacted with doubt. By 2017, automotive companies capable of reaching 2 million sales were already ranked among the top 15 globally. For a new company like Shanghai Technology to aim for such a goal from the outset seemed utterly unrealistic. However, there were also supporters of Shanghai Technology. These individuals possessed a clear understanding of Mango Motors' technological prowess, with some even having placed orders for Mango vehicles on Shanghai Technology's official website. What's the problem? Shanghai Technology has the capital and strength. Why not take a bigger step? Don't you all read the news? The ultimate capacity of the 2 Mango super factories will reach 2 million. It doesn't mean they will achieve that output immediately. Do you understand the technological sophistication of Mango Motors? They outshine numerous electric vehicle companies. I've already placed my order online. See the attached screenshot. I'm buying the top-spec Mango S7. You can't go wrong with this. Without mentioning anything else. Just the fact that Dayong Motors announced a price drop for the Dayong G3 the next day speaks volumes about Mango Motors' value. Gao entered Weekend's office. Mr. Weekend, there are many unfavorable comments online regarding us. Should we consider responding? Weekend had noticed the online discourse and nodded slowly. Indeed, a response was warranted. However, he needed to contemplate how best to address it. Weekend thought that in due time, Shanghai Technology would hold a delivery ceremony, where the lucky netizens and the first batch of car owners would be present. Let us wait until we deliver the cars to respond. You should coordinate with those winning car owners in advance. No problem, Mr. Weekend. We've already contacted the remaining 9 winners, and they will definitely be there. Though young, Gao, he was diligent and reliable, and Weekend felt reassured by his work ethic. While Weekend prepared for the delivery ceremony, far across the ocean in America, dawn was just breaking. Ma Kaiyuan rose from his bed, freshened up, and took a sip of water from a bottle in the kitchen. He called his personal chef to ensure breakfast will be delivered on time. While waiting for his meal, he settled onto the sofa in the living room and casually opened his laptop to peruse the latest news. As soon as he logged onto his social media account, he was inundated with a flurry of notifications. What was going on? Ma Kaiyuan was equally perplexed. Had something intriguing occurred again? Oh, Iron Man. Take a look at what has transpired at Dongda. Your Tesla has fallen far behind Mango Motors of Shanghai Technology. The autonomous driving capabilities of Mango Motors are unparalleled globally. One can only hope that Tesla can catch up. I do not wish for Tesla's autonomous driving to be so foolish. In comparison to Mango Motors, it appears almost incompetent. Shanghai Technology is preparing to establish 2 super factories. Your plans are in jeopardy. Ma Kaiyuan furrowed his brow as he scanned the comments before him. What is Shanghai Technology? What is Mango Motors? Has Tesla's autonomous technology truly lagged behind? Shanghai Technology is also planning to build super factories? Taking a deep breath, Ma Kaiyuan began to search for information online. After some investigation, he discovered that Shanghai Technology is a tech company affiliated with Dongda. Though this company was founded recently, its technological prowess is remarkably formidable. Mango Motors is their latest electric vehicle, equipped with commercially viable autonomous driving technology that has astonishingly reached level 4 standards. This revelation left Ma Kaiyuan wide-eyed in disbelief. He had always believed that his FSD was at the forefront of the autonomous driving domain. Until now, he had never heard of Shanghai Technology, only to find a formidable competitor emerging unexpectedly. What kind of entity is Shanghai Technology? And are they truly bold enough to establish 2 super factories simultaneously? A sudden sense of urgency washed over Ma Kaiyuan. On one hand, he was eager to ascertain the veracity of Mango Motors' autonomous driving technology. On the other hand, he wished to expedite the establishment of a super factory at Dongda. He had previously engaged in several discussions with the authorities in Modu, yet they had not reached an agreement. To his surprise, Shanghai Technology had already secured arrangements with Modu. However, a clever idea struck Ma Kaiyuan. Regardless of whether Shanghai Technology's technology was genuine or not, Tesla is undoubtedly the most renowned name in the world at present. Since Dongda is eager to introduce his vehicle, he could leverage this situation to his advantage. With newfound resolve, Ma Kaiyuan promptly picked up his phone and contacted the authorities in Modu. Chapter 49. News spreads, each with their own concerns. Jiangxuan Automobile Company. After attending the vehicle launch event of Shanghai Technology that day and conversing with Zhou Weekend, Xiang Xianchu returned to the company. The event astonished him. He had not anticipated the strength of Shanghai Technology. Besides sharing insights from the event with the executives, he also aimed to dispel any unwarranted notions they might have. You should forget about that. Shanghai Technology has just announced the construction of 2 super factories, so Mango Motors doesn't need us for manufacturing. In the conference room, Xiang Xianchu directly quashed the ambitions of the executives present. Manufacturing the Tulu electric vehicle had earned their company substantial profits, leading the executives to become complacent, hoping to profit by assisting Shanghai Technology. But hasn't Shanghai Technology dismantled the production line for Tulu? Currently, we're the only ones capable of producing Tulu. Shouldn't we negotiate with Shanghai Technology for a higher manufacturing fee? One executive pondered aloud, considering Xiang Xianchu's earlier remarks. Given that Shanghai Technology had dismantled the production line, could they leverage this to threaten Shanghai Technology? Additionally, with other automobile companies entering the Tulu market, selling vehicles at prices lower than Tulu's, the latter had only managed to capture a portion of the market due to its first-mover advantage. Should their company delay Tulu's production, Shanghai Technology would undoubtedly face significant losses. They surely understood the stakes. Although they could not secure Mango's manufacturing, they could request an increase in manufacturing fees from Shanghai Technology. Xiang Xianchu gazed intently at the executive, who had originally spoken with a jovial demeanor, but soon felt uneasy under Xiang's scrutiny and lowered his head. Inside, Xiang Xianchu scoffed at the short-sightedness of these individuals. Did they really think they could outmaneuver Shanghai Technology? Were Jiangxuan Automobile Company a private enterprise, he would have dismissed this individual on the spot. I hope you all refrain from discussing this matter in the future. Our current task is to ensure the successful production of Tulu, Xiang Xianchu stated sternly, surveying the executives present. Following his remarks, the executives dared not utter a word, aware that Xiang Xianchu was genuinely angry this time. Dismissed, he declared, and the executives hurriedly exited the conference room. Left alone, Xiang Xianchu contemplated the words Zhou Weekend had shared with him. Shanghai Technology. Un sotang? Is there something you need? All right. Thank you, Uncle Tang. I understand. Zhou Weekend hung up the phone, a faint smile gracing his lips. The call had come from Tang Zheng, revealing that Ma Kaiyuan had suddenly reached out to them. Ma Kaiyuan no longer saw control of the company. However, he had put forth a new request regarding Tesla's establishment of a factory in Dongda. He wanted to acquire Shanghai Technology. Aware of Shanghai Technology's capabilities, considering this matter, Tang Zheng made a point to inform Zhou Weekend. With a resigned shake of his head, Zhou Weekend mused that Ma Kaiyuan was attempting to employ outdated tactics. Those strategies had long since lost their efficacy. In the early days of reform and opening up, many governments sought to attract investment, particularly foreign capital. During this period, numerous foreign companies would attach certain conditions as prerequisites for entering the Dongda market. For instance, they would demand the acquisition of a specific company as a condition for their entry. At that time, Dongda lacked technology and needed economic development. Coupled with the so-called consideration for the greater good, many already flourishing companies were sold off at undervalued prices, such as Zhonghua toothpaste and Tianfu Cola. However, by the time people realized the implications, it was already too late. Yet, circumstances have changed. Today's Dongda is not the Dongda of yesteryear. Thus, Ma Kaiyuan's intentions were likely to come to naught. Dapeng Automobile Company. Shanghai Technology is remarkably ambitious, constructing 2 super factories at once. Are they not concerned about overextending themselves? Su Dapeng remarked with unabashed sarcasm. Initially, he had no objections to Shanghai Technology. However, the fact that they had chosen to hold their launch event a day after Dapeng Automobile's release felt deliberately antagonistic. During their own event, they offered a raffle for 10 vehicles, while Shanghai Technology brazenly handed out cars directly. You have wealth and pride, but you ought not to trample over us. If these incidents were mere coincidences, Su Dapeng found it utterly unbelievable. If Zhou Weekend were present, he would surely argue that everything was just serendipity. Dapeng Automobile's lack of strength was not something they could be blamed for. Indeed, the current public sentiment surrounding us is decidedly unfavorable, primarily due to the actions of Shanghai Technology. The executives are echoing this sentiment, particularly regarding the usage rights of the 10 Dapeng vehicles. They find themselves in a precarious position, unable to advance or retreat. On one hand, their company is indeed in dire financial straits. Even if they genuinely wished to gift the vehicles, their shareholders would vehemently oppose such a decision. However, they are also unable to retract their promise, as doing so would undoubtedly invite severe backlash. Presently, their only recourse is to feign ignorance, hoping to weather the storm of public opinion until it subsides, which it inevitably will, as most netizens tend to jump on the bandwagon and soon forget the current issues at hand. What progress has been made regarding the preparations for entering the realm of autonomous driving technology? Su Dapeng and Dapeng Automobile Company possess a commendable technical prowess among the emerging forces in the industry, with Shanghai Technology taking the lead in the race towards autonomous driving. Failing to keep pace now would result in a significant lag in future developments, a scenario he cannot abide. We have identified a promising company and are currently in negotiations. If all goes well, we shall acquire it shortly. Simultaneously, the company is actively recruiting relevant technical talent. Su Dapeng is quite pleased. The recent infusion of capital from Hongshan Capital has significantly boosted employee morale. This is especially true for the executives, who have secured a portion of options from this financing round, thereby enhancing their motivation compared to before. However, many companies are intensifying their research and development in autonomous driving, leading to increased recruitment costs and challenges. Upon hearing this, Su Dapeng felt a sense of helplessness. After all, they are a startup, and their competitive edge is still quite limited compared to other firms. Patience is key. If the right talent presents itself, they must be willing to offer commensurate options. Options represent the utmost sincerity that Dapeng Automobile Company can extend, albeit also the largest gamble. Chapter 50. Offline Delivery, Shocking the Entire Network. When Shanghai Technology announced its intention to hold an offline vehicle delivery ceremony, a fresh wave of discussions erupted online. Hadn't Shanghai Technology yet commenced construction of its super factory? How could they possibly produce vehicles so swiftly? It is evident that one has not been adequately acquainted with Shanghai Technology. The company boasts its own production line capable of manufacturing a portion of Mango vehicles. How enviable are the 10 fortunate individuals who will receive a Mango vehicle valued at 800,000 yuan for free. Ha, how splendid. I am among the first batch of owners and will soon claim my Mango vehicle. I genuinely envy the person above. I am uncertain which batch I belong to, as it was not clearly stated when I placed my order. Alas, we are all in the same boat. The vast majority are not in the first batch. I too have placed an order, and although I did so relatively early, I am not in the first batch. It seems many have ordered Mango vehicles. I hope Shanghai Technology can expedite the production of Mango vehicles. I can scarcely wait to receive my beloved car. The individuals above must be wealthy. How astonishing that so many have placed orders. I too have ordered, having placed an order for 10,000 vehicles. What reason do I have to deceive you? I genuinely placed the order. Allow me to show you the screenshot. Honey, I just received a message from Shanghai Technology, stating that the offline delivery ceremony will commence the day after tomorrow, and they have arranged our flights and hotel accommodations. Zhang Li raised her phone in front of Chao Wenrui. Chao Wenrui leaned in to glance at the screen, which displayed information about 2 tickets and the reserve hotel. Shanghai Technology's offline delivery ceremony for Mango vehicles permits each winner or first batch customer to submit 2 names to participate. The cost of the round-trip tickets and accommodations are fully covered by Shanghai Technology. My dear, you are incredibly fortunate. You won the Tulu electric vehicle, and now, so soon after, you've won a Mango vehicle. Chao Wenrui exclaimed joyfully, planting a kiss on Zhang Li's cheek. Zhang Li grinned foolishly, wiping away the drool from her face, and said, "Now you see my good fortune, right? You must treat me better from now on. Otherwise, you will surely be in for some misfortune." Suddenly, Chao Wenrui recalled something and looked at Zhang Li, saying, "Darling, have you ever bought a lottery ticket? Since your luck is so remarkable, how about we try buying a lottery ticket?" Zhang Li shook her head. She had never purchased one before. She thought to herself that with such good luck, perhaps it was worth a shot. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Li accompanied Chao Wenrui to a lottery sales point. She randomly selected a few numbers, purchasing a total of 5 tickets for 10 yuan. Having completed this, Zhang Li and Chao Wenrui returned home, eagerly awaiting the evening's drawing. Meanwhile, Zhang Sheng had taken possession of his Mango S3 and drove it home. As the first individual to be able to drive a Mango vehicle, Zhang Sheng felt exceedingly fortunate. The Mango vehicle has gained considerable popularity recently, with many people having seen its exterior and logo online. Coupled with the vehicle's striking appearance, it garners a significant amount of attention. Although he has been enjoying himself lately, one problem weighs heavily on his mind. "Honey, Shanghai Technology mentioned that we could also attend the offline delivery ceremony. Do you think we should go?" Zhang Sheng inquired as he entered the kitchen, where his wife Wu Na was cooking. "When is it? If we have the time, of course, we should go. Although you were lucky enough to win. Had Shanghai Technology not organized the lottery ceremony, you wouldn't have received the prize, would you?" Wu Na, who not only worked, but also returned home to prepare meals for Zhang Sheng, posed a valid point. Zhang Sheng, who typically refrained from cooking due to his lack of culinary skills, primarily handled post-meal tasks and household chores. He found his wife's reasoning to be sound. "Shanghai Technology is saying it will be the day after tomorrow, which is Saturday. Let's go together. After all, we have 2 spots, so it'll be like a free trip." "Really? That's fantastic. It seems we haven't gone out for leisure in quite some time. Let's do it together," Wu Na exclaimed joyfully, momentarily halting her cooking. "It's settled then. I will message Shanghai Technology to confirm. The flights and hotel will be arranged directly." With that, Zhang Sheng exited the kitchen, messaging Gao Yi. Gao Yi promptly replied with an acknowledgement. Zhang Sheng felt elated at the swift response from Gao Yi. The two had established contact during their previous meeting and had been in touch ever since. What truly troubled him was not the prospect of attending the offline delivery ceremony, but rather other matters. "Let's attend and see how it goes before making any decisions," Zhang Sheng mused. Far across the ocean in America, after Ma Kaiyuan's request was flatly rejected by the authorities in Magic City, he remained at home, grappling with a sense of discontent. In addition to feeling dejected, he was also brainstorming solutions. He recalled a time when Dongda had been eager for him to invest in building a factory. However, due to the inability to reach a consensus, the matter had been indefinitely postponed. Now, having taken a step back, he was met with yet another direct refusal from the authorities in Magic City. It appears that Shanghai Technology indeed possesses formidable technology. Otherwise, the authorities would not have made such a resolute decision. It seems a visit to Dongda is in order, to witness the performance of the Mango vehicle firsthand and to discuss potential ventures in other regions. Ma Kaiyuan mused to himself. With so many provinces in Dongda and leveraging the reputation of Telenor, aside from Magic City and Jiangcheng, he could hardly believe there was no place to establish a super factory. "Let us get to it." Ma Kaiyuan promptly instructed his secretary to book the earliest flight to Tokyo. While the weekend still loomed ahead, Ma Kaiyuan had already set the wheels in motion. "Jack, you must secure the investment in Shanghai Technology. It is an order from headquarters. I will ensure that Shanghai Technology agrees to the investment, rest assured." After Jack concluded the call, he turned around and inquired of the waiting personnel in the office. "What is the status of the information investigation regarding Shanghai Technology and the weekend? Have we reached any conclusions after all this time?" He had initially planned to visit Shanghai Technology directly following their press conference, recognizing it as another remarkable opportunity. However, he deemed it prudent to thoroughly investigate both Shanghai Technology and the weekend before proceeding to safeguard the investment. "Mr. Jack, we have completed our investigation. It appears that Shanghai Technology was originally a research department of a company, and the weekend is merely an ordinary university student who had to take a leave of absence following his father's tragic car accident." As Jack listened, nodding in acknowledgement, He was taken aback by the origins of the weekend and Shanghai technology. How did Shanghai technology develop so swiftly? Did the weekend's father intentionally leave him this research department before the accident? His curiosity regarding Shanghai technology intensified. Its meteoric rise was undeniably intriguing, hinting at exceptional qualities. The potential future of Shanghai technology was beyond his imagination. Therefore, he resolved to acquire Shanghai technology at all costs, even if it required significant financial investment. Chapter 51. A live delivery, envy from online viewers. 2 days passed swiftly, leading to the day of the offline automobile delivery ceremony at Shanghai Technology. The company was finalizing preparations. Sun Jian approached the weekend. Mr. Zhou, the venue is set, and the event will commence in less than 10 minutes. At that moment, the weekend was making last-minute adjustments in Shanghai Technology's production workshop, which had been repurposed for manufacturing electric vehicles to the Mango car production line. The production speed for the Mango cars had slowed somewhat, but given that the two super factories were not yet operational, they had to make do for the time being. Have the media reporters arrived? Gao Yi responded. They are all here. Equipment has been calibrated and the live streaming setup is already activated. The online audience is eagerly awaiting your appearance. Very well. Let us make our entrance, the weekend said as he stepped outside, followed by Sun Jian and the others. Unlike previous press conferences, this one had a different atmosphere, as they would be observing from the sidelines. Outside the workshop, a sizable crowd had gathered, due to space constraints. Only about 100 attendees were present to avoid disrupting the offline delivery ceremony. Among them were journalists, the first batch of car owners, and some employees of Shanghai Technology. The 10 lucky car owners and their families, along with 40 initial car owners, formed the majority. Indeed, only 40 initial car owners had been invited. The weekend had wished to extend more invitations, but the logistics of delivering vehicles to a larger crowd would have proven challenging. They lined up outside, with a 5 to 6 meter gap left in front for a vehicle to pass. A large backdrop displayed the words, Shanghai Technology Mango Car Offline Delivery Ceremony, signifying the moment the weekend would present the Mango cars to them. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, with a few young individuals at the back jumping slightly to catch a glimpse of when the weekend would appear. Honey, when do you think Mr. Zhou will come out? I've never seen him in person, Zhongli exclaimed, craning her neck while searching around and asking her companion, Chao Wenrui. The delivery ceremony is about to start. It should be any moment now, Chao Wenrui replied, glancing at the time on his phone. Since Shanghai Technology has set the time for 6 o'clock, they surely won't be late. With so few attendees, this event is a mere trifle for a company like Shanghai Technology that has held large-scale press conferences. I truly didn't expect Mr. Zhou to personally deliver the cars to us. I was incredulous when I first learned of this arrangement, Zhongli said, still feeling as if she were in a dream, gripping Chao Wenrui's arm. Chao Wenrui shook his head in disbelief and sighed. You mentioned that several times already. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly spotted the weekend approaching from afar. Look, Mr. Zhou is coming, Chao Wenrui pointed out. Due to her shorter stature, Zhongli couldn't see and quickly exclaimed, Where? Oh no, everyone in front is too tall. I can't see anything. Walking steadily along the designated path, the weekend reached the backdrop. Today, he would deliver Mango cars to 50 car owners. Standing at the forefront, he gazed into the camera with a smile and raised his head. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of enthusiastic applause echoed through the venue, indicating the crowd's delight. The weekend gestured for silence as the applause gradually subsided and began to speak. I am delighted to welcome 50 car owners to our delivery ceremony today. Our company originally invited 50 individuals, and I initially feared some might decline. However, seeing everyone here, it seems my luck is quite good, and I appreciate everyone's presence. Laughter erupted among the audience, amused by the weekend's wit, which contrasted sharply with the stereotypical demeanor of a domineering CEO. As the weekend lightened the atmosphere with his humor, the attendees visibly relaxed. Sun Jian and Gao Yi, standing nearby, couldn't he help but smile at the weekend's ability to engage the audience. Among these 50 car owners, 10 are lucky viewers who won the Mango Car S7 in our live draw, while the remaining 40 are the first batch of car owners. I am thrilled to host this offline delivery ceremony for the Mango cars and extend a warm welcome to everyone present. With a deep bow, the weekend concluded his introduction. The applause that followed was even more fervent than when he first appeared. At that moment, many online viewers were also tuning into Shanghai Technology's live stream. Witnessing the weekend's humorous yet sincere introduction allowed them to perceive him in a new light. Previously, he had only appeared on video and live streams, creating a sense of distance. However, they now recognized him as a genuine, charismatic individual. This is the first time I've found Mr. Zhou to be so humorous. He is quite different from those other executives. Indeed, those big bosses often lack a sense of humor and wear perpetually stern expressions, as if everyone owes them money. I think I'm falling for Mr. Zhou. He is young, handsome, wealthy, and most importantly, he is not balding. He is the epitome of a true gentleman. Hey, you over there, don't swoon too much. Be careful not to drool. Mr. Zhou is truly sincere. I envy those few car owners attending the offline delivery ceremony. What I truly envy are the winners. I wish I could swap places with one of them right now. Calm down, dear viewer. I fear your appearance might startle the weekend. Beyond the online spectators, numerous other individuals are also tuning in to the live stream hosted by Shanghai Technology. Since the unveiling of the Mango automobile, an increasing number of people and companies have begun to take notice of this rising entity. Initially, they did not regard Shanghai Technology with much seriousness. However, the recent launch event for the Mango automobile delivered a staggering wake-up call. Consequently, following that event, they have ceased to underestimate Shanghai Technology, mindful that it could potentially unleash a groundbreaking revelation at any moment. Thus, whenever Shanghai Technology holds an event, they make it a priority to ascertain what the company is up to. The offline delivery ceremony for the Mango automobile is, of course, no exception. Chapter 52, Reactions from All Sides, Astonishing Data. In the local government building of Jiangcheng, many employees had already left for the day by 5 o'clock. Yet Zhou Mo remained engrossed in his work at the office. Sir, Shanghai Technology is currently live streaming, announced his secretary, entering his office while holding a phone. Since Shanghai Technology rose to prominence and narrowly escaped a mishap involving Tang Zheng, Zhou has developed a keen interest in the company. He instructed his secretary to stay alert for any updates from Shanghai Technology and report immediately upon receiving any news. The secretary, astutely aware of Zhou's interest, rushed to inform him that a live stream was underway over the weekend. Oh, let me have a look, Zhou responded, taking the phone from the secretary's hands. He scrutinized the content displayed on the screen and found himself smiling at the remarks made by Zhou. Observing the barrage of positive comments in the chat, he appreciated the effectiveness of this promotional method. A sudden thought struck him. Despite Jiangcheng being the stronghold of Shanghai Technology, there had yet to be any official promotion of the company. He felt compelled to commission a promotional video for Shanghai Technology, utilizing short video formats for advertisement. This initiative would not only serve to represent Jiangcheng's local technological enterprises, but also foster closer ties with Shanghai Technology, preventing a recurrence of their previous oversight regarding the company. Zhou shared this decision with Secretary Liu, eager to hear his thoughts. Sir, this approach is excellent. It clearly demonstrates our commitment to innovative technology enterprises in Jiangcheng. Liu replied, fully supportive of the idea. Zhou nodded. While Jiangcheng's primary economic pillars were state-owned enterprises, there was a noticeable gap in tech-driven companies. Seizing this opportunity for wider promotion could potentially attract businesses to establish themselves in Jiangcheng. Very well, I entrust you with this task. Coordinate with our PR department and Shanghai Technology to ensure the video is executed flawlessly, Zhou commanded, and the secretary began to take action. After the secretary departed, Zhou continued to watch the live stream, curious about Zhou's next move. At Dapeng Automobile Company, Su Dapeng and several executives were quietly observing the live broadcast from Shanghai Technology. Haha, Zhou appears youthful, yet his words are quite engaging. One executive remarked with a chuckle. Su Dapeng shot a glance at him, sensing that the praise for a rival might not sit well. The executive, perhaps feeling the weight of his compliment, lowered his gaze and fell silent. Everyone, pay close attention and learn well. Beyond its technical prowess, Shanghai Technology's marketing strategies are immensely worthy of our emulation, Su Dapeng stated in a measured tone. Recently, he had begun to recognize the effectiveness of Shanghai Technology's promotional tactics. He had analyzed the progression of their marketing since the commencement of their first live stream, noting how each promotional effort seamlessly linked to the next. The executives present nodded in agreement, having observed that news related to Shanghai Technology frequently trended on social media. However, they also considered that Shanghai Technology was willing to invest generously in its endeavors. They can afford to give away cars, unlike us, who only offer 5 years of Dapeng automobile usage rights, Su Dapeng mused. What they once deemed generous now appeared rather miserly in comparison to Shanghai Technology. Nonetheless, they refrained from vocalizing their thoughts, aware of their company's ongoing financial constraints. Afterward, Su Dapeng focused intently on Zhou in the live stream, remaining silent. Zhou then announced, before the Mango automobile delivery ceremony commences, I have an important announcement to make. Upon hearing this, those present quieted down, eager to hear what Zhou had to say. Could it be that Shanghai Technology was about to unveil new technology? Spectators of a live stream were also left speculating about Zhou's forthcoming revelation. Please don't be too tense. It's nothing monumental. Primarily, I am here to announce the order quantity for the Mango automobile. Recently, there has been much discussion regarding Shanghai Technology's ambitious decision to construct two super factories simultaneously. In my view, this move is perfectly timed. As of now, our Mango automobile has reached an astonishing 218,691 pre-orders. If we were to consider the previous Tulu electric vehicle, maintaining a low profile would have been optimal for maximizing profits. However, Shanghai Technology's unveiled capabilities no longer permit such discretion. Even if we wish to remain under the radar, it's impossible to conceal our success. We might as well proudly showcase it to the world. This is an excellent opportunity to boost the visibility of the Mango automobile. As Zhou concluded, an astonished silence enveloped the room. Wow! An incredulous murmur erupted, quickly followed by a flurry of animated discussion. An order quantity of over 210,000 is a testament to Shanghai Technology's prowess. Thank goodness I ordered early. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to be here, a participant remarked. Dear, I told you that the technological strength of the Mango automobile would ensure its sales success, another chimed in. If we had waited even a minute longer, we might have missed this opportunity. Among those present, aside from media representatives, the majority were actual owners of the Mango automobile. Meanwhile, online discussions revealed a contrasting sentiment. With nearly 220,000 pre-orders, are there really that many affluent buyers? The cheapest model costs 260,000, while the most expensive is priced at 820,000. On average, these orders have generated 100 billion in sales for Shanghai Technology. When did selling cars become this effortless? One commenter expressed, filled with envy and disbelief. As an automotive industry professional, witnessing the Mango automobile sales figures is truly astonishing, another added. Why is it that those who ordered the Mango automobile are so quiet? There is hardly any buzz online about these orders. It's not that we are silent. It's just that we have no idea how many others are ahead of us in line, another explained. No wonder the website was lagging when I placed my order. I initially thought it was a connectivity issue. In hindsight, Shanghai Technology's decision to build two super factories makes perfect sense. Wait, do you all just believe whatever Zhou says? Don't you have any doubts about whether he's deceiving you? Suddenly, a skeptical comment emerged. Does Zhou have any reason to mislead us? Absolutely not, came the immediate rebuttal. Some people think conspiracy theories make them seem smarter. If you don't believe it, why are you even watching the live stream? You should just leave. As soon as the dissenting voice was raised, it was promptly met with a barrage of criticism from sharp-eyed viewers. It remains unclear whether that individual exited the live stream. Regardless, their presence was no longer felt. Chapter 53. The President opens the door, top-tier marketing. Damn it. Weekend, what kind of magic do you possess that draws so many people to speak on your behalf? Secretary Liu exclaimed bitterly. Indeed, the individual who had just sent a message in a live stream was Liu Ji, the secretary of the Yulong Group. Enough squabbling over mere words. Our foremost priority remains accelerating the research and development of the power battery. Since viewing the information about the Mango vehicle from Shanghai Technology, Wulong had grown increasingly impatient. He was eager to outpace Shanghai Technology, striving to develop the power battery ahead of schedule. What did an 1,100 kilometers range signify? If he could successfully develop the power battery outlined in that document, he would utterly revolutionize the global energy structure. Would Shanghai Technology not then appear as mere small fry before him? Currently, Wulong was consumed by fervor, investing all the company's funds into the research and development of the power battery. Secretary Liu observed this with keen eyes, but offered no counsel. Having worked alongside Wulong for an extended period, he was well aware of his character. Moreover, he harbored hopes that the Yulong Group would indeed develop the power battery, delivering a resounding blow to Shanghai Technology. Ever since encountering Shanghai Technology, his fortunes had taken a downer. To expedite the delivery of our Mango vehicles, we must hasten production. However, as you can see, our factory's capacity is severely limited. Weekend explained, gesturing towards the factory behind him. Thus, we have no choice but to construct the Mango Super Factory. In light of the enthusiastic invitations from both Modu and Jiansheng, we have decided to build two factories simultaneously. The attendees nodded in understanding, finally grasping the rationale behind the decision. After a brief discussion, Weekend commenced the delivery of the Mango vehicles. The first to receive their vehicles were 9 fortunate owners, each of whom would drive away today with a top-tier Mango S7, valued at 820,000. This prompted a wave of envy among those present. Weekend produced a slip of paper and announced the names of the winners. Mr. Chao Wenrui and Ms. Zhang Li, congratulations. Please step forward. He scanned the crowd, awaiting the appearance of the two. Hurry up, darling. I can't wait to take the car home. Zhang Li urged from the crowd. Soon after, Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li approached Weekend, one following the other. Hello, Mr. Zhou. They greeted him enthusiastically, moving in for an embrace. Weekend, with a warm smile, reciprocated the embrace and extended his hand for a gentle shake. Congratulations on winning. You appear to be husband and wife. Am I correct? May I inquire who drew the mango vehicle? Weekend inquired, following the prearranged script. Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li exchanged glances, with Zhang Li nodding for Chao Wenrui to respond. Indeed, we are married. It was my wife who won the prize. Her luck far surpasses mine. After winning, we even went out to buy a lottery ticket. Chao Wenrui explained succinctly, touching upon their lottery experience. The crowd observed the couple with envy, many believing that their lives had reached a state of perfection. Oh, since your wife is so fortunate, she must have won something else, right? Weekend responded with a smile. Not at all. Our lottery ticket didn't win. My wife's luck only shines during the Shanghai technology draws. Chao Wenrui chuckled, shaking his head, yet showing no signs of disappointment over the lottery loss. Zhang Li, beaming with joy, led Weekend to believe they had indeed won something. Well, that is no matter. Our Mango S7 is also valued at over 800,000. So you are indeed luckier than most, Weekend remarked. Time is limited, so let us take a look at your new car. As he spoke, a sleek white Mango S7 glided towards them, with a driver appointed by Shanghai Technology at the wheel. This color had been pre-selected by Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li, allowing them to choose their preferred hue before receiving the vehicle. Wow! Gasps echoed throughout the crowd. It looks absolutely stunning. Many attendees were seeing the Mango vehicle in person for the first time, having only viewed images online. Given the current pre-sale results, it was evident that the Mango vehicle was extraordinary. Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li were mesmerized, their hearts racing with excitement. This was the feeling of exhilaration. The choice of a white Mango vehicle was a collaborative decision. While black appeared more striking, it was deemed more suitable for a man, whereas red, though fitting for women, would not suit Chao Wenrui's typical outings. Ultimately, they settled on white. It was clear that their choice was indeed the right one. Any color would have sufficed. As the white Mango S7 approached Weekend, he was about to pull open the door when Zhang Li spoke up from behind. Mr. Zhou, we seldom have the opportunity to meet you. May we take a photo together? She asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Weekend turned to Zhang Li and Chao Wenrui, nodding in agreement. Of course, let us take a photo in front of the car. You can discuss the pictures with the staff afterward. You are truly wonderful, Zhang Li exclaimed, her excitement causing her to nudge the still-stunned Chao Wenrui. Realizing the moment, he quickly joined his wife beside Weekend. Chao Wenrui did not expect Weekend to so readily agree. It was astonishingly simple. They had planned to stand on either side of Weekend, granting him the central position. But upon noticing their arrangement, Weekend graciously stepped aside. Today you are in the spotlight. I'll stand beside you. With the audience waiting, Chao Wenrui quickly pushed Zhang Li into the central position. Zhang Li, lost in the thrill of having her photo taken with Weekend, found herself unwittingly positioned between the two. Soon, all three raised their thumbs for the photograph, capturing the moment. Weekend embraced the couple once more before opening the door of the Mango vehicle. Chao Wenrui was taken aback as Weekend personally opened the door for them. When would he ever experience such treatment? The president of Shanghai Technology was actually opening a door for him. Seeing Weekend gesture for them to enter, Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li wasted no time and climbed into the car. Weekend waved farewell as the driver maneuvered the Mango S7 out of the venue. The audience was still in a state of disbelief. What had just transpired? Not only had they taken a photo with Weekend, but the president of Shanghai Technology had personally opened the car door for the customers. Was this the kind of treatment they could expect? The winners felt increasingly fortunate, and the first batch of car owners regarded their visit as worthwhile. In the future, they could boast about having the president of Shanghai Technology open the door for them. Weekend's series of actions had not only been witnessed by those present, but had also been broadcasted live, visible to a vast online audience. Chapter 54, Top-Tier Marketing. Competitors are. Mr. Zhou truly embodies professionalism in every aspect, even opening doors with the finesse of a chauffeur. In a close embrace, the young man and woman exemplify the decorum expected from the leaders of a tech company. What constitutes top-tier marketing? The Weekend reflects, fellow competitors, take heed. I shall demonstrate but once. Initially inclined to purchase a Dapeng, I ultimately opted for a Mango, not solely due to the superior quality of the Mango, but because acquiring this vehicle serves as a constant reminder to remain grounded, diligent, and resolute in my entrepreneurial endeavors. I genuinely envy those fortunate enough to attend the delivery ceremony in person. A hug is worth 100,000, a photograph 200,000, a handshake 100,000, and the act of opening a car door 400,000. What a lucrative venture, given that you have already recouped your investment. I shall reluctantly acquire your Mango vehicle at half price. Setting aside all else, the mere fact that Mr. Zhou can engage in handshakes, embraces photographs, and door openings with these car owners is sufficient to affirm his deserving of our respect. In the live stream, Weekend's thoughtfulness and approachability garnered unanimous approval, with a barrage of comments filled with admiration and envy. This lad truly knows how to play the game, Tang Zheng remarked while watching the live broadcast, shaking his head in disbelief. Leader, Shanghai Technology has thrived on internet marketing, a domain in which Weekend is exceptionally adept. Tang Zheng affirmed, indeed. No one presently rivals him in this regard. The accolades in the comments are a testament to the efficacy of his grassroots approach. Tang Zheng possesses a keen political acumen, a trait that has undoubtedly contributed to his current position. He easily discerned Weekend's strategy, yet many who recognize it cannot effectively replicate it. After all, numerous successful individuals are of advanced age, making it challenging for them to humble themselves. Those capable of such humility seldom possess the wealth of Weekend or are reluctant to spend it. Even those who possess both attributes might not conceive of Weekend's marketing tactics. Take Zhou Dapeng of Dapeng Motors. If he were to imitate Weekend's approach, he would undoubtedly face scathing criticism online. You are tasked with assembling a dedicated team to liaise with Shanghai Technology during the construction of the Mango Automotive Superfactory. Should you encounter any challenges along the way, do not hesitate to report to me, Tang Zheng asserted, increasingly recognizing the importance of Shanghai Technology, not only to fulfill his initial agreement with Weekend, but also for the company's future. I understand, leader. However, what's Neng La? Will we cease our dealings with him? Ma Kaiyuan inquired, considering that he is the world's wealthiest individual. What significance does the world's richest man hold? Merely a manifestation of the inherent flaws of capitalism. When capital is monopolized by individuals, what benefit does it confer upon the common populace? Dan Jiang scoffed, noting that Dongda retains many crucial industries under state control, denying access to private enterprises. If all were to be released, the title of richest man would merely be a number. Furthermore, for individuals of their caliber, the pursuit of wealth has long ceased to be their driving force. What does it matter if one is the world's richest? Azama Kaiyuan also delved into politics in later years. His eloquence is but a ruse to buy time. Having traversed the path of reform and opening up, Tang Zheng is well acquainted with the tactics employed by foreign companies. They initially profess collaboration with Dongda, while simultaneously stifling the growth of Dongda's internal enterprises. Once Dongda's companies miss their prime developmental opportunities, they abruptly withdraw from the partnership. Throughout this ordeal, Dongda has endured considerable losses, leaving a lasting impression on Tang Zheng. This time, regardless of the favorable conditions Ma Kaiyuan may propose, he remains resolute in his refusal. At Dapeng Motors, Zhou Dapeng now finds himself in a state of shock. Is this truly how marketing can be executed? If this is marketing, what was it that our company previously engaged in? When did domestic entrepreneurs become so adept at this craft? Moreover, he struggles to accept the staggering order volume of Mango automobiles, approaching 220,000. This figure feels like a thunderclap to Dapeng Motors, as they have yet to surpass 1,000 pre-orders for the Dapeng G3, with an estimated annual order volume not exceeding 20,000. The disparity is insurmountable, leaving him disheartened. The Mango automobile looms before him like a colossal entity, utterly unconquerable. The executives have also noted Zhou Dapeng's shift in mindset. Regardless of the circumstances, he remains the captain of their ship. For the sake of their future, he must not falter. If he wishes to step down, it must be after securing a financial boon for the company post-IPO. Thus, one executive promptly reassured him, Zhou Mo, we are still in the first tier. Going public should not pose an issue. Going public? Oh, indeed. He recalled that Dapeng Motors aims to launch an IPO. Regardless of the situation, the IPO remains paramount. Once funds are secured, the company can flourish. Zhou Dapeng revitalized his spirits, turning to the executive beside him. Seeing the improvement in his demeanor brought great relief to the executive. They are all in this together, and expanding the pie is of utmost importance. From this moment forth, we must expedite our efforts to catch up to Mango automobiles. Thus, I ask for everyone's dedication in the upcoming period. The executives are cognizant that a formidable challenge lies ahead. Mango Automobiles have ventured far ahead, yet fortunately, they still have a year to close the gap. Having encouraged himself, and with time still on their side, they can continue working for a while longer. The executives vacated the conference room, immediately immersing themselves in their tasks. Currently, they can only trade time for space. No other solution exists. Meanwhile, Weekend continues the delivery ceremony for Mango Automobiles. Following the departure of Chao, Wenrui, and Zhongli with their vehicles, subsequent attendees quickly adopted the same approach. Handshakes, embraces, photographs, culminating in Weekend personally opening the car doors. Regardless of the circumstances, this entire process exudes emotional value. As newcomers grasp the protocol, the delivery ceremony for Mango Automobiles accelerates. Before long, all 50 car owners have received their respective vehicles. Given the late hour, attendees are afforded the opportunity to rest at a hotel reserved by Shanghai Technology after the ceremony. Returning home the following day, almost all car owners choose to stay an additional night, as driving at night poses certain risks. For those unwilling to drive home, Shanghai Technology graciously offers to transport their vehicles, truly a considerate gesture. As the delivery ceremony concludes, Weekend prepares to return home for some well-deserved rest. Today's event has proven even more exhausting than the previous Mango Automobile launch, yet the live stream's impact has been remarkably positive. Gao Yi has been monitoring the live broadcast closely, and, upon the ceremony's conclusion, he approaches Weekend accompanied by 4 others. It appears they wish to discuss something with him. Mr. Zhou, I presume you recognize these 4 individuals? Weekend inquires. Upon inspection, he identifies Chao, Wenrui, and Zhang Li, the first couple to collect their vehicle, along with Zhang Sheng and Wu Na. Chao Wenrui and Zhang Li's heartfelt handshake, embrace, and photograph left a lasting impression on Weekend. As for Zhang Sheng, he holds a faint recollection, having been the sole individual to win a car during the Mango Automobile launch. Although they had previously taken their vehicle home, Weekend still extends an invitation for Zhang Sheng to join him at the front. Zhang Sheng, in turn, brings Wu Na along, and after a brief introduction, Weekend learns that they are married. Is there something amiss? Zhou Mo found himself perplexed over the weekend. Gao Yi slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to inform Zhou Mo in advance. Mr. Zhou, the situation is as follows. Did you not previously mention seeking individuals to engage in the short video industry to help us promote our automobiles? I believe these 4 individuals are quite suitable, and they are eager to participate, so I brought them along for your consideration. After Gao Yi's explanation, Zhou Mo grasped the matter at hand. Initially, he had merely shared some promotional strategies for short videos with Gao Yi, unaware that Gao Yi had committed them to memory. Zhou Mo felt a sense of satisfaction, though he had not originally contemplated this venture. Given Mango Automobile's technological prowess, such initiatives seemed somewhat unnecessary. However, upon witnessing the eager anticipation on Gao Yi's face, akin to that of a child yearning for candy, Zhou Mo hesitated to outright decline, fearing it might dampen Gao Yi's confidence. A glance at Chao Wenrui and the others revealed their palpable nervousness. They understood that the technological strength of Shanghai Technology signified it was no ordinary enterprise. Should they truly secure support from Shanghai Technology, their futures would likely be free from financial worries. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Mo acknowledged that Chao Wenrui and his companions were indeed quite fitting candidates, and supporting their development would not incur substantial costs. Thus he acquiesced. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. We are immensely grateful for this opportunity. As soon as Zhou Mo agreed, Chao Wenrui and his colleagues expressed their gratitude in unison. They were ready to resign from their previous jobs immediately and devote themselves wholeheartedly to the short video industry. Do not thank me. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards Gao Yi. Zhou Mo chuckled, gesturing towards Gao Yi. No, I'm merely following Mr. Zhou's direction. Gao Yi quickly interjected, attempting to deflect the praise. Zhou Mo found Gao Yi's newfound humility amusing and merely shook his head, opting not to comment further. Subsequently, Gao Yi escorted Chao Wenrui and the others to the company to complete the necessary paperwork. Since they were venturing into the realm of self-media, it was essential that Shanghai Technology's support remain discreet. However, clandestine assistance was entirely feasible. For Shanghai Technology, money was but paper, and Mango Automobile currently operated like a printing press. The research and development costs for Shanghai Technology were minimal, and, after accounting for basic component costs, the profits from sold vehicles were substantial. Supporting a few self-media creators was indeed a trivial endeavor. As Gao Yi led them to the company, Zhang Sheng extended an invitation, saying, "Thank you, Gao Yi. Shall we dine together tomorrow?" Indeed, it is quite a surprise to have secured support from Shanghai Technology, Chao Wenrui chimed in. The two young women, albeit a bit reserved, nodded eagerly in agreement. "I'm simply pleased that you have agreed. Now focus on effectively promoting Mango Automobile." Before long, the group arrived at the Shanghai Technology office, which at the time was merely a typical office building. Initially, Shanghai Technology had rented the premises, but once they were financially secure, Zhou Mo purchased it outright. Upon entering Gao Yi's office, he presented the pre-prepared contract to the group, saying, "Here is the contract I prepared in advance for your review." The group attentively examined the contract while Gao Yi poured each of them a glass of water, setting it before them. He then quietly awaited their feedback without interrupting. "My goodness, the conditions offered by Shanghai Technology are truly exceptional," exclaimed one of the women. Indeed, with a base salary and resource support, it would be difficult not to succeed. The base salary matched that of Shanghai Technology employees, with all four individuals receiving 15,000 yuan. The resource support included traffic from Shanghai Technology's Doshou account, along with financial assistance for purchasing additional traffic to bolster their development on Doshou. The most crucial aspect, however, was the live streaming rewards, which Shanghai Technology deemed insignificant, thus remaining entirely with them. The contract contained some rather stringent clauses, such as the stipulation that the Doshou account belonged to Shanghai Technology and that their affiliation with the company must remain confidential. They understood this, given that their primary role was to promote Mango Automobile. If their connection to Shanghai Technology were to be revealed, it might come off as overly self-serving. As for why Shanghai Technology insisted on maintaining ownership of the account, it was not due to a lack of funds. Rather, it was a matter of management, an effort to keep Chao Wenrui and the others grounded and focused. Once the group had thoroughly reviewed the contract, Gao Yi stood and surveyed the four individuals, asking, "Have you all finished? Do you have any questions?" Chao Wenrui and his companions exchanged glances and shook their heads. "Mr. Gao, we have no questions," Chao Wenrui responded, having shifted his tone to a more respectful one, no longer addressing Gao Yi casually. "There is no need for such formality. Calling me Gao Yi is more comfortable. If there are no issues, let us proceed to sign the contract," Gao Yi said, gesturing towards the pen on the table. In no time, they affixed their signatures to the contract, which consisted of several copies, and each took one for their records. As it was already quite late, they departed Gao Yi's office shortly after signing. Chapter 56, Tremendous Response, Offline Sales. The moment they stepped out of the company, Chao Wenrui felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He glanced back at the Shanghai Technology building, then at the contract in his hands. Securing this contract instilled a profound sense of assurance within him. With the backing of Shanghai Technology, their prospects on Doshou appeared bright, potentially leading to substantial wealth. "Zhang Sheng, how about we go out for a meal?" Chao Wenrui suggested to his companion, recognizing that they were now comrades in the same endeavor, deserving of mutual support and rapport. Zhang Sheng hesitated, casting a furtive glance at his wife, Wu Na, with a smile. "What are you looking at? If you want to go, then go, but we girls should accompany you." Wu Na replied with a pout. She felt more comfortable with the group together. Zhang Sheng beamed at her response, and Zhang Li voiced no objections either. They then hailed a taxi to the nearest barbecue restaurant. In a shocking turn of events, Shanghai Technology's sales orders surpassed 210,000 in just 1 week, setting a new Guinness World Record for the fastest sales. Mango Automobile was poised to commence deliveries soon, with projections indicating monthly deliveries could reach 21,000 units. Once the super factory was operational, large-scale deliveries would follow. Investment institutions reported that Shanghai Technology's valuation had reached 200 billion renminbi, although some believe this figure was significantly underestimated. The world's most successful individual born in the 1990s had emerged. Zhou Mo of Shanghai Technology, born in 1998, was only 19 years old. While your peers abandon you, what justifies your lack of effort? The Eastern University daily remarked, "If you find yourself weary, consider Zhou Mo's life experiences for renewed motivation." What nonsense is this? Zhou Mo lamented as he scrolled through the online news, feeling exasperated. "This is clearly pushing me into the flames." Aside from the first two articles, he found little to resonate with. To him, it was clear that Shanghai Technology was worth far beyond 200 billion renminbi. Perhaps converting the units to dollars might catch his attention. After all, the market capitalization of Tesla exceeds $50 billion. And the technological prowess of Mango Motors is certainly not inferior to it. With 200 billion renminbi, who could we possibly look down upon? If our foreign counterparts were to learn of this, they might think their enterprises lack any significant technological merit. Mr. Zhou, currently, Shanghai technology is at the epicenter of attention, a situation that cannot be avoided. Gao Yi also feels helpless, as the information circulating online is a mixed bag. Nonetheless, he believes that some of the online chatter is not without merit. For instance, he has always regarded Zhou as a genius. Every weekend, Zhou seems to conjure up a plethora of brilliant ideas, and Gao Yi often finds himself curious to delve into Zhou's mind to uncover its secrets. Zhou, on the other hand, wishes to evade such burdensome thoughts. At this moment, Sun Jian spoke up. Mr. Zhou, both Jiangxing and Modu have reached out to discuss the construction of the Mango Motor Superfactory. Particularly, Jiangxing has sought out the relevant promotional departments to collaborate with us on a filming initiative promoting our company under the banner of Jiangxing. Establishing the superfactory is of utmost importance, and we must rely on Uncle Sun for this. Time is of the essence. Regarding the promotional filming, we should cooperate, as it serves to bolster our company's visibility, especially given our presence in Jiangxing. Cultivating good relations is undoubtedly beneficial. Zhou maintained a grounded perspective, refusing to let the achievements of Shanghai technology lead him to a sense of invincibility. Ultimately, he remained a mere mortal, and in the face of the national apparatus, he was but a larger fly. Now that Mango Motors is poised for delivery, it is imperative to expedite the process. Although our vehicles boast formidable performance, swiftly capturing market share is paramount. Sun Jian nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Before long, half a month had elapsed, and the time had arrived for the annual New Year celebration. During this period, Sun Jian busied himself with liaising with Jiangxing and Modu regarding the specifics of the factory construction, as well as acquiring and renovating offline Mango Motors sales outlets across various locations nationwide. Initially, Zhou believed that Mango Motors could thrive entirely through online sales, or perhaps emulate Tesla by securing a prime CBD location for retail. However, under the persuasion of Sun Jian and his team, they ultimately decided to pursue a physical sales outlet model. While Mango Motors indeed delivers superior performance, an appropriate venue for customer experience is essential. Relying solely on online sales would be impractical. Nevertheless, Zhou intended to maintain strict control over the number of physical outlets, as excess would serve little purpose. Thanks to Sun Jian's diligent efforts, several Mango Motor sales outlets have been established in key first- and second-tier cities across the nation. Standing alone in his office, gazing out at the Han River, Zhou suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia. At that moment, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Sun Jian calling. Upon answering, he heard a mildly reproachful voice on the other end. Zhou Mo, why aren't you coming to my house for the New Year? Didn't I mention it in advance? Uncle Sun, I prefer to spend the New Year alone, so as not to trouble you. Please convey my New Year's greetings to Aunt Sun and Wan Jia. What are you talking about? Why, you may be my boss at work. I'm still your Uncle Sun. Come on over. Someone will be there to pick you up. Without waiting for Zhou to refuse, Sun Jian hung up. Is someone really coming to pick me up? I hope it's not Wan Jia. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his phone rang again, this time from an unfamiliar number. Hello, Zhou Mo. I'm here to pick you up for the New Year. Mom has prepared a lot of delicious food for you. A warm and familiar voice resonated through the line. It had been some time since Zhou last spoke with Wan Jia. Wan Jia, whose full name is Sun Wan, is Sun Jian's daughter. 3 years Zhou's senior, she and Zhou had grown up together, making them childhood sweethearts. During their youth, Sun Wan took great care of him, often playing together as if she were his elder sister. They both attended the same prestigious university in Jiangxing, Jiangxing University. However, the only difference was that Zhou had to drop out after less than a year due to his father's circumstances. Sun Wan, excelling academically, had already graduated but chose to pursue further studies at Jiangxing University. Zhou Mo, I specifically came to pick you up. You wouldn't want to miss seeing me, right? Not receiving an immediate response from Zhou, Sun Wan teased him further. With a resigned sigh, Zhou cleared his throat. Since you've come to fetch me, I naturally must show my appreciation. I'll be right down. That's more like it. I'll be waiting for you at the company entrance. Chapter 57. Sharing the Mango Experience. Gaining inspiration. Zhou intended to grab a few gifts from the office, but searched in vain for some time. Unable to keep Wan Jia waiting too long, he resolved to make it up later. He exited the company and spotted a white Mango S7 parked not far away. Standing beside it was a tall girl with flowing hair. Despite the winter chill, her down jacket could not conceal Sun Wan's enviable figure. Zhou approached, recalling from memory that the girl before him was indeed Sun Wan. She noticed him too and waved. Wan Jia, long time no see. Zhou greeted her naturally, without revealing any hint of awkwardness. Sun Wan stepped forward and embraced him. Zhou was momentarily taken aback by her boldness, but soon wrapped his arms around her back. It has indeed been a while. Since your father's passing, it's been nearly 6 months since we last met, Sun Wan whispered in Zhou's ear. At that moment, Zhou felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Although he had traversed into this world, he could truly sense Sun Wan's concern. Once they parted, Sun Wan scrutinized Zhou's face, while he observed her in turn. Sun Wan was beautiful, though not in the striking manner of a social media influencer. Rather, she possessed the charm of a nurturing older sister, growing more radiant with each glance. You seem to have lost some weight. My father has been quite lazy. Hasn't he? I already told him to take better care of you. I'll certainly scold him when I return. Sun Wan furrowed her brow, her expression serious. Zhou found her demeanor endearing, and he felt a chuckle rising within him. Uncle Sun's little cotton-padded jacket was certainly quite breezy. Ahem, Uncle Sun treats me quite well. He handles most matters at the company, and he has been working hard. Sun Wan paid no heed to Zhou's lingering gaze and checked the time. It was nearly time to go. Let us get in the car. We're heading home for dinner. Mom has prepared your favorite dishes. With that, Sun Wan took the driver's seat, and Zhou settled into the passenger seat. As she drove, they engaged in casual conversation, which soon turned to the vehicle. Wan Jia, what do you think of driving the Mango S7? It wasn't too surprising that Sun Wan was driving the Mango S7. Zhou had gifted each executive, including Lu Su and Gao Yi, their own. In particular, he had generously gifted 3 vehicles to Sun Jian's family, 1 for each member. As Zhou inquired, he hoped for unique insights or experiences from Sun Wan, given her perspective as a woman. It drives quite well. It's undoubtedly one of the best electric vehicles on the market. The spacious body makes parking a breeze, especially with the automatic features, which can alleviate many challenges for women. However, I still believe that the Mango S7 is somewhat ill-suited for women. It feels rather cumbersome to drive on a daily basis. In contrast, the smaller S3 would be far more appropriate. Nevertheless, the autonomous driving capabilities of the S3 fall significantly short compared to those of the S7. Thus, I would recommend enhancing the automatic parking features of the S3, as this would render it more user-friendly for female drivers. Sun Wan was attentively listening during the conversation. And indeed, this was something he had overlooked previously. Although the autonomous driving technology of the Mango S3 is globally recognized as cutting-edge, it is important to note that L2-level automation merely allows for limited use. Achieving flawless automatic parking and other functionalities consistently without errors remains a considerable challenge. In stark contrast, for the Mango S7, which is equipped with L4-level autonomous driving technology, these tasks become remarkably effortless, even trivial. It seems necessary to implement targeted upgrades for the female demographic in this regard. If the Mango S3 could consistently alleviate the parking woes of female drivers, its sales would undoubtedly see a substantial increase. Sister Wan, I have noted your suggestion, and I will relay it to the technical department once I return to the office. It brings me joy to be of assistance to you, Sun Wan remarked with a smile, her gaze fixed ahead. Suddenly, during the drive, Weekend inquired Sister Wan, don't you feel upset that I haven't been in touch for so long? Sun Wan, focused on driving, replied, I understand your company is busy. My father advised me not to disturb you. Most importantly, he mentioned that you have moved on, which makes me happy. Besides, I've been occupied with my graduate studies, leaving little time to contact you. You haven't been upset, have you? This rationale resonated with Weekend, yet he felt a twinge of guilt. He had primarily neglected to reach out due to his recent work demands. He recalled that in the past, he frequently communicated with Sun Wan. Hearing her explanation eased his mind, and he was relieved that he had not revealed any signs of distress. Before long, the two were engaged in light-hearted banter as they arrived home. Sun Wan parked the car in the garage, and upon hearing the sound, Sun Jian emerged. Sun Jian's residence was a villa, complete with a garage and a garden, valued at no less than 10 million in today's market. Xiao Montak, I mentioned your visit in advance, yet you were reluctant to come. Thankfully, Xiao Wan took the initiative to drive and pick you up, Sun Jian remarked. Uncle Sun, I didn't want to intrude on your family reunion, Weekend replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as he rubbed the back of his head. He had grown accustomed to being alone. Perhaps due to his unique circumstances, he did not experience familial warmth here and felt no discomfort. However, from Sun Jian and his family's perspective, they viewed him as a child who had recently lost his father, undoubtedly fragile in spirit. I watched you grow up. Do we really need to say such things? Come on, dinner will be ready soon. Let us enjoy a lively meal together. At that moment, Sun Wan had also parked the car and walked over from the garage, and the group entered the house together. Upon stepping inside and changing his shoes, Weekend noticed Sun Yi, wearing an apron, busily arranging dishes on the dining table. Zhou Mo is here. Sit down quickly. Dinner is almost ready. Son, he exclaimed, waving at Weekend as he entered. Son E, originally named Su Wei, had once been a stunning beauty. After marrying Sun Jian and having Sun Wan, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to being a homemaker. Now nearing 50, traces of her former beauty still lingered. Sun Wan's good looks were undoubtedly inherited from Su Wei. Auntie, it's been a while. I feel bad for troubling you again. I didn't bring any gifts this time. Weekend approached Sun E somewhat sheepishly. Trouble? I need no gifts. Your presence alone brings me joy. Hurry and prepare. There's just one last dish in the kitchen, and we can eat soon, Sunny responded, turning to finish the final preparations. Weekend followed Sun Wan to the restroom to wash his hands. After cleaning up, he exited the restroom to find Sun Jian placing dishes on the table. Chapter 58, A Rare New Year's Eve Dinner. Zhou Mo, eat more vegetables. I heard from your uncle that you usually eat at the company, Su Wei said, serving vegetables into Weekend's bowl with concern. Cooking for myself is too much hassle, so I often make do with whatever is available at the company. After Shanghai Technology became profitable, the staff benefits have been quite good. We get 3 meals a day. He replied, you should take better care of yourself. After work, you should come home with your uncle. I'll cook for you, she insisted. Thank you, Auntie. But the meals at our company are also quite decent. I have my own little kitchen, Weekend replied with a smile. Sun Jian nodded in agreement. He typically enjoyed the meals prepared in the small kitchen. The large pot dishes did not suit Weekend's taste, as the executives dined on meals specially prepared by the chef, which were of superior quality. Ah, that's great. Even so, you should still find time to come over, Su Wei encouraged. All right, Auntie, Weekend conceded, realizing it was unkind to decline any further. Zhou Mo, do you plan to continue your studies? Sun Wan paused, setting down her utensils. To be honest, Weekend had not given that much thought. However, considering his current situation, he shook his head. I don't have time for school right now, and honestly, pursuing further education holds little significance for me at this stage. Sun Wan pondered this briefly and nodded in understanding. She often browsed the internet and was aware that her father was the general manager of Shanghai Technology, familiar with its circumstances. Given Weekend's current status, further education seemed unnecessary, as those qualifications held no value for him. During dinner, the group engaged in lively discussions on various topics. Before long, the meal concluded. Weekend first accompanied Sun Jian and the others to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Although Jiangsheng is located in the southern region, many still enjoyed the gala. Weekend found the gala rather uninteresting and decided to bid farewell to Sun Wan and her family to head home. Zhou Mo, let me give you a ride. It's getting late, and with everyone celebrating the new year, it wouldn't be easy to hail a taxi, Sun Wan said, rising to her feet. Weekend began. But Su Wei quickly interjected, that's right. It's been 6 months since you last saw each other. Let Zhou Wan take you home. You can chat along the way. Weekend glanced out the window, contemplated for a moment, and agreed. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Wan. No need for pleasantries. Let us go, Sun Wan replied, leading the way. After Weekend bid farewell to Sun Jian and Su Wei, he hurried to catch up with her. Su Wei turned to Sun Jian and asked, what do you think of Zhou Mo? Sun Jian raised an eyebrow and, without much thought, replied, he quite good. I've noticed his hard work lately. Su Wei smiled, seemingly recalling something. Why do you ask that all of a sudden? Sun Jian inquired, curious. Don't you think Zhou Wan and Zhou Mo make a good pair? Zhou Mo is exceptional in his own right, and they've grown up together, knowing each other well. Upon hearing this, Sun Jian shook his head helplessly, resting a hand on his forehead. He looked at his wife with skepticism. Are you perhaps interested in someone else's wealth? Su Wei playfully smacked Sun Jian. What are you talking about? This has little to do with money. Besides, while we may not be extraordinarily wealthy, we certainly aren't lacking either. Wrapping her arms around herself, she felt a bit miffed, realizing that Sun Jian viewed her in such a light. I was just joking. I know your character well enough. Sun Jian quickly approached to apologize. Sensing that his wife was upset, Su Wei continued, Zhou Mo is quite a pitiable child. He lost his mother at a young age, and recently, his father passed away in a car accident. He is only 19. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Ultimately, it all hinges on the thoughts of the two of them, doesn't it? A fruit that is forced to ripen is never sweet. Upon witnessing his wife's tears, Sun Jian embraced her, understanding her soft heart, especially since they had watched Zhou Mo grow up together since childhood. Meanwhile, Zhou Mo and Sun Wan were together. Sun Wan swiftly dropped Zhou Mo off at his home. She parked her car at his doorstep, but Zhou Mo hesitated to exit the vehicle. Sister Wan, thank you for bringing me home. Why not come in for a bit? As soon as he uttered the words, he felt a twinge of regret. It was rather late, and such an invitation could easily be misconstrued. Indeed, Sun Wan's face flushed slightly upon hearing him, her gaze drifting elsewhere, avoiding Zhou Mo's eyes. She thought to herself, Zhou Mo has truly matured, ready to employ his charm on me. Nevertheless, it is getting late. I should head back. After glancing at the time, Sun Wan politely declined. Noticing Sun Wan's blush, Zhou Mo cleared his throat to shift the subject. Ahem, Sister Wan, you still have some time before you head to school, right? Yes. Do you need something? Sun Wan turned to Zhou Mo, curious about his intentions. Well, I was hoping to invite you to dinner, and perhaps buy gifts for Uncle Sun and Aunt Sunday. I feel a bit embarrassed for not bringing anything today. Upon hearing Zhou Mo's explanation, Sun Wan nodded slightly in understanding. No problem, you must be busy with work. Just let me know when you want to arrange it, and we can go together. Sun Wan readily agreed, recognizing Zhou Mo's desire to express his feelings, and did not refuse. The two continued their conversation for a while before Zhou Mo stepped out of the car. Sister Wan, goodbye. Drive safely on your way back. As Sun Wan turned her car around, Zhou Mo waved to bid her farewell. Sun Wan poked her head out of the window and said, You should rest early. See you next time. With that, she pressed the accelerator of her Mango S7, swiftly departing. Zhou Mo waited until her car was out of sight before returning home. Once inside, Zhou Mo adjusted the air conditioning in his bedroom to a comfortable temperature before taking a hot shower. He then lay on his bed with his tablet, intending to browse through Dou Show for any recent happenings. Recently, Ma Kaiyuan had made an appearance in Yangsheng, engaging in close communication with local officials. What would he possibly be doing there? Was he still not over the previous incident? Zhou Mo shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. After all, Ma Kaiyuan's followers, no matter how impressive, could not compare to his own system. Next, Zhou Mo began perusing other news articles until he stumbled upon a headline regarding Mango cars. The company had officially commenced deliveries, with numerous owners joyfully receiving their new vehicles. Curious, Zhou Mo ventured into the comments section, where a lively discussion unfolded. Suddenly, one comment caught his attention. Has anyone received their Mango car? I'm offering a high price to buy one. Almost immediately, someone replied, Is this for real? It can't be a scam, can it? I also bought one, but the queue is too long. I can't wait anymore. Here's the proof, bank balance, screenshot of Mango car order. Wow, so many zeros, this is a real big shot. Another commenter chimed in. How much can the big brother offer? I have a fully equipped Mango S7 for private chat. After that, the big brother went silent. However, it seemed genuine. There were still plenty of wealthy individuals in this world. Zhou Mo, intrigued, continued to browse the comments, realizing he had no stake in the resale of Mango cars. If people were willing to spend that much, it indicated the car's value. Continuing his exploration of the news, Zhou Mo eventually succumbed to fatigue and lay down to rest. Chapter 59. The Affluent Purchase Cars, Extravagance Unrestrained. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Zhang Wei lounged on the sofa after dinner, scrolling through videos about Mango cars, eagerly anticipating his own vehicle, which he would soon receive. He had ordered a top-tier Mango S7. Though it was a bit pricey, he had managed to stretch his budget to afford it. He had placed his order early, and luck was on his side, making him one of the first owners. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello, big brother, what's up? Zhang Wei inquired, a bit puzzled, as their families lived nearby, making a phone call seem unnecessary. Zhang Wei, I just received word that someone is willing to pay $2 million for the latest Mango S7. You're the first person I thought of, his brother explained. Zhang Wei was not surprised that his brother was aware of his car purchase. He had boasted about it on social media after placing the order. Really? Is it a scam? Zhang Wei shifted on the sofa, trying to find a more comfortable position for the call. His initial reaction was disbelief. Who would be foolish enough to spend over $1 million more on a car? It's true. That person is my boss. We've even dined together. Don't you remember? He's at my place right now. I'm calling to see what you think. If you're interested, come over. If not, that is fine too, his brother elaborated earnestly. As soon as Zhang Wei heard his brother's explanation, he sprang up from the sofa. He recognized the individual his brother mentioned as a person of considerable influence. He vividly remembered many people trying to curry favor with him during their previous meal together. My boss said he wants the car because his son likes it, but he couldn't get one. If you agree, just let me know, his brother continued. Of course, I'm willing, Zhang Wei exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. Why would I pass up on an opportunity to earn over $1 million for nothing? I'm not in a rush to get the car. I can wait. All right, I'll inform my boss right away. You should hurry over so we can discuss this, his brother replied. Thank you so much, big brother, for thinking of me. Zhang Wei expressed his gratitude. We're family. There is no need for thanks. Besides, I should be thanking you for helping my boss solve the problem. He'll surely hold me in higher regard in the future, his brother said lightly. Zhang Wei could sense the ease in his brother's tone, feeling relieved. Ha, great. I'll head over right away. Zhang Wei ended the call, grabbed his jacket from the sofa, and bid his wife farewell before heading out. In the ensuing 3 days, Zhou Mo had little to occupy his time and frequently visited the office. With the holiday season upon them, the workplace was rather empty. It wasn't until the 4th day that people began to trickle back into the office. On that day, Zhou Mo had just arrived when Gao Yi sought him out. He had returned to the office today and made it his priority to find Zhou Mo. Mr. Zhou, please take a look at this information, Gao Yi said, handing his phone to Zhou Mo. Breaking news. A hidden big shot spent $2 million on a Mango car. What a fool with too much money. Paying $2 million for a car that's worth only $800,000. Someone chimed in. ISNT that the truth? And it's a second-hand one at that. You all can't stand to see others making money. To a big shot, spending $800,000 or $2 million is as casual as having a meal. I have the latest top-tier Mango S7 available. Which big shot is willing to pay to save time? In the comments section, amidst lively discussions, someone suddenly recalled that their Mango car was soon to be delivered, prompting them to casually inquire about it. How much is it? Can we meet offline first? Sure enough. It wasn't long before someone responded below, suggesting, let's chat privately. But let me be frank, you must have the means. Rest assured, I could definitely have the means. Who would spend over $800,000 on new energy vehicles without it? The two exchanged merely 4 simple messages before ceasing communication altogether. Both accounts were subsequently set to private, indicating that a transaction had likely been reached. However, the comment section buzzed with activity as numerous individuals chimed in, leading to the screenshot of their interaction being circulated as news. Bro, are you really going to buy it? Calm down. Can't you just spend $2 million on a Ferrari? What a fool. If I had $2 million, I'd buy an Audi A4 and spend the rest on something else. If I had $2 million, I'd invest it in a wealthy family, putting in a little to gain a lot, directly profiting $2 million. Weekend, having read this, chose to stop his perusal, fully grasping the essence of Gao Yi's perspective. He returned his phone to Gao Yi, expressing his thoughts. It's not a big deal if someone is willing to spend. Why should I care? Besides, they're inadvertently elevating the value of our Mango cars, providing us with free publicity. What's not to like? Yet, Zhou, wouldn't this have negative repercussions? Gao, he found Weekend's logic sound, yet he still harbored some concern. Weekend shook his head, asserting, isn't this akin to the past craze for fruit phones? Some would even go as far as selling a kidney for the latest model. There's no adverse impact. Cars priced over $800,000 aren't intended for the average consumer. As a netizen pointed out, those willing to spend $2 million on a car are either not very bright or exceedingly wealthy. Gao Yi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in that statement. Their Mango S3 was indeed the model suitable for the average person, a vehicle designed for volume sales, provided it did not adversely affect that model. But Zhou, among our pre-sale orders exceeding 200,060 are for the Mango S7. ISNT that concerning? Upon hearing Gao Yi's remark, Weekend rubbed his forehead, suddenly recalling an outstanding matter. Please hold on a moment. I need to call Lu Su over. Just as Weekend reached for his phone, Lu Su knocked at the office door. Upon seeing Lu Su enter, Weekend said, you needn't call. I noticed you and Gao Yi were engaged in conversation, so I waited outside. Your timing is impeccable. I have something that requires your attention, Weekend replied, lowering his phone and gesturing towards Lu Su. Lu Su approached swiftly and inquired, what is it, Zhou? I've identified an issue. The Mango S3's autonomous driving still lacks certain features. What features are missing? Lu Su asked, intrigued, unconsciously leaning towards a desk. Gao Yi, standing nearby, was equally curious about the connection to their earlier discussion. Chapter 60, Mango S3 adjustments begin. As Gao Yi mentioned, 60 of our initial pre-sale orders are for the Mango S7. Why are there so many buyers for such an expensive vehicle? Weekend queried, glancing at both men. Lu Su met Gao Yi's gaze, having overheard their earlier dialogue, and pondered, indeed, why are there so many purchasing such costly cars? Are they truly foolish with their money? Weekend, exasperated, rested his forehead on his hand. Gao Yi nearly laughed at the absurdity of putting such a question to their technically minded colleagues. The key lies in the fact that the Mango S7 boasts technological capabilities that far surpass its contemporaries, be they electric or fuel-powered vehicles. With a range of 1,100 kilometers, L4 grade autonomous driving assistance, and performance that outstrips sports cars, each of these features is a game-changer in the realm of electric vehicles. And Star C technology has managed to combine them all. Lu Su and Gao Yi nodded in understanding. Indeed, the 1,100 kilometers range was comparable to that of fuel vehicles. Yet, conversely, the Mango S3 had only garnered 40 orders, indicating it was still insufficiently appealing. This was an unavoidable reality. Despite the increasing penetration of new energy vehicles in recent years, many remained hesitant for various reasons. Thus, we must enhance one feature of the Mango S3 to attract consumers. Lu Su chimed in. What aspect do you think we should improve, Zhou? Weekend nodded with a smile, given that many vehicles have already been delivered to customers. Upgrading hardware isn't feasible or necessary. The current battery S 700 kilometers range is already among the highest on the market. Therefore, we should focus on software. I believe we can introduce a more advanced version of the auto parking feature for users to choose from. Upon hearing this, he immediately grasped Weekend's intent. While Lu Su remained somewhat bewildered, Weekend aimed to augment the Mango S3's allure, thereby boosting its sales. The auto parking feature of the Mango S3 was somewhat lackluster. If it could match the performance of the S7, I am confident that its buyer base would increase significantly. Lu Su, do you foresee any issues achieving this? Lu Su, now enlightened, promptly affirmed, no problem, Zhou. Meeting this requirement is quite manageable. Excellent, prepare accordingly. But bear in mind this feature will incur a cost. It won't be free for them to use. Goi. Please also prepare to announce this news on our official website and Douyin account. Following Weekend's directives, Lu Su and set about their tasks. Meanwhile, Weekend had other engagements, particularly a dinner with Sun Wan. Initially planning to stop by the office before departing, he was taken aback by Gao Yi's early arrival. Checking the time, he realized he still had ample opportunity. Grabbing his car keys, Weekend made his way to the company's underground parking lot to retrieve his vehicle. He was driving the top-tier Mango S7, which boasted superior performance, though the differences from the standard model were marginal. Particularly, the capabilities of this vehicle could hardly be showcased in Dongda. Weekend drove out of the garage, heading towards Sun Jian's home. Given that he was treating for dinner, it was only fitting that he, rather than a lady, would take the wheel this time. Sister Wan, I'm on my way. I'll arrive in 20 minutes. Weekend sent a voice message. Inside Sun Jian's residence, Su Wei was selecting outfits for Sun Wan, who was busy applying makeup. Xiao Wan, what do you think of this outfit? Oh, Mom, that's just too outdated. Sun Wan exclaimed, catching a glimpse of her mother holding up a brown trench coat in the makeup mirror. Outdated? This outfit accentuates your figure beautifully. It suits you perfectly. Su Wei put that, holding it up for comparison. Regardless, I want to wear this. I'll prepare something myself shortly. There's still time. Isn't there? Sun Wan, feeling disinclined to engage in a debate with her mother, resolutely decided against choosing that particular outfit. It is your first date, so naturally, I should assist you in selecting an appropriate ensemble to convey the significance of the occasion, her mother insisted. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm merely having dinner with Xiao and Mo. Sun Wan, perhaps due to her makeup or some other reason, felt her cheeks warm slightly. Yes, just dinner. Su Wei remarked with a hint of irritation upon hearing her daughter's words. At that moment, Sun Jian approached. Let the child make her own decisions. Your presence here may only serve to hinder her. Seeing both her father and daughter unified in their stance, Su Wei huffed, dropping the garments in her hands and storming out of the room. Just then, Sun Wan's phone, which she had placed on the table, lit up. Lowering her gaze to the screen, she noticed a voice message from Zhou Mo. She promptly opened it. Sister Wan, I have set off. I will arrive in 20 minutes. She replied, all right, no rush. Please drive safely. Sun Jian, who had not yet left, overheard the voice message. Enjoy yourself today. Xiao Mo is indeed a good child. But ultimately, it depends on you, he said, feeling a tinge of melancholy as a father. Dad, it's just dinner, Sun Wan playfully retorted. I understand it's merely a dinner, and I recognize your fondness for Xiao Mo. However, you must eventually marry. We cannot care for you forever. Marrying someone unknown to us hardly compares to Xiao Mo. Your mother and I genuinely believe he is quite suitable, so you should seize this opportunity, Sun Jian advised earnestly. Hinting an unspoken matter. Before Zhou Mo's father passed away, he had jokingly suggested several times that Sun Wan should marry his son. Sun Jian had initially dismissed it as a jest, but after reflecting on it following a dinner with his wife, he found the idea rather appealing. But Dad, I could choose not to marry. Many people nowadays remain single. I could take care of you both forever, Sun Wan piped up, echoing sentiments often voiced by daughters. How could you not marry? Xiao Mo is an excellent match for you, and he currently has no girlfriend. Thus, I urge you to seize the chance, Sun Jian concluded. Turning to leave the room, Sun Wan found herself alone, lost in thought. 20 minutes swiftly passed, and Zhou Mo's car arrived at Sun Jian's doorstep. Upon exiting the vehicle, he spotted Sun Wan, adorned in a beautiful outfit, standing by the entrance, with Sun Jian and Su Wei hovering behind her. Uncle Sun, Aunt Su, Sister Wan. Zhou Mo greeted each of them. Sun Jian nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent. Su Wei, with a smile, said, Zhou Mo, ensure you take good care of Wan during your outing. Rest assured, Aunt Su and Uncle Sun, he replied, leading Sun Wan to the car. Goodbye, Uncle Sun, Aunt Su. Zhou Mo called out as he adjusted the car and drove off. Don't watch too closely. It will be even more painful when it's your turn to marry off your daughter, Sun Jian remarked upon noticing his wife craning her neck. Oh, please. Su Wei playfully swatted him and retreated indoors. Sun Jian shook his head helplessly and followed her inside. Chapter 61. The date unfolds, awkward moments. Sun Wan sat in the passenger seat, her gaze fixed ahead, silent throughout the journey. She had meticulously coordinated her outfit for the occasion, a long gray sweater paired with a fitted gray skirt, complemented by thigh-high stockings and knee-high boots. This ensemble was a first for her, specifically prepared for her dinner with Zhou Mo, causing her to feel somewhat anxious. As they drove onto the main road, Zhou Mo glanced over at her in the passenger seat. Sister Wan, you look truly beautiful today, he remarked, perhaps sensing the awkward silence. Really? My efforts to dress up were not in vain, Sun Wan replied, her heart swelling with joy and a hint of pride. Do you think this outfit suits me? She inquired, glancing at her attire. It suits you well. It's the first time I've seen you in such a style, Zhou Mo nodded. Sun Wan's exquisite features and her current outfit exuded an air of elegance, a stark contrast to her previous, more modest attire. Recognizing her effort for this dinner, Zhou Mo felt a sense of accomplishment. Being acknowledged and needed by someone carries its own unique emotional value. Their conversation flowed easily, and soon they arrived at the Central Business District, the largest and most opulent commercial area in Jiangcheng, bustling with activity. As they navigated through the throngs of people, Zhou Mo drove slowly, his Mango S7, a striking vehicle that caught many eyes, drawing attention from passers-by who were unfamiliar with its emblem. After a brief while, they encountered a traffic jam, prompting Zhou Mo to pull over and wait. During this pause, he turned to Sun Wan and said, Sister Wan, we still have time. Once I park, let us go shopping for gifts. That is perfectly fine, but you needn't buy anything for my parents. They don't lack such items, she replied. That sentiment is misguided. Whether or not your family needs something is one matter. My intention to bestow a gift is another. It is a matter of etiquette in courtship. It's not as simple as it seems, Zhou Mo explained, though he didn't particularly relish the notion. While they chatted, a figure approached the car and knocked on Zhou Mo's window. Knock, knock. Both Zhou Mo and Sun Wan turned to see a girl leaning towards them. Her right hand pressed to her chest, her posture exaggeratedly coy. An Suma, I'm feeling a bit faint today. May I sit in your car for a moment? She asked in a high-pitched voice, believing her demeanor would attract attention. However, Zhou Mo, having seen his fair share of such antics, quickly discerned her intentions. Would you like me to call 120 for assistance? He offered, studying her intently, realizing her miscalculation. The girl noted Sun Wan's beauty seated beside Zhou Mo and promptly turned to leave without another word. Zhou Mo shook his head in resignation. This scenario was all too common in Jiangcheng, especially outside bars. Throughout this exchange, Sun Wan remained quietly observant. Though Zhou Mo noticed a faint smile tugging at her lips as he declined the girl's advances. After parking in the underground garage, they proceeded to shop for gifts. Sun Jian received a belt and Su Wei cosmetics, both considered rather ordinary gifts. For Sun Wan, Zhou Mo selected a watch valued at over 100,000. Initially, he intended to purchase something more extravagant, but Sun Wan declined, saying, a watch worth that much is already a first for me. I cannot afford anything pricier. After several of her polite refusals, Zhou Mo acquiesced. To him, the monetary aspect had become less significant. Subsequently, they found a restaurant to enjoy their meal. Given that he was driving, Zhou Mo refrained from ordering red wine, and they settled for some juice instead. After finishing their meal, Zhou Weekend took Sun Wan to enjoy some leisure time nearby. Shall we go watch a movie? Sun Wan suddenly suggested as they found themselves at the entrance of the cinema. Reflecting on the festive season, Zhou Weekend realized that with the spring festival upon them, there must be an array of captivating films, and he readily agreed. Upon arriving at the ticket counter, the attendant warmly greeted them. Hello, handsome and beautiful. What would you like to see? Zhou Weekend glanced at Sun Wan, silently prompting her to make the choice. Sun Wan peered up at the display screen, pondered for a moment, and pointed at one of the titles. That one. Zhou Weekend followed her finger to discover it was X-Files 3. He sighed in exasperation, wondering why she had chosen that particular film. Noticing Zhou Weekend's reaction, Sun Wan curiously asked, Is this not good? I saw some positive reviews online. It's fine, Zhou Weekend replied, though he hesitated, wanting to voice his reservations. The X-Files series had indeed been popular, having been produced on a modest budget, with each installment turning a profit, which explained its continued production. Zhou Weekend had initially intended to select a comedy for a lighthearted experience, but he acquiesced, saying, "No worries. If Sister One enjoys it, we'll go with this." They purchased 2 tickets for X-Files 3, but due to limited seating, they were left with spots at the very back. "That's all right. I chose this film after all. What matters is not what we watch, but who we watch it with," Sun Wan remarked with a playful tilt of her head, her smile illuminating the dimly lit space. Zhou Weekend was momentarily taken aback by her gaze, feeling an unfamiliar warmth as he looked into her eyes. As Sun Wan caught him staring, she blushed and quickly turned away, pretending nothing had happened. However, Zhou Weekend noticed her embarrassment. "Let us hurry. The movie is about to start," she reminded him. "All right, let's go in," he said, shaking off his reverie. They grabbed a large bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of cola, settling into their seats just as the film commenced. A popcorn holder conveniently situated between them allowed both to indulge without obstruction. As the film began, silence enveloped the audience, all eyes fixated on the screen. Zhou Weekend had not seen this film before, so he was equally engrossed. However, he soon noticed a couple in front of them who were unabashedly embracing and engaging in intimate gestures. At first uncertain, Zhou Weekend's discomfort grew as he heard their heavy breathing and the sound of swallowing. Internally, he scolded, "What are they doing? This is a movie theater." Chapter 62. The date concludes. The Mango S3 reveals its potential. Stealing a glance at Sun Wan, Zhou Weekend could see that she was undoubtedly observing the scene more clearly. Coincidentally, as he looked at her, Sun Wan was also sneaking a glance at him. Their eyes met, and she quickly turned away, flustered, as if to dismiss the moment. Yet, Zhou Weekend caught her subtle reaction. Pretending not to notice, he continued to watch the film and munch on popcorn. As fate would have it, Sun Wan reached for the popcorn at the same moment, their hands brushing against each other. Startled, she immediately withdrew her hand, akin to a guilty secret, while Zhou Weekend feigned nonchalance, continuing to eat. The couple in front remained entwined, oblivious to the crowded cinema, lost in their own world. "Xiao Muntak, there is nothing interesting left in this movie. Shall we head back?" Sun Wan suddenly suggested. Agreeing, Zhou Weekend and Sun Wan bent down to exit the theater. Once outside, Zhou Weekend noticed Sun Wan's cheeks flushed a charming red. He suppressed a chuckle, and Sun Wan, sensing his amusement, chided, "Zhou Mo, are you laughing at your sister Wan?" Understanding that she felt embarrassed, Zhou Weekend replied, "How could I dare to mock you? I was merely reminded of something joyful." He raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Sun Wan turned her head away, feigning annoyance and refusing to look at him. It took Zhou Weekend some time to coax her back to her usual self. With little else to do and the hour growing late, Zhou Weekend drove Sun Wan home, delivering gifts for Sun Jian and Aunt Sun along the way. After completing his errands, he finally returned home. Shortly after, he received a message from Sun Wan. "I had a wonderful time tonight. I hope we can do this again. Good night." Zhou Weekend replied in kind, "Good night, Sister Wan." Back at her home, Sun Wan quickly freshened up and climbed into bed, reminiscing about the day she had spent with Zhou Weekend. She felt a sense of joy, yet it was distinct from their previous outings. This experience bore a unique significance. Moreover, the awkward encounter in the theater, witnessing the couple's display of affection, had left a profound impact on her psyche. She had only ever seen such moments depicted in dramas or heard about them from her roommates, who all had boyfriends, leaving her the sole singleton in the dormitory. Every week, there was at least one day when they were absent, and due to her proximity to home, she often returned. Else she might have grown bored. Upon their return, her roommates would discuss risque topics that she found uncomfortable, yet over time, she had come to understand some aspects of their conversations. Lying on her back, gazing at the ceiling, Sun Wan pondered, "Is kissing truly that pleasurable?" Time passed swiftly. Employees at Shanghai Technology began arriving at the office, and the company resumed its usual rhythm. Zhou Weekend's earlier directives to Lu Su and Gao Yi bore fruit, revealing promising developments. Through their research, Lu Su and his team had successfully integrated an optional installation package into the Mango S3, enabling it to feature the same automatic parking capabilities as the Mango S7. Gao Yi's team announced the news, receiving a warm reception from many customers, particularly among female patrons. Women who purchased the Mango S3 expressed relief, stating that they no longer needed to worry about parking. This innovation addressed significant concerns from many female users, resulting in a modest uptick in orders for the Mango vehicles. In fact, several female customers took the initiative to create short videos to promote the Mango cars. "Hello everyone, this is my Mango S3. Today marks the 17th day since I got the car. Let me share my initial experience." In the video, A girl dressed in a black down jacket and with her hair tied up appeared. From the moment I received this vehicle, I was astounded. The design, performance, range, and durability of the Mango S3 are simply exhilarating and delightful. For me, the first thing that caught my eye was its aesthetic appeal and the automatic driving technology, particularly the automatic parking feature, which has become indispensable for me. The automatic parking feature of the Mango S3 has alleviated numerous inconveniences for me. In particularly narrow and challenging parking spaces, where the average individual would struggle to park adequately, this vehicle executes the task with remarkable precision. However, I must mention a flaw within this system. Despite having achieved commendable parking on numerous occasions, there have been instances of error. Not long ago, I experienced several miscalculations. As I spoke, the video interspersed several clips documenting the Mango S3's automatic parking mishaps. Some footage showed the vehicle aimlessly maneuvering back and forth within a parking space, unable to settle, while other clips depicted it seemingly frozen in place, unsure of its next move. In more troubling instances, the car, having successfully parked, inexplicably rolled out of the space. The woman in the video continued, expressing relief that recently, Shanghai Technology had launched an optional upgrade specifically for the Mango S3, enhancing its automatic parking capabilities. Upon the release of this upgrade package, I promptly invested in it, and now, nearly a week later, I can confidently assert that the improvements are nothing short of extraordinary and remarkably cost-effective. Since the update, the automatic parking feature of my Mango S3 has encountered no issues whatsoever. Subsequently, the video showcased several clips where the upgraded Mango S3 demonstrated a far more fluid and efficient parking process, akin to the maneuvers of an experienced driver. Moreover, there were numerous scenes depicting scenarios that would typically perplex seasoned drivers, yet the Mango S3 executed the parking flawlessly. Following the update, the vehicle also no longer requires the driver to manually operate it to exit the parking space. With a simple tap on my mobile device, the car autonomously navigates out to a designated location. The woman in the video thoroughly showcased this feature to her viewers, and the video soared to the trending charts on Doushou, garnering over 800,000 comments and shares, with an astounding 2 million likes. On another front, Gao Yi took notice of this video content creator. He could not recall having signed such an individual, as thus far, he had only engaged with couples like Chao Wenrui. In a city distant from Jiangcheng, a woman exuberantly leaped about her room, exclaiming, "Haha, I've gone viral." Those familiar with her recent video would indeed recognize her as the creator who documented the Mango S3's automatic parking feature. Previously, she held the position of a promotional director at an advertising firm specializing in automotive advertising, earning a modest salary of around 200,000 annually. However, her fortunes shifted when the company was acquired, leading to her dismissal during the merger. Faced with this setback, she sought to forge her own path. Coincidentally, with the rise of short videos, she decided to pursue a career in self-media, initially focusing on automobiles, a field related to her previous work. Unfortunately, progress was slow due to intense competition, as numerous content creators flooded the market. Just as she contemplated giving up, she noticed the launch of the Mango automobile by Shanghai Technology. Captivated by the vehicle's technology and performance, she resolved to take a chance. Fueled by a determination that success was her only option, especially since the Mango S7 was financially out of reach. After thoughtful consideration, she ordered the Mango S3 during its launch event on the Shanghai Technology website, believing she was among the first to do so. To her surprise, others had placed orders ahead of her. When Shanghai Technology announced an offline delivery ceremony, she astutely recognized a business opportunity, though it ultimately did not pertain to her. Regrettably, she recalled this moment with annoyance, but fortunately, her early order allowed her to receive the car promptly. Upon realizing that there were no other individuals online with similar aspirations, or at least none who had obtained the vehicle, she sprang into action, filming several videos featuring the Mango S3. Initially, her follower count was just above 10,000, but once she released her video about the Mango S3, her followers surged past 100,000. While this number may seem modest in the grand scheme of Doushou, it undeniably bolstered her confidence, affirming that she was on the right path and that persistence would yield rewards. Recently, with the option to upgrade the automatic parking feature for a fee, she did not hesitate to invest nearly 10,000 yuan for the update. After experiencing the enhancements, she promptly recorded a new review. As many were still awaiting their vehicles, she found herself ahead of the curve. To her astonishment, the video rapidly gained traction, accumulating likes and comments that far exceeded her previous work combined, and her follower count increased by over 200,000 following this video. At this moment, she fantasized about the possibilities of producing more such videos and gaining even more followers, envisioning herself becoming a prominent influencer with 1 million followers. With aspirations for the future, she diligently responded to viewer inquiries in the comments section while contemplating her upcoming video content, drawing inspiration from the feedback. Suddenly, her phone rang, displaying a call from Jiangcheng. I don't believe I have any friends in Jiangcheng, she pondered, noting that the number did not resemble a typical spam call. Curiosity piqued, she decided to answer. Hello, is this Ms. Jiang Qianqian? A youthful male voice inquired on the other end. Before she could respond, he continued. I am Gao Yi from Shanghai Technology. You may have heard of me. Initially taken aback, Jiang Qianqian stood in stunned silence. Shanghai Technology? Gao Yi? Wasn't he that the company behind the Mango automobiles? As for Gao Yi, she had previously researched the executives of Shanghai Technology while watching their live streams. He was responsible for promotion and marketing. Why was he reaching out to her? Was this some sort of scam? Ms. Jiang Qianqian, please do not worry. I am not a scammer. I'm contacting you because I came across your video on Doushou and hope to discuss a potential collaboration with you, Gao Yi stated, addressing her concerns directly. Having watched her video, he immediately recognized that Jiang Qianqian would be an excellent fit for promoting the Mango S3. Her involvement could significantly enhance the vehicle's appeal among female consumers, who often prioritize brand recognition and aesthetics when purchasing cars. The Mango automobile boasts a striking design and a respectable level of awareness. While it may not yet rival luxury brands like BMW or Mercedes-Benz, it is poised for growth, particularly given its technological focus. The team at Shanghai Technology is unwavering in their confidence regarding the brand's future prominence in the market. Hello, EEM Zhenjiangkan. She stammered, her voice trembling slightly. At this moment, she was overwhelmed with excitement. The executives of Shanghai Technology had actually reached out to her. Most importantly, he remembered Gao Yi's duties and responsibilities within the company. The very fact that someone of his stature would contact her after viewing her video on the Mango car was undoubtedly significant. However, Jiang Qianqian was mistaken. Gao Yi was not an executive at Shanghai Technology. He had merely been closely following the weekend's robust support for internet marketing and promotion, giving the impression of being a high-ranking official. Mr. Gao, how would you like to collaborate? Jiang Qianqian was eager, as the recent period had been quite tormenting for her. She longed for a substantial opportunity to grasp. The collaboration itself was straightforward, yet Gao Yi needed Jiang Qianqian to visit their office to discuss the specifics. He intended to have a thorough conversation with her. However, Jiang Qianqian, holding her phone, frowned. This was quite a challenging situation. It was not merely a matter of finances, but rather her concern about the time wasted in back-and-forth meetings. Having gained widespread attention from her video on Mango cars, she was acutely aware that others were also eyeing this lucrative field. If she did not seize this momentum to amass followers while the iron was hot, such opportunities would become rare. Thus, Jiang Qianqian candidly expressed her apprehensions over the phone. While the prospect of collaborating with the esteemed Shanghai Technology was enticing, she was unwilling to revert to the past when her fate lay in the hands of others. On the other end of the line, Gao Yi slapped his forehead, realizing his oversight. Miss Jiang, I apologize for not considering your perspective. In that case, shall we converse via video call instead? Upon hearing this accommodating suggestion, Jiang Qianqian felt a surge of joy and began to develop a favorable impression of Gao Yi. Certainly, this number is my WeChat ID. Please feel free to add me. Mr. Gao. They exchanged contact information and commenced their formal discussion. Chapter 64. The third lottery draw. Zhang Sheng. Have you seen that video circulating on Doushou? After returning, Zhang Sheng and Chao Wenrui had yet to officially commence their short video filming and live streaming. Initially, they had planned to wait until after the Lantern Festival, but unexpectedly, someone had beaten them to it. There was no choice. Chao Wenrui immediately called Zhang Sheng to strategize. I have indeed seen it. We missed a prime opportunity. However, we shouldn't be disheartened, as this indicates that videos featuring Mango cars do attract significant traffic. Zhang Sheng, Gao Wenzui. You make a valid point. I plan to start preparations immediately. What about you? Chao Wenrui found Zhang Sheng's reasoning sound and resolved to act swiftly. I'm also preparing. I have already procured the necessary equipment. Great. Let's both put in our best efforts. Absolutely, let's do our best. With that, Chao Wenrui hung up. Zhang Sheng tossed his phone aside, just as his wife, Wu Na, emerged from the side. Honey, do you have any ideas yet? Wu Na inquired curiously, her own impatience growing, especially after witnessing the viral success of others' Mango car videos. Don't worry, dear. Regardless of the circumstances, we have the backing of Shanghai Technology, and ordinary individuals cannot compete with us. unless that individual also secures support from Shanghai Technology, which is highly unlikely. So, there is no cause for concern. Besides, I have some ideas brewing, Zhang Sheng replied confidently. Really? You're just amazing, my dear. Wu Na's eyes sparkled with admiration. Seeing her reaction filled Zhang Sheng with a sense of accomplishment, prompting him to share his plans. First, I believe we can leverage the videos from the previous press conference to promote ourselves and enhance our visibility. This promotion is invaluable, especially since there were numerous snippets of his winning moment circulating on Doushou. However, after that press conference, he faded into obscurity and has not appeared online since, leaving many curious about him. Wu Na nodded, considering Zhang Sheng's perspective. And what comes next? She inquired, eager to hear more. Next, we need to upload videos about the Mango S3 and commence live streaming, as many people have yet to receive their vehicles and are undoubtedly curious about Mango cars. However, our Mango S3 has a significant flaw. Its autonomous driving technology is only at level 2, which pales in comparison to Chao Wenrui's Mango S7. Nevertheless, we must not lose heart. Our disadvantage presents us with the opportunity for discussion and traffic, which is a direction we should pursue. Following this, Zhang Sheng elaborated on their current situation and how to maximize their advantages. Having formed a strategy, the two of them officially began filming short videos. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chao Wenrui was indeed preparing to leverage the Mango S7's autonomous driving technology as their selling point. He intended to initiate a live broadcast right after releasing the video to attract viewers interested in the Mango S7's autonomous driving capabilities. He noted that, as of now, no one had launched a live stream, making this an optimal opportunity. As both teams prepared, Gao Yi and Jiang Qianqian concluded their discussions. Mr. Gao, thank you immensely. I will certainly give my all. Jiang Qianqian was pleasantly surprised by the favorable terms Gao Yi had offered. In addition to a base salary, there was also traffic support. Most importantly, all earnings from the account would belong to her, though the ownership would not be hers. Moreover, to compensate for the loss of her account, Gao Yi transferred a sum of money to her. Although it was only 20,000 yuan, it demonstrated his respect for her, as he did not attempt to take advantage right from the start. This 20,000 yuan was essentially a purchase of her account's ownership, while the rights to the earnings remained with her. Managing the account well and promoting the Mango S3 would be the greatest gratitude I could receive, Gao Yi humbly stated, attributing the method to the brainstorming done over the weekend. After concluding their video call, Jiang Qianqian began preparing to shoot the latest short video featuring the Mango S3. Before they knew it, a month had passed, during which Mango cars had sold remarkably well. Coupled with the continuous sales of the Tulu electric vehicle, the system's points had accumulated to a substantial level. Although the Tulu electric vehicle's higher price had significantly impacted its sales, it still sold a considerable number due to its reputation. Nearly 6 months had elapsed since the last lottery draw. During this time, Shanghai Technology had generated more than 10 billion yuan in pure profit, with the Tulu electric vehicle contributing a significant portion. While Mango cars had high profit margins, their sales duration had been relatively short. If substantial profits were to be realized, a longer time frame was necessary. After all, in the past month, only over 20,000 units of Mango cars have been delivered, barely surpassing 10 billion yuan in total sales. Since the last lottery draw, it had become clear to him that the points were related to the profits generated by his company. Approximately 1 million RMB is equivalent to 1 point. Shanghai Technology has surpassed a profit of 10 billion, yet his points have only increased to a little over 10,000. Weekend felt utterly helpless at that moment. The ratio was simply staggering. However, there was no alternative. He had to strive to earn money for the sake of participating in the lottery. At that moment, he was the sole occupant of the office. Sitting on the sofa, he promptly accessed the system panel. Level, LV3. Host, Weekend. Points, 10,693. Aside from the points data, there was also the lottery wheel. As Weekend gazed at the dazzling array of technologies on the wheel, he could hardly contain his drool. Previously, he had won prizes twice, which had elevated the system from LV1 to LV3. On the first lottery, he received 10 points and a designated draw as a gift from the system. The second time, due to the system leveling up, each lottery draw required the consumption of 100 points. He glanced at the lottery wheel and was relieved to find that this time, the point cost had only risen to 200. Had it escalated to 1,000, he would have been at a loss as to when he could win a prize. Initially, he believed that as long as he had sufficient points, he could certainly draw from the technologies on the wheel. Yet reality had delivered a harsh slap. Last time, he expended nearly 10,000 points to finally acquire the complete set of autonomous driving technology. However, That was his own fault, as he had opted for a random draw. This time, he decided to try something different. He planned to use the designated draw. The designated draw allows for the selection of a specific technology for the lottery, ensuring that he would definitely obtain the corresponding technology. The downside was equally apparent. It consumed a significant number of points. The last time, it indicated that a designated draw would cost 5,000 points. Reluctant to part with that amount and bolstered by misplaced confidence, he ended up spending nearly 10,000 points to win a prize, a decision he deeply regretted. This time, he resolved to directly use the designated draw, though the point cost had doubled to 10,000. Nevertheless, Weekend did not hesitate. He no longer trusted his luck. System, designated draw, extract. Chapter 65, complete technical documentation for chips. System, designated draw, extract complete technical documentation for chips. Weekend was determined to make a bold move, wanting to rely entirely on himself to create the chips. This decision was made after careful consideration, as, in today's electronic technology products, the crux still lies in the chips. Weekend clearly remembered that Huawei was sanctioned precisely because their chips were constrained, leaving them vulnerable. Additionally, Weekend's Mango car required a substantial number of chips, and he aimed to resolve this issue first. Furthermore, if Mango car aspired to achieve Level 5 autonomous driving technology in the future, chips would be indispensable. Currently, the automotive chips available could not meet the requirements for Level 5 autonomous driving technology. As Weekend gave the command, the wheel began to spin. Moments later, it halted on the complete technical documentation for the chips that he needed. In his heart, Weekend silently prayed, "Heaven, please bless me. I must acquire the comprehensive technical documentation encompassing chip design, research and development, production, and so forth." On the lottery wheel, there was only a simple name for the technical documentation, so Weekend had no idea what it contained until he opened it. Filled with excitement and trepidation, he clicked on the system interface to open the documentation package. Immediately, a series of more detailed folders appeared before his eyes. Documentation packages on design technology, manufacturing technology, packaging and testing technology, photolithography production technology, etching machine production technology, and more emerged. Indeed, the system did not deceive him. It was a complete set of technologies. Just as promised, Weekend stood up from the sofa in sheer exhilaration. He no longer needed to click through to anticipate what was in the package. The system had proven reliable, and that 10,000 points were well spent. However, for the sake of caution, or perhaps to satisfy his anticipation, Weekend opened one of the documents to take a look. Among the chip design technology was the capability to design the overall architecture based on application scenarios and functional requirements of the chips, including determining the layout and connection methods of modules, such as CPU and GPU. Weekend clicked on the chip design technology, and an even larger array of detailed technical documentation packages appeared before him. This included front-end design technology, algorithm design, architecture design, logic design, RTL design, and verification, among others. Back-end design technology, layout design, routing design, physical design, parasitic parameter extraction, and post-simulation, etc. Auxiliary design technology, development of design automation tools, IP core design and integration, and so forth. At this point, Weekend felt overwhelmed. The sheer volume of technical documentation was staggering. Just one technical package nearly rivaled the new energy technology documentation he had obtained in his first lottery. Moreover, within the design technology, besides chip design technology, there were also circuit design technology, layout design technology, and more. With these technologies, Shanghai Technology could redesign a new chip architecture, addressing the bottleneck issue at its source. Huawei's Kirin chip was impressive, yet it still utilized a public architecture and was not entirely self-developed. While Huawei was constrained, Shanghai Technology, armed with these technologies, could achieve what they could not. At this moment, Weekend brimmed with confidence, envisioning a bright future beckoning him. Yet, upon further reflection, if all these advancements were to be developed by Shanghai Technology, the first challenge would be the current shortage of personnel. The rapid growth of Shanghai Technology had led to a significant deficit in staff. In fact, they were critically understaffed. At present, the research and development team consisted of fewer than 100 individuals. It wasn't that they didn't want to recruit more personnel. The system had limitations on the number of individuals who could receive the documentation. After his second lottery, the number of personnel who could receive the documentation had increased from 10 to 100. If this time the number could only double again. Weekend truly did not know when they would be able to produce the chips. He glanced again at the number of personnel who could receive the documentation this time. 1,000. Indeed, this time Weekend could transmit the documentation to 1,000 individuals. While 1,000 may seem insufficient for other companies, it was more than adequate for him. As long as Weekend transmitted the documentation to them, each individual could transform into a leading scientist or researcher in their respective fields. With these personnel, Shanghai Technology would be fully capable of independently manufacturing chips. Therefore, the next step for Shanghai Technology would be to recruit a large number of researchers. Of course, besides that, Shanghai Technology also required other personnel. After all, a company cannot solely rely on research staff to produce everything. This time, Weekend planned to push Shanghai Technology to undertake a significant endeavor to alleviate the employment pressure in society. Having formulated his thoughts, Weekend called Sun Jian, Lu Su, and Gao Yi into the office. Uncle Sun, I believe the company is currently understaffed. Many universities are conducting spring recruitment right now. I have decided to initiate a large-scale recruitment campaign. As soon as Sun Jian entered, Weekend expressed his thoughts. During the previous weekend, Zhou Mo spent a considerable part of the day with Sun Wan, during which he also observed Sun Jian's reactions but found nothing amiss. Reflecting on this, Zhou Mo felt an unexpected tranquility. Although nothing transpired between him and Sun Wan, he still sensed a hint of peculiarity and guilt about their outing. Sun Jian nodded, acknowledging the company's pressing need for manpower. No problem. I will tally the numbers shortly to ascertain how many personnel we need to recruit. Uncle Sun, there's no rush. Since I mentioned this is a large-scale recruitment, the number of hires will undoubtedly be substantial. Zhou Mo continued, considering that our Mango automobile has already stabilized. I am preparing to steer Shanghai Technology into a new industry. At this moment, Sun Jian comprehended the matter at hand. He glanced at Lu Su and Gao Yi beside him, realizing that their presence was likely related to the future development direction of the company. Zhou Mo continued, this time, I am planning for the company to enter the chip industry. The chip industry? This was an uncharted territory for them. However, given Zhou Mo's previous accurate predictions regarding the company's trajectory, Sun Jian refrained from expressing further skepticism. Which sector of the chip industry does President Zhou intend to enter? Chip design, equipment manufacturing, or chip production? Zhou Mo shook his head and replied resolutely, none of those. I intend for Shanghai Technology to engage comprehensively in the entire chip industry chain. Are we aiming to play such a significant role? Can Shanghai Technology manage this? Such questions arose simultaneously in Sun Jian and the others' minds. Chapter 66. Brimming with confidence, a conspiracy approaches. Sun Jian glanced at Lu Su, a researcher who would undoubtedly recognize the challenges involved. He gestured for Lu Su to persuade Zhou Mo. Lu Su understood Sun Jian's intent and spoke up, President Zhou. Wouldn't this place an excessive burden on Shanghai Technology? Our research department is vast, yet few possess experience in this domain. Zhou Mo waved his hand dismissively. The pressure is negligible for us. You must have confidence in this aspect, just as before. I now possess a complete set of technical documentation. Once the data is transmitted, Shanghai Technology will swiftly ascend to become the new titan in the chip industry. Hearing this, Lu Su and the others felt reassured. Zhou Mo had previously exuded unwavering confidence, and they had inexplicably succeeded each time. They believed that Zhou Mo had adequately prepared this time as well. Coupled with their loyalty to him, they were ready to comply unconditionally. Your first task is to investigate the current state of the domestic chip industry chain. If it is already world-leading, we need not pursue it ourselves. If the domestic industry is indeed at the forefront, I will opt to purchase rather than invest time in research and production. On one hand, if Shanghai Technology were to tackle everything, the time spent would be considerable, hindering the company's growth. On the other hand, it would render Shanghai Technology conspicuous, creating an impression of monopolization, which is detrimental given our current standing. At least for now, before Shanghai Technology has fully established itself, this is not feasible. The second task is to recruit relevant research personnel based on the investigation results. I plan to increase our research staff to 900. The reason it isn't 1,000 is that we need to reserve some slots for data transmission purposes. For instance, individuals like Sun Jian and Gao Yi, though not involved in research, are indispensable due to their loyalty. As Zhou Mo issued these directives, Sun Jian and the others commenced their investigation, simultaneously preparing for recruitment. In the meantime, as Mango automobile soared in sales, eyes began to fixate on Shanghai Technology. Two middle-aged men arrived at the entrance of the Mango automobile dealership. Brother, is this really going to work? Shanghai Technology is no small company. Won't we face issues? The younger man hesitated, gazing at the lavishly decorated dealership, wavering in his resolve to enter. Why wouldn't it work? You've never shown fear before. Besides, we have backing. There's no need to fear Shanghai technology. The elder brother, unfazed, exuded confidence. The speaker was named Chen Xiao, while the elder was Du Feng. They had previously engaged in various dubious dealings to make a living, such as disposing of expired food in unmonitored supermarkets to extort tenfold compensation from the owners, or stealing valuable items from parcels while working as couriers. Fortune had favored them thus far, as they had evaded detection. Even in high-risk ventures like loan sharking, they had managed to recoup their funds. Some of their endeavors were self-initiated, while others were commissioned by clients seeking to undermine competitors. They welcomed such opportunities, primarily due to their lucrative nature. This time, an old client had approached them with a straightforward task: to use the funds provided to purchase a Mango automobile and film a video depicting the car's brakes failing. Though the brake failure would be staged, they were tasked with producing and uploading the footage online, thereafter filing a complaint with Shanghai Technology. Their involvement would end there, with no further responsibilities. Du Feng considered the assignment low risk and high reward, as the client offered a bounty of 100,000 yuan, marking their most lucrative deal to date. He believed that, given Shanghai Technology's stature, they would not stoop to confront them. Hence, the moment he received the assignment, he promptly accepted it. With Du Feng leading the way and Chen Xiao following, they entered the Mango automobile dealership. "Good day, gentlemen. How may I assist you today?" A welcoming salesperson approached them as soon as they stepped inside. Without acknowledging her, Du Feng directly inquired, "Do you have any cars available for immediate purchase?" "I need one right now. Price is not an issue." The salesperson, surprised by his forthrightness, responded, "Sir, you're in luck. We actually have a car available for immediate sale. Generally, our vehicles are reserved online. Enough with the details, just bring the car out, whatever it is, I want it." Du Feng interrupted impatiently. The salesperson felt a bit awkward. Such direct customers were a rarity. However, her professionalism ensured she maintained her composure. "Sir, are you certain you want any car?" she asked once more. "Yes, just bring it out. I have other matters to attend to." Du Feng waved dismissively. "As long as the Mango automobile, that suffices." The salesperson, recognizing Du Feng's resolute attitude, instructed her colleague to fetch the car. Soon, a basic version of the Mango S7 was parked before Du Feng and his companion. It transpired that the customer, after placing an order online, experienced a pang of regret upon collecting the vehicle, feeling that the base model was not worth the expense, and thus opted to cancel the order. The difference between the base model and the fully equipped version amounted to merely several tens of thousands of yuan. Given that those who had the means to spend 800,000 yuan on an electric vehicle, it seemed illogical for them to hesitate at the prospect of spending a few extra thousand. Consequently, after canceling the original order, the customer returned to the online platform and selected the fully equipped version of the Mango S7. In fact, the sales data from Shanghai Technology indicated that the number of orders for the base model of the Mango S7 was significantly lower, even fewer than those for the top-tier version. Du Feng and his colleagues, lacking insight into this trend, proceeded to contact the client to finalize the payment. When the client discovered that Du Feng had chosen the Mango S7, he was momentarily taken aback, yet ultimately completed the transaction. Upon receiving the latest Mango S7, Chen Xiao was enamored with it. Its appearance was extraordinarily stylish, particularly for a vehicle priced at 800,000 yuan. While it is true that an 800,000 yuan car is not necessarily superior, it is undoubtedly expensive. He had never before experienced a vehicle of such cost. As Du Feng busied himself with the paperwork, Chen Xiao circled the car in delight. Soon, Du Feng completed the necessary formalities, and together they drove away. After their departure, the sales representative, who had initially maintained her composure, erupted in excitement, realizing the substantial profit she had made by selling a car that had been returned by another customer. Chapter 67. The largest recruitment in history. After thoroughly investigating the current state of the domestic chip industry, Sun Jian discovered that in areas such as high-end chip manufacturing processes, semiconductor equipment production, EDA software, and high-end general-purpose chips, the country was significantly lagging behind. In advanced processes, international standards have reached 3 nanometers, 2 nanometers, or even smaller. Although Dongda produces 14 nanometer and 7 nanometer chips, the stability and efficiency of their production fall far short of international levels. The photolithography machine, which is central to chip manufacturing, is dominated by the Dutch company ASML's extreme ultraviolet lithography machines, while domestic manufacturers are only capable of producing machines that can create chips of no smaller than 28 nanometers. Furthermore, EDA software requires a robust industrial foundation and must be gradually refined, revealing a substantial gap compared to international standards. not to mention the high-end photoresists, which have long been monopolized by foreign entities. Nevertheless, there are areas where the domestic industry excels, such as integrated circuit packaging and testing, as well as the integrity of the supply chain, where it outperforms international counterparts. Additionally, etching machines and cleaning equipment have also reached a leading level globally. Upon reviewing this report over the weekend, Zhou Mo shook his head in resignation. The disparity was simply too vast. It is unfortunate that the people of Dongda often feel that anything not produced entirely domestically is inferior. In the world, aside from Dongda, no other nation possesses such audacity. With the investigation complete, Sun Jian and his team sprang into action. First, Gao Yi made an astonishing announcement on the official website and the Douyin account. Shanghai Technology would recruit 900 research and development personnel and 100,000 employees within 2 months. This news skyrocketed to the top of media trending lists, primarily due to its shock value. While the recruitment of 900 RD personnel might not have raised many eyebrows, given that numerous tech companies employ more than this number, the subsequent announcement of 100,000 employees was truly staggering. Recruiting 100,000 individuals at once was unprecedented in corporate history. To put this into perspective, at the end of 2018, Penguin's workforce numbered only 54,000, meaning Shanghai Technology's recruitment could effectively establish 2 Penguin companies. Of course, while 100,000 is a considerable number, it still pales in comparison to other tech companies. For instance, Huawei currently employs 188 million people globally. In Zhou Jian's eyes, although 100,000 is a vast number, these recruits are merely intended to support the 900 RD personnel existing solely to facilitate the creation of equipment necessary for the chip technology supply chain, ultimately aiming to manufacture chips domestically in Dongda. Upon the announcement, a wave of individuals flocked to the comment sections across Shanghai Technology's various accounts. What on earth are you planning? How could you possibly hire so many people? Clearly, the official website stated the recruitment was for chip industry professionals. It appears Shanghai Technology intends to manufacture chips. Is it truly that simple to produce chips? Personally, I find it hard to believe that Shanghai Technology can accomplish this. Shanghai Technology is renowned for its marketing prowess. I assure you, aside from the 900 RD personnel, the rest is merely a publicity stunt. If Shanghai Technology genuinely hires 100,000 people, I would gladly stand on my head and wash my hair. I too find it overly exaggerated. Currently, Shanghai Technology employs just over 1,000, and hiring such a multitude of individuals at once is bound to lead to mismanagement. After pondering for quite some time, I still could not comprehend what roles these 100,000 individuals would occupy in the chip industry. Even in chip manufacturing, which requires the most personnel, the number would barely reach a few thousand. I feel Shanghai Technology is being overly reckless, with no prior experience in the chip industry. Suddenly hiring so many people will undoubtedly lead to a farcical situation. Presently, the online discourse is divided into 2 camps. One faction believes Shanghai Technology is merely seeking attention, claiming this recruitment is a marketing ploy aimed at attracting RD personnel. The other faction predicts that Shanghai Technology is on the brink of embarrassment, asserting that even if the recruitment is genuine, it will likely culminate in a debacle. Ultimately, the consensus remains that Shanghai Technology is destined for failure. Indeed, from a conventional standpoint, the logical progression would entail first recruiting RD personnel, then achieving research results before moving on to production, a process that requires a methodical approach. However, in Zhou Jian's case, such rationality is unnecessary, as his system operates outside the bounds of conventional logic. At this moment, in Zhou Jian's office at Shanghai Technology, he, along with Sun Jian and the others, perused the online comments. They had already reviewed these comments, but Zhou Jian intentionally gathered them to view them together, primarily as a motivational exercise. You've all seen the comments online. What are your thoughts? Zhou Jian inquired with a playful smile. The attendees remained silent, at a loss for words. Should we express loyalty? That is unnecessary. Should we declare determination? Zhou Jian was not fond of such gestures. Since you all choose silence, I shall speak. You only need to follow the plans we previously devised. There is no need for further contemplation. Zhou Jian remained as confident as ever, likely provoking a desire among the onlookers to deliver a swift kick to his face. Zhou, will the company's finances become strained? Sun Jian finally spoke up. Although we've amassed considerable profits, the financial pressure from recruiting 100,000 employees will undoubtedly be significant. This issue had crossed Zhou Jian's mind as well. As a tech enterprise, Their employees earn a minimum of 150,000 yuan monthly, just like the previous salaries of employees like Chao Wenrui, which constituted the baseline wage. This salary is not insignificant among tech firms and could even be considered relatively high. At Shanghai Technology, even the ordinary workers in the Mango automotive production line earn this wage, while other positions command even higher salaries. Calculating this, the minimum monthly payroll would amount to several billion yuan. Despite the company still having a substantial profit of 20 billion in its accounts, this sum hardly reassured Zhou Mo. How about this, Uncle Son? Please reach out to other companies and see if any are interested in acquiring our Tulu brand. Zhou Mo resolutely decided to abandon the Tulu electric vehicle. Recently, the entry of several companies into the elderly-friendly vehicle market had led to a decline in Tulu electric vehicle sales. While the Tulu electric vehicle boasted high profits, its steep price diminished its competitiveness gradually. Zhou Mo considered a price reduction, but this notion was swiftly dismissed. Lowering prices would not only impact the Tulu electric vehicle, but also tarnish the reputation of Shanghai Technology. After all, it would be unjust to treat those who had previously supported Shanghai Technology as mere fools. After much contemplation, Zhou Mo concluded that selling Tulu would allow others to shoulder the burden. Chapter 68. Is Shanghai Technology on the brink of bankruptcy? At present, Tulu electric vehicles are ostensibly under the purview of Shanghai Technology, but in truth, they are merely a nominal association. Among the crucial components of the Tulu electric vehicle, only the battery is proprietary to Shanghai Technology. Ever since Mango Motors emerged in a bid to counter the increasing competition from elderly-friendly vehicles, other essential components of the Tulu electric vehicle have gradually been replaced with those from other manufacturers. Currently, all production of the Tulu electric vehicle is entrusted to Jiangsuan Auto Company, with Shanghai Technology contributing solely the battery. In other words, Shanghai Technology provides only a battery and a brand name, thereby appropriating the majority of the profits from the Tulu electric vehicle. Zhou Mo believed that Xiang Xianchu was undoubtedly aware of the situation. He also knew that many within Jiangsuan Auto Company would encourage Xiang Xianchu to start anew with a similar elderly-friendly vehicle, a task that would not pose significant difficulty for them. However, Xiang Xianchu had only attended the Mango Motors launch event once and had not sought Zhou Mo out since, which piqued Zhou Mo's interest. Simultaneously, selling the Tulu electric vehicle would allow for a reduction in company personnel. The value of Tulu had diminished significantly, rendering it unworthy of Shanghai Technology's time and effort for management and sales. After Zhou Mo articulated his thoughts, Sun Jian and the others expressed no objections. They shared Zhou Mo's sentiments. Previously, due to the product being the company's first offering, they had hesitated to voice their concerns directly. With Zhou Mo now taking the initiative, they exhaled in relief. Subsequently, Zhou Mo outlined the requirements for the sale, and Sun Jian promptly exited the office to initiate contact with potential buyers. The first person to come to Sun Jian's mind was Xiang Xianchu, given that he was the contract manufacturer for the Tulu electric vehicle and shared a strong rapport with Sun Jian. Sun Jian then reached out to several acquaintances in the automotive industry, relaying the situation to them. In Sun Jian's view, the Tulu brand would ultimately be subject to market competition, with the highest bidder prevailing. As Sun Jian disseminated the information, it reached not only automotive companies, but also other enterprises. At the Hongshan capital office, Shen Beipeng picked up the phone and dialed a number. Upon connection, he immediately spoke. "Hello, Jack. Ugh, you're so annoying. Are all foreigners as obnoxious as you? Get out." Through the phone, Shen Beipeng could faintly hear several women's voices. He could easily imagine Jack Thompson's current activities. Suppressing his anger, Shen Beipeng inquired, "Where are you right now? Come to my office immediately." After hanging up, Shen Beipeng reflected on Jack Thompson, who had previously arrived from America to participate in the Doping Motors launch. Originally, the American company had dispatched him to invest in the new energy sector, but since investing in Doping Motors, he had achieved no results and instead spent his free time pursuing leisure with local women. What frustrated Shen Beipeng the most was that Jack did not even need to spend money. This was intolerable to Shen Beipeng, who had to bear expenses while seeking entertainment. Did Jack truly possess such privileges simply because he was a foreigner? Half an hour later, Jack Thompson arrived at Shen Beipeng's office. "Shen, did you need to see me for something?" Jack said leisurely. Shen Beipeng glanced at Jack, recalling something, and calmed his anger to respond. "Our opportunity has arrived. I've received news that Shanghai Technology is currently in need of funds and is preparing to sell the Tulu electric vehicle brand." Upon hearing this, Jack's head shot up to look at Shen Beipeng. "Is that true? Shen, this can't be a joke." Jack swallowed hard. Numerous investment firms had been eyeing Shanghai Technology, Yet no matter the approach, the firm had consistently replied that they were not in need of money and would contact them when they were. Initially, they believed this, but as time passed, they realized that Shanghai Technology not only had no financial troubles, but was also generating increasing profits. While they could not quantify the earnings precisely, they could estimate that, if not 100 billion, at least tens of billions in profits were likely. This situation left these investment firms feeling frustrated, unable to partake in such a lucrative business. It is indeed true. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to halt any plans we previously considered. If we invest in Shanghai Technology, I would not want anything to jeopardize their profitability, Shun Beipeng asserted without room for debate. Jack lowered his head, recognizing the validity of Shun's point, but then reconsidered. Shun, if we proceed, wouldn't that lower Shanghai Technology's valuation? That could be beneficial. Shun Beipeng regarded Jack with a meaningful glance. You do have a bit of wit. While you may not excel at legitimate pursuits, your cleverness shines when it comes to mischief. You make a valid point, but let us hold off for now. We should first gather information on Shanghai Technology before making a decision, as financing is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Jack acquiesced, understanding that a brief delay would be manageable. Beyond Hongshan Capital, other investment companies also received the news and began preparing to seize a substantial opportunity from Shanghai Technology. Soon after, Du Feng and his brother Chen Xiao received information from their client. What? You want us to wait a while? That wasn't the initial agreement. You can proceed as you wish, but it will require additional payment. All right, let us enjoy our partnership. Du Feng joyfully hung up the phone, and Chen Xiao, observing his elder brother's demeanor, sensed that there was good news. Brother, what is the situation? Chen Xiao asked, somewhat anxiously. Our client has requested that we delay uploading the video for a while, and in return, they are willing to pay extra. Du Feng succinctly explained the situation to Chen Xiao. But, brother, could this mean there has been an issue with the previous client? Chen Xiao expressed concern. Your concern is not unfounded. However, I didn't detect any signs of trouble in their tone during the call. Besides, they're offering additional payment. So waiting a few days won't pose a problem. Upon hearing Du Feng's response, Chen Xiao refrained from further comments. As the saying goes, there are no secrets that can't be uncovered. The news of Shanghai Technology's intention to sell the Tulu electric vehicle leaked online. Is Shanghai Technology really on the brink? I previously stated that they were in trouble. Did I not predict this? Weren't they just boasting about hiring 100,000 people a few days ago? How could they have fallen so quickly? Xiaoxing, have you softened far too quickly? This is hardly reminiscent of your former style. Isn't the Tulu electric vehicle quite profitable? Why sell it so hastily? Is Shanghai Technology on the verge of bankruptcy? Will my recently purchased Mango automobile lack after-sales service? Ha ha ha. Congratulations to the person above for acquiring a limited edition vehicle. Shouldn't that be a cause for celebration? I have long advised against purchasing electric vehicles, and now it seems you are regretting it. The online discourse surrounding Shanghai Technology is rife with conjecture, and the rumors are nothing short of sensational. Over the weekend, I became aware of the prevailing online sentiments regarding our company. Chapter 69, Statement, Rumors. Utterly unfounded rumors. Zhou, should we not issue a response? Otherwise, it will undoubtedly affect our Mango automobile sales. Gao, he suggested from the side. Indeed, a response is necessary. You can simply publish a statement on our official website. No further action is required. Zhou Weekend could indeed disclose the company's financial status. But now is not the opportune moment. Announcing it too early would jeopardize the narrative around Shanghai Technology's sale of the Tulu electric vehicle. Presently, Tulu remains profitable. Yet Shanghai Technology's intention to sell the brand raises questions. Regardless, with our current order volume, our company will not exhaust its stock in the short term. So there is no rush. Zhou Weekend contemplated this thoroughly, deciding to wait until after the sale of Tulu to make any further announcements. As for the customers who canceled their orders midway, he regarded it as a windfall. Upon receiving instructions, Gao promptly published a statement across various platforms, including the official website and Douyin short videos. We sincerely appreciate everyone's ongoing support and trust in Shanghai Technology. In response to the recent issues that have garnered significant attention, we wish to clarify that our company currently possesses ample funds. The sale of the Tulu electric vehicle is a strategic adjustment for our development, as we have made substantial investments in research and development recently. The statement, verbose and reminiscent of those issued by companies prior to their bankruptcy, was released. As soon as the statement was made public, netizens returned to witness the unfolding spectacle. Why does this statement feel so familiar? Have I seen it somewhere before? Of course. You recognize it. Many companies have issued similar statements, only to encounter issues later. It seems Shanghai Technology is struggling as well. Is it truly so costly to manufacture electric vehicles? Although Shanghai Technology was founded not long ago, I have always believed in its technological prowess. Perhaps they have not sought financing? A friend in the investment sector once remarked that Shanghai Technology is a peculiar entity in the investment world, having never accepted financing to date. Could it be that the recent investment in research and development has drained their resources? That seems highly probable. If Shanghai Technology were to open up to financing, they could revive their fortunes in an instant. Following Gao Yi's statement, although many continued to suspect that Shanghai Technology was short on funds, the majority believe that the substantial investment in research and development was the primary cause, rather than anything else. Simultaneously, Zhou Weekend received several phone calls. First came a call from Jiangxing's official, Zhou Mo, and then from the Shanghai official, Tang Zhong. Both were undoubtedly aware of the online narratives. Even though they understood the true circumstances of Shanghai Technology, their calls served to reassure them further. With Zhou Weekend's affirming responses, their concerns were alleviated. Not to mention, simply selling the current orders for over 200,000 Mango automobiles would yield considerable profit. Then, Zhou Weekend received a call from Sun Wan. Upon answering, she expressed her concern for him and inquired about the company's situation. Zhou Weekend was somewhat surprised. After all, Sun Wan had not immediately sought her father's input. Sun Jian, as the general manager of Shanghai Technology, should have been the most informed. Nevertheless, since Sun Wan expressed her concern, Zhou Weekend accepted it graciously. He reassured her not to worry, but refrained from disclosing the actual situation of the company. In addition to these individuals, Zhou Weekend received numerous calls from investment firms. Upon learning about the company's financial shortfall, they inquired whether he required financing, stating that they could provide immediate funds if needed. Zhou Weekend shook his head helplessly at these messages, yet he did not clarify his position, merely responding that they could discuss it further. This response sent ripples through the investment community. Zhou Weekend had seemingly opened up to the idea of accepting investments. It was well known that he had previously shown little regard for such offers. With Zhou Weekend willing to negotiate, these investment firms sprang into action, preparing to present their utmost sincerity in hopes of securing his agreement for investment. Many among them were aware that only the larger investment firms would likely succeed this time. Nevertheless, these smaller firms decided to take a chance, hoping Zhou Weekend might consider their proposals. Days later, in the grand conference room of Shanghai Technology, a multitude of individuals gathered. These investment firms possess connections within the industry, and they were somewhat perplexed to see representatives from automobile companies present. What was happening? Wasn't this a financing conference? Did these automobile firms also intend to invest in Shanghai Technology? As the representatives from the investment firms scanned the room, they noticed several automobile company representatives in attendance. It was possible, given that Shanghai Technology had announced its intention to sell the Tulu electric vehicle brand. Perhaps these automobile companies were indeed interested. One voice among them expressed this perspective, believing that Shanghai Technology had summoned them for financing. Let us wait a moment. Perhaps today, Shanghai Technology plans to unveil two initiatives. One individual leaned back in their chair, arms crossed, exuding a confident demeanor. Indeed, haste makes waste. Others echoed this sentiment, and the initial restlessness began to dissipate. Meanwhile, the automobile representatives began to discern the underlying currents. Why were so many automobile company personnel present? The competitive pressure had intensified significantly. A representative from one automobile company, upon witnessing the crowd, felt a surge of anxiety. Their company was very eager to acquire the Tulu brand from Shanghai Technology. They had received strict orders to pursue this acquisition, yet the atmosphere felt ominous. One individual shook his head, feeling overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. You are mistaken. I know those individuals. They are from investment firms. It is said that Shanghai Technology is preparing to seek financing. One informed individual clarified. Haha, it seems Shanghai Technology is genuinely in need of funds. They previously refrained from financing. Should we not seize the opportunity to negotiate a lower price? Someone mocked, clearly unimpressed by Shanghai Technology's predicament. Try your luck. With so many automobile companies present and all showing interest in Tulu, you are likely to be eliminated in the first round. Another scoffed, casting a disdainful glance. The individual who had suggested negotiating a lower price instinctively recoiled, feeling the judgmental stares of others, as though they were viewing a fool. Gradually, more individuals entered the conference room, and the crowd swelled. Before long, almost everyone had arrived. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Weekend, accompanied by Sun Jian and others, emerged through a private passage. Following them were several individuals carrying numerous documents, suggesting a substantial quantity. The previously noisy conference room fell silent. All eyes fixated on the man in front. Before us stand a young man, a recent figure of intrigue in the realms of technology and the internet. Chapter 70. The auction commences, presenting the Tulu electric vehicle. At the forefront of the gathering, Zhou Weekend strides forward, followed closely by Sun Jian and others, who line up behind him. Welcome, everyone, to this auction of the Tulu electric vehicle, he proclaims, instantly capturing the attention of all present. The first reaction from investment firms is one of bewilderment. An auction? Is this not an investment meeting? Meanwhile, the automotive companies are equally perplexed, wondering, is this not a negotiation session? How has it transformed into an auction? Noticing the stir among the attendees, Zhou Weekend acknowledges their confusion. I understand your perplexity, and I must first extend my apologies, particularly to the investment firms that have traveled from afar. The representatives from the investment companies remain equally baffled, questioning the true intent behind Zhou Weekend's words. Among the crowd of investors sit Shun Beipeng and Jack from Hongshan Capital, both present with the singular aim of securing a significant acquisition with Shanghai Technology. However, the unfolding situation appears rather ominous, leaving them equally in the dark regarding Zhou Weekend's intentions. Zhou Weekend continues. The sole reason for convening you all here is that our company, Shanghai Technology, is prepared to sell the Tulu electric vehicle brand along with certain proprietary technologies. Initially, Zhou Weekend had contemplated merely selling the brand. However, upon an influx of interest from numerous investment firms, he decided to drop a major bombshell, as otherwise, no substantial catch would be possible. He intends to offload the battery technology utilized in the Tulu electric vehicle, with a stipulation that it is sold in conjunction with the vehicle itself. Although the power battery technology employed in the Tulu electric vehicle has become outdated for Shanghai Technology, it remains competitive within the current market. As Zhou Weekend speaks, the room falls silent, with everyone eagerly awaiting his next words. After all, these are renowned companies, and acting impulsively would not serve them well. We, at Shanghai Technology, are poised to sell the power battery technology utilized in the Tulu electric vehicle, a technology that I believe you all recognize the significance of. The moment he concludes his statement, the representatives from automotive companies can no longer contain their excitement. Is Shanghai Technology truly so generous as to part with their power battery technology? Have they gone mad? Will they cease selling electric vehicles altogether? Will Mango Motors also withdraw from the market? Several negotiators from the automotive companies rise, nervously swallowing their anxiety as one inquires, Mr. Zhou, may I confirm the veracity of your statement? Are you genuinely proposing to sell the power battery technology? Zhou Weekend affirms with a nod, assuring all present of the truth of his declaration. With this confirmation, representatives from the automotive companies hastily exit to make phone calls, unable to contain their astonishment at the unexpected turn of events, which surpasses their prior expectations and authority. Simultaneously, the investment firms begin to grasp the reality. This is not a funding endeavor. If it is not for financing, then what is the purpose of our gathering? Are we merely being toyed with? One irate investment firm owner stands, demanding, Zhou Weekend, are you jesting? Have you summoned us merely for amusement? What is the purpose of this gathering, if not for financing? Zhou Weekend, with a resigned shrug, replies, I never stated that Shanghai Technology was seeking funding. Indeed, he had not mentioned any such intentions. The investors had misjudged based on their assumptions. As the investors reflect, they begin to recognize the truth in Zhou Weekend's words. Yet they also realize that he inadvertently misled them. As a wave of realization washes over them, they prepare to counter his assertions. Sensing the intensity of their glares, Zhou Weekend swiftly shifts his tone. Of course, I did invite you here for a reason. Please review this document. He gestures for several individuals who had entered with materials to distribute the documents. Soon, the materials are in everyone's hands. Shun Beipeng glances at the cover, which reads, Report on the Tulu electric vehicle and power battery. Many, like Shun Beipeng, find themselves puzzled upon receiving the documents. Shun, there are many characters here I do not recognize. Could you elucidate? Jack whispers to Shun Beipeng. With a light chuckle, Shun Beipeng muses on Jack's moment of vulnerability, thinking, so you too seek assistance? Pay attention and learn. The intricacies of the Chinese characters are profound. The investors begin to peruse the comprehensive report detailing the illustrious history of Shanghai Technology's Tulu electric vehicle. As they absorb the astonishing data revealing that Tulu electric vehicles sold a staggering 15 million units within the first 4 months, yielding an immense profit of 13 billion, they are left in a state of frenzy. Is this true? Could Shanghai Technology be deceiving us? Yet, gazing upon Zhou Weekend's confident demeanor, they choose to believe in the authenticity of the figures. Should Zhou Weekend attempt to deceive them, They could easily verify the information themselves. This revelation is astounding. An enterprise could earn 13 billion in mere 4 months surpasses the profits of many established automotive firms. They continue to examine additional data. While Tulu's sales and profits may have seen a decline, the figures remain staggering. They delve into the battery technology overview, yet many still struggle to comprehend Zhou Weekend's intentions, though a few begin to sense the underlying implications. Observing the varied expressions of the investors, Zhou Weekend feels a surge of satisfaction as their faces fluctuate between excitement and trepidation. Sun Jian and his companions, having remained silent, exchange glances and engage in hushed deliberations. In truth, my intention in gathering you all is to sell the Tulu electric vehicle and its associated battery technology documentation to one or several of you. Many of you are familiar with the era of Ning, correct? With my technical documentation, you could easily replicate a similar enterprise. Coupled with the impressive sales figures and profits of the Tulu electric vehicle, I am confident this will craft a compelling narrative in the capital market. After a lengthy build-up, Zhou Weekend finally reveals his true objective. This auction is specifically orchestrated for the benefit of these investors. While numerous domestic automotive companies may boast commendable sales figures, their profits are often too meager to yield substantial investments. In contrast, foreign companies like BMW and Mercedes may hesitate to part with such funds. The true wealth lies within these investment institutions, who possess ample resources at their disposal, unencumbered by personal financial constraints. As Zhou Weekend concludes, the investors ponder the potential viability of this venture. Clearly, as Zhou Weekend articulated, this represents an exceptional opportunity, a tangible and lucrative prospect. At that moment, the automotive company representatives who had previously exited return, briskly walking back in, evidently having reached a consensus. However, this time, they observe a marked difference in the demeanor of the investment firms. While unable to pinpoint the exact nature of this change, they remain unconcerned, promptly returning to their seats, awaiting the commencement of the auction. Chapter 71. Eager to try, seize the opportunity. Mr. Zhou, may I inquire why Xinghai Technology is selling the highly profitable Tulu electric vehicle? A negotiator from an automotive company suddenly stood up, voicing the question that lingered in the minds of all present. Had they known from the outset that Xinghai Technology intended to part with such a lucrative asset, they would have inquired immediately. Yet in the current atmosphere, they hesitated to ask further, fearing they might offend Xinghai Technology. The prospect of being overlooked by Zhou Mo due to a misplaced question was daunting. As the saying goes, a deadbeat does not wish to see his friend suffer. Thus, when this individual finally posed the question, both automotive representatives and investors alike cast appreciative and affirming glances in his direction. Zhou Mo regarded this bold individual with a mixture of admiration and amusement. In truth, he felt a surge of relief. He had been hoping someone would raise the issue, as it had been weighing on his mind. If he did not clarify soon, he risked being blamed if things went awry later. Therefore, Zhou Mo promptly issued a disclaimer. Previously, Xinghai Technology announced plans to recruit 100,000 employees. This is no jest. Following the sale of the Tulu electric vehicle to recoup funds, we will initiate the recruitment process immediately. Upon hearing this, the audience widened their eyes in astonishment. It turned out that Xinghai Technology was indeed speaking the truth. With the company's leader making such a declaration in front of them, they had no choice but to believe it. Initially, they had thought it a fanciful notion, akin to a fairy tale. Now, having confirmed the information, they were left with nothing but shock. The audacious individual pressed on. Mr. Zhou, may I ask one final question? With such a massive recruitment drive, is Xinghai Technology preparing to venture into the chip industry? To be frank, this was also the unvoiced thought of others in attendance. 100,000 employees was no trifling matter. They had never heard of a single chip sector requiring such a workforce. Was it a new industry? Yet, that seemed implausible. As investors, they were well-versed in industry developments and had not encountered anything of the sort. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Mo realized that this matter could not be concealed for long. The forthcoming recruitment announcement would make it evident. Thus, preemptively addressing it posed no harm. Xinghai Technology intends to manufacture chips in their entirety, necessitating a substantial workforce and financial investment. 100,000 may even be insufficient for us. As Zhou Mo concluded his statement, a palpable silence enveloped the room. It was not merely Zhou Mo's perception. The attendees were processing the magnitude of his words. What a preposterous assertion. Was Xinghai Technology really poised to establish a complete industrial chain for chip production? It was utterly ludicrous. For years, even the prestigious Tsinghua University had struggled to keep pace, Yet a modest company like Shanghai Technology believe it could achieve such a feat? Had they lost their minds? Zhou Mo's audacity seemed almost comical, and the crowd stifled their laughter, fearful of drawing his ire. Amidst the tension, one individual could not contain himself and laughed aloud. Zhou Mo, taken aback, regarded him with incredulity. "Pray tell, what is so amusing?" he inquired. "Ah, I was reminded of a rather joyous event," the man responded earnestly. Another burst of laughter erupted from a different corner. "You two have had a delightful thought, I presume?" Zhou Mo teased the mirthful individual. "Indeed, Mr. Zhou. There's indeed a happy occasion at home." The man nodded, averting his gaze, wary of drawing Zhou Mo's attention. Zhou Mo, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Did they think he had never seen Stephen Chow's Mermaid? Once the laughter subsided, Zhou Mo resumed his serious demeanor. "Thus, our decision to sell the Tulu electric vehicle was indeed a necessity." The audience, noting Zhou Mo's earnest expression, began to reconsider. They glanced at Sun Jian and Lu Su, who also bore solemn expressions. Could it be that Zhou Mo was speaking truthfully? They commenced discussions amongst themselves, sharing their opinions. "Do you believe Zhou Mo's assertions?" one asked. "It appears plausible. We merely need to observe how Shanghai Technology proceeds." Indeed, if they genuinely recruit 100,000 employees, it would signify Zhou Mo's ambition. One must commend his boldness. To take such a leap without fear of failure is remarkable. Meanwhile, Shun Beipeng and Jack were engaged in their own conversation. "Shun, what are your thoughts on acquiring the Tulu electric vehicle and launching it in America?" Jack proposed, acknowledging the substantial financial implications. He felt compelled to consider Shun Beipeng's perspective. Based on Zhou Mo's statements, the sale of Tulu to recoup funds seemed logical. Yet he remained skeptical about Shanghai Technology's intentions to enter the full spectrum of the chip industry. Shun Beipeng shook his head in resignation, sensing Zhou Mo was being disingenuous. If Zhou Mo were privy to Shun's thoughts, he would vehemently declare his innocence. His ambition to delve into the complete chip industry was genuine. He merely needed to sell the Tulu brand, a venture destined for decline, at a premium first. "Shun, one must seize the opportunity. It may not present itself again." The excitement amongst the investors was palpable as they observed the enthusiasm of their peers. Shun Beipeng and Jack noted the fervor of other investors, who were equally eager. Jack, anxious for Shun Beipeng to agree, pressed on, "Let us observe the unfolding situation before making a decision." Shun Beipeng, a seasoned investor, maintained his composure, while Jack, feeling impotent, leaned back in his seat in silence. In truth, Shun Beipeng was equally tempted by the prospect of this grand opportunity, yet he was deep in thought. The Tulu electric vehicle, with its astonishing profit margins, was enticing. The Ningda era, currently the second largest battery leader after Shanghai Technology, had an estimated valuation of around 100 billion renminbi, but their firm, Hongshan Capital, had entered the market too late, holding minimal shares. However, the critical question remained: how much would the Tulu vehicle fetch at auction? If the price was right, he would not hesitate to make a move. He resolved to observe the situation. If he could not secure it alone, there were plenty of other companies vying for it. Chapter 72: Rise, Rise, Rise. As the investors pondered their options, Zhou Mo and his team were finalizing preparations for the press conference. Approximately 10 minutes later, the investors had reached a consensus. Zhou Mo, noting that none had departed, sensed their collective eagerness to seize the opportunity. His spirits lifted. It seemed the Tulu would command a handsome price. "Very well. Since no one is leaving, I shall announce a base price, and all may place their bids. The highest bidder shall prevail." As Zhou Mo finished speaking, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. As long as the bidding was solely monetary, devoid of other complexities, it would be relatively fair. However, the atmosphere grew tense for Xiang Xianchu, who sensed impending complications. As a state-owned enterprise, their company would undoubtedly not allow him to haphazardly place bids. If the price for the Tulu electric vehicle truly escalated, he would have no choice but to concede. Based on the latest sales profits of Tulu electric vehicles, coupled with an evaluation of the power battery technology segment, I proposed a starting bid of 20 billion, with increments no less than 1 billion. After articulating this on the weekend, I quietly observed the attendees. This valuation could be deemed exceedingly fair. If one were to evaluate Tulu electric vehicles based on their peak profit period, their market value would be no less than 600 billion renminbi. In the realm of new energy vehicles, valuations typically derive from multiplying a car company's annual profits by a price-to-earnings ratio, generally ranging from 20 to 30. Tulu Motors reported a profit of 13.4 billion in the first 4 months. Thus, the valuation would amount to 804 billion. Such calculations are patently unreasonable, easily discernible to any rational individual. For instance, a fruit company might hold a market value of $2 trillion. Yet no one will be foolish enough to spend $2 trillion to acquire it. Valuation and actual worth are entirely disparate, much like the current situation with Tulu electric vehicles. Although the valuation appears to soar to 800 billion, were someone willing to invest merely 1/20th of that price, I would readily sell at once. Unlike previous financing meetings, this occasion was an auction, where the starting bid was not of paramount importance. The investors present remained silent initially, until a representative from Moda Motors broke the silence with a bid of 21 billion. The first to raise their paddle was a negotiator from Moda Motors. Noticing the quietude, took the initiative to stand and increased the bid by 1 billion. However, as soon as he finished speaking, silence enveloped the room once more. Everyone quieted down, not due to a lack of bidders, but rather in anticipation of others' offers. Even the initial bidder did not believe that 21 billion would suffice to secure Tulu. All right, this gentleman has bid 21 billion. Is there a higher offer? I will count to 3, and if there is none, the Tulu brand will be sold to the company this gentleman represents, announced Sun Jian, standing at the forefront. Among the executives from Shanghai Technology present, only Sun Jian and the weekend's host exuded confidence, having witnessed greater spectacles. 22 billion, Sun Jian proclaimed. No sooner had he announced the first number than another bid emerged. This time, it was from Jiangxuan Motors, represented by Xiang Xianchu. Notably, Jiangxuan Motors was the sole company at the auction with its chairman in attendance, underscoring their seriousness regarding Tulu and Shanghai Technology. However, the weekend host had already stipulated that the highest bidder would prevail, despite Xiang Xianchu's amicable ties with Shanghai Technology. The weekend host was not inclined to grant him any favoritism. Sun Jian, an old friend of Xiang Xianchu, exchanged a subtle nod with him, who responded with a smile. Following Xiang Xianchu's bid, others swiftly began to raise their offers. 23 billion, 23, 5 billion, 32, 4 billion. Before long, the bidding reached 32, 4 billion, exceeding the starting price by 12, 4 billion. For these automotive companies, this was roughly the ceiling of their bidding capacity, with BMW emerging as the highest bidder. The weekend host, observing BMW's leading bid, initially felt surprised but soon grasped the underlying reasoning. He recalled that the initial collaboration during the Ning era had been with BMW. Now that the Ning era had flourished, BMW's new energy vehicles seemed to languish. It appeared that BMW was preparing to abandon the Ning era and forge a new path. However, the internal dynamics of these automotive enterprises were of no concern to Shanghai Technology. Witnessing the affluent BMW bid so aggressively left the other automotive companies disheartened. They believed that the Tulu brand and technology would inevitably end up with BMW. The BMW negotiators present were all smiles, seemingly convinced of their impending success. The weekend host shook his head in resignation. How could it conclude so easily? At that moment, a group of investors recognized that the time had come for them to make their move. 35 billion. A voice rang out, raising the bid by an astonishing 6 billion, creating a significant gap from the previous 32, 4 billion. This bid came from Jinhe Venture Capital, hailing from Jiangcheng, and was indeed a surprising leap for Sun Jian and his associates, as Shanghai Technology had yet to secure 30 billion in profit. Sun Jian mused internally about the stark contrast between the realities of industrial enterprises and the rapid financial gains enjoyed by those in investment. The speed at which money flowed was astounding. The weekend host, seated nearby, also displayed a look of delight. This was merely the beginning. The automotive companies present gasped in disbelief, their eyes widened in astonishment. Had they not come to seek financing? Why were they now competing for Tulu? Confusion spread among them, and they all turned to the weekend host seated at the front. The individual who had previously bid 32, 4 billion now inquired. Did they not come here because Shanghai Technology needed financing? What was their current intention? The weekend host knew he had to clarify the situation, but opted not to speak directly, signaling Sun Jian to address the crowd. We have organized this auction solely for the purpose of selling the Tulu brand and technology. These investors are naturally here to acquire Tulu. Shanghai Technology does not require financing, nor have we ever indicated such a need. This is well known to the investment firms present, Sun Jian articulated, gesturing toward the investor section. The automotive representatives followed his gaze, observing the investors nodding vigorously, as if pecking at grains like chickens. The investors seemed to realize that this auction had, from the outset, had little to do with the automotive firms. Their response could be considered a mere favor to the weekend host. Reluctantly, the individual who had previously spoken sat down. Indeed, BMW was quite profitable, generating over 10 billion in annual profits. However, when converted, this amounted to just over 100 billion renminbi, making 32 for billion the absolute limit. Any higher would be unacceptable. Ultimately, BMW remained rooted in the realm of industry, unable to match the swift financial gains enjoyed by those engaged in legitimate fundraising. Chapter 73. The bidding continues, surpassing 45 billion. The automotive companies gradually realized that their earlier fervent competition had been akin to children playing house. The true contest lay with these investors. Ultimately, it all boiled down to their financial limitations. From that point onward, the automotive companies observed as the investors showcased their prowess. They were eager to see which investor would ultimately secure Tulu and at what price it would be sold. On the investor side, bids were significantly more generous than those from the automotive companies. Soon, the bidding reached an astonishing 45 billion. Yes, you read that correctly, 45 billion. In no time at all, it surged by another 10 billion, a truly staggering development. The investors continued to bid as if they were buying groceries, leaving the automotive representatives utterly astounded. A voice exclaimed, "What a revelation! Do they not feel a pang of regret throwing money around like this?" The bystanders, clearly privy to the investor's mindset, responded with an understanding nod. Regret? These astute investors would not act without a purpose. Is there truly any incentive to behave otherwise? Indeed, if we could also manage to take the patrol public, we could earn a fortune as well. Another individual chimed in, suggesting familiarity with the underlying motives. It's truly spectacular. I have never witnessed investors bidding in such a manner. It is exhilarating. Some expressed envy for the investors' audacity, their admiration evident. These individuals no longer regard money as money. One should not emulate their ways. Yet, they recognized that several top-tier investment firms had yet to place their bids, such as Red Mountain Capital, Low Ridge Capital, and IGD, companies with substantial financial muscle that had not yet entered the fray. Meanwhile, a group of investors whispered among themselves, 450 billion is already a significant sum. I wonder how high the final bid will go. The speaker was the representative from Zhou Mo Venture Capital who had previously offered 350 billion, appearing to be at a loss for further bidding. Ultimately, it all hinged on the investors' perspectives. Only firms capable of taking the patrol public could reap substantial rewards. They understood that the current offer was still too low and were acutely aware of how profits could be realized. Isn't that the case? The crux lies in resource comparison. Firms like ours are merely dabbling within the domestic market. Witnessing them effortlessly seize such a grand opportunity while we remain on the sidelines is disheartening. Isn't that so? How about we join forces? Not to mention, the value of the power battery technology far exceeds 350 billion. Suddenly, one individual whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, those investors who had previously seemed indifferent sprang to attention. Indeed, they're investment firms. They were initially misled by the weekend auction. What matters to investment firms is profit. Collaborating on this project would alleviate financial pressure and distribute risk. The notion quickly gained traction among the group. And after a brief discussion, the Zhou Mo Venture Capital investor raised his hand. Mr. Jean of Zhou Mo Venture Capital, do you have something to say? Sun Jian noticed the hand raised without a bidding paddle, indicating the person had an inquiry. Mr. Sun, may I inquire if we can conduct a joint auction? Our investment firms are prepared to collaborate in acquiring the patrol's brand and technology. Joint auction? As soon as Mr. Jean finished speaking, the room erupted in discussion. Sun Jian responded with a smile. Of course, it matters not how many firms unite. The highest bidder shall prevail. He didn't even need to consult the weekend. This had already been prearranged. This time, Shanghai Technology aimed to profit from selling the patrol at a favorable price, their goal clearly defined. After Sun Jian spoke, everyone turned to the weekend, for ultimately, it was the weekend's words that carried more weight. The weekend stood, nodding with a smile. What Mr. Sun stated is precisely what I wish to convey. I stand by my words. Then, a buzz of conversation filled the air. We can unite. We still have a chance. Let us invest together. As long as we can take the patrol public, we can easily recover our investments in the stock market. Count me in. We can secure it first and then allocate shares based on our contributions. Among the investors, it was primarily the smaller firms that were most enthusiastic, as they often found it difficult to partake in lucrative projects. Typically, they could only invest in startups. As soon as those companies began to thrive, they would be noticed by major firms like Red Mountain Capital, leaving them without opportunities. Although investments in startups are smaller, the associated risks are substantial, often necessitating a broad net. Companies like Red Mountain Capital favor investing in more mature projects. Although the investments are larger, the risks are significantly mitigated. They typically invest in sectors, and should uncontrollable situations arise, they can facilitate mergers among several companies. The most notable examples include Chou Tuan and Xiaozhong Yinping, both of which had been embroiled in fierce competition but were eventually brought together through Red Mountain Capital's mediation. Similar instances include Didi and Kuaidi, Youku and Tudou, 58 and Ganji, Trip and Künner, among others. Given this lucrative opportunity, they could not afford to miss out. Soon, several smaller investment firms banded together. Meanwhile, the representatives from the automotive companies found themselves at an impasse. Unlike the investors, who were solely motivated by profit, they were driven by technology and branding. Even if they were to unite in acquisition, how would they divide the spoils? They feared it might end in chaos. The most formidable player, BMW, was reluctant to share the spoils with domestic firms, deeming them unworthy. They were also unwilling to collaborate with foreign automotive giants, perceiving them as rivals. Thus, no one from the automotive side proposed a joint acquisition. In truth, they understood that even united, they could not contend with the investors. Meanwhile, Shun Beipeng and Jack were becoming aware of the other investors' sentiments. Shun, this situation is rather precarious, Jack whispered in Shun Beipeng's ear. Let us proceed cautiously and observe IGED and Low Ridge Capital's stance. Shun Beipeng glanced at him, thinking, did you need to say that? In truth, he was contemplating, should we find a partner to expand our endeavors? This way, we could mitigate risks while aligning with my investment philosophy. Allowing Red Mountain Capital to wholly acquire a company seems far too risky. Chapter 74. Who will claim the patrol? Shun Beipeng cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Sanshi of Low Ridge Capital. It seemed as though they were in sync. For Zhang Sanshi suddenly turned and smiled at Shun Beipeng, who was momentarily taken aback before smiling and nodding in response. After that, neither made any further moves. The weekend had been observing from above, his heart brimming with joy. Only by uniting could they secure a higher sale for the patrol. Soon, a new round of bidding commenced, and the auction price swiftly escalated from 450 billion to 550 billion. Although a group of them had joined forces, they were not fools. There were numerous factors to consider with each acquisition. Primarily, they needed to assess how much was justifiable for the acquisition. Beyond a certain price, they would certainly cease to bid. Additionally, they had to evaluate the potential return on investment post-listing, which must surpass their typical investment returns. Of course, this return should be a comprehensive yield, not merely reflecting a single investment, but rather an aggregate assessment. Overall, if the fundamental criteria were not met, why would they pursue the acquisition of this company? They might as well invest that money in promising startups. The second matter at hand pertains to the issue of going public. Generally speaking, it is most advantageous for a technology company to launch an initial public offering abroad, particularly in America, where the process is governed by a registration system, significantly simplifying the procedure. This is precisely why numerous companies are eager to list in the United States. Notably, at present, no domestic new energy company has achieved a listing in America. The first to do so would likely command a higher valuation than those that follow. Companies such as Weilai, Xiaoping, and Li Auto have all opted to list on the New York Stock Exchange, and this year, the competition will intensify as they vie for the prestigious title of the first to go public. Bids have reached staggering heights, 55, 2 billion, 55, 4 billion. However, the fervor has since tempered, with bidders becoming more restrained, unlike the initial frenzy where bids soar by billions. As the number of participants dwindled, many began to regain their composure. Continuing to escalate bids in such a manner is not a sustainable strategy. They have come to realize that this is entirely the tactic of Shanghai technology. Yet, it is a double-edged sword. They find themselves powerless against the allure of such a lucrative opportunity. Firstly, not everyone present can partake in this proverbial cake. The major players will surely not share it with the smaller investment firms, which, driven by greed, are reluctant to yield their claim. Thus, a stalemate has ensued. Although these smaller firms may lack substantial power, they have united, forming a noteworthy coalition. Gradually, the pace of bidding has slowed. However, several large investment firms remain silent. At this juncture, Shun Beipeng could no longer remain seated. He pondered his next course of action. Allowing the bidding to continue indefinitely serves no one's interests. The coalition of investment firms poses a formidable force. If he were to remain entangled with them, even if he successfully acquired Tulu, the cost would be exorbitant and unwise. He glanced towards Zhang Sanshi, and upon formulating a plan, addressed his companion Jack. I need to have a word with Zhang Sanshi. Please remain here. Without waiting for a response, he navigated through the crowd to sit beside Zhang Sanshi. The latter had also noticed Shun Beipeng, intuitively grasping his intentions. Shun Beipeng wasted no time and articulated his proposal. Should we consider collaborating once more? Given the current bidding, it would be detrimental for either of us to proceed alone. As investors, we must mitigate risks. Moreover, if we continue to compete, we will merely enrich Shanghai Technology, providing them with ample funds, thereby delaying our investment in them indefinitely. The use of once more indicates their previous collaborations in the internet sector. Zhang Sanshur understood the rationale, contemplated briefly, and responded, agreed. But relying solely on our two firms still entails significant risk. This is easily resolved. Why not invite other capable companies to join us and enlarge our collective stake? Shun Beipeng felt elated at Zhang Sanshur's immediate agreement, reassured that his standing still held weight. Quickly, they reached a consensus and deliberated on a price that was agreeable to all. Subsequently, Shun Beipeng began to reach out to IGD, Qiming Capital, and other investment firms with international ties. The individuals within these firms are far from short-sighted and swiftly align their interests, having already decided to pursue a listing abroad. Consequently, they opted for partnerships with companies that possess foreign capital relations. The division of shares was unanimously agreed to be discussed post-auction. At that point, it would depend on who could offer the most substantial support for Tulu's future development at the time of its listing. With everything settled, Shun Beipeng was unwilling to prolong the auction any further. He stood, raising his bidding paddle, and proclaimed loudly, "We bid 68 billion. This bold move represented an increment of 10 billion, culminating in an astounding total of 68 billion. The attendees were momentarily stunned, and an abrupt silence enveloped the room. Even the auctioneer, Sun Jian, was taken aback for a moment before swiftly regaining his composure and exclaiming, 68 billion, an auspicious figure bid by Mr. Shun Beipeng. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? If not, then the brand and technology of Tulu will be acquired by Mr. Shun Beipeng." A chorus of astonished gasps filled the air as realization dawned on the crowd. 68 billion? Such an astronomical sum. Shun Beipeng's audacity in raising the bid by 10 billion was a calculated strategy aimed at intimidating his competitors. Moreover, they had united. It was clear that this auction was not for them. One individual shook his head in resignation. They no longer needed to bid. The outcome of the auction was evidently decided. Following Shun Beipeng's formidable offer and display of confidence, no further bids were made. On one hand, they recognized that competing was futile. On the other, they wished to avoid antagonizing Shun Beipeng and his coalition of investors. Ultimately, this realm is governed by relationships. The investment community is interconnected, and there is no need to burn bridges. Zhou, observing from the front, comprehended the prevailing circumstances. The bid of 68 billion far exceeded his expectations, leaving him quite satisfied. He subtly nodded at Sun Jian, who, understanding the cue, announced, "I declare that the brand and technology of Tulu will be acquired by Mr. Shun Beipeng." Applause erupted throughout the venue. Chapter 75, Financial Arrangements. Shun Beipeng turned to face the gathered audience and graciously bowed. It is hard to believe that this seemingly ordinary, slender man had just moments ago resembled a fierce tiger, intimidating a multitude. The representatives from the automotive companies remained in a state of disbelief. Was that it? Were they truly deterred by the sum of 68 billion? They had anticipated another round of bidding. Once the shock subsided, they found the experience exhilarating. This was their inaugural foray into an investment auction, and tales of such thrilling events had circulated during previous bidding wars for major rivers. Subsequently, other investment firms and automotive company representatives began to exit, leaving only Shun Beipeng and his allies. The remaining companies, curious to witness the final developments, realized they were no longer involved in the proceedings. However, they knew that once the news of this investment auction spread, Shanghai Technology would once again find itself thrust into the limelight, capturing the world's attention. Once all unrelated parties had departed, Shun Beipeng spoke. "In my extensive experience in investment, I seldom find myself in admiration of others. Mr. Zhou, I hold you in high esteem." "Ha, Mr. Shun is jesting. However, it is your formidable presence that has truly impressed me, scaring off a multitude of investors just now." Zhou laughed heartily, genuinely pleased in his heart, devoid of mere politeness. After all, Shun Beipeng and his associates had yet to settle their payment. As the financial backers, it was only natural for them to indulge in a few flattering remarks. Subsequently, the group engaged in light conversation until the weekend brought forth the long-prepared contract. Once both parties confirmed that everything was in order, they proceeded to sign the document. Given that several investment firms were collaborating on the acquisition led by Shun Beipeng, they also executed a joint agreement on site. The specifics remained unclear to the weekend, but it was evident that Shun Beiping's faction secured the lion's share of the deal. With the contracts duly signed, both parties exhaled in relief. The weekend felt a sense of liberation, having successfully sold the vehicle at a premium, while Shun Beiping's group celebrated their acquisition at a comparatively lower price. Each side believed they had struck a lucrative bargain. The weekend had prepared a sumptuous meal, and all gathered at the restaurant to revel in a feast. As they raised their glasses in camaraderie, it felt as though they were brothers. The weekend was aware that Shun Beiping and his team were still keen on investing in Shanghai technology, and anticipated that they would soon return to pester him once the transaction concluded. Nonetheless, he appreciated the prospect of a brief respite. After the meal, Shun Beiping and his associates bid farewell to the weekend and returned to their company. In the car on the way back, Shun Beiping and Jack occupied the back seat. "Shun," Jack remarked, "I noticed you seemed quite jovial at the dinner with the weekend. Shall we continue to prepare to pressure Shanghai technology into accepting our investment?" Shun Beiping cast him a sidelong glance, seemingly dismissive of Jack's concern, and replied, "Let us wait for a while. I am confident that no investment firm can resist the allure of the substantial cake that is Shanghai technology." Jack scratched his head, recalling how exuberantly they had laughed at the table, now feeling slighted by Shun Beiping's indifference. "Fine, I'll allow them to wait a bit longer." Following this transaction, Jack found himself more respectful of Shun Beiping than before, becoming increasingly obedient. Initially, he had presumed Shun Beiping lacked interest in the vehicle, yet in a critical moment, he had executed a stunning maneuver, raising the bid by a staggering 10 billion, a feat not easily accomplished. "You will be responsible for liaising with Shanghai Technology starting tomorrow. Expedite the transfer of the vehicle's assets and ensure the funds are remitted to Shanghai Technology once everything is in order." At this juncture, Shun Beiping contemplated the impending transfer of 68.8 billion, feeling a twinge of regret, as they at Hongshan Capital were contributing the majority of the funds. Yet, he quickly reassured himself. Their expertise lay in storytelling. Together, they would amplify the value of the vehicle and bring it to the stock market, reaping several times the profit. Calming his nerves, Shun Beiping consoled himself. Money is merely a tool. The initial gain is what truly matters. At Shanghai Technology, the weekend returned to the office alongside Sun Jian and the others. Having indulged in some drinks, the weekend now felt parched. Upon entering the office, he approached the water dispenser for a glass, only to be met with Gao Yi's eager exclamation, "President Zhou, we have struck gold this time. 68.8 billion. Our company hasn't even made half of that yet. These investment firms are truly affluent." Gao Yi had been itching to share this news since entering the office. The weekend remained silent, retorting only, "If you want water, pour it yourself," before settling onto the sofa. Sun Jian also approached the water dispenser, filling several cups. Gao Yi and his colleagues were keen to observe the weekend's response or discern any forthcoming directives. As Gao Yi had articulated, this was indeed exhilarating. "Money is merely paper," the weekend stated calmly. Although he had initially felt joy, it was quickly followed by a sense of emptiness. The weekend's assertion held weight. Sun Jian and the others earned the highest salaries within the company. Their annual post-tax income exceeded several million, an amount that, for an ordinary person, would be insurmountable to spend. Most of their time was consumed by work, leaving little opportunity for enjoyment. Sun Jian returned with the water, distributing cups to Lu Su and Gao Yi. However, selling the vehicle at such a high price was undeniably a cause for celebration. "By the way, Uncle Sun, how many employees does our company currently have?" The weekend suddenly turned to Sun Jian and inquired. Without hesitation, Sun Jian replied, "Including the employees at our nationwide Mango automobile dealerships, we have approximately 2,000 staff members. Shanghai Technology currently employs 100 researchers, with the remainder being executives and general staff. Here's what we'll do. Since we sold the vehicle at such an advantageous price, once the funds are received, let us reward those who participated in the vehicle's development and sales with 6 months' salary. For those who join later, let us offer each of them 2 months' salary." While money might not be a pressing concern for the weekend, it was indeed of utmost necessity for these employees. Thus, he resolved to distribute a substantial bonus, allowing everyone to revel in the moment. It should not be underestimated. 6 months' salary was significant, as Shanghai Technology's minimum wage was already 150,000. Moreover, many of the early employees had seen their salaries increase considerably with the company's growth. The 6-month salary bonus would afford them at least 100,000 in bonuses, a considerable sum. Altogether, Shanghai Technology would be disbursing nearly 1 billion in bonuses, primarily benefiting the research personnel. Although there were fewer than 100 researchers, They would receive approximately 5 billion in bonuses collectively. Thank you, President Zhou. On behalf of the employees, I extend my gratitude. Lu Su quickly expressed his thanks, knowing that the research team would benefit significantly from the bonuses. The staff were well aware of the weekend's generosity, having received bonuses multiple times since Shanghai Technology's inception. After discussing the bonuses, the weekend prepared to outline the company's next steps. Chapter 76, a tremendous response, shocking the entire internet. President Zhou, do we need to pay taxes on the sale of the vehicle? Go Yisudendi Inwidit. The weekend smiled, but remained silent, prompting Sun Jian to clarify. Previously, Jiangsheng granted us a 3 exemption and 3 reduction tax policy, so we won't owe any taxes this time. However, Sun Jian added with a teasing glance at the group. I'm sure Jiangsheng is feeling the sting. Haha, that is splendid. If we had to pay taxes on the 8 billion, it would amount to quite a sum. Liu Su Juka. Although we are exempt from taxes, we must still make a gesture. Let us contact them and donate 10 billion directly to local charities. The weekend decisively suggested, shaking his head, necessary expenses must still be incurred. He could already anticipate tomorrow's online commentary. If Shanghai Technology were perceived to pocket all the funds, there would undoubtedly be backlash. Sun Jian nodded in approval of the weekend's decision, recognizing that he was increasingly embodying the role of a corporate leader. Now, back to business. It's time to commence recruitment. I believe no one will doubt our capabilities from this point forward, the weekend asserted earnestly. Previously, many online speculated that Shanghai was nearing collapse, either facing bankruptcy or experiencing financial strain, with some even mocking the company's recruitment efforts. The weekend was determined to deliver a resounding rebuttal. There was no need for Shanghai Technology to defend itself, as today's events would speak volumes, silencing the skeptics. The following day, news regarding the auction held by Shanghai Technology had spread like wildfire across the internet. First to rally were those who had consistently supported Shanghai Technology. Previously, they had endured mockery and derision from numerous individuals online, which weighed heavily on their hearts, yet they found themselves at a loss for how to counter those jibes. At last, with Shanghai Technology poised to possess a staggering 70 billion yuan in cash, they emerged to voice their support. Where were those who had claimed Shanghai Technology was financially destitute, and those who had boasted of their willingness to undertake the most absurd challenges? Step forward if you dare. Indeed, a true man must stand by his convictions. And what of those who proclaimed that Shanghai Technology was on the brink of bankruptcy? Let me see you now. With 70 billion yuan in hand, the notion of bankruptcy seems rather far-fetched, does it not? I asserted that Shanghai Technology would not falter, and I am gratified to have steadfastly supported it. My orders remain intact. Over the past few days, the speed at which I received my vehicle has noticeably increased. In addition, a number of netizens were left astounded by the astronomical transaction. They expressed their opinions regarding this deal while analyzing its implications. My word, is the brand Tuo truly worth such a price? 8 billion yuan. If I were to spend 1 billion daily, it would take me 2 years to exhaust such a sum. The primary factor contributing to this exorbitance lies in the advanced battery technology, coupled with the fact that Tuo's electric vehicles are indeed profitable. Isn't the battery technology from Shanghai Technology even more sophisticated? Surely, Tuo's technology must be lagging behind? Even so, how can it command such a high valuation? Most crucially, the batteries produced by Shanghai Technology are exclusively designated for Mango Motors and are not available for external sale. Thus, Tuo's batteries become the next best alternative. This time, Shanghai Technology has truly struck gold, securing nearly 70 billion yuan in cash. Who claims that Shanghai Technology has profited immensely? If they had indeed made such a windfall, why would investors pay such a premium for Tuo? The argument presented from above holds merit. I too feel that Shanghai Technology has incurred losses. If they had opted for a public listing, their gains would surely have been greater. While the potential for greater profit exists, the pace is painfully slow. Have you not observed that Shanghai Technology is currently in dire need of funds? I have heard whispers that Shanghai Technology is preparing to enter the entire chip industry chain, which terrifies me. I have also been informed that Shanghai Technology is rather overly ambitious. Would it not be better to progress incrementally? This 8 billion yuan, even if entirely invested, would hardly make a sound. More often than not, it is the whispers that prove to be the most accurate. I find myself curious as to how Shanghai Technology intends to penetrate the chip industry with a mere 70 billion yuan in funding. Surely, this is just exaggerated promotion from Shanghai Technology. Do you truly believe it? As for me, I cannot fathom that Shanghai Technology can accomplish such a feat. I would not believe it, even under duress. I have researched, and as of 2017, domestic investment in the chip industry reached 210.5 billion yuan, a mere 68.8 billion yuan is only a quarter of that, and is clearly insufficient. Next, I wish to ascertain whether Shanghai Technology will indeed recruit 100,000 employees. To this point, while the rumors of Shanghai Technology's impending bankruptcy have been dispelled, skepticism regarding their foray into the chip industry chain persists. In this regard, those who support Shanghai Technology find themselves at a loss for words. In the government office building of Jiangsheng, Zhou Mo had already received the news. Sitting at his desk with his head bowed. 68.8 billion yuan. If taxes were to be levied, that would represent a significant sum. However, he had previously signed an agreement with Shanghai Technology and had already extended policy support. Contemplating this, Zhou felt a pang of regret, realizing that they were foregoing hundreds of billions in tax revenue. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the door was rapped upon, and the secretary entered. Leader, I have just received news that Shanghai Technology has reached out to inform us of their intention to donate 1 billion yuan for charity. Upon hearing this from the secretary, Zhou lifted his head. This young man, during the weekend, he shook his head helplessly, but a smile crept upon his face as he thought of the weekend. If Shanghai Technology is willing to donate, then let's accept it. This money must be put to good use, and I require a detailed account of how it is ultimately spent. The secretary, having received Zhou directive, exited quietly, closing the door gently behind him. After the secretary left, Zhou picked up the phone on his desk and dialed. A Daping automobile company. Su Daping had just received a call for Jack. Due to Tuo's possession of advanced battery technology, they insisted that Daping Automobile must also utilize Tuo's batteries for future development. Consequently, Su Daping was exceedingly irate in his office. Why? Why is Tuo able to command such a high price while I find it exceedingly difficult to secure financing? Su Daping was baffled. Moreover, the investment firms acquiring Tuo had also invested in his own Daping Automobile company, providing nearly 70 billion in cash as ammunition to their competitors. Were they not effectively pushing Daping Automobile into a pit of flames? Mr. Su, when under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. Our only option now is to expedite Daping Automobile's public listing and seize the title of the first new energy company to go public in the country. Indeed, Mr. Su, that is of utmost importance. Which internet and technology company in this nation has not thrived through capital? As long as we maintain control, the company remains ours to govern. Under the persuasion of his executives, Su Daping calmed down. Having experienced several entrepreneurial endeavors, he understood the nuances of capital. Su Daping finally spoke with composure. I'm aware of what you say. I'm just a bit frustrated. How is the research on intelligent driving progressing? Mr. Su, we are already in the midst of research. We have even purchased a Mango vehicle to analyze and study its intelligent driving system. Su Daping noted that, realizing that intelligent driving had finally commenced. Progress was being made in a positive direction, and Daping Automobile must keep pace. Chapter 77. The Disappearance of Public Opinion. Zhang Sheng's livestream. I have just received a call from Director Zhou, who expressed his affirmation of our efforts. Shanghai Technology is currently in a meeting when, unexpectedly, Zhou Mo received a call from Zhou. After hanging up, Zhou Mo shared the content of the call with everyone. Zhou, this is excellent news. It indicates that Director Zhou has been closely monitoring our progress. Indeed, for him to call so promptly signifies that Zhou has been attentive. Has the announcement regarding the upcoming bonuses been communicated to the employees? How have they reacted? It has been conveyed, and the employees are ecstatic. They have expressed their gratitude for you, Zhou. Zhou Mo nodded slightly. As long as they do not label him a capitalist or a sweatshop owner, he would be satisfied. Very well, let us conclude today's meeting. Prepare for the recruitment process to commence. With that, Zhou Mo declared the meeting adjourned and rose to leave the conference room. Online, as news of Shanghai Technology's sale of Tuo electric vehicles for an astounding 68.8 billion yuan spread further, the order volume from Mango Motors continued to rise. Regardless of how Shanghai Technology might proceed, netizens and customers need not fear the company's potential bankruptcy or the unavailability of limited edition vehicles. This exorbitant transaction undoubtedly instilled them with ample confidence. The trending discussions surrounding Shanghai Technology's bankruptcy swiftly dissipated, as if they had never existed. In their place, the news of Shanghai Technology's high-value transaction surged back into the spotlight. At Zhang Sheng's home, he and his wife were browsing online information regarding Shanghai Technology. Dear, this is splendid. I knew that Shanghai Technology would not face bankruptcy, Zhang Sheng exclaimed excitedly to his wife, Wu Na, who sat beside him. I understand. You've mentioned it several times already, Wu Na replied with a resigned expression. During this period, both Zhang Sheng and Wu Na had been closely monitoring the developments concerning Shanghai technology. However, the recent online comments about the company had been rather unfavorable. The comment sections beneath any short video featuring mango cars were rife with mockery. Remarks varied widely, with some stating, "I truly envy you for being able to purchase a limited edition electric vehicle," while others commented, "Mango cars are fantastic. I wish your family would buy even more." Some went so far as to inquire, "Can we still place orders for mango cars? I see there are still 20,000 people ahead of me waiting for their vehicles. I hope my company doesn't go bankrupt before my turn arrives. It would be quite distressing if my deposit were to become irretrievable, like with OFO." Consequently, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na had refrained from posting videos about mango cars during this time, and their live streams had significantly diminished. As the couple began preparing for tonight's live broadcast, they needed to arrange for the installation of equipment in their vehicle to facilitate the evening's streaming. They had been conducting their live sessions from inside the car, demonstrating the autonomous driving capabilities of the Mango S3. Although the autonomous driving level was classified as L3, it was sufficient for their purposes. During the live streams, Zhang Sheng often did not need to take control. Merely touching the steering wheel intermittently sufficed. Although there were moments when the vehicle would unexpectedly brake and come to a halt, this added to the authenticity of their broadcasts. Their seamless cooperation as a couple, coupled with the genuine nature of the live streams, attracted a substantial following. Each night, thousands of viewers tuned in, with some evenings drawing tens of thousands. Presently, their account had amassed over 500,000 followers. They had even established several fan groups, some comprised of individuals who had yet to purchase a mango car, while others consisted of proud owners. Zhang Sheng frequently engaged with them, discussing the Mango S3. Whenever any bugs were discovered, he would report them through internal channels, often rewarding fans with delightful gifts for their discoveries. As a result, Zhang Sheng had earned a commendable reputation within the fan community. "Zhangge na ye." "The equipment in the car is ready," a young man's voice announced over the phone. As head downstairs, Xiao Lu and the others have finished setting up the equipment. Zhang Sheng and Wu Na descended the stairs and approached the vehicle, where they found the filming apparatus had indeed been installed. Zhang Sheng meticulously examined the equipment, finding everything in order. Recently, Zhang Sheng had experienced a surge in follower count, making it impractical to approach live streaming as casually as before. On one hand, they needed to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances during the broadcasts. On the other, conducting the streams with just the two of them had become rather taxing. Thus, after a discussion with Wu Na, they decided to hire two young individuals to assist them. These two had studied photography in school, making them well-suited for the live streaming business. Zhang Sheng subsequently registered a small company, providing the standard salary and benefits for the two young assistants. Their tasks were minimal, primarily involving the installation and adjustment of equipment before the live streams, managing unexpected situations during the broadcasts, and editing footage afterward. They handled these responsibilities with ease, and Zhang Sheng compensated them generously, offering a monthly salary of 10,000. If the traffic was particularly good, he would even provide bonuses, effectively redistributing the salaries he and Wu Na received from Shanghai Technology to them. In the current job market, this salary was indeed commendable. They were not required to adhere to a strict daytime schedule. They simply needed to ensure that the video editing was completed on time. "All right, we are nearly ready. The timing is perfect for us to commence shortly," Zhang Sheng remarked, glancing at his phone to check the time. It was already 7 p.m., an ideal moment to begin their live broadcast. Subsequently, all four of them entered the vehicle, with Zhang Sheng and Wu Na occupying the front seats and the two young assistants seated in the back. As Zhang Sheng initiated the live stream, he first needed to inform Shanghai Technology about their activities. This was not only to keep the company informed, but also to await any gifts from them during the broadcast. Shanghai Technology was notably generous. Whenever they streamed, the company would bestow gifts upon their channel to drive engagement. The gifts were never reclaimed, as the philosophy at Shanghai Technology was to reward both the affluent and the common folk equally, without any discrepancies. Such expenditures were trivial for a company as profitable as Shanghai Technology. Hence, Zhang Sheng and his team accepted these offerings with a clear conscience, knowing they constituted part of their daily streaming revenue. However, Shanghai Technology did not always shower them with gifts, as they were not frivolous spenders. Chapter 78, Emergency Rescue. Online viewership reaches new heights. Time flew by, and before long, it was 11 p.m. Since starting at 7 p.m., Zhang Sheng and his wife had been live streaming for 4 continuous hours. At this moment, the viewer count still stood at several thousand. likely comprised of individuals returning home from work, reclining on their sofas or beds to watch the stream. Zhang Sheng's vehicle had come to a stop in a rather secluded area, with few cars in sight. Dear friends in the live stream, it's getting late. We're going to drive back now, thus concluding tonight's broadcast. Wu Na waved at the audience. Can't we stream a little longer? It's still early. With no traffic at night, it will be the perfect opportunity to test the Mango S3's autonomous driving capabilities. How can you rest at your age? Wu Na observed the audience's reluctance to end the stream, offering a bittersweet smile. She too wished to continue, but the hour was indeed quite late. Glancing at Zhang Sheng, she noticed his weariness. He had been yawning repeatedly. Meanwhile, the two young assistants in the back were struggling to keep their eyes open. Who said young people had boundless energy? When engaged in tasks they did not enjoy, even the most vigorous spirits would wane. As Wu Na scanned the barrage of comments, she was about to decline the request for an extended stream when a particular comment caught her attention. Host, look ahead. It seems someone is standing in the middle of the road, waving. Wu Na thought, could it be a traffic officer? She widened her eyes, peering ahead, where she noticed a figure standing in the middle of the road, alone. For some reason, she felt a tinge of reassurance. Yet, upon reflection, she had nothing to feel guilty about. Why should she feel anxious? As the car approached, she could discern that it was a young woman, likely in her 20s. Wu Na was perplexed. Who would be standing in the middle of the road at such a late hour, especially a young woman? The girl was clutching her stomach with both hands and had her head bowed. Wu Na urged Zhang Sheng to pull the car over beside the young woman. A woman's instinct told her that something was amiss. Observing Wu Na's serious expression, Zhang Sheng complied and halted the vehicle by the roadside. Wu Na exited the passenger seat and took a few steps forward. As she approached the light, she was startled to discover that the young woman was bleeding profusely, leaving a considerable stain on the ground. Shocked, Wu Na gasped, "How much blood has she lost?" Zhang Sheng, unable to quell his concern for his wife, followed her out of the car, equally taken aback by the scene before them. "Could you please take me to the hospital? At this hour? I can't get a cab," the girl whispered softly as Wu Na drew near. After hearing her plea, Wu Na turned to Zhang Sheng, her large, dark eyes fixated on him. Although Zhang Sheng could not see her expression clearly, he sensed her unspoken message. Given the girl's bloodied state, if they took her to the hospital, their streaming endeavors would surely be hindered for some time. "No problem, we'll take you to the hospital," Zhang Sheng replied without further contemplation. At that moment, Wu Na, out of Zhang Sheng's sight, wore a smile. He approached the car, opened the back door, and instructed, "Xiao Lu, you two get out, take a cab back home, and wait for my call tomorrow." Xiao Lu and the others, still unaware of the situation, complied and exited the vehicle, standing beside it. Unbeknownst to Zhang Sheng and Wu Na, their live stream was on the verge of going viral. Without delay, Zhang Sheng strode over and lifted the girl into his arms. Meanwhile, Wu Na engaged the girl in conversation, offering her words of comfort. Zhang Sheng could distinctly feel the sticky warmth of blood seeping onto him. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind and placed the girl in the back seat, followed closely by Wu Na. Zhang Sheng then returned to the driver's seat and started the car. In an instant, they sped away, leaving Xiao Lu and the others standing in the wind, bewildered. Brother Zhang and Sister Na are truly impressive. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. I hope that girl is okay. Suddenly, Xiao Lu remembered that their live stream was still active. "Let us check the live stream," he suggested, pulling out his phone and navigating to Zhang Sheng's stream. Upon entering, Xiao Lu noticed the viewer count. "What the heck? How is this possible?" he exclaimed. "Slow down. Your phone is lagging," his companion replied. "Brother Zhang's stream has 50,000 viewers. 50,000. That's a staggering number." Meanwhile, after driving for a while, Zhang Sheng recalled a video he had seen online. "Honey, call the traffic police and inform them we have an emergency with a patient needing urgent transport to the hospital." Wu Na, quick on the uptake, dialed the number and held the phone to Zhang Sheng's ear. "Hello, this is 122. How may I assist you? We have a young woman in our vehicle who is bleeding heavily and urgently needs to be taken to the hospital. We require the nearest traffic police escort. I may have to run red lights to get there. I wanted to notify you," Zhang Sheng stated emphatically. "Could you please provide your current location and license plate number? We are near Shurphone Park on Jianxi North Road, and my license plate number is Xiang XXXXX. After a brief pause, the operator replied, "I have dispatched the nearest traffic officer. They will arrive in approximately 3 minutes. Please continue along Jianxi North Road." Hearing this, Zhang Sheng felt a slight sense of relief. Having a police escort would ensure safer passage. He certainly did not want to risk an accident by running red lights. True to their word, within 3 minutes, the unmistakable sound of police sirens echoed in the distance. A motorcycle officer awaited at the intersection, and upon seeing Zhang Sheng approach, he mounted his motorcycle and gestured for him to follow. Despite the late hour, traffic in Shushi remained dense. With the officer leading the way, Zhang Sheng found the journey considerably smoother. Less than 10 minutes later, they arrived at the hospital entrance, where doctors and nurses were already standing by with a stretcher. Zhang Sheng parked the car, and Wu Na promptly opened the back door. The nurse stepped forward, taking the bloodied girl from Wu Na and assisting her onto the stretcher. The doctors swiftly wheeled her inside, and Zhang Sheng and Wu Na watched in silence, their hopes resting on the hospital's care for the girl. At that moment, the traffic officer who had assisted them approached, surveying Zhang Sheng and Wu Na from head to toe. Noticing the blood on them, he gave him a thumbs up, saying, "You two are incredible." Hearing this, the previously stoic expressions of Zhang Sheng and Wu Na transformed into smiles. Suddenly, Wu Na remembered, our live stream is still running. Chapter 79, Public Reaction and Further Marketing Opportunities. The next day, on the weekend, Wu Na awoke naturally. Ah, how delightful it is to wake up without an alarm. She stretched languidly in bed, gazing at the ceiling. Rolling over, she picked up her phone from the bedside table and glanced at the time, just past 9:10. Noticing several missed calls, including from Gao Yi and Sun Jian, she wondered what the urgency was. Just then, her phone rang again. It was Gao Yi. Upon answering, he exclaimed, "Zhou, you must check the latest news." Confused, Wu Na opened Doshou. In the first video she saw featured a Mango car owner who had run 19 red lights to rush a bleeding girl to the hospital. A Mango car owner? Did the driver of a Mango car cause an accident? This was her initial thought, as she pondered whether Shanghai technology needed to address this matter. Many people associate a driver's character with the brand of their vehicle. If a driver of a domestic car caused an accident, viewers would likely lash out in the corresponding live stream. However, as she continued watching the video, she realized it was actually a heartwarming story. It turned out that Zhang Sheng and Wu Na, while nearing the end of their live stream, had encountered a severely injured pedestrian and had disregarded the blood to successfully transport her to the hospital. Viewers learned that the host's Mango S3 was won through a raffle, and they felt he deserved the good fortune. I was watching Zhang Sheng's live stream at the time. They are true heroes. My heart raced with excitement, and I placed an order that very night. True kindness shines through. Good people receive good fortune. Fortune is smiling upon them. People noted that they were a couple of streamers, and they vowed to support them in their next live session. The host account was named Zhang Sheng and Wu Na. Everyone rushed to show their support. Wu Na also checked their profile page, noticing that their follower count had soared to nearly 2 million. Although she was unaware of their previous follower numbers, she was confident that this event had significantly boosted their popularity. Subsequently, she browsed several of Zhang Sheng's latest videos, where he and Wu Na addressed the events of the previous night. Inspired, Wu Na formulated a plan. This was an excellent marketing opportunity, and given that Zhang Sheng and Wu Na were both employees of the company, it would be even easier to capitalize on it. Upon careful contemplation, over the weekend, calls were made to Sun Jian and Gao Yi. Following the directives received, Gao Yi and Sun Jian promptly commenced their actions. Meanwhile, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na remained at home, having produced a video for their Doshou account, but accomplishing little else. Their Doshou account garnered a substantial influx of followers that day, a cause for celebration. However, they were besieged with numerous advertising and sales calls, all suggesting a desire for them to promote various products. Most of these advertisements were related to pharmaceuticals, and without much deliberation, Zhang Sheng and his companions declined the offers. They were acutely aware that these companies were merely eager to capitalize on their newfound fame, seeking to enlist Zhang Sheng for the promotion of their medications. Yet, such endeavors were not aligned with their aspirations. Suddenly, Zhang Sheng's phone rang. Who could it be? Surely not yet another advertising pitch? Vous n'agrémez, visibly uncomfortable. Zhang Sheng picked up the phone and was astonished to discover it was a call from Gao Yi. "Dear, it's President Gao," Zhang Sheng exclaimed, gesturing towards the phone. Wu Na's eyes widened in surprise, and after a brief moment of realization, she urged, "Quickly answer. We cannot keep President Gao waiting." Zhang Sheng hastily answered the call, activating the speakerphone so that Wu Na could listen in. "Hello, Zhang Sheng. I bring you splendid news. President Zhou was exceedingly pleased with your performance last night, stating that you did exceptionally well. Consequently, he has decided to reward you with a brand new Mango S7. Wu Na, initially seated on the sofa, stood up and moved closer to Zhang Sheng upon hearing Gao Yi's words. Zhang Sheng thought he had misheard, but Gao Yi repeated the message for clarity. Another vehicle? His fortune seemed extraordinary. President Zhou's generosity was remarkable. An 800,000 yuan car given freely. Do not feel any pressure. This is what you rightfully deserve, Gao Yi continued. elucidating further, allowing Zhang Sheng to grasp the full scope of the matter. Shanghai Technology intended to leverage their recent notoriety to effectively promote the Mango automobile. Not only would Zhang Sheng receive a Mango S7, but he would also be awarded a cash bonus of 1 million yuan, a reward for his heroism. Naturally, the cash would be discreetly given, not publicly advertised, as President Zhou was concerned that such a generous monetary reward might incite a surge of nighttime rescues while driving. As Zhang Sheng and Wu Na celebrated, they recognized this was a reward from Shanghai Technology, distinctly different from the earlier advertising solicitations. Their goal was to promote the Mango automobile, thus they felt no psychological burden. Gao Yi and Zhang Sheng coordinated a schedule, and when the time arrived, Zhang Sheng would attend the award ceremony at Shanghai Technology. Once again, President Zhou would personally present the Mango S7 to them. Remarkably, the originally drawn Mango S7 had returned to Zhang Sheng's possession. Initially, he had exchanged it for a Mango S3 due to financial constraints. But now that money was no longer an issue, he would certainly not part with it again. On that day, Shanghai Technology announced on their official website and Doushou, in recognition of the bravery and selfless spirit demonstrated by Mango automobile owners Zhang Sheng and Wu Na in their heroic rescue. Shanghai Technology is pleased to award them a brand new top-tier Mango S7. Furthermore, President Zhou will personally attend the ceremony to present the award. On Doushou, Shanghai Technology collaborated with Zhang Sheng to jointly announce this news. Given Shanghai Technology's impressive following of 40 million, this collaboration resulted in a significant surge in Zhang Sheng's followers, leaping from 2 million to over 3 million. This increase in followers not only stirred envy among other Doushou influencers, but also caught the attention of Chao Wenrui, another streamer affiliated with Shanghai Technology, who expressed his congratulations over the phone. Zhang Sheng, I watched your recent live stream. It was fantastic. Your follower count has skyrocketed. I must admit, I envy you. Zhang Sheng understood that Chao Wenrui was jesting, responding with a hint of resignation. I suppose I've just been fortunate with this surge in followers. Besides, your follower count isn't significantly less than mine. Chao Wenrui had long been a user of the Mango S7, amassing a considerable following from the outset. Presently, his Doushou account boasted over 1 million followers, a tangible achievement. Despite Zhang Sheng's current follower count exceeding 3 million, the final retention or monetization of those followers remained uncertain, possibly not exceeding Chao Wenrui's figures. After a brief conversation, they concluded the call. Time flew by, and soon the day arrived for Zhang Sheng and Wu Na to receive their award. Chapter 80, Weekend Live Awards Ceremony. Once again, captivating followers. The award ceremony was similar to the previous one, with Zhang Sheng and Wu Na's travel expenses fully covered by Shanghai Technology. The ceremony was set to take place in the open space beneath the Shanghai Technology building, where a stage had been erected well in advance. Holding the ceremony at Shanghai Technology's premises, President Zhou aimed for a more streamlined event while simultaneously promoting the company and showcasing the building to online viewers. A multitude of cameras, large and small, were positioned in the audience. The ceremony would be broadcast live to viewers online. The area around the stage was filled with various attendees, including Shanghai Technology employees, journalists, and officials from the Jiangxi government. Following a previous collaboration where Zhong Jiangwo had them film a promotional video for Shanghai Technology, Gao Yi had exchanged contact information with their leadership. Upon learning of today's event, they promptly contacted Gao Yi, expressing their desire to attend the ceremony. Without hesitation, Gao Yi agreed, treating them as journalists. However, to their surprise, they not only enlisted local official media, but also Jiangxing's television station. Thus, the number of attendees at the event exceeded those present during the previous offline delivery ceremony hosted by Shanghai Technology. At that moment, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na were waiting offstage. Though they had previously participated in the Mango automobile delivery ceremony, a sense of nervousness still lingered. The last event felt pleasant and relaxing, shared with many others. However, this occasion was dedicated solely to them, making it impossible not to feel anxious. Honey, there's so many people. I'm a little nervous, Wu Na whispered, tugging at Zhang Sheng's sleeve as she glanced at the crowd. Zhang Sheng turned to her, offering a gentle reassurance. It's all right. You have me by your side. We'll go up together. He too felt the weight of apprehension, but endeavored to maintain composure in front of his wife. Before long, the awards ceremony commenced. The proceedings were simple. First, Sun Jian delivered a speech. Subsequently, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na were invited onto the stage, where Sun Jian introduced them to the audience and online viewers. Ladies and gentlemen in my presence, allow me to introduce the two heroes who recently rendered aid in a moment of crisis. Without a moment's hesitation, They ensured the patient was safely transported to the hospital. They are but ordinary mortals. Sun Jian extolled their virtues with an abundance of praise, rendering Zhang Sheng and Wu Na on stage somewhat bashful. As Sun Jian concluded, the audience erupted into resounding applause. Zhang Sheng and Wu Na understood that this was a commendation of their actions. However, they felt that any decent person would have made the same choice in that critical moment. Now, let us invite the esteemed Chairman Zhou Mo of Shanghai Technology to present awards to our two heroes. As Sun Jian's words faded, Zhou Mo ascended the stage. Today, he donned a formal blue suit, a departure from his usual casual attire. Many viewers were following the live stream, and as Zhou Mo appeared, the comment section was flooded with phrases like "so handsome," "idol." It seemed that a significant number of female viewers were among the audience today. Meanwhile, in a girls' dormitory at Jiangxing University, Sun once sat alone, watching the live stream of Shanghai Technology on her phone. The life of a graduate student is quite hectic, and today, she had managed to carve out half a day's respite while her roommates had gone shopping. It was her first time seeing Zhou Mo in such formal attire, and she thought he looked remarkably handsome, the suit complementing his physique splendidly. She also noted the superficial comments in the chat and inwardly criticized them for their shallowness. Back at Shanghai Technology, the awards ceremony continued. After Zhou Mo took the stage, a hostess followed him, bearing a tray adorned with a piece of red cloth. Upon unveiling it, a circular smart car key gleamed, instantly recognizable to Mango automobile drivers as belonging to the Mango S7. Under the gaze of the audience and online viewers, Zhou Mo lifted the key and ceremoniously presented it to Zhang Sheng and Wu Na with both hands. Though they anticipated Zhou Mo's award presentation, excitement and exhilaration coursed through them. For them, the significance of receiving an award from someone as young and accomplished as Zhou Mo far outweighed the allure of the Mango S7. Stunned by the honor, Zhang Sheng and Wu Na hurriedly accepted the key with both hands. "Thank you, Chairman Zhou," they expressed their gratitude. "There is no need for thanks. You have inadvertently promoted Mango Automobile for Shanghai Technology, and it is I who should be grateful to you. Moreover, you have performed admirably. I hope you continue to uphold such values in the future," Zhou Mo replied earnestly, shaking his head. His words were audible to everyone present and to those watching the live stream. The audience was taken aback by Zhou Mo's candidness. They understood that the primary purpose of the award ceremony was to promote Mango Automobile, though they refrained from voicing this openly. Meanwhile, online viewers were astonished by Zhou Mo's forthrightness. Is it permissible to say such things directly? "Chairman Zhou, you're being too candid." How refreshing, indeed, the chairman we admire so much. I believe that Shanghai Technology rewarding Zhang Sheng and Wu Na with a Mango automobile is entirely justified. After all, isn't promotion an investment? If I were to choose a new energy vehicle, Mango automobile would undoubtedly be my first consideration. Shanghai Technology deserves to reap the benefits of this publicity. In this day and age, there are few bosses like Chairman Zhou who eschew the usual platitudes. The configuration of Mango automobile is unparalleled in its category. I truly find no reason not to purchase a Mango automobile. The comment section was overwhelmingly filled with praise for Shanghai Technology's actions. Even though Zhou Mo had openly articulated their underlying promotional intention, viewers did not mind. Rather, they regarded this as a mark of his sincerity. Indeed, sincerity is a potent weapon. The real reason was that Zhou Mo understood the sentiments of the online audience. It was far better for him to disclose the matter now than for it to be leaked later by marketing accounts. On the award stage, Zhou Mo's presentation of the key to Zhang Sheng and Wu Na effectively concluded the ceremony. Following this, Zhou Mo departed the stage and returned to his office. Chapter 81. Tremendous Repercussions, Potential Crisis. That day, images of Zhang Sheng and Wu Na receiving their awards from Shanghai Technology spread like wildfire across the internet. When netizens learned that the reward was a fully equipped Mango S7, their excitement was palpable. Shanghai Technology is truly remarkable. I wish there were more companies like this in the world. Although it was not obligatory for Shanghai Technology to reward Zhang Sheng and Wu Na with a car, I must commend them nonetheless. Chairman Zhou is incredibly handsome. Is he in need of a boyfriend? Isn't that person from Roaching Up Above? Best to keep your distance from our Chairman Zhou. Did you not notice that this car owner previously won a Mango S7? So what if I did? Do you suspect that the rescue that night was staged? Indeed, it is only right that streamers like Zhang Sheng and Wu Na win such rewards. A fully equipped Mango S7. I truly envy their good fortune. Why did I not encounter such luck that day? Haha, even if you did, would you dare to help? The societal climate is quite disheartening. The dilemma of whether to assist troubles many. I hope more companies like Shanghai Technology will step forward. This issue cannot be resolved by a single company alone. The underlying reasons are complex. Many expressed envy for Shanghai Technology's reward of a Mango S7 to Zhang Sheng, while simultaneously affirming their appreciation for the company. However, the conversation soon drifted to old topics of whether or not to assist. Subsequently, many sought to calm themselves by searching for cases of people being scammed for helping others, attempting to alleviate their anxiety. After the award ceremony concluded, aside from the pervasive information about Mango Automobile and Shanghai Technology on the internet, nothing else of note occurred. Once Zhang Sheng and Wu Na received their latest Mango S7, they returned home to resume their regular live streams and short video productions. Each time they went live, the number of viewers soared into the tens of thousands, a significant increase compared to before. The engagement on their short videos, in terms of likes and comments, far surpassed their previous content. Zhang Sheng and Wu Na were immensely satisfied with the current data. However, they found it somewhat amusing that many viewers engaged in playful banter in the comment section, frequently posting similar messages. Streamer, since you have a new car, will you sell your old secondhand car to me for 20 yuan? Streamer, I offer 30, 10 more than the person above. Streamer, I bid 40. Each short video as comments featured such messages. Zhang Sheng and Wu Na would often chuckle and play along, engaging joyfully with their audience. Time passed swiftly, and soon half a month had elapsed. One day, Sun Jian approached Zhou Mo in his office. Zhou Mo, we have successfully coordinated with Hongshan Capital. The 8 billion will soon be transferred. Sun Jian delivered the good news directly to Zhou Mo. The office is only occupied by weekend and Sun Jian during the weekends. So Sun Jian has not paid much attention. Uncle Sun, it's perfectly fine if you refer to me as Zhou Mo in their presence, Weekend remarked. That one do. You must maintain a certain level of authority in front of them. Sun Jian quickly interjected, waving his hand in refusal. Weekend sighed. Having already mentioned this to Sun Jian several times, he has always been this way. By the way, Uncle Sun, did you say that the handover of the Tulu items has been completed? This handover took over half a month, during which Sun Jian was busy communicating back and forth with Hongshan Capital. Yes, the handover has been completed in accordance with the contractual agreement. The 8 billion will arrive as early as tomorrow, but there is still a group of people lingering, Sun Jian confirmed, expressing his concerns as well. Weekend nodded slightly. He understood all of this. The nature of capital is to never relent until its objectives are met. For instance, why is Huawei often subjected to sanctions? Before facing sanctions, Huawei was conquering markets across the globe. In fact, in the second quarter of 2020, Huawei surpassed Samsung in sales with 55.8 million units sold compared to Samsung's 53.7 million, becoming the world's largest smartphone vendor for the first time. The primary reason for this is that Western capital cannot profit from Huawei, which is more exasperating to them than being eliminated. For capital, where there is profit, that is their nation. Thus, they have no concept of nationality. Their sole pursuit is profit. Weekend knew that as Shanghai Technology flourishes, many would come knocking. Among these individuals, there would be a myriad of types. Hence, from the very beginning, Weekend felt a sense of urgency. Developing technology in the chip sector was his strategy to counter the impending onslaught of capital. This endeavor must progress step by step with the company. Haste is not an option. The chip industry is a crucial frontier that we must venture into. By the way, Uncle Sun, are you prepared for the recruitment process? It's all set. Our reputation at Shanghai Technology is quite favorable now. Those universities readily agreed to let us conduct recruitment on their campuses, Sun Jian replied, referring to the top-tier institutions in the country. They plan to recruit 900 research and development personnel and 100 related practitioners. The recruitment of these 900 RD personnel is relatively straightforward. As long as they possess a foundational understanding, coupled with the materials that Weekend will transmit through the system, they can quickly evolve into leading talents in the industry. However, the recruitment of those 100 individuals requires careful planning. Otherwise, management issues could easily arise. Additionally, the registration of the new company has been completed over the past half month. Upon learning about the registration of our new company, Jiangxing informed me that we can utilize a special channel in the future. Hearing this from Sun Jian, Weekend couldn't help but smile. Although Jiangxing's substantial assistance to Shanghai Technology is limited, excelling in these minor matters is indeed commendable. Given this, you may commence. During this recruitment, try to hire more students from local universities in Jiangxing, Weekend suggested, reciprocating by contributing to local employment. With the growth of Shanghai Technology, it will not be feasible to remain solely in Jiangxing. The The top universities are located in various first and second-tier cities. So Weekend intends to establish branches in major first and second-tier cities. This is one of the reasons for Shanghai Technology's new company registration. The first registered entity is Mango Automotive Technology Company, Limited, which will see the original Mango Automotive split from Shanghai Technology. Additionally, the new company entering the chip industry is named Xingxin Technology Company, Limited. As for Shanghai Technology, it will serve as the parent company for both entities and will undertake the primary R&D responsibilities, as long as Shanghai Technology excels in research and development, producing chips that far surpass current market performance. Weekend is confident that there will be no shortage of users. Subsequently, Shanghai Technology initiated the recruitment process. Chapter 82. Recruitment begins. Chips take flight. Jiangxing University. It is now February, the peak season for spring recruitment. As one of the top universities in Jiangxing, Jiangxing University has always been a prime destination for elite companies seeking talent. Every year, numerous graduates secure positions in major corporations such as Penguin, Ali, and Huawei after graduation. Others opt for state-owned enterprises or foreign companies. Without exception, most find themselves in prestigious firms. This year is no different, with many companies flocking to Jiangxing University for recruitment. The recruitment fair is bustling, teeming with people, creating a scene so crowded that it is nearly impossible to navigate. In addition to the university's own students, many from other institutions are also present. These external students hail from local 211 universities. Though their schools may not rival Jiangxing University, those attending the recruitment are undoubtedly exceptional. Like other companies, Shanghai Technology has set up a recruitment area at Jiangxing University, complete with several recruitment tables. This time, 5 recruiters from Shanghai Technology have arrived. While this may seem few, it marks the largest contingent sent by Shanghai Technology, which employs only 2,000 people, including sales personnel from Mango Automotive stores. These individuals are tasked with traveling to universities nationwide for recruitment, highlighting the pressing demand for staff at Shanghai Technology. Among the 5, 2 recruiters are seated, registering inquiries and applicants while gathering information. The remaining 3 distribute flyers and maintain order, as the sheer number of applicants is overwhelming. From a distance, the line of candidates appears to twist and turn multiple times. Yet, the students remain patient, eagerly waiting in line. The reason is twofold: the recent rise in fame of Shanghai Technology and the competitive salary packages offered. At the rear of the recruitment queue stands Zhao Hang, who rises on his toes to catch a glimpse of the winding line ahead. After scanning for a while, he sees no familiar faces. "Zhao Hang, what brings you here?" Suddenly, a hand claps on Zhao Hang's shoulder, followed by a cool voice from behind him. The tone sounds familiar, though he momentarily struggles to place it. Turning around, Zhao Hang recognizes the speaker. The person addressing him is Li Bing, a female university student majoring in Chinese language and literature. They met while volunteering together and have since maintained sporadic contact. Zhao Hang, glancing at her helplessly, replies, "Li Bing, I should be the one asking you that. Are you related to the chip industry? Coming here to apply? How'll I know unless I give it a try?" Li Bing raturta, bolting. "Besides, haven't you already been recruited by Huawei in advance? Why are you here?" Li Bing asked, curious, as Huawei is a major company offering excellent compensation. Zhao Hang, having specialized in semiconductors, is undoubtedly well suited for the field, and should he pursue a career in this domain, his remuneration would undoubtedly be substantial. As the top student in his class, even before graduation, he has already garnered interest from several companies. A talent of his caliber certainly cannot be expected to compete with ordinary students for job opportunities. The academic requirements for this major are quite stringent. Li Bing's entrance scores would have rendered her ineligible for admission. Moreover, she had pursued liberal arts in high school, and subsequently chose a rather inconsequential major in college. Initially, she struggled to grasp many concepts, but after attending a recent job fair, she learned that Huawei had offered Zhao Hang an impressive annual salary of 600,000, which illuminated the disparity in their prospects. With the recruitment by Shanghai Technology on the horizon, she had heard that their minimum salary was 150,000. If fortune favored her and she secured a position there, she could potentially earn an annual salary of 180,000. Although this figure pales in comparison to 600,000, it still surpasses many others, does it not? In truth, it is not merely the prestige of one's alma mater that guarantees a high salary. The field of study plays a pivotal role as well. Have you not perused the recruitment details from Shanghai Technology? They are seeking to hire 900 research and development personnel nationwide, with each new hire receiving a base annual salary of 1 million, significantly higher than what Huawei offers. Furthermore, I have personally reached out to former employees who joined Shanghai Technology, and their earnings far exceed that figure, Zhao Hang whispered conspiratorially into Li Bing's ear. The warmth of his breath tickled her ear, but she paid it little heed, focusing intently on his words. Li Bing's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief, as if questioning the veracity of his claims. Surely it is true. You must be aware that Shanghai Technology was established less than a year ago, right? Zhao Han in Guit? Li Bing nodded in affirmation, acknowledging that the company had indeed been founded less than 7 months prior, a fact well known and widely marveled at. Can you guess how much the least paid researcher at their company has earned so far? Zhao Hang asked with an air of mystery. Li Bing reasoned that if a new hire at Shanghai Technology earned an annual salary of 1 million, then in 7 months, the maximum they could receive would be 700,000. She swallowed hard and asked, "Is it 700,000?" Zhao Hang responded with a knowing smile, extending 5 fingers. "Could it be 500,000? That would still be impressive." Li Bing exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. If the minimum after 7 months were indeed 500,000, then a yearly salary would indeed surpass that of Huawei. Zhao Hang looked at her with disdain and replied, "What 500,000? I meant 5 times that amount, 5 million. What? 5 million? How is that even possible?" Li Bing gasped, her face a mask of shock, convinced she had misheard. How could it not be? Hasn't Shanghai Technology recently sold their vehicle division? After the funds were transferred, each employee received at least 3 months' salary as a bonus, with most receiving bonuses for 6 months, Zhao Hang explained. Li Bing mentally calculated that, based on a base salary of 150,000, a 6-month bonus would amount to 900,000. For researchers, the compensation would be even higher, making it quite clear. My goodness, is Shanghai Technology engaging in charity? She mused aloud. Turning her head, she heard Zhao Hang continue. As for whether this is the 2nd or 3rd round of bonuses, I can hardly recall. It's certainly not the 1st. I can only say that such bonuses have been distributed several times in the mere 7 months since Shanghai Technology's inception. Zhao Hang was more than willing to share additional insights with Li Bing, information he had gleaned through internal channels. In fact, as long as it did not pertain to confidential company matters, the researchers at Shanghai Technology were quite open to discussion. However, they would not trumpet such news far and wide. These details were not particularly sensitive, aligning with the company's promotional materials. For ordinary employees, Shanghai Technology guarantees a base salary of 150,000 per month. Once one joins the company, that is the minimum. Those with technical prowess can expect even higher salaries as norm. Everyone aspires to enter Shanghai Technology for the lucrative compensation. A sentiment echoed by Zhao Hang and the students queuing alongside him. Chapter 83. The recruitment scene, unexpected applicants. After Zhao Hang's revelations, Li Bing felt an acute sense of urgency and pressure. She glanced at the queue ahead, silently praying for a successful entry into Shanghai Technology. The company was recruiting 100,000 employees, not only seeking talent in chip-related fields, but also in other areas. Among these 100,000 positions, some are earmarked for recent graduates, while others would be filled by experienced professionals from the industry. Establishing a chip company cannot rely solely on fresh graduates. It necessitates a cadre of seasoned individuals with relevant experience. The line moved swiftly, and before long, only one applicant remained ahead of Zhao Hang and Li Bing. This individual stood out for a particular reason. He was not a student from Jiangxing University. "Hello, I see from your resume that you're not a student from Jiangxing University?" The recruiter inquired. The young man, anticipating rejection, spoke somewhat stiffly. "Indeed, I am from Jiangxing University of Science and Technology. Upon hearing that you were recruiting here, I came directly. I believe that since you are holding interviews here, there is no stipulation that only Jiangxing University students can apply. Is there?" Zhao Hang and Li Bing exchanged glances, somewhat taken aback by the studentess' confidence. They had heard of students from other universities attending interviews at their school, but encountering one so soon was unexpected. What was more striking was that the young man exhibited none of the typical naivety or timidity. He spoke with a calm demeanor, sitting upright in his chair. "You misunderstood. I recognize Jiangxing University of Science and Technology as one of the premier institutions in the area. What I meant to convey is that Shanghai Technology also has recruitment personnel at Jiangxing University of Science and Technology who will be visiting in a few days," the recruiter explained. The recruiter was a young woman in her 20s, her tone gentle and patient. Upon clarifying the situation, the seated young man sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, realizing his mistake. Jiangxing University of Science and Technology had yet to commence their recruitment process. hence his lack of information. Well, I suppose I should take my leave then. In a few days, I will attend the recruitment fair hosted by my school for Shanghai Technology, he stated, preparing to rise and reclaim his resume. At that moment, the recruiter interjected. There's no need to rush off. In fact, participating in recruitment at any location is quite similar. Our company values true talent with sincerity and respect. I reviewed your resume, and your specialization in integrated circuit design and integrated systems aligns perfectly with our needs. Therefore, I believe you would be a great fit for our company. What do you think? The recruiter smiled warmly, extending an invitation, recognizing that this individual was indeed a true talent. According to his resume, his name was Zhou Mo, and he ranked first in his major. He had consistently secured scholarships every year. Such a talent was not one to be overlooked. Really? Thank you so much, Zhou Mo exclaimed, visibly elated. Since the inception of Mango Automotive by Shanghai Technology, he has been closely monitoring the company. He is acutely aware of the technological prowess of Mango Automotive and is utterly captivated by it, especially when he learned about Shanghai Technology's recruitment. He eagerly rushed to Jiangxing University, even turning down several lucrative job offers from prominent firms. In his eyes, only by joining a leading technological company like Shanghai Technology could he truly learn and engage deeply. Sister, your words are as sweet as honey. We are of the same family. Just call me Sister Wang. First, let us review the conditions our company offers you. Sister Wang chuckled softly, producing the salary proposal to hand to Wang Bo. Wang Bo accepted it, examining it with great care, while Sister Wang provided an introduction. Our base annual salary for you is 1 million RMB. This is the standard pay for all our research personnel, irrespective of their individual excellence, Sister Wang stated succinctly. I'll let you in on a little secret. The primary income for our research staff comes from bonuses, which you will discover once you join the company. Sister Wang tantalizingly withheld full disclosure, piquing Wang Bo's curiosity. He gazed at her intently and nodded vigorously in response. Their conversation did not go unnoticed by Zhao Hang and Li Bing, who were eavesdropping behind them. They exchanged glances, sharing silent communication. Upon hearing Sister Wang's words, Li Bing felt more assured of the authenticity of Zhao Hang's earlier claims. However, she quickly reminded herself that this matter bore no direct relevance to her, as she was not involved in chip industry research. Meanwhile, Zhao Hang felt a surge of excitement, pondering that abandoning his previous job was indeed the wisest decision. Wang Bo proceeded to sign the tripartite agreement, while Sister Wang observed quietly, contemplating yet another bonus secured. Why was she unperturbed by the possibility of Wang Bo's resume being fabricated? Because they would conduct thorough investigations on the research personnel they hired. And if any deceit was uncovered, Wang Bo would be in breach of the tripartite agreement. According to the stipulations, her company could terminate their relationship with him without hesitation. Soon, Wang Bo completed the signing, and it was Zhao Hang and Li Bing's turn. Following the established order, Zhao Hang took his seat first. At this moment, Wang Bo had already exchanged farewells with Sister Wang and departed. Zhao Hang sat down, facing the two recruiters. He noticed that Sister Wang was quite talkative and primarily responsible for the recruitment, while the young man beside her remained silent, assisting by passing documents. Hello, Sister Wang. I am Zhao Hang. He handed over his resume and began his self-introduction. Sister Wang's eyes lit up as she reviewed Zhao Hang's credentials. Today seemed to be her lucky day, as she encountered yet another talent. While she listened to Zhao Hang's introduction, she nodded in approval. Once Zhao Hang finished, Sister Wang praised him, saying, "Young man, you truly excel. You surpassed the previous candidate and have even received awards in your relevant field during your studies. You are precisely the type of talent our company seeks. Would you be willing to join us?" She refrained from elaborating, primarily because the resume indicated he had previously turned down offers from Huawei 3 times. That was quite remarkable. Anyone who could attract interest from Huawei undoubtedly possessed exceptional qualities. "I am willing," Zhao Hang replied, elated by how straightforward the process was. Subsequently, Sister Wang elucidated the salary conditions to him. Li Bing, observing from back, felt a pang of envy. She lamented that if she had chosen a different field of study and performed better in her exams, she would be left feeling only admiration from afar. Chapter 84. Couples Move in Free. Sister Wang, will I receive a mango car upon my employment? Zhao Hang exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that in addition to the 1 million RMB salary, he would also receive a mango car upon joining. Indeed, this is an exclusive benefit for research personnel. You will be given a Mango S3 upon starting. Upon witnessing the remarkable benefits offered, Zhao Hang understood why so many individuals were eager to join Shanghai Technology and why Sister Wang had previously asserted that the company holds great respect for talent. In addition, Shanghai Technology provided housing subsidies, a benefit available to all employees. Suddenly, Zhao Hang noticed a particularly unique perk. If newly hired research personnel had a girlfriend willing to join Shanghai Technology, the company could directly recruit her. Initially perplexed, Zhao Hang soon grasped the reasoning. While Shanghai Technology highly valued talent, it also required research personnel to be deeply committed to their work. This arrangement alleviated potential relationship strains, allowing employees to devote more energy to their laboratories. However, this was of little concern to him, as he currently had no girlfriend. Before long, Zhao Hang also inscribed his name on the tripartite agreement. Having completed these formalities, he stood to the side, awaiting Li Bing. Sister Wang glanced up, mistakenly thinking Zhao Hang was keen on observing others during the recruitment process. Meanwhile, Li Bing felt a sense of unease, having noticed that Wang Bo and Zhao Hang had occupied their seats for an extended period. Yet, she recalled that those ahead of them had moved quite swiftly. Otherwise, she and Zhao Hang wouldn't have arrived at the front so promptly. As Li Bing presented her resume to Sister Wang and prepared to sit, Sister Wang called out to her, "My apologies, but we are only recruiting university students related to the chip industry today. Please leave your resume here, and we will review it later." Li Bing bent slightly, her movements awkward, and upon seeing Sister Wang's serious expression and the stack of resumes on the table, she understood why the earlier queue had moved so quickly. A sigh escaped her lips. Waiting was her least favorite thing. The uncertainty felt unbearable. She harbored doubts about her chances of being accepted by Shanghai Technology, feeling that her field of study was entirely misaligned with the company's requirements. Zhao Hang overheard Sister Wang's words, but felt powerless to assist. Li Bing trudged toward Zhao Hang, who, being a typical engineering student, was unsure how to offer comfort. As she reached Zhao Hang, they turned to leave together. Sister Wang, glancing at Zhao Hang, seemed to have an epiphany and called out, "Zhao Hang, are you two together?" Upon hearing Sister Wang's call, Zhao Hang paused and turned to respond, "Indeed, we came to the interview together." Li Bing halted as well, following his lead. "Come back. Didn't you catch the details of the salary package? Since she is your girlfriend, Shanghai Technology will conveniently assist her with her employment issues," Sister Wang declared. At her words, everyone present cast envious glances at Li Bing, particularly the girls in line, who mused, "How fortunate to have such an exceptional boyfriend. If only mine were equally outstanding." Zhao Hang stood frozen in place, realizing that Sister Wang had mistakenly assumed Li Bing was his girlfriend. At this moment, Li Bing stood dazed in place, having been distracted and not truly listening moments before. Zhao Hang turned to glance at her, noticing the confusion in her eyes. He quietly explained, "Those who join the R&D team at Shanghai Technology can bring their significant others along." Suddenly, Li Bing comprehended the situation. Sister Wang had mistaken her for Zhao Hang's girlfriend. In that instant, she genuinely wished she were Zhao Hang's girlfriend, yet she felt it would be wrong to deceive him. Just as she prepared to clarify, Zhao Hang softly inquired, "Aren't you eager to join Shanghai Technology? You could pretend to be my girlfriend. Would you like to give it a try?" Seeing Zhao Hang's earnest expression, filled with sincerity and innocence, Li Bing felt a flutter of embarrassment. "Really? That seems rather awkward," she replied, a bit bashful. Zhao Hang, ever the straightforward man, responded, "If you don't want to, that's fine. Sister Wang and the others are waiting." "No, I am waiting," Li Bing exclaimed, feeling the gaze of many on them, her heart racing. Internally, she was exasperated with Zhao Hang for being so blunt. Couldn't he allow her a moment of coyness? Zhao Hang chuckled and shook his head, then naturally took her hand. Li Bing, taken aback, initially considered pulling away but quickly realized they were playing a couple's role and had no choice but to let him hold her hand. When Sister Wang saw Zhao Hang and Li Bing approaching hand in hand, her assumptions were confirmed. "What's the matter? Feeling shy? Don't be. This is a benefit provided by Shanghai Technology for its R&D staff. I entered the company the same way." Sister Wang, thinking Li Bing was merely a bashful youth, offered her an explanation. "Sister Wang, is your boyfriend an R&D staff member at Shanghai Technology?" Li Bing asked in surprise, addressing Sister Wang. "Indeed, but he is not my boyfriend anymore. We actually got married a while back. We can discuss these matters later, as we'll see each other almost daily at the company. For now, we need to handle the formalities." With that, Sister Wang retrieved Li Bing's resume and placed it alongside Zhao Hang's, stapling them together and marking them with a label. In an instant, Li Bing transitioned from an uncertain university graduate to an employee of Shanghai Technology. "This is your benefit. Take a look," Sister Wang said, handing her a card detailing the benefits for individuals such as Li Bing. Curiosity piqued, Li Bing accepted the card, eager to see how her situation differed from that of the regular employees. Zhao Hang stood beside her, equally intrigued. First, regarding salary, a monthly wage of 250,000, surpassing the standard by 1,000. Over the course of a year, that amounted to a total base salary of 3 million, not accounting for additional bonuses. Just this aspect left Li Bing almost drooling. The second benefit allowed for extended stays at Shanghai Technology's headquarters, as the R&D center was located there. This provision aimed to prevent prolonged separations between couples. The third benefit was housing. Shanghai Technology provided complimentary employee dormitories suitable for two. The fourth benefit allowed Li Bing and her peers to select their positions, choosing roles that suited their preferences. The fifth benefit pertained to marriage and childbirth. Upon marrying, one would receive a bonus, and additional bonuses were awarded for each child born. Li Bing stood there, utterly astounded by the remarkable benefits. Besides these, the standard insurance and retirement plans were the most basic offerings. Zhao Hang, having perused the information, remarked nonchalantly, "Not bad, but it pales in comparison to my own benefits." Upon hearing this, Li Bing turned her face away, wrinkling her nose at him and making a playful grimace. Sister Wang shook her head in amusement, thinking to herself, what a delightful couple they were. As they moved on to the next chapter of their journey, Sister Wang added, "Pay attention to the fine print. If you take too long to marry, not only will the benefits vanish, but you may also risk being dismissed from the company." Just as the two were playfully teasing each other, Sister Wang doused them with cold water. It was then that Li Bing noticed additional stipulations regarding marriage timelines. Exceeding these limits would not only cause benefits to lapse, but also lead to significant deductions from bonuses. Initially, she found this unreasonable. Was it not discriminatory? Why must marriage necessitate childbirth? However, upon reflection, she recognized that these regulations were likely in place to prevent individuals like her from exploiting loopholes. Moreover, Shanghai Technology had already been guiding them in making choices prior to employment. In truth, Shanghai Technology's aim, or rather the purpose behind these weakened regulations, was to subsidize its researchers. After all, once technical data was transmitted into their minds, they would become fiercely loyal to the company. Initially, the adjustment to the weakened structure was a bit challenging, but through interactions, it became evident that these researchers were no different from ordinary individuals. Due to the confidential nature of much of Shanghai Technology's work, the management remained cautious about revealing too much information. Consequently, the weakened policies were retained. As Li Bing contemplated the enviable benefits laid out before her, despair began to creep in, yet she felt it inappropriate to voice her concerns. The documents had been submitted, and she wondered whether revealing her true feelings would impact Zhao Hang's future career. It seemed she could only proceed step by step, perhaps finding an excuse to resign once she had joined the company. You know, it doesn't matter who you marry. What truly counts is finding someone who loves you more than you love them. Sister Wang seemed to sense Li Bing's despondency and approached her, giving her hand a comforting squeeze. Besides, married life isn't all that bad. My husband spends most of his time in the lab, leaving us little time to argue. You'll understand once you start working. You'll likely only converse when you're both asleep in the same bed, as you won't see each other much otherwise. Li Bing felt a tinge of embarrassment at Sister Wang's words, her face flushing. Zhao Hang stood nearby, glancing around, unsure if he had overheard Sister Wang's words to Li Bing. Shortly thereafter, Li Bing exchanged contact details with Sister Wang before departing with Zhao Hang. Meanwhile, Sister Wang continued with the recruitment process, as there was still much work to be done, with many candidates waiting in line. The onlookers envied Li Bing's departure with Zhao Hang, feeling both envious and helpless. As Li Bing followed Zhao Hang away from the recruitment fair, he checked his phone and noted the time. It was nearly noon. Zhao Hang turned to Li Bing and asked, "I'm heading to the cafeteria. Would you like to join me?" Li Bing, hearing his suggestion, chuckled resignedly. Couldn't you pick a more proper place to invite a girl for a meal? She thought, but replied, "All right, I'll treat you. You've helped me immensely this time, so consider this my gratitude. Once I receive my first paycheck from Shanghai Technology, I'll take you out for something delicious." Li Bing's family circumstances were modest, and she didn't have much money on hand. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so eager to join Shanghai Technology. The root of her desire lay in the company's generous salary. Zhao Hang pondered for a moment and found no issue with her proposal, agreeing readily. "Fine, during our meal, I'll share what I know about Shanghai Technology." Having reached a consensus on where to dine, Zhao Hang promptly retrieved the electric scooter parked nearby. Li Bing naturally took her place on the back seat, her hands clutching Zhao Hang's shirt. With a swift whoosh, Zhao Hang accelerated the electric scooter, swiftly distancing them from their starting point. At the same time, Shanghai Technology was hosting a recruitment fair, and Zhou Mo had arrived at the gates of Jiangxing University. The primary reason for his visit this time was that he could no longer feign disinterest as he had before. Recently, the university administration had tasked Sun Quan with inquiring about his intentions regarding his studies, wishing to ascertain whether he still intended to pursue his education. In response, Zhou Mo had instructed Sun Quan to convey to the administration that he had no intention of returning to school. Moreover, he was preoccupied with numerous commitments, leaving him no time for academic pursuits. The administration understood his situation and did not press the matter further. They expressed hope that, should he find the time, he would visit Jiangxing University, his alma mater. Initially, Zhou Mo had merely brushed this off with a promise to return next time. He had always felt a twinge of guilt regarding the university, particularly because his previous knowledge had been rather scant. With Shanghai Technology conducting recruitment at Jiangxing University, the university readily agreed to assist, ensuring that everything was prepared for the arrival of Shanghai's recruitment personnel. Zhou Mo realized that he could no longer avoid visiting Jiangxing University again. Seizing the opportunity presented by Shanghai Technology's recruitment event, he decided to attend as well. After making arrangements, Zhou Mo drove his Mango S7 into the university's entrance. The Mango S7 had garnered significant attention, making headlines among university students. As soon as Zhou Mo's vehicle made its appearance, many students recognized it instantly. Its striking design, characterized by smooth lines and a vibrant aesthetic, prompted numerous students to pull out their phones to capture the moment. Disregarding the onlookers, Zhou Mo soon arrived at the designated location, the School of Electronic Information. This was the very subject he had studied, a major personally chosen by his father. Upon arrival, he was greeted at the entrance by the university administration, the dean, and a group of professors. As Zhou Mo parked his car and stepped out, the administration and dean approached him. Greetings, Dean Su. Among them, Zhou Mo was only familiar with Dean Su, who had been introduced to him by his father during his initial enrollment. Zhou Mo, it's been a while. Dean Su greeted him with a broad smile. He then introduced the middle-aged man beside him. This gentleman is our university's president, surnamed Do. Zhou Mo recognized President Do from a distance, but was unsure of his exact title. Hello, President Do, Zhou Mo said, shaking the president's hand. During the handshake, he observed the dignified demeanor of the president, who maintained a gentle smile. Appearing to be in his 50s, he had neither succumbed to the ravages of time nor gained excess weight. Zhou Mo, you should have informed us of your early arrival, President Do chided lightly, though his smile betrayed his good-natured spirit. Ah, indeed, that was my oversight. Our company is currently recruiting, and I thought I might take the chance to visit my alma mater, Zhou Mo explained with a grin, acknowledging the spontaneity of his visit. He had only coordinated with Dean Su before departing from the company. Hearing Zhou Mo refer to alma mater brought joy to both President Do and Dean Su. Given Zhou Mo's stature in the industry, his connection as an alumnus of Jiangxing University was more than commendable. Most importantly, his visit signified recognition of Jiangxing University, which would undoubtedly benefit the institution in terms of publicity and resources. After a round of pleasantries, they introduced Zhou Mo to the other attendees before proceeding into the main building of the school. Chapter 86, Negotiation and Dialogue. The group settled into a conference room, where they began their discussions. Through their initial exchanges, Zhou Mo grasped the needs of President Do and Dean Su. Their first request was for Zhou Mo to agree to deliver a speech at Jiangxing University. This was an easy commitment for him to make, as it was the simplest of the requests. The second matter involved Jiangxing University seeking collaboration with Shanghai Technology for applied research and education. Given that Shanghai Technology was a global leader in new energy and autonomous driving, their desire to partner with the company was entirely reasonable. Typically, a company receiving an invitation from a prestigious institution like Jiangxing University would readily acquiesce. However, Shanghai Technology was no ordinary enterprise. Zhou Mo's technical resources were derived from a system, rendering cooperation with the university unnecessary. In truth, even someone with no prior exposure to the relevant field could, through data transmission, transform into an expert almost instantaneously. While hiring top talent from Jiangxing University was crucial to avoid raising suspicions about Shanghai Technology's capabilities, the company was also concerned that the absence of such talent could be questioned over time. Of course, individuals with relevant academic backgrounds would adapt more swiftly after receiving pertinent data, a truth that could not be dismissed. Thus, when President Do posed this question, Zhou Mo replied directly, President Do, I regret to inform you that we cannot accommodate this request. Our company possesses numerous confidential materials that cannot be disclosed. Exchanging glances, President Do and Dean Su's eyes reflected a tinge of disappointment. Given Shanghai Technology's technical prowess, collaboration with their institution would have yielded immense benefits. However, I can arrange for our team to develop some specialized textbooks. We will strive to incorporate the latest and most cutting-edge research findings, Zhou Mo suggested, taking a step back, cognizant that outright refusal might not be the best course of action. After all, they were likely to interact in the future. The researchers at his company were all industry leaders, and creating textbooks would be a straightforward task for them. This unexpected turn of events filled President Dou and Dean Su with a sense of regained hope. Zhou Mo, we sincerely appreciate your generosity. The onus is on us. We did not fully consider the practicalities when we made this request. President Dou explained earnestly, acknowledging that Shanghai Technology had already gone above and beyond. Zhou Mo had not spent much time at Jiangsheng University and had not received significant benefits, so he refrained from feeling morally obligated. Indeed, Zhou Mo, we are thrilled that you can provide this assistance, Dean Su concurred. University textbooks were often outdated, with much of their content being several years, if not decades, old. Nonetheless, this was an unavoidable predicament. As university leaders, they were powerless to effect change. If they were to undertake the task of rewriting textbooks, it would require extensive human, material, and financial resources, along with support from various sectors. The abundance of information, coupled with the complexity of the processes involved, meant that by the time they navigated all procedures and produced the textbooks, they would likely be outdated once again. With Shanghai Technology's assistance, producing a selection of specialized textbooks as supplementary materials to help students grasp the latest advancements in technology would suffice. They held firm belief that Shanghai Technology could deliver on this promise. Currently, in the realms of renewable energy and autonomous driving, Shanghai Technology asserts itself as a formidable contender, to the extent that no one dares to claim the top position. Subsequently, Zhou Mo convened with Principal Dou and his colleagues to deliberate on the specifics of several matters. Zhou Mo's visit was rather impromptu, and the school was unprepared, necessitating a postponement of the scheduled speech. After much discussion, it was decided that the presentation would take place the following Monday. Today being Wednesday, both Zhou Mo and the school would have a few days to prepare. As for the task of compiling educational materials by Shanghai Technology, Jiangsheng University found itself somewhat powerless, ultimately delegating the responsibility entirely to Zhou Mo. He readily acquiesced, as it merely required him to instruct the company's research and development personnel to carve out some time for the endeavor. Once all matters were resolved, Zhou Mo rose to depart the conference room. Principal Dou, Dean Su, there is no need for you to see me off. I arrived by car, he stated. Just as Zhou Mo exited the conference room, Principal Dou and the others followed suit. It's perfectly fine. It's merely a few steps, Principal Dou responded, his enthusiasm and vigor remaining unabated. Ultimately, under Principal Dou's warm hospitality, Zhou Mo was escorted to his vehicle. They exchanged farewells with a wave as he drove away. Once Zhou Mo's car had vanished from sight, Principal Dou instructed the remaining attendees to disperse. When only he and Dean Su were left, Principal Dou remarked, Dean Su, since you have a prior acquaintance with Zhou Mo, it would be beneficial for you to engage with him more frequently. Principal, while that may be true, we are not particularly close. You witnessed how Zhou Mo distinctly separates himself from the institution, Dean Su replied, a look of discomfort crossing her face. Principal Dou shook his head. Having met countless individuals, he considered himself a keen observer of human nature. Yet, Zhou Mo remained an enigma, shrouded in a veil of mystery that obscured his thoughts. Nevertheless, he was certain of one thing. I perceive that Zhou Mo merely fears complications. By assisting him with various matters, he will gradually become more familiar with us. Young people, after all, benefit from increased interaction. Moreover, he understood well that the younger generation, like Zhou Mo's, tend to possess more progressive ideas. However, beneath their exterior lies a profound wealth of goodness and beauty, a quality often absent in children of previous and subsequent generations. Such individuals, if they hail from ordinary backgrounds, often find it challenging to integrate into society. To encapsulate it succinctly, they are not sufficiently rebellious. Dean Su, uncertain if she grasped his point, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Zhou Mo, instead of departing directly, drove to Sun Wan's dormitory. During his time at Jiangsheng University, Sun Wan frequently visited him in his dorm. Over time, Zhou Mo had learned the location of her dormitory, though he had never visited. Despite this being his first trip, he felt an odd sense of familiarity. The roads of Jiangsheng University were spacious, and as it was currently class time, the streets were not overly crowded. Before long, Zhou Mo arrived at the base of Sun Wan's dormitory building. He retrieved his phone and called her. Sister Wan, I've arrived. You may come down now. Today being Wednesday, Sun Wan was scheduled to attend class. However, upon learning of Zhou Mo's visit to Jiangxing University, she requested leave from her instructor. Understanding the nature of their relationship, her instructor readily granted her permission. Soon enough, Sun Wan and her roommate emerged from the building.